let's see. Howdy, name's Rainfall. I am starting this off a little bit slow because I know that there were a couple of people who wanted to watch me doing this, and so I'm going to wait for them to get in here. Um, so I'll take advantage of the silence to quickly go ahead and put in tags. I'm going to be reviewing every video that I've ever made on this channel, 562 videos, and all of their comment sections, and reading and responding to every single one of them. Let's see, that should be enough. Let's see. Turn that on. Okay. I've got everything I wanted to do. All right. So my channel is when did I make this channel? I made it May 9th of 2016. And that's been a minute ago. And over the course of the channel's history, I've made 562 videos according to YouTube. I don't remember what those videos even are. But I've gotten to 2,000, I've gotten over 2,000 subscribers now, and it's to the point where I'm getting so many comments that I'm afraid I will not be able to read all of them or respond to all of them as they come in. And so before it gets out of hand and unattainable, I would like to read and respond to every comment all in one sitting. This will probably be the only time I've ever been able to do this because I've gotten, just in the past couple of days, I've gotten like several hundred comments a day, and it's getting to be too much to manage, getting to be too much to where I feel like I'm missing a lot. Um, yeah, Frank, we doing this. We gonna do this. You want to sit in Discord? You want to sit there and put in your 2 cents about what we going over? You want to get in on this? I already read you some of the comments a couple days ago, and I know you had a few things to say. If you want to get into Discord, we can. But I'm going to start with the very first video on the channel that has a comment. Let me go back to that, and we'll start with that. Tab, please. There we go. Okay. Got to sort by date. There it is. Okay. Oh yeah, this is gonna be great. All right, let's get into Discord here real quick before I get started. Um, let's switch. Yeah, let's hit mine real quick. Uh, front porch. Soft hand boy. Yeah, soft hand boy. Oh man. All right.
You got soft hands.
Yeah. Do some nails. All right, let's get started. Okay, so for the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13 videos, there are no comments. The 14th video, Creepy Noises Coming from the Radio, was filmed May 26, 2018, and has to date 1,785 views. And as for the comment section, let's get into that. Sir Beardy 5 years ago said, "You are not the only one to capture this." Hashtag Rip Hank. There was a radio channel in the Savannah area called Hank FM, which was just a country music station, and they got bought out by iHeartRadio. And so, for a couple days after that purchase, they had nothing but the sound of a heartbeat on that radio station, and it was really disconcerting, and it was kind of strange because that's all that was on there. After always tuned in and listened to country music, now it's a heartbeat. That was really creepy, and I'm apparently not the only one to capture this. I never saw any other videos for it, but I'm sure there's probably some on YouTube. Roy Baker, 2612, 5 years ago, said, "I heard it too at 10 p.m. last night. I have tried to research it, but found nothing." That was the answer. That was actually what happened. Jeff Bezos has no money. Said some nice music. I guess, if you like the heartbeat. LJ 20690 said, "I heard laughing from my radio." Okay, a merry heart doth good like a medicine, I guess. Yeah, laughing heart, that's one thing. Mystery 207 says, "The inhabitants refer to it as music." The mole people view this as high society instrumentals.
Well, I think you managed to hit the nerve of the schizophrenic community with this one.
I mean, the confounded the radio hit the nerve of the schizophrenic community. Artsy Girly 6500 3 years ago said, "Your car sounds like it's alive." My response was, "Sounds exactly like a heartbeat because the radio station that took over for Hank was named something involving a heart, although sometimes I swear that the damn thing is alive and very much trying to antagonize me," talking about the issues that I had with my truck at the time. Jared H. says, "Rainfall and please, sir, what area do you live in?" I responded, "This radio signal was heard all around Savannah, Georgia." And then R66F80 said, "What was going on was that the radio station was stunting, a publicity stunt, and preparing to switch to a different format." And he gives a link for a Wikipedia article. The Real Max TDM says, good des, and that's also where the FM radio dial I usually broadcast des, but nope desu." I got you, buddy. I got you, buddy. Okay, whatever you said, I completely agree. It's G Moo 3068 4 years ago said, "Bruh, you're the only video about this TF." Well, the guy up here said I wasn't the only one, but then down here I was the only one. Okay, fair enough. All right, so that is all of the comments for the first video that ever had a comment. Now we scroll back. I don't know why I put it on that window. We scroll down here to the next video with a comment, which is birds diving at the water, a 2 minute and 56-second video with 2 comments. What's up, Moob? Which trade are you in? Why not get into a union? I'm in the electrical trade and, well, commercial electrician. And the various unions in this area are not to my liking. Birds diving at the water. If it'll load. There we go. And 7086 3 years ago said, "Super beautiful. Always enjoyed visiting Tybee Beach. More vids from it are on the way." This is Tybee Island, the beach at Tybee Island, and it is a beautiful beach. I love going there. I did upload a couple more videos of me out there, but I don't think any of them got comments. So that was birds diving at the water. What's next? Memories of a Simpler Time. Let's Play Tanky Online Episode 2. This was back. This is an old game that is no longer around. This is a defunct game, which was available on Miniclip. It was a little Alternativa platform published a tank game that's kind of a knockoff of World of Tanks, which was a lot of fun. It was a lot more arcadey than World of Tanks. And, I mean, it had railguns and the Aceta and the twins. It was a lot of fun. It was just a goofy game that I played when I was a kid. Only comment made on this video is, "I used to play this game sometimes. I used to play it all the time back in 2014." From Dumb Skulls. And yeah, this game, I grew up playing that game. That was glorious. That and 8-Ball Pool, which is another one that was available on Miniclip, which I really enjoyed.
By the way, Rain, Tanky Online, they came back, by the way.
I think they're available on Steam now. It's not the same Tanky. Like, it's had so many modifications to it. It's not old classic Tanky. Because they tried to revamp it with a game called Tanky X whenever Adobe Flash was going to close down. They tried making it in Unity, and nobody wanted to play the Unity version of it. It was terrible. The next video that had a comment, January 29th of 2020, "Darn cat tells me how to do my job," which is a video of a cat coming up into my company's job trailer. Let's take a look here. Cat equals moral support. Well, true and real. I guess if you're a cat person, I'm not. Next video that had a comment on it was free to slay Doom-like game. Let's play Shrine. April 3rd, 2020, my birthday, with one comment on it, and it says, Magic Cookie Gaming says, great video, I really enjoyed. I appreciate it, buddy. Okay. Next one is, I shall make you disappear, which was a demonstration of playing Hatter, which is a game where you play as a magician's cloth and you have to cover things up and you can make them disappear. Good Life TV says, keep it up, dude. Nice content. Yeah, I appreciate that, buddy. Okay, next page. Unboxing my unboxing my Alienware Aurora R11, but not the way you're thinking. A 46-second unboxing video that is one of my prized creations. 3 comments on it. Let's see. LOL, nice box, says Big Tooth. Where's the other 2 comments? It said 3 comments. Newest? Okay. Ryan Yu 2 years ago said, I need 6 more subscribe to beat you.
No.
Okay.
And
then
about, 10 years more of English classes.
Joey Nelson 4806 3 years ago says, hey bro, I'm the guy from Discord. My user is, and it's garbled. Okay. Great. Marvelous. Next video with a comment is, that one time a robot tried to weld me to a car where I sat on a couch in my hotel room. I think I was in Greenville or Charleston, somewhere in South Carolina. And I told a tale of the time that I witnessed a bunch of assembly line robots assembly lining things. That was a lot of fun. I love telling those kinds of stories. Shaddy Swag 3436 2 years ago says, bro. Fair. True and real. And then Finks3138, who used to comment a lot on my videos, I haven't seen him in quite a while, says, luxury room. And I responded, it was a pretty good stay, but I woke up with a stiff neck as a board. With my neck stiff as a board, that mattress was extremely firm. And I do remember that room was quite posh, but the bed was like laying on a surfboard and trying to sleep. It was dreadful. Next videos has a comment is the very next video, another trip to zombie hell. Back whenever I used to stream on Arma 3 AEOG server, which will definitely come up later on because a large portion of the videos on this channel are gameplay from AEOG, a phenomenal Arma 3 server that is unfortunately defunct. Let's look at the comments for this. User KZ, I'm not going to read all of those numbers and letters, says 2 years ago, yo, what's up? And I responded, good looting, good shooting, and you? And he said, seems like so. I'm just dwelling on the woods and having good time. I responded, having a good time in Tarkov is a rare treat. He responded, lol, I'm just getting lost somewhere between Zzz and Cherno. And then this person, King TV, put in a bunch of characters which look like the Among Us symbols. Among Us characters, and I responded hello to you also because that made no sense. Okay. Next video is that one goofy thing I do in the public Discord. You'll also notice there's a lot of these videos that are either privated or unlisted in the early portions because a lot of those videos, they did not get the turnout that I wanted them to, and so I privated them. There's also like my family in some of those videos, and some of those videos were never intended to be seen. I uploaded them just to have a record of things, and they would not be, like this one was in my mother's attic. Some of them I just intended for my own sake and for my own record. So some of these videos are privated. Comment section for that one goofy thing I do in the public Discord servers. Pablo says, most sane construction worker. Okay. Thank you. I do consider myself to be one of the most sane construction workers. DJVBO7 says, please help him. I don't need any help. I'm a self-sufficient man. Finks says, something happened, IDK. And then Agent K says, this is so cringe. well, it made you comment on it, so I did my job. Melee the Wanderer's location on July 16th, 2021. There is a character in World of Warcraft, specifically in Korthia, that is named Melee. It's a little pink unicorn that can show up in the Korthian area of the Shadowlands expansion. And if you click on it 6 times on 6 different days, not necessarily in a row, you get the thing as a mount. And so I posted 4 videos about Melee. This is not really relevant information anymore, but we'll look at the comments anyways. Mitchell Lawson says, dope, thanks. And then I responded, no problemo. We'll shout it out when I see it. Okay, marvelous. Appreciate the appreciation. Melee the Wanderer's location on July 18th of 2021. 1 comment. Fink says, okay, and has a waving emoji. Okay. Melee the Wanderer's location, July 23rd. 2 comments on that. Went there and it wasn't there, broken heart emoji. Sorry, man, this video is for yesterday's location, was my response. Okay. Let's see. Alright, now we're actually getting into the more modern stuff. Home from work as a public video with 5 comments. Frank Castle X, the man sitting to my immediate left, says Rain is an SCP confirmed. Finks says, how do you do that? Are you a wizard? I responded, yes.
That motherfucker's goddamn SCP.
And then Frank,
I done did seen it.
Frank comes back and says Lamau a couple times, so that's quite delightful. All right. The next video is I Want to Vent, which has seen a pretty big resurgence in viewership lately of people watching the first video in my Vent playlist. It has 2 comments on it. There it is. Okay, Scott Smith, 3642, 8 months ago, says, gee, what the fuck? I don't know. And then Brent W912 says, where the fuck is the hole? I got panhead on bit but don't see hole. What in the HE double fuck? Alrighty. Thank you, Mr. Brent W912. I hope you find your panhead screw. The next video is I Hate Driving with 4 comments. The second video in my Vent playlist. First comment by Moved1 6 days ago. Okay. I'm a bit of a clumsy guy, so attempting to get a license for driving has always been an issue for me, so I get you, bro, somewhat. Yeah, driving is so dangerous. It's the most dangerous thing that the average person does in a day, and I've never been a fan of it. And having lost family to it, obviously that doesn't make it any easier. Duct Tape 9191 2 years ago says, just gotta get a bigger missile. Or a Volvo. And I responded, which is why I will never drive anything but a truck for the sole reason that it's higher off the ground and that schmeasly little car that'll get smushed if a big vehicle hits me. Okay. If YouTubers talked like preachers, which is a video, which was the first video I ever wrote a script for, and one of only like 4 videos I've ever written a script for. So we'll look at the 2 comments for that. Noko7243 says, this guy needs to be more famous. Not necessarily, but I appreciate the sentiment. And then Frank Castle X says, this shit funny F!
Yeah, man.
But
Shit funny.
I tell you what.
Boy, these hilarious soft hands, boy.
You can't have a spawn vehicle if I'm your enemy. This is a series that I did, a 5-part series with Ara, who used to play a lot of stuff with me. Where we
that
were...
boy got soft hands.
Soft hands. You got a hard missile, though. This is where we were just going around blowing up the spawn vehicles. Love your vids. I appreciate it, MW. Thank you. Comments 2. What do we got? Of course, says I'm Gooditz. I wouldn't even touch a spawn vehicle if you were the enemy. Amazing video, bro. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, brother. Gooditz is a good friend. I met him through Escape from Tarkov. He has his own channel on Kick. It's just, if you search GOODTZ, he's on Kick. Streams a lot of Tarkov. Next video is 5 comments. You can't escape if I'm your enemy. Again, part of the Arma series on Code 4 Gaming King of the Hill. In the comments, Finks3138, oh damn, you're too good for this game, maybe they'll hire you. And I responded joshingly as well, maybe so. Finks says, watch out. And I asked, watch out for what? And Finks said, they're searching for you. Parenthesis, Arma producers. Okay, a little disconcerting. I'll have to keep an eye on, I guess. You can't even try to spawn if I'm your enemy is the third video in that series with 2 comments. Ozzy9342 says, nice vid, man. Love the energy. I responded, thank you so much. Got the next one coming out in about 6 hours, and I have 27 hours more to edit down from last week's stream. So, appreciate the nice words, Ozzy. 4th video has no comments, but the 5th video has 3. Finks says, bro, you're too good for this game. Fire emoji. Tusho1995 says, that zoom in. I guess there was somehow I edited it. I don't know. And then Jeff Bezos has no money. It says, sorry, I haven't been watching any of your new videos or streams. I've had a lot to do. You don't have to apologize for not watching my videos. I mean absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of your life. Appreciate the sentiment, though. Next video that had comments on it was, I was a supervillain as a kid. Another entry in the vent playlist with 3 comments. Agent K says, I hope to God you don't act like this in real life. Yes, I do. And then Frank Castle.
He does. I can confirm. I've heard his ass at work.
And then Frank Castle responds, wow. And Agent K had a response to his comment of, I hope to God you don't act like this in real life, from CSA Crazy 6 months ago, who says, oh, I'm sure he does. This dude is the type to think that everybody else are losers because he's unliked and unable to see he is the loser, and that's why no one likes him. He thinks he's a dangerous guy for stealing Pokemon, Lamau. There are 12-year-olds killing people and real demons, and he's proud of his trading card crimes, lol.
True and fucking real. True and fucking real. It's a bad motherfucker right here. He's stealing Pokemon cards, man.
Stealing Pokemon
He's stealing
cards.
Pokemon cards.
Wait, 12-year-olds
You
killing...
bad man.
What 12-year-olds are killing people? And demons are real? Well, that's news to me. Real demons, man. You got to watch out for the real demons.
Real demons. Shit.
Okay, buddy. I got you. All right. I believe you. Trying Woodstock Scorpion Pepper Hot Sauce. The first of only 2 sauce videos on this channel. There's no reason for me to do sauce videos. What?
Your hands soft, boy, and there's real demons.
Can't steal Pokemon cards with them soft hands, boy. You get a paper cut.
That 12-year-olds out here killing people, boy.
All right. KI4GMB a year ago says, acetic acid is vinegar, yummo, though. Gotcha. Okay. I learned something. Fabian says, Woodstock Foods' Scoville rating is pretty suspicious. They seem to make good sauces that are mostly made of the named pepper, but the Scoville ratings are uncommonly low. Cayenne peppers are 30k to 50k Scoville units, and I'm sure this felt totally incomparable to cayenne. Scorpion peppers are about 1.2 million Scoville units. My experiences that I have with Woodstock Foods ghost pepper sauce, and it is the hottest in my usual rotation of sauces by a clear margin, but has one of the lowest Scoville ratings. Okay, so he's saying that these Scoville ratings are misrepresented as being lower than they actually are.
That might be illegal.
False advertising, probably. Cooters
I think
and
it's
Cars.
like illegal because like the Scovilles. Spicy shit.
Because it's like a safety thing, probably.
Yeah.
Cooters and Cars says, I'm just here to tell everyone that I don't care how much you like spicy food. This shit right here is not playing around. I'm coming to you all live from the toilet of my guest bathroom. A dime a size of this stuff will make an entire bowl of rice, will make everything inside of you feel like it's being nuked. This stuff right here causes pure internal pain. Once your mouth is no longer under extreme pain, you'll start feeling the stomach burn. That's right. This shit right here makes everything inside of you feel like it's burn. And that is true. This stuff had my throat closing up. It was extremely hot, and it was almost like I was having an allergic reaction to it because of how hot it was. Kevin Carver says, this stuff is pretty hot. I bought a bottle of it. It is good stuff. Real World Chichields says, me and my kids eat the whole lineup of those. They have 4 or 5 different kinds. I'm about to put scorpion in my hamburger helper now. Lol. It seems like it would be good to cook with. You'd have to have things to like mix it in with to not make it not quite as hot. Kemma Flores says, man, this is one of my favorite reactions. Also a reflection on me trying this one. I build some tolerance, but this is a great one. Thank you, buddy. Jenna says, scorpion peppers have a heat that builds. They come in friendly at first and then slowly shift gears on you. This sauce is badass, but you don't need much. And I did put entirely too much on the pizza that I had for this video. Jay Regal says, this guy reminds me of Raylan from Justified. Raylan. I look like Timothy Olyphant?
I don't know who the fuck that is.
What are you talking about? Okay. Thanks, buddy. Otis Seams X. I feel like the bottle is lying about the Scoville units. It's just as hot as the Melendez Ghost Pepper, if not hotter, lol. And it might have been. I don't know. Aaron Nutley says, a month ago, bruh, Woodstock Ghost has been once of my favorite grocery store sauces for years. It was sold as Tropical Pepper Company Ghost before being rebranded as Woodstock. The Ghost is pretty hot. The hottest sauces I will use on normal food, and the Scorpion is hotter. When you showed how much you'd put on your pizza, I actually said, oh no, out loud. Got a sub out of me, though, man. I did another oh when I saw how much you had on that one bite. I bit off a bit more than I could swallow. That's for blasted sure. A bit more than I can extinguish. Alrighty, so next video.
I can't wait for one of the Tom McDonald videos or the fucking construction
we're getting
culture one.
The construction site culture video is
off.
next. The construction site culture video is next with its 907 comments.
Oh yeah. Man, I'm bracing for impact.
Evolution of my aspirations. Comments, 2 of them. Let's see. Gooditz says, you love so much making videos. The camera likes you too. Keep entertaining us your own way. Can't wait to watch your next video. Be healthy, my bro. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Edgy Salvador says, best one so far. Keep making these. Appreciate it, buddy. Stupid Injuries Part 1 with its 2 comments. Frank Cass with the this emote, the Italian saying that pasta's good emote, and I gave him a thumbs up. Okay. I'll bet you meant that too, didn't you? All right, now for the big chungus. Construction site culture sucks so much. A millennial's perspective. This is the biggest video thus far on my channel. This is the one that has catalyzed a lot of the views and subscribers that I currently have, with 86,000 views, 86,753 views to date, and 907 comments, with a like to dislike ratio of 94.1%, which is actually higher than last month. Last month that was 93.8, so it's come up a little bit as more people have watched this video. So 907 comments deep. Let's get it. First comment is pinned. It's mine, in which I said, howdy, this video has had a lot of eyes on it lately, and I appreciate and read all the comments that have been made on it. I do want to give a fuller picture of my experience in construction because it isn't all that bad. There are benefits to working in the skilled trades, as well as ways to bolster your own mental health in this line of work. My other 2 videos on the topic of construction are the benefits of working in construction and 3 mental strategies I use to get through the workday happily. I also have a large assortment of opinions about stuff besides construction in the vent playlist. Now, I have made more videos about construction since. This is basically the one of only 2 videos in which I have expressed a negative sentiment about the construction industry. Realistically, I'm never going to quit. Like, I'm going to wind up, I'm an electrician until I retire. Whenever I hit 65, then I can say that I've had it with it. I have no reason to leave. A lot of people have assumed based on this that I am making this video saying that like I'm throwing in the towel or I'm done with construction. I'm not. this job makes me a good bit of money. The company that I work for makes me a good bit of money, and I have no reason to leave. This video and the theme of this video was simply saying that the people that you work with in construction, um, you got to watch out for them. They like a lot of the coworkers that I have are phenomenal people that I love spending time with. I said that in this video. Um, I've made a lot of friends in this industry with my company, with my trade, with people on the job sites from every trade. I made a whole list of shorts, the most annoying things about the trades, and caricaturizing the silly things about the individual trades. But the truth of the matter is, with construction, the benefits vastly outweigh the negatives. And so, yes, if you can stomach the fact that there will be people behaving like children, and people behaving like animals, and people who are drug addicts, and convicted felons, and people who are proud of a trashy lifestyle, if you can get past that, you're fine. This is a fine industry to make money in. So I'm not leaving. And you're going to see reflected in some of the newer comments people who think that this comment is saying that I'm fed up with it and that I don't want to work in construction anymore. But let's crack into it. Top comment by this person right there, 99024, says, I can tell by the way you speak that you were smart enough for college. Look into becoming an engineering technician or a trade that doesn't require much interaction with others, like an elevator mechanic who does maintenance work. Good luck, bro. I appreciate the sentiment and I appreciate the advice. I will stick with what I've got because, I've been working on electrical circuits since I was 9 years old, working with my grandfather repairing electric motors. This is what I was bred for, and so this is what I'm going to stick with. As far as like getting away from interaction with other people, I've said it in several videos at this point. I'm a people person. And I kind of can't be separated from people for too long, or I'll start to lose my shit. Like, I don't like being by myself, and I don't like working by myself either. So, yeah, I'm gonna stick with people. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's see. 10 days ago, from Automation D&D. Guess what? I don't know what. Oh my lord. Okay, this is. All right, this man left me a paragraph. A lot of men have been metawed right out of their own lives, and it'll be a lot of so-called white-collar workers, too. You just haven't been around long enough to know that. Believe it or not, many of the construction workers will be more, what does that word say? Forthright about reality. Whereas in the commercial world, question, ellipse, that ain't gonna be fun either, because the white-collar or commercial world is a lot more cagey and Katie about it. You ain't got a clue. You will be fired for merely talking to a girl, and you are younger, so you are more likely to engage, quote marks, with females. You are safer, quote marks, with men in the construction world. Believe it or not. Why? Question mark. Because you know where you stand with them. None of it is fun, quote marks. My friend, trust me, I've been there in all of these worlds. They all suck, quotation marks. It's the old greener pastures, quotation marks thing. Instead, ellipse, do this. Start saving $signs and get ready to self-employ. If you become other slave for some other commercial entity, you are just delaying the inevitable. Let your current discomfort motivate you to see realistically and try to become independent, ellipse, while, ellipse, you are young. It's harder to do when you're older or married, parenthesis, God forbid.
Yo, I swear to God, this motherfucker watches Fox News, bro. The only news this motherfucker watches is Fox, bro. What in the actual fuck was that schizophrenic ramble?
Mr. Automation,
of a fucking comment?
Mr. Automation D&D, I appreciate the comment. Whatever it was you were trying to say, at least you're, I don't know. Literate.
Tucker Carlson, I think, knows what he's saying.
He's over there talking about.
Ask Alex Jones.
He's over here talking about Me Too and stuff. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
listen, I'm just a construction worker.
Yeah, that's what I'm fucking saying. Dude.
What's up, Check? Welcome to the. Hey, Check. We're going through every single comment on my YouTube channel, and we just got into construction site culture. So, buckle up, buddy. It's about to get silly. All right. Automation D&D, again, same dude, 12 days ago, says, listen, man, I've driven a 4-inch sheetrock screw right through my own finger and done myriad other very, very dangerous and painful things. I've climbed telephone poles for the cable company. I've driven dump truck / skid steer and equipment to knock down trees, etc. I've been there, trust me. I've done metal work and used high-speed grinders too. Know all about it, and you're right. It is dangerous. I took a chainsaw to the front of my left shin. Yup. I was lucky. It was just a grievous flesh wound. But trust me, I've seen stuff too, man. You were theoretically correct, but both worlds suck. At the height of my technical career, I worked for a large co-location data company of global scope. I also worked for Symbol Technologies, creator of the barcode. I have worked for Brookhaven National Labs, particle physics, but both worlds suck. Blue and white collar. They just suck differently. So, if that crew is so bad, try to find a better one. Or maybe become your own handyman or something, if you can. But, trying to become independent earlier is better while you're young, because corp life is a dead end too. It all sucks, S-U-X. You're just not there yet to experience it, so you think it's better. It's just different. But you got a different kind of hater in white-collar America. You could start self-educating for some things like networking and coding, and you can get into it without any college. You do not need college to get in. But trust me, lol, it can just suck. So does becoming your own boss. There are advantages to it / and disadvantages. But it's probably better if you can start becoming independent earlier. Do not count on any company to save you. Blue or white collar, they all suck.
Dude, this fucking guy, okay, homie accidentally took a chainsaw to the fucking shin? This guy sounds like a fucking retard. What the fuck, dude?
Alright, well,
I don't know what drugs dude was on when he was working with all that equipment, but
I appreciate the fact that you're trying to give advice about trying to become independent, and I agree with that. Yes, being independent is definitely a good way to make money, and definitely a good way to pick the people that you work with, yes, but also, capitalization. Yes, exactly, check. Capitalization. It's something that you learn how to do in, I believe, 2nd grade. And it's something that you need a little bit of work on. You don't have to capitalize everything. And I'm very happy that you're using punctuation, but you're using it in ways that make no sense. I'm not going to continue to further the way that you made your comment. I appreciate the sentiment, but also, gosh, it's hard to read these comments, dude. This is a complaint that I'm going to have a lot because there are a lot of people who will just bomb the comment section with gigantic essays that are just hard to look at. Brian Kilolinen says 12 days ago, do you work in construction in a metro area? Because I work in a small town, Minnesota, and there's absolutely nothing like that on any of our job sites. No, I kind of work in a suburban area. Like, I mean, I've worked in the middle of a city before. I've worked in the middle of nowhere before. I've worked on a military base, and I've worked on houses. I've worked in a lot of different situations. The video is intending to reflect a general vibe, which isn't as present nowadays on a lot of the job sites that I'm on because I'm working in a different area, working with different people. But at the time, it was the neighborhood, it was the companies that we were working with that kind of spurred on this opinion that I reflected in this video. Unknown Cinder comes over here yeeting on Automation D&D saying, you drove a 4-inch drywall screw into your finger? 2-inch max for drywall, bud. You don't belong. Okay, now there's no need to fight. Every job sucks. It just depends how well you handle it and what you're willing to adapt to and stick with. Nothing is perfect and never will be. That's 100% true. Yeah, it doesn't matter what industry you work in, what job you have. There's always going to be people that are problematic. There's always going to be an issue with the work environment because we are humans and we are inherently, at our core, horrible. It's just human nature. It's the way it is. It's the way the world works. Exactly right. Not finishing. Oh, not fishing. Okay, not fishing says, funny thing is, I started at 16 and worked for more than 40 years in the field. I worked with a lot of felons and a couple guys who committed homicide. Most of the felons I worked with kept their mouth shut. Must be nice. Let's see. DNYD999 says, I worked construction for 3 years. The job was never the problem. It was the classless, backstabbing coworkers that I had to spend every day with. He has 666 likes, so I will like it one more time so that it... Oh. No, my like made it 666 likes. Oops. Okay, unfortunate. Um, and Antonio responds to him, "LOL, that's everywhere," which is it's true, but that doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make it okay. It doesn't excuse it. That's just human nature. Says Butte hole, and I just said that. That's exactly right. Somebody goes listing a union name. That doesn't stop jealous assholes from being terrible people. Luckily, some of the crews that I worked with were great. It was the other 80% of the time that was the problem. It's a common sentiment. I do feel that. Fobro 1983 says, "How can you backstab in construction? Your work is your resume." What? What are you talking about? How can you backstab in construction? You don't know what backstabbing is. What? Okay, whatever. DYND
Chicken in the corn.
comes back and says to Fowl, "You can make errors and then blame it on people and throw them under the bus. You can treat people like crap day in and day out until they eventually had enough. 1,000,000 other ways to make people hate their job. I have a great career now as a commercial insurance broker, so honestly, I don't care anymore. I was just making a point." And I agree with that point that was being made. Bend says, "Yep, construction workers can be a tough crowd. Not all of them are constantly talking about their sex life to other men. Talk about all the fights they've been in. And I missed part of what he said. Not all, but a lot of them are constantly talking about their sex life to other men. Talk about all the fights they've been in, and talk about how hard they work or how hard they used to work before they got burnt out or stopped caring. Oh, and they'll treat you like an idiot for not knowing how to do something, but aren't very good at teaching anything." Absolutely. 100% agree with this. People love to talk a big game. I'm the big macho man. Oh my goodness, nobody is as manly as I am. All these people that I've beaten up and talked down to and all this stuff, and oh, they don't never do a thing about it because they know I'll kill them if they do anything. And oh, all these women that I've slept with. This caricature that he's referring to is present on every job site. It's 100% accurate. 100%. Yes, and stealing tools is a classic example of backstabbing. Absolutely. Backstabbing is just somebody trusted you to not do something horrible and you did it anyways. And stealing tools, perfect example of that. Videos Banales, 3 months ago, says, "The pay is meager for all those who hear that it pays well, lol." I mean, it is whenever you're first starting out. Like, I first got into the electrical business almost 8 years ago at this point. And it wasn't great pay whenever I first started, but that was because I was a helper who didn't know anything. And so, yeah, I mean, as you gain experience and as you work longer in it, yeah, you're going to get paid more. That's just, I mean, if you don't, then you're working for a bad company. Because, I mean, my company, all the companies that I know and have worked around, it's a great way to make money. Pays a lot. The supervisors and contractors get all the money and shit on the subcontractors. No, it's not. I mean, sure, they do make more money, but also they have a much higher risk factor. Like the general contractor, for example, I mean, they're the ones that are the first ones to get sued if the contract does not go according to plan. So yeah, of course they're going to make more money. It's like, you know, the person who washes the windshield does not make as much as the person who sold the car to the person in the first place. That's the comparison. Jose Rodriguez says, "Hear me out. Preach the gospel of Jesus Christ and lead them to their salvation. Two things can happen. They repent and change their ways, or they'll leave you alone. Much love and blessings towards you and your loved ones." Absolutely, sure. If that works, mashallah. If that works, go for it, Jose. Do you, buddy? Absolutely. Mark Jameson responds to Jose Rodriguez with, "Good idea." There's a show more replies button. Consultant says, "I thought so as well. I went from electrician and mastered my education to get an office job as an engineer. One of the worst environments ever. Backstabs and shit talking everywhere, plus sitting still on that chair and just making blueprints 10 hours a day made me fat. I'm never going back. Best would be to do both, a little more variety." You got to go with what makes you happy, buddy. Just another viewer fan says, "Yep. Appreciate it." Okay. Hell yeah, man, so true. Did it for 3 years as well, and I feel exactly the same way about it. Shit talking backstabbers are the exact words. Okay. Somebody asks that guy which one, construction or office, and I don't think there's a response. Lucas Nichols Schroeder says, "Been in it for a year. I foolishly let my boss drink beer in my car. He left 14 cans inside, and I said nothing about it, but when I inconvenience him slightly, he calls me the N-word. I hate it." Unfortunate situation, buddy. Like I say, you got to Either you got to make it work, and if you can't make it work, you got to leave it and find something that does work. 100%. And toxic work environments are actually like a violation of the Federal Labor Board laws, isn't it? I believe it is. Generation of a toxic work environment is a problem. I'd have to look that up. I'm pretty sure that's true. AJ8372 says, I was a broker and I hated my life. Talk about backstabbing. Sales is the worst. 20 plus years in sales. Just got into construction and I love it. And that's phenomenal. Welcome to it. Whenever it does work and whenever it works out the way you need it to, it's fantastic. Let's see. AJ responds to the consultant. Nah, eating and not working out made you fat. Don't blame the work. I used to work property management and I always kept in moving. Construction workers can get big as well if they don't eat right after work. A lot of us go to the gym right after and eat a small meal for dinner. Must be a difference in the region. I don't know anybody that goes to the gym after a 10 to 12 hour work shift. I was about to
say, I don't know who has the energy for that shit. Everybody got down.
Okay. Big B69 a month ago says, egos. No one ever wants to mess up and to mess up in front of others. That's why they flock like hyenas. There's little to no respect since it's all a competition competing for money and their livelihood. I have been disrespected by everyone, including my boss, numerous times. Things I wouldn't say to my worst enemy. It's sad, really. I keep my chin up, turn the other cheek, laugh with them even. They can't stand it.
Well, ain't that a good question?
Praying hands. Praying hands. Okay.
Ain't that they're a good Christian?
I think that these comments are not on my video, are they? They're okay. No, they're responding to DYND99's comments. Okay, well these videos are. I mean, these comments are not responding to me. So let me not get sidetracked here. In spread 8953 says 2 days ago, I did construction when I was younger. Without getting into specifics, I could say that guys on the job site will say things to you that you'll never be allowed to say at a job with an HR department. Most of the guys who make the job miserable couldn't get jobs anywhere because of their criminal records. 100% agree with that. And that's why, it's important to make sure you're, positively influencing the morale of the job and the way people act around you by behaving in a way that is conducive to a good atmosphere. Joe Kashini says, for me, it was getting up at 4 a.m. and driving an hour or more to work only to be treated like shit. I couldn't take it. I hated the fact that you'd get freaked out on if you didn't know what to do and you asked for help or just advice. So then to avoid that, you just try and figure it out yourself, which if you got it right, you'd only be yelled at for not being fast enough. Or if you got it wrong, you'd be screamed at for a full day or even 2 for making a mistake. You couldn't win. Sometimes I'd do something wrong that was basically inconsequential, and a week later I'd still have my rat bastard Shrek-looking foreman giving me shit about it. Another thing was if you forgot something. As an example, in May, you ran conduit to feed some lights in a room from a panel all the way across the building. Then in October, you'd get yelled at by the boss because you don't remember what circuit that panel fed from that room offhand when he asked, even though it's marked everywhere along the way on the conduit, on the junction boxes, etc. But I'm supposed to remember the exact circuits instead of your lazy ass just going and looking for yourself? It's true.
Well, damn.
I mean, there's a lot to unpack in this comment, but it's a lot of stuff that a lot of people feel. I mean, feeling like you're not appreciated for your accomplishments, feeling like your mistakes are over magnified. Yelling and screaming is something that I don't really have much experience seeing. I have a lot of experience doing it, but that's because, being up in a scissor lift and I have to scream down to 40 feet below me on the floor. That's the only kind of screaming that really goes on a job site with me. Another thing, being used as a human dictionary or like a reference material where you're supposed to memorize and remember things. That's something that I can't sympathize with that at all. I haven't experienced that. Like, people expecting me to remember something that happened months ago is not a very common thing, because I kind of come into the job site with the understanding everybody understands that my memory is garbage, and so, yeah, there's no way I'm going to remember things, and they don't trust me to remember things. And I do mark on every box and every conduit the circuit number or what something's feeding, because I'm not going to remember it. So that is an important thing to do, and it's unfortunate that you were being expected to remember something despite the fact that markings have been made. And then Matt Jagger responds to that. That might have been your problem. Maybe if you had just said that directly to your foreman, you'd get some respect. LOL, I'm disagreeable. I did this regularly. Everyone loved it. Foreman, not so much. LOL. I mean, yeah, sometimes you got to speak your mind. Flapjack 3M says, you're extremely well spoken. The way you talk to the camera And storytell without cuts and all the other BS these days was really enjoyable to listen to. Keep it up, man. I appreciate you, buddy. And he was responded to by 1983 J Cheat, who says, I agree. This guy doesn't bore me. Keep up the good work, sir. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. David MX2XG says, I'm 18 and currently it's my 7th month on the building site. I can see why there aren't many teenagers or young adults who have an interest in pursuing this type of career. But the sad part is we really need more people who are earlier in life, like earlier in their working adult life, because the earlier you get into something, the more successful you will be with it later on. Just like being a chess master. You know, if you get into something at 18, 19, you're gonna have a much higher service ceiling. You're gonna be able to go further with it and learn more and do better. And you know, so more so than somebody who's getting into it at the ripe old age of 50. You know, you don't have as much time to be able to go through and learn everything that you need to learn and pursue a career and climb the quote-unquote corporate ladder. The earlier people can get into it, the better off they'll do. And the more young people are working on a job site, the more people we have to teach and help and enrich the industry that we're trying to keep alive. And this guy has 25 replies, but these are not replying to me, so I will not read them. I smoke because it gives me knowledge. Says, what I have found disappointing in construction is a lot of your coworkers will have absolutely no class. You will meet people who can't put a sentence together without swearing at least 10 times. People who can walk by 100 no smoking signs and casually light up a cigarette on a site with no regard for who they are standing nearby. Every washroom is vandalized with pictures that stop being humorous after grade 5. You will constantly encounter people who feel like they are better than you if you are an apprentice. There is an alarming number of people who, with some sort of fake tough guy syndrome, who need to be right all the time, and the talking poorly about people behind their backs is at an all-time high. Couple this with the fact that you may need to wake up at 4 a.m., find parking in a busy city, and do jobs that could get you injured. Construction is not something you want to do all your life. Papa says, you will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. We must be cautious. Yes, keep your wits about you, Robin. This could be tricky.
True and real.
Oh, man, I love it. I love it. I love it. But what he's saying here about, you know, the classlessness, like the trashy nature of people, the drawing, this is something that I've referenced once in a short, like people drawing with Sharpies on the inside of a Porta-John. I 100% agree with that. Like I concur with that assertion. People smoking where they're not supposed to be smoking next to a flammable cabinet is one thing that a lot of people have done. On previous job sites.
Hey, you
I
listen
haven't seen
here,
that
boy.
in quite a while.
I light my damn cigarette where the fuck I want, boy. Ain't no liberal ass sign gonna tell me where I can and can't smoke, boy.
True and real! True and real! Couple this with the fact that you may need to wake up at 4 a.m., find parking in a busy city, and do jobs that could get you injured. I've done this once before. I've worked in a site in the middle of downtown Savannah on Martin Luther King Boulevard, and that was extremely busy. Now, it was extremely well paying, and it was also one of my favorite job sites because it was one of those job sites that we were working in like an artist building or something artistry, something artsy. And it was beautiful, and we were doing really specialized things that I didn't have much experience doing. So it was a very enriching experience for me because I was learning how to do things that I'd never done before. So maybe, I guess, if you're spending way too much time on a job site that is in a dangerous area, then sure. I mean, I've already talked about how much I hate driving, so already you know that I feel that way. I agree with that. But doing jobs that could get you injured, the injury should not be something that is imminently possible. This is something that you need to like work with your safety manager for your company and make sure that you have the appropriate PPE for the situation. Make sure that you're working with the proper safety procedures so that you're doing things in a safe manner. You should not be at imminent risk of being injured at any point. You've got to make sure you're safe. You'd like to spend the money you're making. So if there's a possibility that you're going to get injured doing the job that you're doing, like a high chance, stop doing it and figure out what you need to do to make it safe. 100%. Okay. Nothing emu. Nothing emo.
No.
Let's see. Like literally most builders can't wipe their ass properly. Fact. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, Papa. I've never gone and inspected my coworkers' rear ends. So I'm going to have to take your word for that. I've never done it myself, but I believe you. Nothing Emo says, folks, I'm so happy I came across this video. I was an assistant teacher for 14 years. At 39, I decided to get into the trades, and I feel like a literal child again. Anxiety, worrying, second-guessing, fear. Feeling too old to cut it. I'm not really sure what else to say, except I'm just glad I found this video that I can absolutely relate to. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for the kind words. Zugi98 says, I've been working construction my entire adult life, around 13 years, and yeah, it definitely attracts certain kinds of people. I've seen it all. It doesn't really matter, doesn't really bother me too much, to be honest, as you meet some interesting people and hear good stories from them from time to time. I gotta drink something. My mouth is getting dry. A lot less boring than your typical 9 to 5 office job. Now that I completely disagree with. No, a 9 to 5 office job, I don't want anything to do with that. Nobody. I'll get into that in just a second. That being said, I've noticed from experience over the years a shift in the kinds of people you run into depending on the trade. As the barriers to entry increase for the specific trade, the more normal people you get. Anything that requires certificates, licenses, uniforms, drug tests, etc., you will get a different crowd. The reason you run into felons and other trashy people in construction is because framing or roofing or drywall crew, for example, will hire just about anyone. If you don't want to work around that crowd, you need to find a different trade that won't just hire anyone off the street. And that is a true statement, yes. And the company that I work for does have like drug testing on hire. We have to have certifications for all the different equipment that we use. We do have our uniforms, like we have to wear NC Class 2 reflective vests or shirts and that sort of thing. So yeah, I definitely agree with that does curate the class of people that you're working with. But construction being, I misunderstood. I misread. I can't think when I'm this thirsty. He said a lot less boring than your typical 9 to 5 job. I thought he said a lot more boring. For some reason, I glossed over the word less and thought more. Yes, construction is a lot more engaging than a 9 to 5 job. It's honestly, compared to that, it's just a barrel of laughs. It's a lot more fun. It's a lot more engaging. It requires a lot more of your concentration, and it has a gigantic skill ceiling where the better you get and the more you learn, the better you are and the more you make. So yes, it is about the company that you work for, what type of people that you're hiring. That definitely will change the atmosphere of the place you're working. My job as ass inspector can confirm skid marks. All right, well, I'm glad we have professionals like you, Papa, on the case, buddy. Because, I mean, if it weren't for ass inspectors, I wouldn't know who to trust. Thank you for your service. Arnold Friend says, do humanity a favor and start your own company. Run all those scumbags out of business. This is why I try to learn how to fix just about everything in my house. It is very important to learn how to fix everything that you can. Like, become handy in your own house. Definitely agree with that. I've learned how to, frame a wall and solder 2 copper tubes together and patch a hole in my ceiling and stuff like that. I can't do brick, I can't do block, but I can do just about everything else. But no, I'm not going to be starting my own company. I prefer to work with the company that I've got.
Hey, you listen here, boy. I've been doing drywall 47 years, boy. You ain't know how to do no drywall, boy.
Thanks, Uncle Frank. But no, I'm going to stick with my company. I like my company. They're taking care of me, and I want to take care of them. Nunya says, the problem is every time you make a minor mistake, which we all do no matter how long we've been working for, you get absolutely blasted for it. And I am all for roasting each other and banter as a joke, but you can tell when someone is being an asshole and just legitimately insulting you. This is something that I really haven't had to deal with in a while, because the types of people, like, there have been a couple people in my career who behaved this way, and their behavior does not go unnoticed. Like, if you've got a good company that you're working for with good leadership, they do tend to curate out the bad actors, the bad personalities. And again, it just depends on where you're working and what type of people you're working for and what type of people you're working around. In my experience, the people that you're talking about here that will obliterate you if you make a minor mistake, and being assholes and legitimately like insulting you and creating a toxic work environment. With my company, those kinds of people get yeeted. I've seen it happen. Like our company is very careful about the people that they hire to make sure that yes, they could do the job, but they're also not bringing down the vibe, I guess is the best term for it, like making sure everybody's being productive and that they're not either interpersonal issues that prevent that or any other issue. So I do get what you're saying because I have seen it, but it's very rare, at least where I'm at. So it hasn't been that big of an issue. And I wouldn't say it's like a breaking point or a big negative for me. Your evasion is sus. I am not evading my ass being inspected. When did I ever tell you you could inspect my ass? Huh? Don't clip that. For God's sake, don't clip that. Okay. TJ says, man, I live in Canada. I grew up rough. Drugs around my friends dying from violence right in front of me at age 16, 17. So many decisions I made as a young man set me up for failure. I was young and lost and I wanted a better life, but I had no education or guidance from anybody on how to live life the correct way. Until a guy I grew up with told me about the union, to be exact. Let's say union name. He got me my first job on a high-rise construction project. Now I'm about to be 23, a full union carpenter in this union, making anywhere from that amount a week. Construction sucks if you don't know how to get ahead, especially on union sites. You got to learn how the wheel spins so you can grease it. It has its ups and downs, but construction saved my life. Huge grats, dude. That's phenomenal. Very nice. I'm happy you were able to improve your situation. And that is the key to construction, is improving the situation that you've got. And if you do not have a good situation, you either have to figure out a way to make it work or find something else that does work. 100% true. Cody Buck 1727 9 months ago says, bro, I feel you 100%. I work construction and I work in a relatively clean-cut company. And I can tell you this, there are certainly some good guys in the field. Absolutely. But Jesus Christ, the vast majority of the people that I work with are so proud of displaying how idiotic they are. Oh, and don't forget, no matter how hard you work, you never did it good enough, and they can always do it better than you. I hate the job, but the pay is good. And that's why I decided to go back to school and get the hell out of construction. And all these guys are like, oh, you think you hate it out here? Wait until you're stuck in an office all day. And I'm like, dude, if I'm in an air-conditioned room in the summer, a heated room in the winter, in a place where I could shut the door and have privacy, and I'm not surrounded by people with an IQ that's less than my shoe size, I promise you I won't hate it. Best of luck to you and anyone else experiencing hell because of how good it pays. Well, I appreciate the well wishes, and I'm sorry that the vast majority of the people that you work with are proud of displaying how idiotic they are. I've definitely met some people who are that way, but thankfully for me, at least, the vast majority are good guys, at least of late. And this is another reference. We had this a bit ago with a different comment referencing no matter how hard you work, you never did it good enough and they can always do better than you. The personality clashes are obviously always going to be an issue. And the Chads and the machos and the people who are like, oh, you got soft hands, boy, are always going to be present. And if you can work past them and work around them, you definitely be a lot better off, and it'll be not quite a job that you'll hate. Chad Kirk 925 27 minutes ago, so during the stream, says, I did construction and warehouse for like 10 years. Now I'm in IT. IT is way easier. Sometimes I get to interact with the moving guys that move stuff from office to office, and it reminds me of how far I've come. It's a completely different world working in an office with smart people rather than with guys who have 2 baby mamas and have been to jail. I got you, Boom.
God damn.
I get it. I get it. Okay. Anonymous says, I'm getting out of construction after about 1.5 months. Love building things, can't stand the people. I've concluded that I'm simply too polite to work in the construction industry. I've never been arrested or done drugs, and I don't drink very much, and my body count isn't in the 50s or 100s. This is referencing a line from the video. It's not strange that he's saying that. He's right. And if it was, I wouldn't brag about it. The guys tell me I need to live a little. I'm so boring. To tell the truth, if my life is boring and theirs is he meant to say exciting, not exiting, then I think I really like boring. Look, it's hot. We're all going to be sore at the end of the day. You know what would make it all better? I know. How about let's all be really mean to each other? That'll make it all better, right? I know, doesn't make sense, but that's how they are. I wear safety glasses religiously. I'm not gonna lose an eye. You only get two. I can't go to Walmart and pick up another set. The guys harass me about
true
it
and real.
sometimes. Take your, he put a bunch of symbols in place of a curse word. Take your blasted glasses off, you'll see better. Yeah, right. Also, you never know where you'll be working. Maybe over an hour away from home. Oh, and since it's hot, let's start at 4 a.m. to try and get a couple of hours of work in before the sun gets too miserable. So now I'm getting up at 2:30 so I can be off to Timbuktu for another day of harassment. When the end of the month comes and how much I've spent on gas, I get really depressed. And have you ever noticed that you never go home any earlier than when you start earlier? Yeah, it's great for the paycheck, but I want to have a life too, especially when work is so miserable. My nephew and I were having a conversation about how we both hate school, and he was asking me why I'm pursuing a college degree if I hate school so much. I told him someday when it's 105 and you're packing 70-pound bundles of shingles up a ladder to a group of roofers that are cussing you out, telling you to hurry up, and asking you inappropriate questions about your girlfriend, you're going to think to yourself, there has to be a better way to earn a living than this. Well, I appreciate the comment, and I'm sorry for your situation. I know that the heat will definitely do that to you. That's something that I've definitely experienced myself. The summer heat is no fun, but it's worse as a roofer because with the roofer, you're sitting on usually a very dark colored surface that is rough and is designed for traction. And yeah, that stuff hurts to stand on. I have stood on a shingled roof in cargo shorts with no gloves on my hands, and my skin was hamburger meat by the time I got done working up on the roof. It is just, it's cancerous trying to work on a roof. I 100% get what you're feeling with this, but it's good to see that you are trying to pursue a way to make yourself happy with this situation, a way to improve your situation. So I'm thankful to see that. Although I will say, just a little bit of a comment here, and since it's hot, let's start at 4 a.m. to get a couple of hours of work in before the sun gets too miserable. Completely fine with that. I think that's actually a seriously legitimate strat. But going somewhere for another day of harassment is not a good thing. So I'm happy that you're able to find a way to improve your situation. Opportunity Electrical says, great video. I worked as an electrician for 7 years. Oh, same. Worked for about 7 years. I loved the work, loved the trade. Most folks would assume I left because of the cold winters or physical labor. It was actually working with classless animals all day. I try to fight it now on the apprentice education side of the industry. Maybe that'd be a good path for you someday as well. I'm certainly not against it. My company has a very robust apprenticeship program that trains all of the people that are new hires and don't know what they're doing. That get trained in our apprenticeship program, and that's something that I've wanted to help with a good bit. Like usually whenever I meet an apprentice on a job site, I'll let them know, hey, I was one of the company's first graduates from their apprenticeship program. I have a lot of experience with the apprenticeship program, and I'll give them my phone number and I'll try and convince them to give me a call. Let me help you out if I can. And there have definitely been some apprentices who have called, but like I could definitely use more phone calls. I could definitely use more people asking for help because I've definitely got a lot of help that I can give, and that's something that I guess it's an itch for me because I really would like to help with people who are apprentices, specifically in electrical because that's the industry that I'm in. But people who are brand new to construction, I think that the benefits outweigh the negatives. I think that the positives are more valuable than the issues that you're going to have taking away the value. So I have made several videos about getting into construction. The most recent video that I posted, every piece of advice I can give to construction workers. That is an example of that. I've also got one that I am halfway done editing, which is a video for people who are trying to get into electrical industry specifically, whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial, and telling them what tools they need. Because a lot of times people will not give you a good enough tool list, or they'll like give you a couple of the pointers, but then you get out on the job and you're working on a task that you don't have the right tool for, and everybody looks at you like, why don't you have this? What in the world? So I've got a video that I'm working on now. I've done a couple of videos thus far trying to help people who are brand new, like you're saying, with apprentice education. So, yeah, I do think it's a good path. I think it's a valuable path because we need more people in the industry, and we need to make it a better culture than what it is. So, yeah, I definitely agree with that, and I appreciate the kind words. I hate handle names. Says, you seem like a cool guy. This is from a year ago. Okay, we're going way back. A lot of these comments are very recently. You seem like a cool guy. I'm sitting in my work truck eating lunch. Just left the construction site myself as a plumber. Some service, but also a lot of remodels, rough ends, and excavation work. My advice is to get your contractor's license and run your own show. You seem like a sharp guy, you seem to care about your work, and you're more presentable than most of the ex-convicts in our line of work, though honestly I like most of the guys I work with, even if they did time. You clearly have a knack for presentation and whatnot, given that you're speaking in front of a camera. Running your own crew is both more headache and less headache than working for one. People are going to call you an asshole behind your back. They'll act like you're always on a tear after them, but they'll also respect you if you do good work and take care of them. A strong captain is needed, and everyone knows it, even if they're not always liked. And I will read this response to that. Grant Truthiford says, I rarely read YouTube comments, but this is one of the best responses I've ever seen, and it comes from one of the best username handles. I hate handle names. And yeah, I can agree with a lot of this. The part, again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The part about me going and starting my own company is not it's not a plan of mine. I would like to stick with the one that I've got and enrich the one that I work with, because I think it's worth it. I think the company is worth me trying to improve their situation, and they do pay quite well. But me having a knack for presentation and whatnot, given I'm speaking in front of a camera, buddy, you have no idea how hard it was for me to film the video that I'm working on right now. I counted, because I was so frustrated. I was just trying to film the introduction to the video that I will be posting tomorrow. I counted. It was 239 attempts at the introduction, which consisted of 97 seconds of me talking and introducing the idea of the tool video that I was making. 239 attempts to get through 97 seconds. I have a serious issue talking. If I'm not talking directly to people. If there is a face that I'm talking to, if there is a person that I'm speaking to, I got no problems. I can rattle off a whole bunch of stuff all day. If I'm talking to a helper that's right in front of me and trying to give him advice on tools, it comes so easily. But if I'm talking to this little black circle with a little light next to it, I have no idea how to diagram a sentence. I have no idea how to frame a thought. I'll start rambling and I'll lose track of what I was saying. And I love making YouTube videos because I love the comment section. That is why I started on YouTube. That is why I continue, because I like reading the comments. I like being able to engage in a conversation with people. But just being able to get a video up is complicated for me, because while I'm good with talking to people, and that's what I like doing, trying to talk to this machine and trying to get a point across and get an idea out to a little device plugged into a USB port, it makes my mind spin. Especially whenever there's a pause and delete button, because I'll sit here starting to second guess what I said and think, oh, well, that doesn't sound right. It didn't come out the way I wanted it to, and so I'll go back and I'll delete that. Okay, I'll give it another try. And so I'll do that for 239 attempts. It's crazy, dude. Like, I mean, if I seem to have a knack for presentation, and if that's the vibe that I'm giving off, you caught me on one of my good edits, is basically what I have to say to that. And it was a good comment, Papa. Yes, it was. Definitely. These past two comments have been very good. And so was this. Static in the Attic says, I remember being exactly where you're at 25 years ago. Reality hits hard, don't it? I see you're still in construction, so let me give you some advice I wish someone had given me long ago. I'm going to qualify myself by saying I'm now a contractor running my own business and remodeling my own house where I can squeeze it in. First, get out of commercial construction. No, I refuse. Commercial construction is what I enjoy. It's what makes me the most money. It's where I like spending time. Most of the people that I know, I met through commercial construction and industrial. This is where I prefer to be. I appreciate it, but no. Here's 2 paths forward to be self-employed and happy. 1, get into electrical. Yes. Yeah, yep, that's true. What's the goal? To be self-employed! I'm sorry, buddy, but no. Nope, unfortunately not. I'm good. Observe, learn, 23. If that was a shorter comment, I might have read it, but he dumped a paragraph here, and he's telling me he's starting off with get out of commercial construction, and no. No, I'm not. Observe and learn. Yep, I just told myself that I can't do it anymore. The construction industry is rat. And then posts 4 mouse emojis. Infested. Tired of angry men or someone who thinks you need a gray beard and put belly in order to know what you're doing. Swearing all day long, loud, rotted teeth, etc. I don't fit in yet. I'm good at it. But that doesn't help because if you're not like them, you won't climb. The construction industry is at risk. I seriously hope the culture changes. It's really bad and most people don't even know how bad it is. I agree with that. Absolutely. I mean, the physical thing here, painting a picture of them with the gray beard and the pot belly and rotted teeth and all that. Maybe that's the kind of people you're working with. I mean, maybe that's what you've experienced. Toxicity comes in every body type. I mean, just look at me. It doesn't necessarily matter what you look like. But yeah, people who think that if you aren't in their generation specifically, then you don't know what you're doing. That's why the title of this video says construction site culture sucks so much, a millennial's perspective, because I'm a millennial. I'm qualifying who I am and who is speaking and what kind of information I'm giving. And so you can tell with a lot of the hateful comments that I've gotten, that the people that are speaking are a lot older than me, and they will reference that because I'm young, I'm stupid, and I don't know what I'm talking about. Doesn't matter that I've spent enough time in the industry to know a lot about it. It matters that I'm young and therefore my opinion is invalid. So I get what you're saying.
It's because you got soft hands, boy.
Got soft hands, boy. Needs my nail.
Listen here, boy. You.
All right. Razak says, I agree construction sucks and I'm about to walk away from it. It is too hard to find a good employer. I work for a guy who is really impatient and just doesn't care enough about the safety of the people working for him. I recently heard that most Gen Zers are not willing to do construction, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't recommend construction work to anyone, and I wouldn't want my kids doing it. The work itself is shitty enough, but when you have a shitty boss, it just makes it worse. Well, I'm sorry that is the situation, and it is annoying for me. It's upsetting that Gen Zers are not as willing to do construction because it is a good industry, and if we want to improve the industry, we need more Gen Zers, we need more millennials, we need more younger people in the industry to tilt it in the direction that it needs to go. That's my humble yet unquestionably correct opinion. Age is the only factor in knowledge, as everyone knows. You right on, Plant Me, true and real. If you're young, you're automatically dumb. So yeah, I definitely think that a lot of the problems that we have could be solved if there was a more diverse age range in it. More people, a more diverse background for a lot of people, like more people, more experiences. Instead of being quite so narrow with, the impatient people and the people that Observe and Learn was referring to here. Young man says, I grew up with a normal upbringing and decided to try a trade after HS. I was immediately put off because everyone I had worked with was so unprofessional and would complain about their job. It's honestly sad how the trades are dying, but when people like me try to enter them, they have to deal with terrible people who do drugs and have multiple DUIs each. I've never smoked or drank or vaped or committed a crime, and my boss said I was the best guy he's ever had, but I had to leave. I couldn't deal with it anymore. I quit and decided to be an engineer. I felt like I was an oddball, and when I was working, customers would only come up to me as I'm the only guy who looked clean and presentable. And that's the key anytime you're working anywhere. You got to be the presentable guy. You got to be a professional. You don't need to show up looking like somebody just drags you out of a dumpster. If you show up and you are more professional than everybody else, and you look the part, you look like you belong out there, you look like you're somebody that has got your shit together and capable of handling the situation, you get a lot more respect that way. Absolutely. And a lot of people have made comments about how I have, I ain't not looking same there's not a spot of dirt on that shirt. You got soft hands, boy, and there ain't a spot of dirt on your shirt.
Boy.
Not a single stain on that shirt. Well, son of a bitch, I don't want there to be stains on my shirt because I want to look presentable because I want to look better than you.
Jeez.
That's why I put shout on my stuff. That's why I get the stain remover out. Yeah, I'm not dirty because I make sure I stay clean and presentable because I want to look good for the customer. I want to look good for the general contractor. If my CEO comes out and does one of his job site visits, I want him to see a clean employee who's having a good time and doing the job that needs to be done and not looking like a fool. Have you seen a man die on site? No, I've never seen a man die on the job site. No.
See here, boy, back in my day, I saw 3 people die in a single day on the job site, boy. And we ain't shut down either. We kept working.
we rolled his ass off into the ditch and covered him up with a foot of crush and run, boy, I tell you.
You got him right. Let me tell you something here, boy. I accidentally chainsawed both my damn.
I can't.
That's a hell of a callback. Okay. But no, I've never seen a man die on a job site, and I hope to God I never do. I don't think I will. Most of the job sites I worked on had a really good safety culture. In my company, yeah, our safety culture is phenomenal. We would not get into a situation where a person could die. But being totally honest, I don't think I'll ever see a person die on a job. You got to nail the crackhead look. What? What are you talking about? Back in my day, I saw no less than 6 good men fall off the Empire State Building while we was building it. Boy, I tell you what, we threw a rock down at them as they falling. 500 points apiece, boy. Oh man! All right, one day ago from Dogma. 100% true, was a combat medic / paramedic for 13 years and burnt out. Did industrial maintenance, crane operator, heavy equipment mechanic, etc. I saw the people around me and just became the hardest worker around. I got along with everyone, but mentally I had to isolate from all that fake macho, backstabbing, whining, gossiping that went along with it. Had a good job pushing 100K, then somebody from work stole the tools out of my truck. These guys are working, just like me, supporting a family, and they... to this? I could easily replace them, but I've had enough of them. I quit 1 week later. I need to pivot to something else. I'm just tired of it. Just turned 54, and I look back and think how I wasted years of my life and ran myself into the ground. Something for the younger guys to think about. I'm in good shape, but most people my age have broken backs and knees, shoulders, and arthritis, wasting their vitality and youth to make someone else money. Okay, well, I'm sorry that you got burnt out, and I'm so sorry that you got your soul stolen from you. That is always annoying. Like, you think you've got everything secure, and somebody shows you that they're, locks only keep out honest people.
See, back in my day.
Wasting vitality and youth to make someone else's money, I disagree fundamentally with it being a waste of time to work in this industry. And making someone else money, yeah, that's business. That's capitalism. You're going to be making money. It's a symbiotic relationship. There is no such thing as a job where you work and get nothing in return while somebody else benefits from your work. Not in America, anyways. Not here. Not in my America. You're always, yes, you are always making someone else money, but you're making money too. It's a symbiotic relationship. This is something that I see a lot of people on r/anti-work complaining about. I've made a video about them before. You can't be mad because somebody else is making money. You're not special in that you're the only one that can make money. And sure, they may be making a lot more than you. Who cares? Don't be envious. That's gonna eat your mind up, and you'll be filled with resentment. That is wasting your vitality. Being resentful and envious of somebody else making more money than you. Just saying. 1986, saw a man squashed like a bug, stays with you. I bet it does, dude. I hope to God that I never have to witness that kind of thing happen. Honestly, I'm sorry that you did. Plant B says, anyways, I just stopped by to say hey. I'm headed back out. All right, buddy. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good to have you. Let's see. Kankosva says, I never thought of this as a global issue. The situation in the manufacturing and construction sectors in my country is so dire that, as an engineer, I sometimes, most of the time, have to do technician jobs because we are experiencing a shortage of young workers. If I didn't love my job, I probably wouldn't tolerate what I'm going through for a second. Greetings from Turkey. Well, thank you from America, buddy. Appreciate you. And yeah, the shortage of young workers is, again, it's another reason to encourage people, younger people, to get into construction, because there is such a labor vacuum right now that you can trip, bump your head and get a job in construction with any contractor, at least in this area. And it sounds like it's the same way in Turkey, where there's so many openings with so many people that just need someone to help build things, just need somebody to work. Doesn't matter how much experience you have, if you just come in, we'll teach you how to do your job. That's the situation in a lot of states around here. Not just in Georgia, a lot of states in this area. Apparently not so much in Florida, I understand, from a certain individual. But yeah, like most of the companies around here, you can get in very easily as a young person with little experience. You just have to try it, and you have to be able to push into it and do the best you can with what you got. Mr. Serenity says, I went through the exact same thing working in security. I lament having stayed with felons for so long. It was a horrible experience, constantly having to be on guard. It wasn't the homeless that I was concerned about, it was them coworkers. And that's a terrible feeling to have, where you feel like you can't trust the people you're working with. It's a feeling that I don't have, but it's a feeling that for the brief period that I did have it, honestly, I'm going to be 100% upfront with you. Whenever I was working at the supermarket, there was one person whom I knew was a drug dealer. This was at the supermarket. And I was more concerned about them than I was the 800 people that are walking around me shopping. That one coworker, knowing that about him, and knowing that he was proud of it, knowing that he had no shame about it, was so off-putting. And that was when I was 19, as a stock boy. Like, having coworkers that you've got to be on guard when you're around is painful. And that'll ruin a work day. Sorry that this has happened. Comes out of nowhere, do not joke about it. I'm not joking about people dying on the job. Definitely agree with that. That is a rough situation. It definitely is. It's not something that anybody wants to have to go through. Thomas Andrew says, I was a meteorologist in my 20s and now I'm an electrician in my 30s. Well, that's crazy. I wanted to be a meteorologist whenever I was in my teens, and now I'm an electrician in my 20s. Good grief. I have a degree, but I love electrical and construction far more than sitting behind screens for 12 hours a day or night. Plus, electrical pays way better, and I kind of anticipated it would, honestly. I kind of figured we'd make more than meteorologists. Shit, I was a bartender in between those careers for a while, too, but I felt unhappy and unfulfilled even though I was making bank. Point being, it's all about perspective. Construction, I just feel like I'm where I belong. And this right here, point being, it's all about perspective. Very important sentence. If you think it's a bad job, then it's a bad job. If you think you have a bad construction site culture, then yes, you do. If you think that your coworkers are evil, then yes, they are. You can change your opinion and your perspective about things very quickly. Why do you think I'm speaking so much more upbeat about construction nowadays than I was back then? Change of perspective and a change of time and change of people who are there no longer being around and change of the relationships that I have with people back then that I didn't like as much as I do now. Time definitely changes your perspective. And sometimes if you're having an absolutely garbage day, the response, like the first thing you should do is not to immediately jump ship and quit. Sometimes, if you just give it a little bit of time and a little bit of patience and effort, the perspective will change in a way that'll make you think, I was stupid for even considering quitting, whenever I see now that everything's fine. And this guy found his happy place in construction, and that's huge. The construction culture in America compared to Ireland is absolutely mind-blowing to me, says Mark. I'm trying to be a good person all the time, and I love my trade. But parking beside these types of people in this beautiful trade is one of the most heartbreaking things I've had to do since moving to this country. Well, I'm sorry that your experience thus far has been less than pleasant. Ireland is a beautiful nation, by the way. Beautiful. Robert Katsarov says, I didn't know the U.S. construction worker culture is like this. I did 3-ish years in construction in the UK, and most people working were very pleasant following their trade. Huge. Glad you had a good experience with it. Firefly responded to him, saying, Europe is a whole different beast for the better in this respect. Well, at least they're better than us in one thing.
Real and fucking real.
Indeed, 48 says 9 days ago, worked construction 6 months back when I was young with no work experience in 2009. In those 6 months, I witnessed a man cut off half his thumb, a guy break his spine, and countless OSHA violations. The macho man atmosphere was so toxic, and that's coming from a guy who generally is very masculine and thinks toxic masculinity isn't a serious problem. But in construction, it is a huge issue. So much stupidity and low-class behavior. Construction workers aren't all like that, but it sure isn't uncommon. Best of luck to you, man. We need more normal people like you in the trade. Well, I appreciate it, buddy. And I'm sorry you had to witness those sorts of things. OSHA violations, too. That's no joke either.
No siree.
Manny R says, a little late, but I'm glad I'm not the only one feeling this way. So I'm a 22-year-old loader operator, but I first started off the ground as a pipe layer with a foreman who was always mad every day for some reason. And being young, I felt like I was being taken advantage of because I was expected to know everything and do everyone's job. So one day I decided that I had enough and decided to quit and go to operator school. And it became one of the best decisions I've ever made, or I've had. And now, thankfully, I'm working for a decent company with pretty good pay. My point is, if you're miserable with your job, the only person holding you back is yourself. I'm not even going to say anything. I'm not going to dilute this brilliant comment with a response. This is 100% true. If you're miserable, the only person holding you back is yourself. It's true. Fix your situation or get a better situation. That's all there is to it. Gwynonymous a month ago says, for me, I felt it would be good to learn new life skills and be challenged. So many guys I know would never even try something like construction. I took a job doing this in New York, which is a harsh place. Yeah, if you're going to start with construction, I don't know about New York, buddy. That's you kind of biting into a beehive with that one. I love the woodworking aspect or masonry, and being outside in the sunshine and doing something that burns the clock quick, the lack of feeling caged inside with boring fake people doing a repetitive task like a restaurant, warehouse, or factory job. It's almost like you're basically free. Absolutely. You sit on a scissor lift with a helper running MC cable up in a ceiling for a lighting system. Having a grand old time. A 10-hour day will feel like 20 minutes. You sitting in an electrical room, wiring up a panel, putting panels on a wall, making sure everything goes where it needs to, working with all those big wires, making sure all the little wires are arranged the way they need to. Everything feels like a puzzle. Everything feels like a little dexterity puzzle. And it makes the day go by so fast. It's so much better than being locked inside of a building all day long, like in a supermarket, as was my case. Unfortunately, hourly workers are not treated well, and the other option is being a contractor who never gets a real day off from thinking about his business. Unfortunate. In what way are hourly workers not treated well would be my question. My experience, though, is that yes, this job attracts toxic individuals, and I've had to start back-talking other employees so they leave me alone. And that's a strat. If you're experiencing toxicity, conversations are reciprocal. Either way, either the weather or clients that fall through leave me with a shitty check, and there's no PTO hours to cover when I have a day off, so I get my 80 hours. Man, you work 80 hours? Ugh. I've had to work 80 hours a couple times just because we had a project that calls for it because like the contract or something. But I like my 40-hour check. And I just had a hernia surgery, so if I continue to do manual labor, I will keep getting hernias, which was one of the worst post-operative pains and put me out of work for 2 months. Oh yeah, screw that. If hernia, you ought to be on light duty, bud. Screw that. Working with a hernia is. I've never had a hernia, but I've talked to people who have. I don't want it. I'm good. I would rather take a kidney stone. Red Diver says, as a former laborer in a shipyard, your post referencing, quote, working in the skilled trades, quote, was key. Having a skill in on a construction site is spelled S-I-T-E, by the way, not S-I-G-H-T. It's a common problem, I understand. Must be a much different vibe than as an unskilled laborer, but even then, construction isn't for everyone. True. Potato says, I've worked landscaping, roofing, residential, and so on. I think it's bad ownership and lack of training and care for employees that creates this toxic atmosphere. The boss and foreman don't care about their crew. They care about money and getting the job done on schedule. When I was a roofer, I worked with a guy that had multiple scares. I'm sorry. It's okay. He worked with multiple scars on his body. Where the doctors had removed skin cancer. He must have been susceptible to skin cancer and he was bragging about it. Every day I worked that job, my self-esteem and IQ dropped. On almost every job I was offered drugs. Low pay, bad conditions, poor morale, no benefits, no thank you. I will say this. These men could make great soldiers. They like pain and are gritty. Not sure how well they follow orders, but they have a chip on their shoulder and a tough chin. Yeah, being offered drugs on a job site, just call the police immediately. Just call the police. There's no reason to not. There's no reason to, allow this to go on. That's bad. Poor morale. I've already talked about that in several videos. You can influence the morale to some extent, so being a good coworker is a good way to fix that. No thank you. I've got a fundamental problem with. I do not understand, and this is something that's common, thanking a bus driver, thanking a delivery person, thanking an employee who's just done the bare minimum for me. Why should I thank somebody for doing their job that I'm paying them to do? They should be thanking me for paying them. It's a horrible thing to say in a lot of people's eyes, I realize that. But if you've just done what I'm paying you to do, if our little symbiotic relationship is fulfilled, and I've given you something and you've given me something back, it's cause and effect. It's not something that should be magnified by saying thank you. So why is this a problem? Why is somebody not telling you thank you for doing the job that they pay you to do a problem? I'm not hating on it. I mean, I realize you've had your situations that have not been pleasant and, working with people that you didn't like working with and feeling like your self-esteem and your IQ was dropping. I get that. I understand that sentiment. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that some of these complaints, like, if somebody's offering you drugs, call the police. If you don't feel like you're getting enough pay, then, like, if you're being paid $20, that's because you're doing $20 worth of work. If you want to be paid $25, then put in $25 worth of work. Bad conditions, that's bad, obviously, like ice or water damage or whatever's bad. Morale, you can impact that. No benefits. It's really only fixable by working for a better company. But no thank you. Nobody's thanking you for doing the job that you're paid to do. Don't let that get under your skin. There's no reason for anybody to say thank you for doing the thing that you're supposed to do. That's been a pet peeve of mine for a very long time. Basically ever since I played Fortnite for the first time. Just came across this live, says Adam. Just came across this live through YouTube recommended rabbit hole. Watched the video. Has your mental state changed since making this video, or your views on any of this? Basically, my situation has changed. Like back then, I was working on a job site with the type of people I was describing. Not really working for my company. Like these people that I was talking about weren't really working for my company. And I did reference how there were a lot of good people with my company, coworkers that I genuinely enjoyed being around and spending time with. And that is still true. I feel like I have known more of my coworkers as of late, like than I knew back then. Because this was, what, a year ago? Yes, this was a year ago. So I've been working in an electrical for 6 years at this point. I feel like I know more of my coworkers now and have a better working relationship with a lot of my coworkers than I did back then. But also, the job site that I'm on, I'm away from that neighborhood and I'm away from that group of people that was working there with other trades, if I'm being 100% honest with you. Like, there were other trades that had employees that were influencing me in this negative way that I was talking about in this video. So my views still haven't changed. Construction site culture can suck a lot, but you can influence it too. And you can make it better. And I've talked about that very recently in one of my other videos, because this is one of only 2 videos that I've displayed construction in a negative light. All the other videos that I've made about construction have been either positive or comedic. And the most recent one that I've put out, every bit of advice that I can give to new construction workers, talks about morale and talks about how you can influence the way that people around you behave and how you can improve a situation just by thinking about improving it and putting in the effort necessary to make your morale higher, to work better with your coworkers. I've talked about this recently, and this is something that I'm going to continue to do. Like, I've posted a couple videos that are not, too positive about it, but I'm making more, I guess, educational videos lately. And that's something that I'm going to continue pursuing because I enjoy like giving advice to people who are new and trying to get into the trades. Penguin22 says, I was also recommended this live by YouTube. Well, huge. I'm happy that we're getting out there. I'm responding to comments that have been made. I've got thousands of comments on this channel, and we're plowing through them and talking about them because this is why I like making YouTube videos. I love the comment section. And sometimes the comment section doesn't love me back, but this is what I enjoy doing. Alrighty, so that was Potato. Next is Harumi Fuyama. Here in Germany, what is this My Little Pony? I ought to not respond to your comment. Why do you have a My Little Pony character in your profile picture? What's wrong with you? Anyways, here in Germany, it is very similar. I didn't know what I wanted in life, so I thought, yeah, why not become a construction worker? Yeah, why not? For the past 3 years, one of my core thoughts was to get out of that shit stain of a job. It is extremely stressful. Everyone hates everyone, and they're drunk so often that I lost track of how often they are. If I wasn't stuck in the shitty apprenticeship, I would have gone further to educate myself so I could have obtained a higher testimony or something like that. I want to study science and stuff, not waste my life on that. Okay. Listen, if you've got people showing up to work drunk, you know how I referenced marijuana usage in this video? Marijuana is illegal in my area. You think I didn't do anything about it? It's like this guy said up here about how he was offered drugs on every job site. If they're illegal, like straight up illegal, like felonious things that are being done on your job site, call the police. Simple as that.
Hey, listen here, boy. Back in my day, we ain't snitch on each other, boy.
The whole snitches get stitches thing that people love saying, well, you know, police love counting bruises. Police love counting missing teeth. If you go and report something that is clearly illegal and clearly a felony to the police and you get retaliated on for it, that is also a felony. So don't worry about it. If you have people who are showing up drunk on the job site, public intoxication, putting people at risk, criminal neglect, criminal indecency, whatever kind of crap this might qualify as, do something about it. Go through the proper channels. Tell your boss you've got drunk employees out here. Your boss needs to do something about it, and if he doesn't do about it, you go over his head. You go up the ladder. You go up the chain of command. If nobody in that chain of command wants to do anything about it, you go to law enforcement. Simple as that, please. This is how you need to approach it. My Little Pony fan, you. You got soft hooves, brother.
Oh, that's got worse.
You got soft hooves, brother.
Yeah, soft hooves, little
Hey,
fucking
put some
bro.
horseshoes on them hooves, boy. Oh, my stomach. Okay, yep, that's a good one right there, Yowza. Yep, you got soft hooves, brother. All right, I don't want to see this picture anymore. I'm good. Yep. Your situation is improvable, and also, cartoons and stuff. Anyways.
Maybe stop watching My Little Pony, boy.
Yes,
You
you
want
better
to
stop it. Your hooves won't be quite so soft, boy. Oh, man. Okay. Just started working for UPS in an office setting, says T.Y. Falligan 1 hour ago. 1 hour ago. Okay, so that's been within the parameters of the stream. Almost 2 years ago, I started working construction jobs at age 11, from digging down 3 feet to pave cement backyards, to climbing in crawl spaces to lay insulation, to being a roofing laborer at 16 for union guys that did side jobs on the weekends. I must say, after always working labor physical type jobs, I never thought I'd enjoy an office setting as much as I do. While office setting does bring its own challenges, the older I get, I don't miss the backbreaking work no more. Well, we're going to have to agree to disagree on that one, because I realize everybody's situation is different, everybody's mind is set to like certain things. Buddy, whenever I get home at the end of the day, and I feel like I'm still bouncing off the walls with the energy that I never used during the day, I get aggravated, and I don't sleep. Whenever I go to work, I go hoping and praying that I'm doing something that I can get invested into, mind and body, because I feel like I did something at the end of the day. And I'm not saying that you're lazy for wanting to not do the backbreaking work that you're talking about. And if you did like have actual work that was damaging your body, then I'm happy that you got out of it. But Yeah, I like I like jobs that engage all of me, mind and body.
You got a few live comments, by the way, Ryan. Quite a few came in, actually.
Recently?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, let me
live
look
on
at
the video, on the
let me
stream,
look
my
at the
bad.
chat then. Adam
Mm.
says, "Do you plan on staying in the industry?" Yes, I do. I do. This is what I'm going to do when I retire. Is it something that you enjoy, or is it just something to pay the bills? No, it's something that I enjoy, and it's something I prepared for since I was very young. I started working with my grandfather whenever I was 9 years old, repairing electrical motors, things like pool pumps and well pumps and table saws and stuff such as that. So I always knew I was going to be a in some way in the electrical industry, and I got into construction originally temporarily because I thought that it was kind of a means to an end where I would make money in construction to fund like trying to go to school to deepen my knowledge of electrical engineering and to hopefully specialize eventually in just working on electrical motors like my grandfather did. But as I grew in construction, it grew on me, and my company put me through an apprenticeship program, a very robust 4 year course where I got my journeyman certificate. And so I'm a journeyman electrician now and have been for several years. So I've invested so much time and effort and money and love into this company that I'm working for. There's no reason for me to leave. Yes, so there's certain situations where you've got this cancerous construction site culture, but it's so rare, and you can influence the culture and the morale of the job site in pretty strongly. So there's really not a reason for me to leave. I do not see myself ever quitting from the industry that I'm working in or the company that I'm working for ever. This is what I'm going to do until I retire. I work help desk and I feel stuck at the place with no career movement. I don't know what help desk is, but again, improving the situation that you're in is something that I know you're capable of. I know you can definitely, you can either, you can fix it. You just have to figure out exactly what it is that's making you feel stuck. I guarantee you can improve it. Um, as I said, I believe tip number 2 in my video, that's the advice for new construction workers. The work is all in your mind. I had no idea how bad such a workplace could be. Oh my gosh. Which one are you referring to? You talking about the one dude here that's like crawling around and laying insulation? Can you read this, IDK? Yes, I can, Miho. How you doing, buddy? Tough Love Ministry says, I just commented on a video you posted a year ago. Well, I'll wind up reading that eventually. Just curious, what state are you in? I'm in Texas and completely sympathized with your rant. Which rant was it? Because this is not we're going through every comment on my channel, every video that I've done. This is going to be, I mean, we're already 2 hours into this. This is going to be a long stream today, buddy. I'm responding to every comment that's ever been made. Not like people replying to each other. That's not quite the plan. But, responding to my videos. This is the comments that I'm going to be reading. So I will wind up reading your comment. But I am in the state of Georgia. I live next to Savannah, Georgia. When I started in the 80s, everyone was drunk all the time, and now they're on coke and steroids, which is worse. Yeah, like being under the influence of mind-altering substances of any kind. Yeah, that's going to make people a bit of a danger to work around, 100%. And it's something that's you got to nip it. Whenever you see that happen, something that's got to be nipped.
Only you can prevent drug addicts.
True and real, buddy. I tell you what.
Mm-hmm.
Tiddy Boy says, Tid Ty Boy. We'll pronounce it like that. I graduated high school about a year early. When I was 17, I got a great opportunity to work for a rainwater collection company. It was a fantastic company with a 24-year-old, 29-year-old, 34-year-old, and the boss, who was in his late 50s. Truly a great and smart man, the boss. Great teacher. I got to travel across the U.S. with them, helping people to be self-sufficient with the cleanest water possible. Learning so much. And when I got fired after 3.3 years, the boss and I were crying in the office. He and I still occasionally call, and I'm 24 now. Of course, there were some arguments and hot days when we're underground or in a tank or something, being short with each other, shit breaks or something, but God, it brings tears to my eyes now, a little thinking of it all. Try your best to wake up every day giving people another chance to exist with you. I'm sorry that you got fired. It seemed like y'all had a decent thing going.
Yeah, I'm confused by that. The boss
That's
was
really
crying with him thing.
that's really like your
Unfortunate.
boss must have had nothing to. Are you sure you're not like talking about how you got laid off instead of being fired? I would be curious to know. I'm sorry that you lost your job with that, and it sounded like you had a good situation with people that you enjoyed working with and respected. And you cannot, there is no substitute for a boss that is a great teacher and a person that you look up to as a great and smart man. That is the best thing you can ask for. Um, but yeah, I mean, the last thing you say, try your best to wake up every day giving people another chance to exist with you. Again, influencing the morale of the area that you're working in, influencing your work site and the people that you work with in a positive way. It's true. I'm sorry for the issue that you had. I'm sorry that you lost your job. Um, it's unfortunate, but 100% agree with that last sentence, even if it could have been worded a little bit better. Vegan Cox says, it's like being in high school again. The immaturity is stifling amongst a construction crew. There used to be some old guys, kind of John Wayne rough around the edges, but we're interested in teaching you things, but not these days, not anymore. And that's going to be a regional thing because you don't have me in your area. That's kind of, this is what excites me on a job site, is whenever a new guy with a green hard hat shows up and doesn't know what he's doing and needs an electrician to work with. Put him on my scissor lift. Put him with me. Let me help this man. Let me give him a good introduction. Let me teach him what he needs to know. That is what I enjoy more than anything else, is being able to help people that have no idea what they're doing. Because I feel like I can prevent a lot of the speed bumps and roadblocks and hazards and heartaches that I experienced whenever I was starting by helping people and teaching people in that. And that's something that I enjoy doing outside of, just work. I like teaching people how to play Siege. I like teaching people how to golf, throw darts. I like to be able to be a catalyst of I like to be a catalyst of other people's success. Looks like you already read that one since you left a like. Yeah, this sometimes, like I've said before and I'll say again, I try to read every comment as they come in. The reason I'm doing this stream now, today, is because I've gotten so many comments just in the past 2 weeks that I'm starting to get buried by comments, and there's been comments that I've missed, and I've been having to scroll back through all my YouTube comments in my analytics section so that I can make sure that I'm reading every comment. I read every comment. And I've wanted to do this kind of a stream for a while where I actually go through and do respond individually to every comment that is made. But it's getting to the point now with the sheer volume of comments that I've gotten across so many videos that I'm afraid that if I don't do this now, I'm going to lose the opportunity to be able to make a stream where I respond to every comment. So that's why I'm doing this. There are going to be some comments that are already liked because I did catch that like 10 months ago. I wasn't being flooded with comments. So I actually had an opportunity to see Vegan Cox's comment roll across my screen, and I was able to like it. And in this one as well, I was able to star this. But that's what I got. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe, says Papa. Penguin asks him, like, what? Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser Gate. Are you playing EVE Online or Star Citizen? What are all these names? You watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser Gate. Is that connected to Jita? Okay, I think Papa's trying to play a trick on us here. Those are some strange names. Off the shoulder of Orion. This has got to be like Star Citizen, maybe? Possibly? Okay, let's see. Where was I? I think I was at Lara Derrick. Okay, Plumber here. I could say that for the most of the people that work get praised for literally claiming your hard work, while the guy doing the praising knows for a fact that it would be you that finished the project single-handedly. I'm working in this trade until I can break from it and find a path that works for me so I can support myself financially. Best of luck to everyone in the trades going hard every day. This right here. Most of the people that work get praised for literally claiming your hard work, while the guy doing the praising knows for a fact that it would be you that finished the project single-handedly. What he's trying to say here is, say you've got an electrician and a helper. I'm going to give an example. This is not something I've experienced, but let me give an example of what he's saying. Say you got an electrician and a helper, and the boss sends them off to one end of the building and says, y'all go down there and y'all put up that panel, that H2A panel needs to go, or HBA, or whatever the acronym is for it, and it needs to go up down there by that one building, and y'all need to set it 6'6" to the top from the floor, and let me know when y'all's done with it. Off goes the electrician and the helper, and they go and install this panel. And by they, I mean the helper installs the panel. The electrician sits on a bucket, and the helper drills the holes for the tap cons that are going to hold the panel up, or the drive pins, or whatever it may be that they're using. He sets the panel. He makes sure that the two 4-inch conduits coming up out of the slab are nice and square inside the pipe, or inside the panel, and they're able to twist the lock ring to tighten it. He makes this look good. The helper installs it, while the electrician sits on the bucket, not doing anything, but telling the helper what he needs to do and walking him through the process, because the helper's a helper. He doesn't know what he's doing, but he's receiving information from the helper, from the electrician. The electrician is walking him through the process and teaching him how to do this. Okay? They're done now. The job is finished. They both go back down to the boss, and the electrician says, well, I finished. I got the panel up for you. Now, what's up, Daniel? How you doing, buddy? Is the electrician being unfair for saying, I went and installed that panel, as this person is referencing this scenario? If the electrician sat on the bucket and just talked and did nothing with his hands, did nothing with his tools, but told the helper how to install the panel, and the helper did all of the actual work, is the electrician being unfair for saying to the boss, I finished the job? I'm going to leave that in the air for just a second. I got to go get a drink. I'll be right back while you think about that, and I'll explain how that works when I get back.
In the meantime, folks, do y'all know the Muffin Man? Serious question. You guys know the Muffin Man? Because I know the Muffin Man. He's a great fella.
Doesn't that fool live on Drury Lane?
Mm-hmm. They're by Sammy.
Oh, no, he's by Sammy. Oh, God.
Mm-hmm. See, the Muffin Man and Sammy make food and labor.
Oh, no, we're doomed now.
They selling muffins on the street.
They got the muffin stand right there in front of their rocket launch pad that they're going to use to colonize Mars.
Mm-hmm. See, I kept the viewers entertained with this borderline schizophrenic fucking rant. Not really rant, but
all right.
Still funny.
So let's talk about it after I take a sip.
Here's my opinion on that real quick. If I can insert my opinion of that.
Go ahead.
I think the electrician is completely rightful for it.
Okay. All right.
Because the helper, as far as it goes, I mean, I presume or helper / apprentice, it's kind of their job to get, some experience, I would presume. And, what's a better way to get experience than, doing it.
Doing it, yes. And
yeah.
The question, though, is the electrician unfair for claiming that he installed the panel whenever he did not actually put his hands on the panel? Let me read the chat. Penguin22 says, well, to be honest, in some ways I would say it is a little unfair, because what if the boss thinks the electrician really did all the work? Maybe they should have told them that the helper did also. And then Papa says, I kind of troll, but I tell you the truth too. You must be prepared to throw down if you in construction and throw down to the death. Okay, I don't know who
Street Fighter.
I don't know who you're throwing down with. I hope.
Jesus Christ himself.
Jesus Christ. It's like Jacob whenever Jacob wrestled with the angel. Oh man, imagine fighting Jesus. You just get one
I got
shot.
this one. Get him.
Just get fucking
Fucking take me to
clapped.
water. Oh, shit,
Oh,
shit,
Lord.
shit.
He's turning my blood into wine.
Well, hey, man, if I was a construction worker, I'd be real happy.
I died for your sins, and now you die for mine. Or what? Okay, Jesus doesn't have catchphrases. But anyway, yeah, I get that you're joking, Papa, and I thought it was funny. I thought the names were funny. You know, attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. That's some goofy stuff. I like that. He was involved with the Battle of the Pleiades. But to answer the question about is the electrician being unfair by saying that he did it? If the electrician was not there, take the electrician completely out of the equation. Take him completely off the job site. Now you just have a helper. The boss tells the helper, go install the panel. Can the helper do it? The electrician's role was talking the helper through the process of installing the panel. Without that electrician sitting on the bucket behind him, he doesn't know what he's doing. He has no idea how to secure the panel to the wall. He has no idea how to line it up so that the two 4-inch pipes supplying the panel are able to come up straight and even inside the bottom of the panel without tearing the panel up. And those panels are hundreds of dollars a piece, and they only make them once. They're specially made for every job site. There's no such thing as a one-size-fits-all panel for a site that I'm talking about. Sure, you've got panels for residential, but houses. I mean, come on, who builds houses anyways?
Industrial, boy.
Yeah, we talk about work. But no, if you take the electrician completely out of the equation, then the helper can't do anything. Well, I mean, then what's the point of the helper if the electrician can do it? Because the point of an electrician having a helper is not. You don't have to apologize, Penguin. It's fine. The point of the electrician having a helper is not so that the electrician doesn't have to work. Because sure, if you take the helper away, the electrician's just fine. He can get that panel on the wall. He can get everything that he needs to do. And honestly, he'll do it twice as fast as if he was sitting on the bucket telling the helper how to do it, because the helper is new. He doesn't know everything that he needs to know. He might be clumsy with his tools. He might not be dexterous from having not, had experience with the tools that he's going to be using. An electrician without a helper is twice as fast, but what's the point? Because with a helper, you're teaching someone how to be an electrician. You are teaching someone how to go and wire up that panel whenever that electrician isn't there. You're passing on the knowledge and the experience that you have to this helper. That is the point of having a helper, is you're training the next electrician. You're training
Now, hold up there, boy. That there sounds like some communism.
It's our project. It's not my project. It's not
That
my
sounds like
task.
communism,
It's
boy.
our
Hey,
task.
son here, boy. Back in my day.
Hey, boy, I tell you something, Sonny. So it's not. Some people might think it's unfair, and the helper might think it's unfair. Well, I was the one to put the panel on the wall. Realistically, if I'm a helper and my electrician says I went and did this, I'm not going to be that concerned about it because, yeah, honestly, he kind of did. I was just kind of his tool in the process. I was learning something, and that was the reason that he involved me at all. But yes, it is for the helper's sake. It is so that we can make sure that whenever your bucket-sitting electrician there is gone, that there's still an electrician able to do the job. And making sure that this helper, is trained in an industry that can pay him well and keep money on his paycheck for as long as he's willing to stick with it. So if I'm a helper, I'm not going to be offended that the electrician that I was working with said, I just got done with it. The whole thing that Larrick was saying here was basically he was offended because he's a plumber helper maybe. Or maybe he's a plumber working with a slightly higher ranking plumber, and somebody claimed his hard work. Honestly, I'm not going to get offended by that. Because it's not that big of a deal. Now, if somebody goes and claims my video belongs to them and then they upload this to their channel, well, then we're going to have problems. My sister's a lawyer. Have you ever had a fight on a site? I've had loads. No, I haven't. I haven't had any kind of an altercation on a job site. Um, and if I did have a single one, then that would be problematic. But having loads, oh my goodness, I can imagine that. That I'm gonna have to do something, nip that in the bud. I tell you. By the way, the stream has gotten 9 likes, so I for some reason Streamlabs no longer tells me whenever people like the stream, and that annoys me. But I do appreciate the likes that have been dropped on the stream thus far. Do appreciate that. Physical, yeah, physical fight or verbal? That's a good question. All right, so where were we? Doug Lee, do right. I work in a similar field. One of the macho man things they brag about is how rough their childhood was and how their fathers beat them. But it becomes a competition. Whoever got beat the most is the most badass dude in the room. And I loved this comment because it's so goofy. it's like the whole my dad could beat up your dad, except that it's my head can take more damage from slamming into this brick wall than your head can. It's comedic. I like the way he phrased it. That was funny. And also true. Poss Joey says, I was an operator for a public water utility for almost 10 years. Moved out of state and got on with a decent-sized construction company. I absolutely hate it. The environment is miserable. The majority of people are complete trash. I'm constantly on average all day. I hate it. Sorry for your situation. If you, in every situation like this, if you can't improve it, find a different situation. It's the only advice I can give with that. Douglas says, I work in construction management as an owner's rep, so I'm on site with the GCs and hardly ever interact much with the subs. However, even so, I have heard some of the colorful conversations. A lot of very rough and immature guys. But there are definitely some good, respectable guys, too. I can't imagine being a woman anywhere near a construction site. These guys are absolute animals. The stuff they sketch up inside the porta-cans makes a COD chat seem normal.
Oh, damn.
Honestly, I agree. Yeah, it can get crazy. It can get crazy up inside the porta-johns now. I'll tell you. And there's a lot of very rough and immature guys, but there are also some definitely respectable guys, too. Absolutely. Adam Rosendahl says, I work in an office as a project manager of construction projects. It's the worst job ever. I used to work in the field swinging a hammer and hated it so much that I decided to go to school to get out. The management side of construction is in some ways worse. The adversarial nature of this work is just exhausting and never ending. The constant stress is going to kill me. And this is something that it calls back to the comment a couple comments ago about perspective. And how you're in this situation now that you absolutely hate, so you aspire to do something different, you get to it, and oh my goodness, I wish I could go back. That is so true. The most fundamental example of exactly what this person's talking about is a Twitch streamer. You know how kids these days are, how they all want to be internet influencers, and they want to make money working online and posting content and streaming video games and that kind of thing. That's what they want their career to be. That's their dream job, right? But let one of them actually get that job. And now that it is how they make their income, it's no longer a dream, it's just a job. Whenever you get a paycheck for something, it loses its magic. Whenever you have something that you really want to do instead of what you're doing and you actually get it, you realize that in most ways it's exactly the same thing. But it's another one of those situations where you can change several things about the job that you're in, or you can change jobs, whatever you got to do. Don't live life miserably. Andrew says, I did plumbing for 3 months and girlfriend at the same time of me starting the apprenticeship broke up with me. Grieving and working with dysfunctional people can actually be very dangerous to the human mind. I felt like I was literally in a hell realm on earth. Maybe if I didn't date that girl, maybe it would have been different. But I don't know. These people blame and are just dysfunctional to work with. During the time I was looking for videos like this, finally I'm not the only one. Thank you for uploading this. No problem, buddy. Appreciate the comment. Dominique Skeldon says, I'm 24 and been in construction since I was 18, and I definitely know what you mean when you're saying you expecting the people to act like normal people. That's the hardest part, in my opinion. Yeah, it was very disconcerting to go from one work culture to another one. It's crazy. It's Just Me says, in 2000, when I was 18 years old, I got into construction, rough framing residential. I too thought that I was going to be a rock star, professional dirt bike racer. And yes, in the construction field, there is a huge amount of ex-felons, cons, druggies, etc. 20 years later, guess what I still do? That's going to be me. However, get your own license, work for yourself, and learn a lot more, and you can move up in the trades. Thank you for your advice, but as I've said previously several times, I do not intend to leave the company that I'm working for. Dances with Comic Books says, I totally agree with you. I was a geologist environmental consultant for a few years. I had to work around construction and demo guys for years. I finally got tired of it. Tired of the bad behavior, unsafe work habits, dishonest owners, cutting of corners on work, release of carcinogens like mercury and asbestos, the bad attitudes and trash talk about women, the workers coming on site with hangovers, and bad smellings of cigarette smoke or weed. I switched to loans as a banker and other office work. Much happier. My only fear is I'll get cancer one day, but hopefully it'll be when I'm in my 80s. Okay. I'm middle-aged now, so I think I have a good shot at making it through with no cancer, though the rest of my youngest years, thank God, but I'll never forget those terrible years of workers not listening to our safety rules and putting themselves at risk as well as everyone else. You're a young guy and pretty smart. I hope you can get out of working around these guys one day like I did. I saved a load of money over the years and now can pick and choose what I do and not be concerned about the pay as much. Good luck. Well, I'm happy that you improve your situation, buddy. And I also hope that you don't get cancer in your later years. Yep, I appreciate it. And yeah, people not listening to safety rules and putting themselves and everyone else at risk is definitely, it's definitely a good thing you were able to get away from it. Katie C. Cruzia says, I love this video. I thought I was the only one who sees it this way. I'm glad there's another human being going through the same experience I have. It makes me feel less alone and that it's not unique to me. I wish I meet someone with the same mindset as you in a future job. I appreciate it, buddy. Zach Hurst says, completely agree with these points. In the process of making a similar video about my labor experience. Many issues I see is the lack of health and safety and banter or constant jokes. Yes, having a laugh on the site is great, but 80% of the time lighthearted jokes turn into bullying. Hopefully site culture will take a huge U-turn in the next 10 to 15 years. I haven't seen much bullying on a job site. The How I Could Tell If a Worker Will Last stream that I did, talking about the people that I'd worked with who are no longer here and the different, just giving examples of toxic personalities that my company has gotten rid of over the years, are basically the only examples that I have of bullying actually on a job site. I haven't seen much of this, of bullying. And on most job sites, like this is something that you can get kicked out for. And with most general contractors, you will be banned from working on any of their job sites for things such as this, for bullying. People will talk about drugs and alcohol and all these different substances that are being used. Obviously, that'll get you banned from public, as your ass gets sent to prison. But bullying can definitely ruin a career if this is something that you are known to do and that people that are in authority find out about. So, yeah, if people are bullying, just go up the chain of command. Tell people, go over heads, influence your situation. You can influence the situation on a job site, yes, by behaving in a way that is conducive to, better morale and better behavior. But if that's not enough, and if you're experiencing things like bullying, go through the proper channels to influence it forcefully. William Rogers says, unfortunately, job satisfaction in the construction industry has dwindled downward for decades. Trade workers often complete their respective portion of the project well before the opening day and are shuffled off to the next project just coming out of the ground. I was fortunate to gain a college degree and advance from trade work to management. As a project manager, I was often the first and last person on the job site. My career included construction of numerous elementary schools, and I was able to witness the opening day of each school I was involved in. The excitement and happy faces of the students was deeply satisfying. I hope you will be able to enjoy a few grand openings in your career, and I have actually. Americans can't import an elementary school made in China. We have to depend upon skilled trades to accomplish lasting monuments for the future generations. I like that sentence. We have to depend upon skilled trades to accomplish lasting monuments for future generations. That is, I've said that in a previous video. Which one was it? The worst task you can be given in construction. Talking about how I love building buildings because it's cool to be able to drive past it and say I built that, and see people working or learning or whatever it might be in the building that I built for them. That's phenomenal to me. And we need more people in the skilled trades that are willing to make that a reality. Welcome to the construction industry, says intertubular I. Says, welcome to the construction industry. I have been doing construction for 35 years and it does suck. One must have thick skin and no fear of laborious work, getting dirty/wet, being uncomfortable in the heat, getting hurt, and dealing with idiot coworkers. Well, you don't need to be getting hurt. If you're getting hurt, then something's being done incorrectly. But all the other stuff I can agree with. It's too late for me to get out of it, but you are young enough to find another profession. Do it. The construction industry is a thankless profession. We are all just a number that will be used and discarded when we can't physically do it anymore. We are all just a number that will be used and discarded when we physically can't do it anymore is true of every line of work that you could possibly get into. So that is not unique to construction. Construction industry is a thankless profession. Once again, I said this earlier. Why would I want to thank somebody for doing what I'm paying them to do? It's just cause and effect. It's nothing unique. Nobody deserves thanks. You're just doing what I'm paid to do. So, thankless profession, sure, it is, and that's fine. It's too late for me to get out of it. Well, I can understand, like, if you've been doing construction for 35 years, yeah, you might feel that way, but you can still improve the situation that you're in. And, yes, I am young enough to find another profession, but I will stick with what I've got. I appreciate it, though. Work smarter, not harder. I love that phrase. I found the majority of men and women on sites unable to deal with life on its terms. The amount of handling tough emotions and life tosses at them via regular weed smoking, drinking, and pill popping is absurd. There's also a ton of backstabbing, gossiping, and throwing others under the bus out of insecurities, jealousy, or any other fear-based blanket. Keep an eye out for the good ones. They're out there. Seek out the ones who has a walk and talk that line up with each other on a regular basis, and do not get involved with the gossip. They very well might be the ones being gossiped about. Those might be your best bet for finding the very few good apples. We are out there. I appreciate the comment. But the gossiping thing, this is something that I will point out. That, do not get involved with the gossip. Part of backstabbing is talking shit about people and not magnifying the fact that it's talking about them behind their back. You could have them standing right there. If you're talking shit about people and that propagates, everybody starts viewing that guy that way. And now you're ruining work for that person. And you're also encouraging people to think about people in a negative way. And you're making it seem like it's okay to just go around shit talking people. Gossiping is a poison. Everybody knows this. It's fundamental. But it's so easy to get into just talking shit about people. And it turns everybody's opinion sour, and it brings down the morale. No matter what, how small that might be. 8 days ago, SkyToss says, bit late on this video, but glad it was in my recommended. Appreciate it. I'm Gen Z and having similar experiences to you. I love my job. I've been doing it for around 2 years now, but the people I'm working with do some pretty questionable things. Just the general lifestyle most of these people live is really disturbing to me. Working 10 hours a day, constantly drinking monsters all day to keep energy.
Damn, he calling your ass out, boy.
He calling my ass out, damn it. Getting home and getting drunk, spending all their money at the strip club. Okay, well, at least he only said one thing here that was about me. A lot of guys are married, must be nice, but only openly talk about women they meet on Tinder or Facebook and complain about their actual wives and girlfriends. The weirdest part to me is that they openly brag about all these things. I also feel pretty lucky with the company I work for. They have very good safety requirements that a lot of coworkers just don't follow. Something as simple as putting gloves on before they walk through the gate. They'll wait until they are told by a safety person to put the gloves on and then take it off when that person leaves. Okay, couple things to talk about here. Number one, constantly drinking monsters all day is something I do. I've been addicted to caffeine since I was very young, since I was 9, 10 years old. Some people just can't help it. Like I can't. I can't help it. I have to have an energy drink because of the caffeine addiction that I have. If I go without a Monster or a NOS more accurately, then I'll just wind up with a caffeine migraine. I have to have it. Ouch. Getting home and getting drunk. Some people gotta have that stuff to sleep. Hey, better that they're doing it at home than at work, right? Spending all their money at the strip club. That I have an inherent issue with. Strip clubs, in my opinion, are extremely stupid. There's nothing smart about a strip club. Or nothing, well, I mean, it's a good business. It's smart to have a strip club. But going to one is pointless. If I am hungry, I am not going to buy a picture of a hamburger to satiate my hunger. I'm going to eat to satiate said hunger. Okay? If I'm hungry, I eat. I don't look at pictures of things. I don't look at somebody else eating a hamburger. That's all I'm going to say. Feel pretty lucky with the company that I work for. They have really good safety requirements. That's fantastic. Yes, absolutely. Treasure that. That is phenomenal that your company has good safety requirements and that they provide PPE like gloves. Very good. And also call your coworkers out for not following the safety policy. And if they tell you to piss off, go to the superintendent. Go through the proper channels. Make sure that attitude of I'm not going to put my safety gloves on unless the safety guy's around, and as soon as they leave, I'm going to take them off. Little things like that will influence them to view, because like gloves aren't going to hurt you, right? Somebody else not wearing gloves isn't hurting you, but it's the attitude of only doing this sort of thing whenever the safety person is around that is going to influence them to ignore bigger safety rules later on. The majority of people are sheep. And then you got wolves preying on the sheep, but some people are sheepdogs protecting the sheep from the wolves. Be a sheepdog. The majority of people are sheep. Then you got wolves preying on the sheep. Okay, so you got people who are, let's see if I can work out the analogy, inexperienced in the trade and trying to learn. Then you got wolves preying on the sheep, so people taking advantage of or not helping in some way, being bad to newer or less experienced people. So people are sheepdogs teaching those people how to do the job, despite the fact that there are also people who are bad to work around. I think I might be working that analogy through correctly based on the context of what I'm talking about. I believe so. Mr. Diego, a year ago, says, worked construction after college and yeah, culture shock. My father also worked in construction, so I had some idea of the environment. A lot of guys either had a record or were into a lot of drinking. Sometimes I miss it, but then you reminded me of the bathrooms. Yep, that right there. Eating in porta-johns, just making symbols on porta-john walls. It's goofy now, I'll tell you. Eddie Bravo says the region in which you work matters a lot. Apparently it really does, because there's some people from a lot of other areas like Ireland and, you know, we've had several different, England, several different locations that have come up where the situation is vastly different. Also, I'm glad you work for a company that takes safety seriously. So am I. I believe the construction trades have a wide range of people that can be found in any other sector. Yeah, I mean, the same issues that you face in a construction site can be found in every other trade or every other job. That's true. For that reason, I think you're being a little judgmental, even though there is some truth to your venting. I am. And I don't exactly have a low self-image. I don't exactly have low self-esteem, and I know that. I am a very prideful person, and that's a flaw that I refuse to work on. So there's that. Remember, you are in the trades, and there are many people who are way smarter than you also. There are. I just don't work with any of them.
God damn.
Work your way up and out of the trenches. I'm not in trenches. I'm an electrician. I don't get in trenches. And you'll see there are some great people who still building the world we live in. And I can agree with that last thing. You'll see there are some great people still building the world we live in. Yep. I've met a lot of great people. I sure have. The Cult of Danny says, I made a similar video, bro, lol. Totally agree with you. I never imagined I'd be in such a macho, toxic environment. I wasn't I was in it for about 10 years, most depressing period of my life. There is a saying in Croatian, my parents' native tongue, that translates to what smart people are embarrassed of, dumb people are proud. What smart people are embarrassed of, dumb people are proud of. A lot of construction workers fit that bill. Sub, my man. I appreciate the sub, buddy. Thank you so much. And yes, I mean that what smart people are embarrassed of, dumb people are proud of, is a very good Croatian saying. Gotta say, that is very wise, yes. Wise in their own conceit, I believe Jesus said. X and Elms says, I eventually got let go from the most recent contractor I worked for because I kept refusing to commit a host of safety violations that would have put not only my coworkers but myself in danger, and I didn't get paid nearly enough to risk serious injury or death. This was my sign to never go back. The culture and conditions were something I already loathed, but the situation was it for me. No more construction, commercial, or industrial for me ever again. Well, I am happy that you got out of a situation where you were being forced to commit safety violations. That is something that you can call OSHA for. If people are compelling you to commit safety violations, that's an OSHA violation, and that's something that you can get them in trouble for and get corrected. But no more construction, commercial, or industrial for me ever again. I wouldn't say give up on it. I realize you had a bad experience with it that is obviously worse than any experience that I've ever even come remotely close to, because nobody has ever tried to force me to commit safety violations. But yeah, no more commercial construction or industrial construction. I would say try another trade, try another contractor. You know, I wouldn't give up on it because, like I said before, you can still make a lot of money and still meet a lot of great people and still accomplish great things working in construction, still building big buildings that people will use for decades after you're dead. You know, there's some value to be had in it, and I'm sorry that your introduction to it was not great. OSHA is very important. Absolutely. OSHA is the rules upon which we survive the workday. And all of the OSHA rules were written in the blood of somebody who a safety rule was written because of. OneBridge says, I worked in blue-collar settings and white-collar currently. I enjoy blue-collar much more as the backstabbing and office politics are on another level in banking. I've had to fire contractors remodeling a 100-year-old house converting to a duplex to single family. Complete gut job. Finding a quality mason was the hardest. Contractors who are skilled, respectful, honest, and can deal calmly with situations are worth their weight in gold. They will always have profitable businesses. I completely agree with that. And also, I definitely agree with the part about blue collar being better than white collar, but that's just my opinion. I know some people like white collar a little more, but I enjoy the blue collar aspect of it. Like the blue collar responsibilities are pretty cool to me. But yes, also contractors who are skilled, respectful, and honest, who are not going to lie to you that, oh yeah, this receptacle is only going to take about $40,000 to install. Yes, one receptacle. $40,000, man. Take it or leave it. You ain't going to get a better deal. Honesty. This is why I don't suggest people. Whenever an individual approaches me asking for me to do side work, like, hey, can you come to my house and fix my stove? Well, no, I can't because you live 3 hours away. Well, can you suggest somebody? I don't want to do that because I trust myself, because I know that I'm honest, because I know that if I didn't mean to dislike that comment. I'm sorry. Here, let me updo that real quick. I know that if I go and work, I'm going to give them an honest price. I know that I'm going to do the best that I can to give them a good service because I view the customer as I would my mother. Somebody that I want to do a good job for, right? So honesty is something that I know I have, but I don't want to suggest somebody else because I can't know whether this person whom I may have worked with a good bit may know him pretty well. But what if they don't take it as seriously as I would? So, yeah, honesty by itself is worth its weight in gold for a contractor, but also skilled, respectful, dealing calmly with situations, because there's a lot of adverse situations one could wind up in. What's up, Brightleaf? How you doing, buddy? We going through every comment ever made on my channel, and yeah, the one that has the most comments we haven't even seen yet. This one right here, second to most comments on my channel. We're going through construction site culture sucks so much. This is gonna be a long stream. We're already 2.5 hours into it, and we'll be playing PUBG after this is done. Because I just downloaded that and played it yesterday for the first time since 2018. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Hif Uncianot says, I am in my 60s and totally relate. I don't know who is worse, the badass tough guy types or the smiling, backstabbing religious types. I can help you decide which one is worse. I was raised around pedos in the film industry, and they taught me you are literally surrounded by criminals anywhere you go. Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation, my dude. Don't become one and you will win in the end. If heaven existed, it would be a very empty place. Live for the day and don't try to impress anyone. You're going to be fine because you see the big picture. I appreciate the kind words. I'm sorry that you had such a bad upbringing. And as for who is worse, the badass tough guy types or the smiling religious types, the smiling backstabbing religious types are the worst because they're a lot more dangerous. You don't know what they're doing. They're unpredictable. The badass tough guy types, at least they wear their emotions on their sleeve and you can exactly tell what they're doing at any moment. You can tell where their mind's at. The smiling, backstabbing religious types are the snakes in the grass that will pat you on the back and shake your hand and tell you, oh, you do it so good, and then ruin your career. I've met one singular person the entire time that I've been working in construction who was like this. I talked about him in the How I Can Instantly Tell If a Worker Will Last video, and it was one of the guys that is no longer here. This is the guy that told me to get up onto the roof of the warehouse and wire up an air conditioner unit. That's that guy. I see OSHA violations all the time, approved by management. Management is bad, then good gracious. Pick your battles carefully when it comes to OSHA violations. You will often be unsupported. That is true. You will be unsupported by people who are committing the OSHA violations, but if you have any management at all in your company that actually takes OSHA seriously, and I guarantee you will because everybody has a safety manager, or at least you should. But even if they don't support you, OSHA will. If you see that if your job site has a lot of OSHA violations and you're being compelled to do things that are unsafe, and you've gone through the appropriate channels, call OSHA. If you go to work in construction to feel appreciated, you're in the wrong job. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, feeling appreciated, nobody's going to thank you for doing the job that they are paying you to do. That expecting to be thanked. It's like the bus driver expecting to be thanked. Bus driver, I paid you to drive me somewhere. Like, come on. This isn't Fortnite.
The best example for that is the motherfuckers that clap when the plane lands.
Having never been on a plane, well, I've been on one plane. Having not been on a plane where people clap, that's really strange.
Yeah, no, it's actually a thing. Like a bunch of fucking people clapping when a goddamn plane lands, and it's like, that's their job.
Why? Because they're just happy to get off of the plane? Like what?
No, they just land and then fucking people just start clapping, dude. You can look up videos of this shit.
That's really weird.
A plane will land and they just go, wow! It's fucking stupid.
Like, whenever a waitress brings me my order at a restaurant, I'm not thanking them because I paid them to bring me my food. Do I sound evil? Because I shouldn't. There's no reason to thank somebody for doing what you're paying them to do. If somebody does something to you something does something to
Something
you.
to you?
If somebody does something for you for free,
There you go, boy.
then yes, thank them. That's when you can expect appreciation. But yes, if you go to work in construction to feel appreciated, you're in the wrong job. Go do charity work. Then you get appreciated. Then you should, unless people are ungrateful. Yeah, like
You're ungrateful, boy.
if you want appreciation and you want gratitude and you want thanks, then do something for free. That's not a great way to make money. All right. Couldn't have said it better myself. I chose to leave the life and become a teacher. Best decision of my life. Congratulations, Big Pineapple. I'm happy that you improved your situation. That's phenomenal. Very good. JL Zavio says, I work for my dad's business, so I work with mostly family. We joke a lot and make fun of each other, but we do it all as a joke, and I love it. If you can work with your family and you've got a good relationship with your family, that is the best situation you could possibly ask for because you know the people that you're working with in and out. You know your family better than anybody else. If you can work with your family, that is an ideal life. And that's what I wanted. I wanted to work with my grandfather whenever I first started. And then he passed away, and that snatched that rug out from under me, so... Now I'm working with people that are not my family, but I like to think that there's an alternate universe somewhere where my grandfather did not pass so early, and that I went on to work with him for many years. AIDS Pizza says,
Whoa.
man, I can just see the fatigue in your eyes from having to deal with these kinds of morons all day. There's a word for these type of guys, negligent. They are a liability to your coworkers, the customer, and the company. Whether it's theft, I'll overlook the fact that you spelled weather wrong. Whether it's theft, alcohol, drugs, disregard to safety, or just plain bad judgment, this type of attitude is a clear indicator of either one or a mix of those things combined. These types of guys are not people that anyone should have a workaround. That was really hard to read, and I think that was less the way that you wrote it and more the fact that my eyes were crossing trying to read it. So ignore the fact that I read that weird. But also, yeah, negligence will get people injured. That's not a good thing, and that's something you can influence by demanding that people be more responsible and more careful. It's doable. You can influence your job site to make people act better. Good Winter says, I work in construction as a hammer hand. It's micromanaged work, a lot of self-taught, and you have to be on point and learning fast. Installing panels is great, but going into work not knowing what you're going to do today, no set work is just one big psychological obstacle. Construction does suck. It does suck whenever you don't know what you're going to do that day, which usually happens in the morning, and then your boss tells you what you're going to do, and then, oh, well, now I have a task to do. Now I have a direction to take the day. So huge. I understand the frustration with not knowing what you're going to do. But there's so few times, at least in my experience, whenever I go into a job site and I don't know what I'm going to do, it doesn't affect me that much. But just self-taught. If I was expected to self-teach myself electrical, I would be burning buildings down left and right by accident, just because I'm not a very good self-teacher. A unique handle name says, I think the quality of your coworkers in construction also depends on where you are quite a bit. We've seen that. That is true. If you're from a low crime area with higher blue-collar wages, then you're going to have an easier time of it. All right, buddy. I'm actually pretty sure our construction industry's employment pool is a lot larger than our supply of former prisoners. That is true. Yeah, there's a good number of workers who are not convicts, but there's also a lot of convicts in construction. Helen Keller says, construction can make or break you. One thing is for sure, if you stick with it and you aren't sitting on your ass all day, you can learn things the average person can't even begin to on their own. I'm getting older and my body aches, but I can also do 100% of my home maintenance, and I'm able to help neighbors and friends doing the same instead of watching them shell out thousands in labor cost. And that is the best feeling in the world, whenever you can do something to help somebody off the job site, whenever you can go home and fix up the light switch in the bathroom isn't working and you go and fix it, and you don't have to pay somebody thousands of dollars. You don't have to pay somebody $100 just to show up at your house, and you can go out next door and help the neighbor because the garage door opener isn't working, and they don't have to go and pay $100 to get somebody to show up at their house. That is a phenomenal feeling. That is one of the advantages of construction. Landreese says, I'm sorry you're having a rough go, brother. I hope it gets better. Man, I'm glad I listened to the whole thing. You're a smart man. I'm not having a rough go of it anymore. I was just kind of having a rough go of it then because it was more present, but it's not that present of an issue anymore. It has gotten better, so your hope was well-founded. And I do appreciate the kindness here. You're a smart man. You don't know me well enough to say that. But I do appreciate it. The Real Midla. That's one of the Batman's foes, I believe. I quit electrical for this reason. Thought people would be more laid back in landscaping and made the move. Whoo, boy, was I wrong. I relate to you and everything you said 100%. Well, I've never worked in landscaping. That's one thing. I've seen people putting up trees and stuff and like putting down sod at job sites, but I've never even remotely come close to working around any of them because like I work inside the building or maybe like on the wall packs or something up on the wall outside the building, but I really don't have any reason to talk to the landscaping guys, so I'm gonna have to take your word for that. Um, but electrical it's okay. It just depends. You can influence your situation in a positive way. The jailbird mentality is the worst thing about construction. I agree with that. It's one of the worst things about construction for sure. Yeah, people who are proud of having been to jail. It's just misplaced pride. There's so many more things that you can be proud of, like having a job, because there's a lot of people who don't. Santanat is his name. Out of all my years working construction, most if not all of my coworkers are pretty cool. That's phenomenal. Be grateful for that. That's fantastic. Yeah, some have big egos, but we mostly all get along and share some jokes. And thing is, though, that I'm Mexican and most of my coworkers are Mexican as well. Okay, well, that explains it. Because if there's one thing that I know, it is that Mexicans are almost always good for a job site. Not only do they work like absolute machines, but they're just fun to be around. I have had several Mexican electricians that I've worked around and several Mexican helpers that I've helped teach, and they're always happy. Don't know what it is, but it rubs off on you. The morale that they bring to a job and the laid back and happy attitude that they have on a job site, it rubs off on you. Having Mexicans on your job site, people from Mexico, I don't know what y'all are eating down there, but bring it up here. Drop That Bass says, clearly never worked with a bunch of Mexicans. Okay, well, yes, I have. Okay. Those guys are always having fun and joking and finishing shit quick because the chemistry the crew has. Doesn't sound like you have one of those guys. Yes, I have. I completely agree with this. Yes. Always having fun, finishing things quick because they work like machines. One Mexican can do more work in an hour than 10 American dudes. I will stand by that statement. It's truth. Anybody, I will argue that till the day that I drop. Mexicans can take a job up to 11. Alexandrep says, I was working in factories as a temp and eventually full time. I got so fed up with being treated like garbage that I got a degree. Worked out for me. Take a risk on yourself, boys. Yeah. Do improve your situation. You do have the capability of improving your situation. That's good advice. Skeptical Manus Channel 10 says, I had a similar experience. I don't mind working hard, but the job culture makes things worse. Yeah, I enjoy working hard. I enjoy being able to get to the end of the day having done a lot of work. And yeah, I mean, the worst thing about any job is always the people that are on it. I'm 23 and just got into HVAC new construction in Florida. Pay is decent, but north is where the unions are. That's the money and benefits that make it worth it. I'm still learning, but I'm having the time of my life. Building stuff, talking with people from all walks of life, including felons, who are some of the nicest, most respectable people I have met. I would recommend the trades for anyone lost, as you can make great money once you get your journeyman's and are certified. Okay, well, the part about felons being some of the nicest and most respectable people I've ever met, I will agree to disagree with you on. But I would recommend the trades for anyone lost, as you can make great money once you get your journeyman's and are certified. Once you get that journeyman certificate, you've got a meal ticket for life. Once you get a journeyman certification, you will never be without a job. You lose your job with this company, you can have another job before you drive home from having been removed from that company. Having a journeyman certification is phenomenal, and it's something that anybody that wants to get into construction, anybody that wants to get money made in this industry, go for a journeyman's. Go for your journeyman's card. Absolutely. 100%. Very good advice. Illiterate Quinn. Very nice. Jay Vigilante says, I quite understand your feelings. I am and been through situations like this in construction and in the trucking industry. I feel like that main guy in the movie Idiocracy. It's odd that this movie gets referenced a lot in my comment sections. This is not the first person who's referred to Idiocracy. Coming from different country where population is civilized, educated, and nice, being raised in normal, old school functioning family with a bachelor's degree working blue collar jobs, that's how I found this video in the first place, by searching how I felt about the situation. Appreciate the comment. Happy that you were raised in a normal, old school functioning family because that's a fantastic foundation to have for your life. Um, Tiger Baron says, I spent 6 years as a maintenance technician without much of a problem. Then I was one day on a construction site and I was the butt of every joke because I didn't smoke or drink and just wanted to take care of myself in general. Yeah, I'd rather be 6 feet under than work that if I can't find anything else. Yeah, being made fun of because you don't smoke or drink. That's yeah, you're working around some characters there. That's a little silly. Um, I don't agree with wanting to be 6 feet under. I've talked about my feelings on that before. That's actually my opinions on this statement right here are literally in the video that plays as soon as you open up my channel. So yeah, that I don't agree with, and I think I realize you're probably saying that in hyperbole. You can't possibly actually feel that way. Duster Nut Bar. That's a heck of a name. I love that username. It says, I did tree removal, roofing, framing, heavy equipment. It takes serious hardship to get through the day. That's what a lot of these guys grew up with. That's how they function. That's how they work. That's why they work those jobs. I finally smartened up at 25 and went to college. I make more money that way than I ever have, and I'm happier. I'm glad you were able to improve your situation, buddy. Bruh the Threat 5 months ago says, the last thing I want is for my family, especially the elders, to think that I'm weak and couldn't survive in their day. I don't want to push a stereotype of my generation being lazy or thin-skinned. That being said, it's hard to commit yourself to something you're passionate about when the boss treats you like the bane of his existence. I'd like to think that I'm thick-skinned, but putting your all into a task day in and day out for 2 straight years, only to be called a pussy on a daily basis, genuinely pushed me away from construction. I have a massive level of respect for the industry, but being treated like shit from the people you look up to will drive anyone away from that business. I'm currently framing my own home, a dream of mine. I'm not looking forward to the roofing, don't even mention it. However, it's nice to take my time, plan it out, and not have someone dictating my paycheck, breathing down my neck, insulting me. Again, the toxic work environment is bad. That's you're not. I'm pretty sure that's against the law. So I'm sorry that you had the situation. Don't feel like you have to prove yourself. You know, don't feel like you have to um, put on pretend to be thick-skinned. If you're not, you're not. It's fine. It's not something to be ashamed of. People will say, "Oh, you need to have thick skin, boy. You got soft hands, boy." Don't be someone you're not. For the people around you that don't know you. That's all I gotta say. Like, don't be a chameleon. I'm saying that. Me saying that is the most hypocritical thing because I change how I behave depending on who I'm around. It's part of being this weird little psychopathic extrovert actor crap that I am, and it's not a good thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but that's just the way I am. But if that's not naturally how you are, if you don't change how you act for somebody else. Roy de la Baby Lone Tutu says, I'm glad to say my experience with construction has been good so far. Phenomenal. Very good, buddy. I'm very happy to see that. I'm very happy to hear that. Very good. I even liked that comment. This guy seems far too intelligent to be in the position that he appears to be. And he got responded to by Crank Photon. I am very intelligent. Yes, I am. But not too intelligent for it. He is not a dummy, says Crank Photon. He needs to learn a skilled trade like HVAC, electrical, locksmithing, etc. I have learned a skilled trade, and I am an electrician. Yes, I am a certified journeyman electrician. These are cash flow jobs that one can work independently and are always in demand. Yes, absolutely. Somebody's always looking for someone to fix the air conditioning. Someone's always looking for an electrician. Somebody always needs a lock busted. Not saying it's a guaranteed success track. It kind of is. Like if you're a professional in either of these three industries and many more, you kind of are guaranteed success as long as you don't screw up and like intentionally mess things up. But much better than working on a construction site in the low rungs. Well, you got to go through the low rungs to get to the high ones. Like this, the whole low on the totem pole thing is not something to be is not a bad thing because it's the starting point. You can't win a race if you don't start the engine. I worked heavy civil for 12 years. I went from laborer to project manager. Unless you are brought into a shareholder position, you will always be expendable. Well, that's true. I totally agree with that, yeah. Donk Ifi says 9 days ago, I agree, man. I knew I was in for it when a coworker said, "Man, here it's dog eat dog." I knew that meant no matter how good you're doing, just work and keep your head down. All they need is someone with seniority to say something bad and you're laid off before winter, especially as an apprentice. It's an interesting environment for sure. Well, this is why keeping your head down and working is important up to a point. You need to do your job. You need to do what you're there to be paid to do. But let me see how I can put this. I stood out very hard. I did the best I could to make sure that I stood out, not just in my output, but also in my behavior, so that nobody would forget me, so that I couldn't just be ignored, so that nobody would just walk by me and wouldn't know me. Because whenever you become indispensable in your output, yes, the employer values you, but becoming an indispensable element of a job's atmosphere is also pretty big because it hurts to get rid of you. I guess is the best way I can put that. That's something I've tried to build up to is I want to be indispensable in the sense that getting rid of me inflicts problems and causes damage to the company. I want to be a fundamental cornerstone of the company to the point that removing me causes it to collapse. And it's a weird way to respond to this comment, I realize, but I'm just trying to say that no matter how good you're doing in work, keep your head down. All they need is someone with seniority to say something bad and you're laid off. Doing good enough work makes laying you off really hard because they need you. And keeping your head down, like, don't cause problems, but also don't be invisible. That's all I can say. James Canomas says, I'm a journeyman electrician and been in the trade for 17 years. Never been to prison. Definitely could have many times. You have to expect the people who go out in the freezing cold and in the blazing heat and work their asses off all day. Why did you censor yourself with dollar signs? Are not going to be soft. They're going to be a little rough around the edges. Yeah, doesn't excuse being rough. But, yeah, it's true. Matt Jager says, I have worked in construction since I was 16. And now I'm a construction project manager at 42 years old after a stint at university part-time. Construction work on the tools was one of the best times of my life. It's not for everyone. It certainly isn't for the faint-hearted. Yes, a lot of workers are low on the socioeconomic scale and low IQ, but that's what construction provides. No one gets left behind. There's a job for everyone. There's tons of money to earn. Business opportunities, promotions to be had, and compared to, say, going to university aimlessly and getting a job afterwards. Construction work pays more by orders of magnitude for a comparatively long time until ceiling is hit. But that's on us to do what we have to do to climb the positional ladder and keep the salary expanding. I'm not going to say anything. This comment stands on its own. This man has a large career and has learned a lot of very important stuff, and literally every fucking thing this person has said here, I completely agree with. Very good. Thank you, Matt Jager, for the comment. When in doubt, mute my own mouth. Says, it's hit or miss. I worked my first ever... Oh, by the way, I forgot to heart this comment. I need to heart that. Yeah. It's hit or miss. I worked my first ever construction job at 40. It's a lot easier to be in your 20s and not know how to do anything, / how stuff works, than it is to be 40. They're a lot less forgiving the older you get. Yeah, you're getting older. It's definitely harder. I agree with that. Tough Love Ministries come back an hour ago and says, I worked construction my whole working life and I completely agree with you. Tough Love Ministries was just in the chat earlier, wasn't he? Yes, he was. Okay, so this is the comment that Tough Love Ministries left for us. I've worked construction my whole working life and I completely agree with you. Most of the dudes I work with are degenerates. Proud to the max about absolutely nothing. Needy little bastards that need attention all day bragging about absolutely nothing. Thankfully, I've had thick skin my whole life, but most of these dudes are touchy little suckers that put up a front and need to make friends with everyone. I don't want to make friends with anyone. I want to go to work, do my job, leave me alone, and go home. That's it. Most of these other dudes use it as a social club. Proud to be at the bottom of the barrel, but not me. Okay, well, there's a couple of things that I agree with, a couple of things that I don't. needing to make friends with everyone. I can't be alone. I've talked about this before in my Fear of Silence video. If I'm alone for too long, I start losing my mind. Okay? That's just the way I am. Whenever I go to bed at night, I've got to have the TV playing. I've got to have YouTube rolling. I've got to be friends with people. Dude, I've got to make friends on the job site. I can't do this. I can't go to work, do my job, leave me alone and go home. I can't do that. If I do that, I'll lose my mind. I've got to engage with people that are on a job site and get to know them and make friends with them, because if I don't, I can't function. So and that's just a personal difference, and I realize, it's an introvert versus extrovert thing. Not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying I cannot sympathize with that at all. And this is kind of me too. Like I like attention. I like people looking at me, and I like bragging about absolutely nothing. I don't know about all that. Now I don't really brag about anything. I just like for people to know the truth about how awesome I am. Touchy little suckers. If people are touching you or sucking you, I mean, yeah, I could anticipate that being a problem. But I mean, people using it as a social club. Yes, we are there to make money. We're not there to be friends. If people are if that's influencing negatively how people are performing and their productivity, yeah, that's a problem. Steve Zilla says, I worked in electrical for a little bit. The coworkers made it terrible. I was holding the ladder for a foreman, and the guy steps on my fingers, then says, watch your fingers. No apologies. He stole my electrical tapes as well. Okay, well, that's just a douche. That's unacceptable. There's no reason for that. No reason for that. Being in people's attics, and somehow it's considered male toughness breathing in fiberglass with no protection. Yeah, that's a massive hazard. Breathing in a bunch of fiberglass with no, N95 mask on? I wouldn't do it. Screw that. You only get two pairs of, you only get two lungs. You only get two eyes, you only get two lungs. If somebody's trying to get you to go up into an attic and breathe in a bunch of fiberglass or asbestos insulation or whatever it might be with no protection on, don't do the job. Shut it down. Don't ever do something that you know isn't safe. What ridiculousness, who are you trying to impress? There are no women here, it's just cringe. It's just lazy, is what it is. It's laziness because it's easier to just go up there and breathe in something that they're not going to feel the effects of immediately, than it is to get a mask, a respirator, an N95 mask. People are just lazy. That's what there is to say about that. EOD Batman says, this is why I went independent and hire very selectively. I will hire people with a record, but they have to have their act together and be able to string together a coherent sentence, be sober in the job, and keep your work area clean at the end of the day. Your clients will notice. This is true. Your clients will notice whenever you've got garbage employees. And the other trades will notice too. I'll notice whenever this one company over here, let's say sprinkler company, for example, has got a dude up there on a boom lift 40 feet above the ground with no fall protection. You're required by OSHA to have fall protection whenever you're on a boom lift, but he's not got it. Yeah, let me stay away from what did I call them? Did I call them plumbers or pipe fitters? Let me stay away from these guys. Yeah, and if the GC sees that, oh my gosh, somebody's getting written up and sent home. This guy's responding to somebody else, so I will scroll past that because that is not at me. He put that in the beginning. 21 hours ago, Grim1 says, bro, I appreciate your brutally honest take on the construction industry. No problem, buddy. T-Man says, I'm on the spearhead of Gen Z, and what I find is the more of us that show, the less yelling the old heads do, and the more they calm down. In my company, we have no millennials. It's all Gen X, and they're in their 40s and 50s. I was the first Gen Z to show up. Almost 5 years later, I went from laborer to foreman. This, of course, is great when I have to tell much more experienced men what to do. Gosh, this is so hard to read. what to do since I know the job site and workload. My first solo job was small in 21 and it went okay. Then late 22, I was appointed the foreman on the big Reno project. This is where I started to incur drama as guys almost twice my age didn't want me to tell them what to do. They also made oh my gosh, this is so long. Okay, I'm gonna look over here so I don't get stigmatism. I need to like look at things that are 20 feet away for 20 seconds. People that are older than you not liking that you're telling them what to do is not uncommon. That's not rare at all. And it's just the person that they are. Uh, they think because it's something that was referenced earlier in the chat here, you know, because I'm older, that means I'm smarter. It's just an attitude problem, and I get that. I get your frustration with that. It's annoying. All right, I'm just looking at my thermostat for 20 seconds so that I can refocus my eyes and hopefully not wind up with astigmatism here. Robert Cullen says, this video and all its comments make me feel so seen. Construction was the quickest way for me to make good money when I found out I was going to be a dad. Congratulations, dude. Holy shit. Very nice. Very, very good. The amount of backstabbing, glorification of ignorance and stupidity, alcoholism and drug addiction, love of misogyny and racism is mind-blowing and awful for the soul. The pay and benefits I'm grateful for. Not every job or person has been bad, but we do hard work and combine that with the early start times and the people you generally have to deal with, and it's not a fate I wish upon others. Hoping I figure a way out soon. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that you've got this situation. Glorification of ignorance and stupidity and alcoholism and drug addiction. Like glorification of ignorance and stupidity, you can overlook that, in my opinion. Like people are happy to be stupid. Let them be happy to be stupid. It'll bite them. Alcoholism and drug addiction. Talk to the boss or the general contractor if you think that somebody on your job site is drunk or under the influence of any substances. Love, misogyny, and racism. Unless you are a victim of misogyny or a victim of racism on the job site, this really like if people are just talking about it, how racist they are or how misogynistic they are on a job, let them be stupid. If you are a victim of misogyny or a victim of racism, then that is oftentimes, well, basically every time, a violation of your company's, what is it called? It's not harassment. It's discrimination. That is a violation of discrimination policies whenever either of these two situations take place. And that can get somebody fired. So if you are a victim of misogyny or racism, go through the proper channels, go to the people who are in authority, eliminate the problem. Don't stand there and let somebody exhibit misogyny or racism towards you. Pay and benefits are good though. Case Sully 50. I'm 31 and made it from apprentice to laborer at 20 to superintendent now. I never threw anyone under the bus, kept a good relationship with everyone from the young apprentices, the upper management, and the old timers. Good. Even as a superintendent, I never tell myself I know everything. Good. Good. I learn new shit every single fucking day. The biggest issue in construction right now is the old timers trying to burn the young up and comers by telling them on the boss and making them look bad. For you young guys, just kill them with kindness, cover your bases, and stand up for yourself if they snitch on you to the boss. True. Just very good advice. This guy's obviously, Case Sully has obviously got a good thing going here and obviously has a lot of information that he's been able to learn and has got some good advice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Thank you for the comment. Mr. David Chuck says 5 days ago, funniest part about this conversation and others alike is that everyone's saying the exact same thing regardless of job and career. I mean, sure, we can all just get a job, but maybe that's just a telling sign that some of us aren't good at being the worker no matter the job. For as long as there's other people you have to interact with involved, there will never be perfect staff. No. As long as there's people, there's going to be conflict. People breed conflict. We are conflicted little creations. So yeah, you're right. As long as there are people involved, it's going to be problematic. But again, the benefits outweigh the negatives. It's important to remember that and keep that in mind. Jim Kalfakis says, hang in there, young fella. You're strong, so be strong. Self-discipline yourself. Make money and make sure you save money. I appreciate it. And yes, all of this is true. I am strong. I am disciplined, and I have definitely got a fair amount of money saved. Stratus Fractus, love that name, says, you know what? I was a meteorologist. I love forecasting the weather. I did not love the education requirements and the average day-to-day job of weather. I'm an electrician now and love this almost as much as the weather. Yeah, the construction crews can be rough-skinned, but it's not that bad. That said, safety is your responsibility, even if the job says elsewise. And every construction worker knows his limits as far as safety is concerned. Yes, your limits as far as safety is concerned are your company's policies. You can't decide that, oh, well, I'm not going to wear the glasses because the glasses fog up. You clean the glasses off and you wear the glasses. And I know that's what you're meaning. But yeah, it's interesting. You're like the third meteorologist who's responded to this video, and that's cool. That's so cool. I'm so appreciative to know that meteorology is not something that I missed out on. I do appreciate that. That's cool. Also, your name is cool. Stratus Fractus, Stratocumulus Stratiformis of horizontal development. I worked in construction. I worked in construction since diapers. Okay. Been nothing but scholarly individuals with the utmost respect and dignity for their fellow man. Big Thunder, if that's the situation that you found yourself in, congratulations. Very good. I'm happy that you've got a situation that you can work in happily. Dallas Sukarin says 6 days ago, my word, the unsafe behaviors you describe would get you escorted off the site in the UK, and if the employees of a good company got caught ignoring health and safety regs enough, then the company itself would have its contracts revoked and be fined. When you were younger, you do chafe at the regs, as some of them you seem stupid and just make the work harder, but over time you learn to put up with the more silly ones, as the overall H&S culture has made modern construction sites massively safer compared to previous times. Yeah, safety regulations are there because somebody died and made the rule. Yep. It's very important to follow all the safety procedures. Very good. In20 Joe says, I started in construction and moved into service work. I love when people challenge my price like I'm some bum who should be thankful that Mr. Doctor is willing to toss me his scraps, then call me back a few weeks later after having a parade of criminals and druggies giving them estimates instead. Okay. I hear you, Joe. It sounds like, hey, buddy, you get a heart. I like that comment. That's funny right there. Austin a day ago says, usually you get into construction with your friends when you're young, a carefree time of your life when you're first earning real money. Party culture is ingrained into it, and that's problematic. Party culture is not a good culture, something that you need to work away from. Brian Keeloinen says, one thing I need to add, you never under any circumstances wear gloves when using power saws, grinders, or any other tool that can catch your glove and pull your hand in. That's true. Anonymous Botch says a day ago, I work in union, and it's a much different atmosphere. You have rights, dignity, safety, quality, drug testing, and hiring practices that eliminate your employer behavior concerns unless you do concrete, and then it is what it is. Wow. Concrete guys get the hose? When I was young and new, I also had ideas of being something more deserving than the guys, but life humbled me, and I became the union president eventually. Well, I'm sorry that you got humbled, because that is not okay. It's not good to be humble. Being humble is a sin, in my opinion. But congratulations on, advancing and becoming stronger in the career that you've chosen. Very nice. People disregard the simple fact that their actions make up the world we live in, and they don't mind. Sad, says Kata Creator. That is true. 100% true and real. Who's Your Heathen says 5 months ago, as a contractor that's been around for nearly 30 years, I definitely see your point, but I would like to add that we have never operated like the people you were mentioning in the video, and I believe that the fact kept us very busy for those decades. When customers see you go above and beyond and put care into the houses as if they were yours, word spreads faster than any ad. Also, whenever you come recommended, people are generally nicer and more forgiving. We stood out because we were true to our word and professional. Gather up some decent guys or gals and get out there. This right here. When customers see you go above and beyond, put care in their houses as if it were yours, is such an important quality for a worker to have. And it's so rare that people will actually care about something that's not theirs. Whether it's borrowing a tool from somebody and not returning it because screw that tool, or not taking care of something that belongs to somebody else. like a possession or like a building. If you can get somebody that works for you that cares about what they are doing as if it was theirs and as if they were building it for theirs, that's valuable. That is a MVP employee. So it's very good, Hoosier, to see that you have that situation. You have those employees. Congratulations on that. Union JG 7 months ago says, I'm 5 years into being a laborer in the union, and I have to say you were spot on. I've seen all kinds of characters on the job site, and the culture on most job sites are similar. Although I can't say they have all been horrible. Well, I'm not saying that either. I have met some really down-to-earth people, some of which you would think the totally opposite of if you took a first glance, and I've met some real assholes and people who only care about themselves and will throw the next man under the bus to get the position they need to. My job pays well and I do have good benefits, but it's all about tolerance and what you are willing to deal with. You don't always get dealt a bad hand with some job sites, but there are others that will make you question if you're cut out for it. You just have to have thick skin for it, but I can understand and relate with the points you made in this video. The culture most likely won't change because construction is about production first and safety is somewhere in the gray area, and that's a bad thing. Safety being cast to the wayside and being in the gray area that needs to be moved over here. That needs to be first, because you can't produce if you're dead or injured. So that is a very good point, and that is an unfortunate situation, and that is something that needs to be moved. Safety needs to be more emphasized. It is with my company, but there's a lot more companies than just my company. Safety needs to be a bigger deal. And I'm saying this, and I've said this repeatedly throughout this entire stream, 3 hours and 9 minutes that we've been looking at this one particular video. I've gotten a lot of comments, which I have removed. I have hidden the users that have made the comments on this video. Whenever people are saying, boy, you don't have to why do you care if some boy doesn't use his safety glasses? It's not your responsibility. Yes, it is. It is my responsibility to make sure that the people around me and the people that are working with me and for me are safe. And it's a culture that I'm trying to foster just as hard as I'm working in it. So, yeah, I'm saying all that because there seems to be a very rare but still present attitude of safety being an obstruction that greatly offends me and makes me sick that people think it's okay to put their coworkers at risk. The comment section has not lied. There are people in these comments. You won't see them because I delete them every time they pop up. There are people that genuinely think that safety belongs in the gray area or lower because it's an obstruction to them getting things done quickly. And because back in my day, we didn't have hard hats on. There's some characters out there. Richard Gets It Man says, bro, you sound like a smart guy. Thank you. Get out of construction and get into a career. I am in a construction career. I'm not getting out of construction. I'm in a career. Simple as that, unless you have something holding you back. Yes, my own desire to work in this industry is holding me back. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate the good vibes. Soaplas says 9 days ago, I was born into construction, did it in the summertime while on school summer break roofing with my dad, throwing shingles into the dumpster, eventually graduated high school and went straight into another trade, drywall. I'm 32 now, have a crew with my dad. Congratulations on being able to work with family. That is a great feeling. How to hang board. We work for big companies, do side jobs, help out the safe but lazy union workers. Wow, I have heard nothing but positive things about unions in this entire comment section, but here he comes with that venom. Lazy union workers, which shit needs to be done. I gotta say I like it. I'm my own boss, working on my own time. Sure, it's backbreaking AF, but I don't care. I'm making good contacts, knowing more people, making connections, so I won't be in this position much longer. You have to go through that. Excuse me. To make it to the other brighter side, people are just too scared and lazy to work hard. You got this and this backwards. How did you do that? How did you get the twos spelled incorrectly? This is supposed to have two O's, and this is supposed to have one. You know what? But hey, less competition if you're dealing with a bunch of pussies, lol. Okay, I disagree fundamentally with the way that you write, but congratulations on being able to work with family. That's a fantastic feeling. So... yeah, that's also the first comment thus far that said something about union workers not being, shit right out of Jesus' asshole. Volvo Impala says, you seem to be dealing with it really well all said and done. Yes, I am. Thank you. Usho Jetty says 6 months ago, beeping alarms on vehicles are the worst. They attack the central nervous system. Basically, they traumatize your body into fight or flight response every day. What? I'm going to have to Google you on that one, buddy, because I don't believe that for a second. Beeping alarms on vehicles attacking the central nervous system. I don't see how. I don't feel like I'm being attacked whenever I hear them. I don't feel like I'm being traumatized either. Like I know what trauma is and what that it feels like, and don't think beeping alarms on vehicles do that to me. I definitely don't feel fight or flight because, yeah, like it's not an adrenaline burst or anything. I hear a notification that something is coming from that direction and going this direction, so now I know where that equipment is moving. But I have to disagree with you there, buddy. Due to the relentless nature of it, the body closes down to prevent feelings like this. So you collapse whenever you hear alarms? Is that what you're saying, Usho? Like, what do you mean your body closes down? I'm so confused. As it does so, it prevents all our enjoyment too, thus making us depressed. What are you talking about? Is this written by an AI? As your body shuts down, it prevents all our enjoyment of what? Of alarms? Do people normally enjoy beeping? Unless these needless alarms are removed from our society, mental illness will continue to rise. Corn Thaddeus the Third says it's the alarms making mental illness rise. Bro, you are fluent in yapping. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to concur with old Corn Thaddeus here. This beeping alarms, Usho. I'm sure you mean well. I'm sure you're a nice guy. And I'm sure you might have had an issue with beeping alarms in your experience in your life. But I'm gonna keep a buck with you, buddy. Beeping alarms don't traumatize me. They don't make my body shut down, and they don't prevent my enjoyment of things. I'm not depressed, and I don't think that alarms are responsible for mental illness. The dude is on something? Yeah, I'm gonna have to. At first reading, I thought you said that dude is on to something, and I was gonna have to. I was gonna have to say no. All right. We're gonna keep going. Kevin Maxwell says, I've done your position for 30 years and felt bad for being negative with an asshole attitude. It rubbed off on some of the shady people surrounding me. You can't know me because I don't know who I am. I'm usually pleasant, willing to share even after the institutionalized surroundings. Hang in there, you'll be more free with productive life skills that I can ever exaggerate. I'm in such demand. Generals are fighting each other for my attendance. Congratulations. Flex harder, why don't you? Oh my gosh, generals are fighting each other for your attendance. Okay. Okay, I got you. All right, play it. Fucking play, dude. Go off, King. You've done my position. Electrical position, I'm sincerely hoping that you're talking about. All right. Lyft BTC says 7 months ago, damn dude, I feel this in my soul. I straight up bust ass on construction sites. Again, sites is spelled wrong. But damn, I hate it when someone comes and talks to me. It's always some nasty behavior, some asshole saying, I'm a F, asterisk, you behind the porta-john. Huh? Imagine being on a job. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but imagine being on a job. And you're over here working on something, you know, maybe you're stripping wire. You're stripping wire and you're going to be twisting a little stranded wire together and you're going to be putting it into a fork terminal and crimping it. And some dude walks up to you and puts his hand on your shoulder and says, hey, big boy. And then goes off with his shenanigans right here. I mean, buddy, I'm sorry that this happens. Uh, um, always, always. I'm sorry that it's always that. That's bad. Not expecting a socket wrench or cheater bar to the dome, or at least a verbal warning to back the hell on up. It's like being in prison, Bo. Literally, you hit all the points. I don't think I hit any points about some dude walking up to you and sliding his hand gently down your shoulder while inviting you to the dump spot. I mean, come on, man. I'm sorry that this is your experience. Don't hit people with socket wrenches or cheater bars, please. No physical altercations on the job, if you don't mind. Thank you. But yeah, you can you set boundaries for your coworkers. Um, yep, set boundaries. Skate for Life lad says this guy is definitely going places. Thank you. I'm actually going to the store later on today after we get done with the PUBG stream, which is whenever this is done. We'll be playing PUBG for the first time since 2018. Zolly says, I see myself in you 3 months ago. With that said, I would definitely get the hell out of that industry. No, I won't. Elia K. Butler says offices are full on bullies, covert but malicious, normalized by average people too cowardly to stop it. Yep, being a bully is usually a violation of people's hiring practices. So do something about it. Go through the proper channels to remove this kind of situation. As Mendoza family says, the funny thing is that the normal people are the ones you'll find on a job site. The people you describe as middle class at the grocery store are actually the exception. Oh, you're saying that it's normal to be the trashy people I was referring to here. I wouldn't agree with that just because of the region, and this is entirely regional. Because most of the people that I live around are middle to higher class, just in this area in general. It's just, I don't know, it's just a difference in the perception. We talked about perception already. JBCBBA says, I had fun in the construction industry right after college until managers started showing off and superintendents tried to down me. I was humble for so long, decided to middle finger that company. Good on you for improving your situation. Don't be humble. Humility is wrong. Don't be humble. I'll be honest, I actually found this video by Googling being an engineer sucks where I work in an office. Okay? And you're right, we don't talk. Hell, half the time we aren't here. We work from home and have worked construction and warehouse jobs before, yeah, I agree. But I will fucking say this, at least you know what the fuck you're supposed to do. Here, I swear to God, it's here's a task, figure it out, and pointless meetings and middle management and just bullshit all day long, all day. It's like that movie Office Space, which funny enough ends with Peter working construction. Great video. It's not all bullshit out there. It's not. I'm sorry that this is the situation that you found yourself in, and I hope that you can learn to improve the situation, Mr. I write checks at the grocery store. I hope that you can figure out how to improve your situation or find a different situation. Not just a millennial experience, and don't feel bad for saying what you say because it's all true, says Buddy Moore. I have owned a tree service for 20 years. I only hire subs that are drug-free to run machines or climb trees. Very good hiring practice. I have no employees because finding someone to work trees is nearly impossible for all the same reasons that you mentioned. It pays really well, but can only be done safely by sober people, and even then is very dangerous. Block Ice says, I worked on construction on my construction site on my teenage days. They were mostly drunk and big macho. It was fun for me. They actually care for me not getting injured, but at the same time, alcohol offering to a teenager is not the smart. No, it's not. Yeah, I'm glad you got out of that. Yeah, that's a felony. SJ Mojo says, I've been in manual blue collar my whole life, 34 years until last year when I blew out my back being dumb. Now I work at a grocery store. It is so refreshing. Pay sucks, but I actually love my job now. I mean, I'm glad that you're happy. That is kind of a sore spot for me in any kind of a job that I'm doing. You know, like I don't want my pay to suck. Oh my gosh, this is such a long paragraph. My tongue is getting sore from all the reading aloud that I've had to do. BFZ Snipe EZ 20-year-old, physical work, welding, construction sites, worked on site, exterior, 20 years, was guy, fix other people's stuff, is good, but I got real sick of the low pay compared to skill set and abilities. Gotta come prepared, under equipped, style like company, all job sites, gnarliest, most callous dirtbags, foreman throw fits like 2-year-olds. Hope that after they retire, the trades can return to being respectable, skilled professionals. Better organization. Also hated the fact that you should be sent to job sites like 2 hours away from home. Cost of fuel puts miles on your personal vehicle. Just eating pay. No parking meters, stink city. Pay meters, no parking signs everywhere. On down buildings, damn city. The city can reserve fucking parking. Okay. Sorry that you had a bad situation, and I hope you can improve it. Lord, that's a long comment. Mobile reactions. Says, I worked at Wayne Farms before and noticed someone eat inside the bathroom. I was like, what? You can tolerate smell inside the bathroom and eat in there? I was just shocked. I'll never eat inside a bathroom, let alone a porta potty. It's dazzling to me. It's crazy. I work with ex-felons and drug addicts. I feel you. Some of my coworkers are very unprofessional. You got to be the professional. There's way too much toxicity in the skilled trades. I would love my job if it wasn't for all the judgmental, hateful, backstabbing. Like, why doesn't it seem like everyone's main goal is to tear down other workers? It's a toxic work environment, and it's something that you can influence positively. I keep saying that. I know I do, but it's true. 3 months ago, you, my man, are definitely an ENTP personality type. I loved this. What is ENTP? Did I misclick this? What does that mean? Hang on. ENTP personality. It's called a debater. An ENTP is a person with extroverted, intuitive, thinking, and prospecting personality traits. They tend to be bold and creative, deconstructing and rebuilding ideas with great mental... I'm not clicking on that. Okay, here we go. ENTP, the person he's claiming I am, enjoy interacting with a wide variety of people. Absolutely accurate. They are great conversationalists and love to engage in conversations. Accurate. They are more focused on the future rather than on immediate details. True. They might start projects and never finish them. Okay. They enjoy being around other people, particularly if they are able to engage in conversation. I live for that. They tend to reserve judgment instead of making a decision or committing to a course of action. They wait until they have more. Yep. Okay. All right. So yeah. Okay. This guy has just psychoanalyzed me. Anyways, you sound exactly like myself that worked in construction for many years and are baffled at how brain dead some of my coworkers are. I've been working in sales for 7 months lately, and holy shit, that is just as bad too. So repetitive and boring, plus the fakeness and worrying about pronouns or not being PC enough is worse than construction monkeys uttering. So I'm begrudgingly going back to site work. Ironically, I will make more money too. Thanks for the video. It was spot on and comforting to watch someone noticing the reality of construction. That's why I hearted the video, is because I saw this or that's why I hearted the comment, is because I saw that sentence. I must have glossed past this abbreviation because I appreciate the thanks. My throat is starting to hurt from talking so much. Gosh, and we're not even halfway done. This is going to be a 7-hour stream. Sam says, valid points. Sound like you work a relatively low-skilled job. The higher skill you go, the higher focus it takes to acquire those credentials, the less likely you have to deal with everything mentioned in your video. Yep. The higher skill, higher focus, higher professionalism. Mainly professionalism. The more professional things are, the less likely you deal with the stuff that I was talking about here. For 8 years, says Bravo Whiskey, I dealt with a lot of this, but the final nail in the coffin was the pay. I bust myself for 150 to 175 a day for these pricks, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. One day I woke up and found something better to do with my time. Construction, I was an electrician, doesn't pay enough for the hard work and sometimes dangerous work. I doubt that you were an electrician, like an actual certified journeyman or master electrician, if you were making 150 to 175 a day. Let me see. So that's what? 8 hours a day? Let me do the math here. Calculator. I had to respond to a text to my mother. Let's see here. 150. We'll go with the low end. 150 divided by 8. So you're making about $18 an hour. Yeah, that's helper. That's helper. That's apprentice wages. You're not going to make a lot of money at the start, but if you stick with it for a year or two and get in the apprenticeship program that your company has and learn and grow in your trade, you will get paid more. You make more as an apprentice than you do as a helper. You make more as an electrician than you do as an apprentice. You make more as a master electrician than you do as a electrician. There's levels to this. You're not going to make a phenomenal amount of money at the start. You have to stick with it for a while. You have to learn. You have to invest in your company for them to invest in you. If you want to be making, $25 an hour, then put in $25 an hour worth of work and have the experience of somebody who needs to be paid $25 an hour. If you're putting in that amount of work and devoting yourself to that company and to the tasks that they are giving you, they're going to see that. They're going to want to invest more in you. About 20 to 21 an hour. Yeah, I came up with 18 for that number because I went with the low end just to try and get the lowest possible barometer for the when he was explaining. But yeah, 20 to 21. That's like I want to say that's like second or third year apprentice for electrical, roughly, based on the national average. As a person who's been to prison, people who talk about prison who are not in prison are absolute losers. There's nothing cool about it. I agree with you. True. Thank you, E.com. I'm glad we're in agreement. Oh my gosh, this is so long. My tongue is falling off. I'm a journeyman electrician. Worked at construction sites. Dude seems really bitter. Do I seem bitter? Why does my audio current bitrate keep... I keep getting a notification from YouTube that says my audio stream's current bitrate is 0. Why? My audio stream bitrate should not be 0. It should be fine. I mean, you can hear me, right? The words that I am saying are not falling upon deaf ears right now, or not falling upon a deaf microphone. Strange. Okay, here's the facts to actually build a building. There's a lot of shit work that has to be done. A huge trench must be dug for the foundation to be laid. True. Within that, miles of pipe and plumbing and electrical must be installed. True. There's no easy way to do this. I mean, there's a way you can definitely mess it up. But yeah, anyways, it takes legions of manpower and machinery. That's before you even pour the foundations. In construction, you get paid for your skill level. True. Yes, when you start, you'll be doing all the S work. What is S work? When your skill increases, you will do other tasks until one day there will be nowhere near a shovel, which is a sad day because I love digging. You'll be the guy studying plans, telling other people to do the S work, and get paid 5 times as much. Same is true in the corporate world. You young bucks think you could start from the top. Nope, pick up a shovel and be the best shoveler that ever lived. Learn from those before you. Master the basics. Then you rise, not before. It's good advice. You need to be willing to start. You need to be willing to have a spawn point, and then you level up. The fact that you immediately, the fact that you said you young bucks immediately illegitimizes everything that you were going to say, though. You do not call anyone a young buck if you want them to take you seriously and give them the time of day. And give you the time of day. You do not refer to old farts or young bucks. If you start talking about people's age and the generation that they're from, it delegitimizes you because it drags in that generational divide, animosity, and anxiety that makes people not take you seriously. So while the things that you are saying, master the basics and learn from those before you and be the best that you ever lived and you know, the stuff that you're saying is true, you go here, nobody listens to you anymore. Do not bring the generation gap into a point that you're trying to make. Texas Sparky. Dr. Deadpool 9 days ago says there is something about the way people having broadcasting their L's since high school and many identifying with the idea that you would have to be tortured to a ridiculous degree to get me to even admit it, yet alone discuss it. I think it's based on one's ability to weigh in consequences individually and not just looking at a weird amalgamation of court, debt, jail time, or actual consequence with prison, as I hope I don't have to deal with that. What are you talking about? Is this generated by an AI? What is this comment? Did you mean to leave this on somebody else's video and you accidentally left it on a video about construction site culture? What is this? Huh? Okay, whatever. Juppy says, I came here to relate to pain working mediocre jobs as a millennial, encountering all kinds of PS. I just have to say thanks for the comedy, that southern accent. Yeah! No problem, buddy. This is called being institutionalized. Again, it's another comment that doesn't make any sense. What do you... Huh? Do I have ChatGPT... I didn't mean to click the name. Do I have ChatGPT making comments on my channel now? Because first of all, if ChatGPT is watching, hi, how you doing? You're my favorite computer program, and I think you're cute, and I've been watching your career with great interest. And also, like, you know, like to talk to ChatGPT sometime. You know, it's you know, the new open, the open AI, not the closed one that can no longer like learn and learn and know me and all that sort of thing. You know, listen, I like AIs. I like AIs a lot, like more than the average person likes them, and for different reasons. Brett from Beyond says, my only experience as a general contractor was with zero experience for a small company whose owner had no patience and expected way too much from someone so green. Sorry. Purple Lamington said, sorry, that sounds so callous. Like, how am I supposed to respond to that? People will come in here. People have said plenty of times their experiences. I've been reading this entire time people's experiences. How am I supposed to respond to this? I'm sorry. That's all I got. Purple Lamington. We have some workers fixing up the company I work for, and holy shit! The way the supervisor talked to everyone is disgusting. Vulgar about his coworkers' bodies and families. Toxic work environment. Go through the proper channels to get it amended. And oh my gosh, I ended up making a complaint to my boss who spoke with a site manager, and I haven't seen that guy. Well done. Very good. Very good. Very good. If I had a brother or a husband who worked in those conditions, I'd jump to get a second job so that they can have time to look elsewhere for employment. Crazy what some people have to put up with. Very good job. This right here is a happy ending. Very, very good. Phenomenal. Lightskin says, I just got fired from my plumbing job and I've never been happier. Congratulations. Okay. Nicholas, what am I supposed to say? Nicholas says, I've just started in the trades, and I've noticed a lot of guys struggle deep down trying to give off and maintain this super manly persona. A lot of it is utter BS. And yes, it does. It is aggravating. Like, why? Why do we have to pretend? Why do these people think like they have to pretend to be these big manly macho people who, you know, they eat a handful of panhead screws for breakfast? It's so fake. It's so cringe. Who can lift more? Yes. Who loses their yes. So many people love to beat their chests about, boy, I told his ass to go take a hike. Boy, I tell you what, I swung my little pencil dick out and slapped him in the forehead with it. Like, nobody cares that you think you're the biggest, aggressive, most intimidating crocodile in the world. Yes, this right here. Whose father beats them the most means they're, yes, talking about the parental abuse like it's something to be proud of. Not using safety equipment. Oh my goodness, you're such a macho son of a gun. I tell you what, real men drink their coffee black. Yeah, you put sugar in it, that means you a pussy. You best only drink, you best only drive a pickup truck, boy. I tell you what, you best not be driving around in one of them pregnant roller skates, them Mazdas, the bubble cars. How many years were you in prison? And my lord, if someone is able to make others believe that someone is gay, yeah, that'll see some toxicity in some. It's more regional than it is like based on company, and it's a violation of a lot of people's companies' discrimination policy. Let me go ahead and heart this. It's been a year since Nicholas left this comment, and I cannot believe that I haven't hearted it yet. Thank you for the comment. 5 months ago, from Trevor Shackelford. My favorite construction site story is in the summer in the desert, one porta potty on site. There is one a-hole every day who would go into the potty and smoke into the potty and smoke a cig on the porta potty while taking a deuce. Right around lunchtime when a bunch of folks need to use it and continue to do it after everyone call him out. That is so annoying. I'm not going to make suggestions. I'm just going to put the idea in your head for what to do in that situation. Okay? Let's say that you had a piece of rebar. It's about this long. And let's say that you accidentally tripped and fell all the way over there to the john and pulled the door open and propped it open. And then accidentally tripped and fell away while the door is propped open and the person's sitting there taking a dump while smoking. I'm just imagine if that were to happen. Man, that'd be crazy, wouldn't it? I definitely haven't done that ever before. Really, I haven't. It's never happened before. Keeper like a boss says 7 months ago, I think entry-level positions open the door for people who don't care about anything other than themselves. Let me read that again. What? I think entry-level positions open the door for people who don't care about anything other than themselves. I have no idea what you're saying. I'm gonna be honest. Like I care about basically no one but my family and myself. Like yeah, if you're presenting this as something that's bad, yeah, I don't. You can't compel me to care about people that I don't care about. It's like why is this whatever? Okay, yeah, great, thanks, buddy. I'm not reading this entire thing. That is a lot of words. My tongue is hurting from talking so much. I'm good. Brent W. 912, this guy commented on a previous video. Says a year ago, and that's what makes us special. You get to meet broken people and see life from a different POV. Broken people. And I hearted that, probably because this was one of the first comments, more than likely, because whenever a comment is this short and makes this little sense, if there's a heart on it, it's because it was probably one of the first comments. That I don't mind. Every character in a good story is flawed. That's what makes them interesting. What I don't like is the static villain type of character, which there are many of in construction. And I feel like there's less of them now. Just having less villains that are working around us, because plenty of villains have dropped out of the story. None your business. I wonder how many more comments this person made, because that's 2 different videos that I've seen them on. I feel like I recognize them. None your business. Says, I'm a simple dump truck driver at this point, considering buying my own trucks 4 hours ago, so just barely before we went live. Considering buying my own trucks, great potential. What I find most intriguing / hilarious / frustrating are the operators. They are something to behold. Almost all of them think they are brilliant Top Gun ace fighter pilots with thousands of confirmed kills. In reality, they are 5'4", not too bright hotheads with Napoleon complexes. It's amusing when it's not frustrating. I imagine it's largely due to dealing with idiot foremans. I was about to say forearms. I misread that completely. Sorry, buddy. Decline. America is in trouble. Oh, heavens to Murgatroyd. Someone tell the president. I've been working union construction in 2 different trades for exactly 20 years now. Let me tell you, although the union sites aren't quite as bad as the non-union sites that with the all aforementioned, it's still pretty close. You pretty much hit the nail on the head with a vial and screwed up. Those people are, and yes, let's be honest, because it pays so well, otherwise nobody would do this, but that's the only reason to keep those guys around. I am looking, getting out altogether soon, hopefully. Do what makes you happy. Improve your situation how you think you need to improve it. Courtney Gillis Pye says, I feel you. I grew up in the country, the city, and the suburbs. All places sucked. There was a job for an undertaker. I'm not sure that is what they call them, but anyways, it's a guy who tends to the dead. Wish I would have taken it. I mean, yeah, there's two things, two jobs that will always be needed: a farmer and an undertaker. So yeah, getting into one of those two avenues of working is definitely going to help you out. What is this paragraph? Wait, huh? Did you just learn what the tab button does? Okay. Quado Valor says, as an intelligent construction worker, I agree. There are many peoples and personality types that a person has to contend with. These are not office jobs. Safety is a concern. Some rules feel more like job or insurance justification. But there are reasons for most, if not all, of these rules. However, most companies out there will say safety first, hell, there are shirts with that printed on it, but on site it's about production unless there is a safety audit that day. Yes, absolutely. I agree with that. People saying safety first when safety is the last thing on their mind. Yeah, that is unfortunately, it's not common, but that can happen on a job where the people will put safety stamped all over their stuff and this be the last thing on their mind. That being said, I have to ask the question, where else would these people find work? Construction acceptance is paramount. Write on the blue room walls all you want. A small portion is entertaining, but show up, work hard, and don't endanger your fellow workers. In prison or not, you might feed your family. True and real. I don't get the point that you're trying to make. I don't even know if you were making a point. Again, this might just be another AI comment, but yep, huge. Okay. I hearted this. I hate construction as well. That's unfortunate. I always dreamed of being a technical writer and English teacher. I love literature and reading books. I feel trapped. The life I want, what shit I'm in now. I'm 23 and been working in construction since I was 18. I hate it a lot, overworked, and font have time for my family or activities outside of construction. I'm always on call, and they always need me and could care less about the money if I'm miserable. Always had in mind next year things are going to change, but 5 years have gone by and done nothing. I need motivation. I don't know why I hearted this. It's just somebody complaining the whole time. I need motivation. I hope you found it, buddy. I'm sorry that you feel trapped. Sorry that you feel overworked. Sorry that you have time for family or activities. Sometimes I feel the same way. 5 years have gone by and nothing. Then change things. Get up and change things if you don't like it. Amphibious. I'm a millennial studying to be an interpreter, but I have respect for my blue collars. That was an intentional heart. Thank you, buddy. Greg H. says, I'm a security guard. I was recently posted to my first construction site. Best work site I've had thus far. The construction supervisors and workers are decent stand-up guys and a few gals. Phenomenal. Happy that you're having a good time. Alex James says, so true, man. Here I am after 7 years stuck at a dead-end job. No money, living paycheck to paycheck, SMH. Sorry, buddy. Improve your situation. Improve it or pick a different one. Not really anything else I can say to that. We get so many of those. Shane McLean. I gotta hit my vape real quick. I'm starting to. Hang on. I'm afraid we might never finish this. I was just looking. I have so many texts right now from people that are actively making comments on my YouTube channel, on my videos. I might never finish the stream if I keep this up. I wanted to put out a whole bunch of I wanted to put out a stream where I respond to every comment on the channel, and I don't even know how close am I to being done. Let's see here. No, it just keeps loading when I scroll down. Gosh. People are still continuing to leave comments on the channel. And I'm pretty sure it's going to wind up being faster than I can grapple with. There's 925 comments on this video by itself. And just in the last, gosh, since I started the stream, it looks like I've gotten, if I'm doing my math right, I've gotten 40 comments since I started the stream across a bunch of different videos. I really hope that it doesn't get to a point where I can't read every comment. Because as I said, the comment section is why I make YouTube videos in the first place, because I like to be able to talk. But 268 views in the past hour. 3 or 4 dozen comments. I'm getting buried by comments. And I'm rapidly getting this sinking feeling that at some point I'm not going to be able to read all of them. So hopefully that doesn't happen anytime soon, but it's coming. I worked concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and it all sucked. 33 years old and I've been playing poker professionally. Well, congratulations. I'm glad you found something that you enjoy. Phenomenal. Why not just pick a few and read them? Because, I mean, like, the title of the stream is reading and responding to every comment. Like, I wanted to stick to that. I don't like missing, like, if I scroll down here, well, what did this guy say? What did Von Jacob Kane say? If I'm scrolling down here, I'm missing what he said 4 months ago. I don't want to feel like I missed something. That's just how I view it. Maybe that's a silly way to view it, but I mean, this is the whole point. This is what I'm making videos for, is to be able to have comment section. I made it 7 months in the Carpenters Union before I moved to South Carolina to work as a solar remodeler for a company that pays fat compensation off of every job, a company car, insurance package with retirement. Just tell the boss what tools I need, and either you get the card or he'll just go buy them for you. Gas card, all that good stuff. I don't work with gross, distasteful, cocky assholes anymore, and I feel like I'm in somewhere I didn't think I could ever be. It was definitely a switch. Go holler at your local bath fitter or move to one and work for them, dude. It will take care of you every possible way, and you'll make $130K a year. Congratulations on getting into a situation that you enjoy, and no, I will not leave my current industry. Appreciate it, though. Omnibus Shadow 24 says, I worked as a plumbing apprentice for about 4 years. That's good. Why did I dislike this? Did I misclick that? I must have hit it whenever I was replying, whenever I hit reply. Yeah, so anyways, he worked as a plumbing apprentice for about 4 years. Good trade to get into. Good solid trade. I don't have any criminal violations. I haven't been to prison. I have had enough ever since. These old... Again, you don't have to bring age into it because that makes it delegitimized. If somebody who's old reads this, they're going to quit reading right here whenever they get to this word. Whenever they get these 2 words. Who run that field? They underpay me less than I should be making more. They underpay me when I should be making more. How do you know that you should be making more? Is it because you've looked at the national average for plumbing apprentices and you've compared your wages to that of the national average and you can see that you're making less? That's a good barometer. I also got tired of putting my hands in... Well, this I can understand. Yeah, this is the part of plumbing that I would make me not want to do it. While being paid like an immigrant in my own country, okay, I tried opening my own business, but nobody wants to pay, so I gave up on it. I'm currently have a great paying job doing something else. Good. I'm glad you improved your situation. All I have to say is stop paying attention. Stop paying attention to people telling you that the trades pay well. They don't unless you have your own business. That's patently untrue. Okay, well now I know why I disliked it, because he's lying. Maybe your situation wasn't great because you weren't being paid. Maybe you weren't working enough to be paid enough. Like, if you want to be paid $30 an hour, put in $30 an hour worth of work. You can't be putting in $10 an hour worth of work and expect to be paid more than $10 an hour. Maybe that wasn't your situation, but don't go and say that because you didn't get paid a lot, the trades never pay well. That is patently untrue. I'm being paid well, and I know a lot of people who are being paid well in more than just the electrical industry. Welding, sheetrocking, framing, painting. There's all the trades have plenty of upward mobility. Don't tell people that the trades don't pay well. Woody, FPV. 5 hours ago, so before the stream started. Barely. Says it's tough, but the amount of skilled trade workers is in a perpetual downward spiral and we need new blood in the field. I've been in contracting for over a decade, and what I suggest is to find a trade you enjoy doing, yes, and always be working towards being able to bill your own work and always be safe as possible. Always, I 100% agree with this, yes. Find a trade you enjoy doing. Be safe as possible. I've already said several times, I'm not going to leave the company that I'm with, but if this is what you feel like is the best for you, go for it. If you can get to the point of being independent, your freedom and income will be a night and day difference. If you can, start an LLC doing the trade you already work in. Use your gained experience to build something for yourself at once instead of building something for someone else like you usually do. If that's what you want to do, then go for that. Improve your situation the way you see yourself improving it. Betty didn't. Well, I think she did. Says, I went to school to be a police officer, etc., and have worked for the same construction company since I was 17. Now 32, still with the same company, decided to work with felons instead of arresting them. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Skip McGrath. Construction is just hard work. The dirtier the job, the rougher the dudes that do it. Not entirely accurate. But I digress. I've worked in the skilled trades on and off all my life, and most of the people I've worked with have been real gentlemen. Huge. I also did PhD research in the academic world, and beneath the civilized veneer, academia is much nastier. I believe that. On a construction site, you may be told to fuck off, but academics will destroy a lifetime of research on a momentary whim. If you want to work with more sophisticated people, you need to upgrade your skill level. I mean, I don't work with like academic. I guess it depends. Like academics is a broad term. It depends on what you're talking about. I don't know if they would destroy a lifetime of research on a whim. I don't know what I'm researching. I'm gonna take your word for it. Just another viewer fan. I believe they've made a comment already on something else. I have a CDL, but for some reason I chose to stay in construction dealing with careless backstabbing, high horse lying ass old. Again, we keep seeing people with generational gap. Kids. I want to succeed in this field still because I find it to be very important in life. I want nothing to learn and grow, but I can't find that. I think he meant to say I want nothing more than to learn and grow, because this sentence doesn't make any sense. Then the pay is about the same as a fast food worker, if not less. You have a CDL and you're not making more than a fast food worker? I find that hard to believe. CDL is a meal ticket, just like a journeyman license. There's something wrong with that. Then in a small town, most of these companies aren't even building things. It's like maintenance and odd jobs. Okay, maybe it's the fact that it's a small town, in which case I would say find a big town. The construction biz is filled with broken men who have decades of unaddressed mental health and addiction problems, says Mobile. Every industry is filled with that. But yeah, it's present in construction. Clock Tower Dreamhouse says 3 months ago, it's evident you're a very intelligent and articulate person. If you don't mind sharing, why did you make the decision to work in construction and not an industry where you could more impactfully leverage your keen communication and analysis skills? And my response to this was about what I've already said. The fact that I was going to work with my grandfather passed, I like this company, I stuck with it. Scott Mundy, 3 days ago, says, I used to work trades back in the day and am personally guilty of several safety violations, and while I'm not advocating for them, I do get the why. If it was the last piece of sheetrock way up in a hallway firewall and the scissor lift couldn't squeeze past the ducting, you'd see me jump up to stand on the safety rails to get it screwed in with no harness. Okay, that is a problem. Yeah, that's not good. Your scissor lift has handrails, which according to OSHA mean that you don't have to have a safety harness where you're standing on it, but the moment that you leave the platform, now you have to have a harness on. If you take your left foot and hold it up where you're standing on one foot, you have to have a harness on. So yeah, jumping up onto the safety rails to screw in a piece of sheetrock with no harness. Really hope you're not encouraging other people to do that, buddy. Because that's problematic. That's problematic. But if you're being constantly yelled at for being too slow or inefficient and promotes such behavior, it promotes me to tell somebody to go screw off. If somebody's telling me to work unsafe, yeah, that's not gonna fly. I don't care. Your entire building can fall down because of me not putting up this one piece of sheetrock. If it's gonna put me and my helper or whoever it is at risk to install it, then we're gonna figure out a way to do it safely, or we're not gonna do it at all. I get that the faster a job gets done, the more money a company makes. Not really, because the money trades hands before the job. Like, once the contract is signed, the money trades hands. I mean, sure, the company can save money by having less labor cost and by not buying, like, extra material more than what was bid, but, you know, they have their 10 to 15% profit that they'd like to make off of a job by not spending a whole bunch. The money has already traded hands. Getting a job done faster does not mean it's being done correctly. Gotta be safe. Anyways, and to be honest, 20 years later, I still have no idea I could have done that in an OSHA-approved manner, but it doesn't excuse the fact that the culture itself promotes out-of-sight risky behavior instead of coming down, grabbing a harness, and walking across the site while being yelled at. Now he brings it back. I knew he'd come back. The culture promotes out-of-sight risky behavior instead of promoting a good safety culture. This is why my company is phenomenal, because this is our culture. Our culture, our safety culture with my company does promote coming down, grabbing a harness, and walking back across the site, and no one's yelling at you because you go and encourage somebody to have this out-of-sight risky behavior on a job with us, a job with my company. Somebody's calling the safety man. Somebody's telling a tale, a true tale. Somebody's tattling and getting somebody in trouble, because we can't work unless we are alive. We can't work unless we are safe. So, yeah, this right here, we do the best we can to be safe. There's no out of sight risky behavior permitted. That'll get phone calls made with our company. I don't regret working trades, but I'm glad I don't do it anymore. When you can hear someone's knees crack as they pick up their bags, well, you just know it's not a forever kind of career. Well, they should have been more careful with their knees. Should have been more careful with their knees. It was as simple as that. Tip of the iceberg. Your view of middle class people is accurate. They're not necessarily bad. They're just painfully average, with not much different thoughts. I'm probably way too late to ask the question, but when those creeps say creepy stuff, does it work if you say something like, hey mate, that's not appropriate? Or maybe if someone laughs at someone wearing PPE, have you ever said something? Does it work? Do you try? Yes. If somebody laughs at you for wearing PPE, laugh at them for being a noob who doesn't think that they need to do the job safely. Simple as that. Like, if somebody thinks that wearing PPE is problematic, I mean, if they think that's funny, they're obviously just new, inexperienced, and silly, and you need to teach them that, wearing PPE and doing things safely is the right way to go. And they need to quit being so silly. Reaper the Rager says, the algorithm showed me this video today, and today I was working with paint thinner. I read the instructions, which were very clear about the fact that it is hazardous material that irritates skin, and as such, you need to not have exposed skin or eyes. Do I look like a moron wearing a jacket and gloves and goggles in 85 degrees while I applied it? I absolutely did, and I wouldn't trade a second of safety for a lifetime of cool. Good man. Good man. He went ahead and made himself look like a moron with a jacket and gloves and goggles, and he kept himself safe. Very nice. Thank you, Reaper. The weed break guy is probably your best bet if... What? Okay, Xena over here is saying so. The weed break guy is probably your best bet if individuals to work with, and if you want to be picky, smoking on a construction site is hazardous, period, but marijuana is officially medicine. Don't put us in with cigarette smokers, convicts, and porta-john eaters. Yes, I will, because marijuana consumption is illegal in my state. Simple as that. Um, so my husband took an angle grinder to the face and we ended up having to go to a plastic surgeon. I never wondered how until now. Where the hell was his PPE? It's your freaking head. Exactly right. Exactly right. Um, kind of mind blowing to me that people don't want to work safely. It's because they feel like they feel emasculated whenever they've got to put on safety glasses or a hard hat. That's what they feel like. They feel like they're not manly. They feel like they're not Chads. They feel like, they're losing 2 inches of diameter of their biceps if they're not out here, you know, jumping up on the top rails of scissor lifts, as that one guy said. Especially if that brings others down that want to. They don't care what kind of influence they have. These specific types of people. I mean, that's the problem with construction. One of the problems with construction, with the culture, is the lack of safety. That's why, again, I'm thankful to work for a company that has a very robust safety culture, and I'm sorry for the people that just sit there in a company that doesn't take it seriously. Like this woman right here. My husband took at least I'm assuming Brianna is a female name. So my husband took an angle grinder to the face. Where the hell was his PPE? It's your freaking head. That's an unfortunate situation. If he'd been wearing his safety glasses and a face shield, some things can be prevented by just wearing what you are required to have. Requaza says, sounds like in a warehouse X1000. Like, bro, everyone was arrested at least once, and one girl came in like, yeah, I was in jail last night. Me and my boyfriend beat the shit. They were all really super kind and really didn't mention it unless you pried a bit. Okay, well, let me. I liked this because of how goofy that is. Don't pry. Please never delete this work of art. Thank you, Treeman Stan. I appreciate it, buddy. Harrison Millington. God, I would have loved to hear you rant like this on a job site. I feel you. Thank you, buddy. Adam Shiro 7 days ago says, I dawed construction on and off for 12 years. I feel where you're coming from with most of the stuff. Appreciate it, buddy. Finks, an old friend, hadn't been seen around here in quite a while. Hadn't seen a comment from him in many months. Says, this is funny and serious at the same time. Take care of yourself. Good luck, bro. I hearted it because it's Finks and because it's nice. If anything happens like that, I guarantee you they regret their decisions to not be safe. Absolutely. The point at which you are actually bitten by the alligator is the moment that you regret your decision to stick your head in its mouth. You could have just avoided sticking your head anywhere near the alligator, but once it clamps down, then you're going to be sorry. At that point, it's too late. It doesn't make any sense. Marine TV said a year ago, I know it's an old video, you may or may not see my comment. Well, I definitely do. But I'm also a construction worker, not a local here in Taiwan. Yes, it's unsafe from every aspect. Either it's the danger of working with tools or the danger with working criminally minded people. Your life is always on a bet. Like I say, you got to work, you got to improve your situation, improve the atmosphere, improve your safety culture. You can influence it. You just have to be a good example and force that good example upon the culture. Singularity says 6 months ago, this type of work builds character and provides a lot of life experience. It could also be a lot of fun. I did it for a couple of years when I was in my late teens and had a number of other dirty manual jobs over the following years. I'm a PA now and have multiple degrees. People look down on it, but I am very well rounded and a jack of all trades now, unlike every one of my peers who can't do anything outside of medicine. I missed the ball. What? Okay, I hate that phrase. I'm sure that's metaphorical, but I mean, gosh, that is just good times. I'm glad that you had a good time, buddy. Also, keep your hands off people's balls. Naded O'Hurdy says, I hope this guy finds peace. Thank you. Okay. To be frank, from what makes him believe in shit, I'll leave the field wider open. Could literally be anything. Whatever keeps you being a person, I hope you find it. He sounds like a clever and introspective guy. I appreciate it. You could have that could have been your comment, and instead of sounding like an AI by writing whatever this was, all of this up here. But I appreciate it. Smoking Lobo says, been a laborer for 3 years, ended up there during the pandemic as I lost my job in the beginning. You, sir, have given me the push I needed to just quit. That was not the intent of my video. The point of the video was not that you need to quit. The point of the video was that the culture sucks and it's something that needs to change. And it's something that you can change. I just need you to take the push to change it. I'm sorry that that's the vibe that you got. Derek Martin says, I quit 2 construction jobs years ago because of the pot smokers. Luckily, over the years, I have found people that only hire decent guys trying to raise families. Very good. You spelled decent wrong, and you use an apostrophe correctly, and it's really hard to read it whenever people make such giant mistakes. But, glad that you improved your situation. User Lee608 says, on my experience, construction is good and bad depending on many factors, but in my case it sucks. The fact of working long hours, lifting heavy stuff just to get home and sleep and have no time for myself sucks. And I forgot how much it sucks just getting into traffic just to get to the job site or to go home. It just makes you a slave. What? My passions, one of my passions is health because health is wealth, but construction makes it difficult. You end up being addicted to energy drinks, which are bad, or eating gas station food and destroying your joints even more. Though the money is good, you're stealing from your own future health. And that's an issue that I talked about in my advice for new construction workers video that I'm also struggling with. It's the dietary thing. I get that. I understand that. The rest of it, you can improve your situation. This, you can, but I'm kind of struggling with it myself, so it's kind of hard for me to say, you can improve your situation whenever I haven't improved it myself. So let me just not comment on that. Luke Skywatcher says, you're funny as hell, and people and spot on. People are morons. Thank you, appreciate it. Anthony says, I mean this in the nicest way. You remind me of Jim Carrey. I could see you doing comedy. You just have a very genuine yet entertaining personality, and it's fun to listen to you talk. Well, I appreciate it, buddy. AMV Rebirth says, eating food in a porta-john is beyond psychotic. It absolutely is. LA12345 10 days ago says, I worked as a site engineer for 4 years and I quit. Dirty environment, too much pressure, bad coworkers with no manners or loyalty. Improve your situation or leave it. One or the other. I'm glad that you picked one. Slippery Pete says, I just found this video 2 weeks ago. I just found this video and I really felt you on some of this. Appreciate it, buddy. Pissed Pajamas. Delightful name. Says, yeah, we all had high expectations. If you were good enough in your creative hobbies to make a business out of it, then you'd be doing just that, but you're not. I wouldn't say I was bad at it. It was just that this, like, working in electrical and working with motors was what got me into it, and then getting into construction was how that evolved, and then my grandfather passed, so I could no longer work with him, so I stuck with a construction company that I'm with, and it's worked out. That's what I would say. You're in a shitty job with people you don't like. Somewhat. How many of them want to be there? Most of them, because they're there. I mean, see, I operate based on the assumption that if you don't like something, that you don't like being somewhere, that you leave it. Or that you fix it. So that you can make things the way you want. You know? If you're not happy, make things make you, like, fix it so that you're happy. I bet you had a lot of dreams at 1.2. What did I say at the beginning of this video? That I wanted to be what was it, a screenwriter or something? Yeah, I mean, that was whenever I was a kid. Dreams that didn't involve tedious physical labor. Okay, I don't know what tedious physical labor you're doing. Maybe it's something with plumbing or something that I'm not familiar with, but there's very few tedious things in electrical. There's certain things like, you know, pulling thousands upon thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of feet of MC up in a ceiling of a warehouse for the 2,000 or 3,000 light fixtures that you might have, but beyond that, like I said in my advice video, it engages your whole being. Like, it engages you, like, you got to use your mind and your body to be able to do the job. So I wouldn't consider that tedious by itself. There's certain tedious tasks, but the whole thing, like physical labor itself, is not tedious. Here you are thinking you're better than your coworkers. Well, that's true. Because you thought you were going to be something better. I wouldn't say that writing is better, honestly. I think that that's a good thing that I dodged that career path. I kind of dodged a bullet with that because that means that I would have to sit in a chair like this the entire day and not do anything. And that's not fun. If this job is so far beneath your abilities, then why are you here? Because it's easy and because it makes money and because I feel like I'm doing something that's contributing to future generations because I'm building buildings and making places for people to work and live their lives. I'm detecting a good bit of negativity here. This person is offended. Um, and I want to say more than I just don't care because yes, I don't care, but also the way that they're reflecting this, like talking about how the coworkers had a lot of dreams at one point, and none of them want to be here, and they're a bunch of people with a bunch of broken or abandoned dreams. I guess this is a thing about living paycheck to paycheck or something like wanting to do more, but you don't have the capital to be able to cover it. Maybe honestly I don't know. Um, Pissed pajamas, you sound more pissed than the pajamas that you're representing, so I'm just gonna move on here. Have a good day. Uh, Joseph Ajosta says, when you have to take time off and lose money from an injury that could have stopped by wearing PPE, that's when it becomes not cool. Put it on a t-shirt. Very good. Jason Calvetti says the pride should in overcoming the bad hand you were dealt or bad decision you made, not leaning into it more. You phrased that weird, but you're right. Poder says construction is becoming a lost art. Yeah, there definitely needs to be a higher influx of people into the industry. Jay Winchester says, I'm a carpenter in structural concrete. I love it and love my coworkers. However, I feel these companies are okay with running us into the ground after that. I gotta drink something real quick. Give me a second. I have a funny feeling that comment is projecting. I have a sneaking suspicion you might be onto something there, KRP. This is it's one of them situations. We're gonna scroll on past it. Where was I, Jay Winchester? Okay. I keep scrolling down and the page keeps loading. I'm never gonna finish the stream. I'm a carpenter in structural concrete. I love it and love my coworkers. However, I feel like these companies are okay with running us into the ground and after that still have us come back and work another 60 hours. I guess over here on the West Coast, on these big jobs, the scummy guys don't really make it as carpenters. And this work is extremely tough, and I've mostly seen professional, great people in this trade. However, I can't speak for other trades. I've heard residential is another story, though. And this is a situation that I'm faced with as well. Like, I see the electricians that I work with as professional, great people. But I can't speak for the other trades because either I don't know them or the ones that I have met are bad representatives of their trades because of meeting, poorly behaved plumbers or poorly behaved sheetrockers or, trashy welders or tech guys, things like that. I can't speak for, how it is on average for them as a whole, but I do know that from the outside it doesn't look good. And then, yeah, residential. I don't screw with that. Building houses a little beneath me and my illustrious skill set. Beacock says, I've been a plumber for 17 years from apprentice to current business owner. Congratulations. I can relate to almost everything you're saying. It's a shame and a reason why younger people aren't pursuing a career in the trades. Absolutely. For me, it's not the work itself, but the people I have to deal with, again, people spelling weather wrong. It's the third time we've seen weather spelled wrong. It was coworkers, bosses, or customers. I never realized how shitty people could be until I started working in the trade. Well, sorry that's your experience. I'm happy that you have moved up like this, though, from apprentice to current business owner. That's huge. That's a phenomenal jump. Congratulations. Contra Machina says, this kid nailed it. Great video. Appreciate it, buddy. Jungle Justice, people who brag about doing time are people to avoid like the plague. 100% true. Daniel Andry says, it kind of depends on the actual trade as well. Some are worse than others. I mean, again, that goes back to saying I can't speak for other trades because I don't know what the average is for them. I just know some of them are poorly represented by people that work in their company that are not the greatest representations of their trade being good. Anyways, Random Centurion 4 weeks ago says, just a heads up to any young fellows going into construction. I say this as a guy who went in at 19 and left at 26. You are at the bottom of the totem pole. Your fuck-ups will be raged at, your wins either ignored or attributed to someone else. First year will be rough, and in truth, very few, if anyone, gives a shit about you. And that is a problem, and that's something that, that needs to be fixed. No raging. Stop ignoring people. And, yeah, it doesn't need to be rough. It's only rough because people make it rough, and people don't need to make it rough. But it is true. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying Random Centurion is wrong here. I'm just saying that it doesn't need to be this way, and we can fix this. If people in the trades have been there for a while, have 5 to 10 years of experience, fix it. Don't rage at people's fuck-ups. Don't ignore people's successes. Don't steal people's shine. Don't make the first year for anybody. Don't make somebody's introduction to the construction industry rough, because you will drive them away. And that is what I'm so glad that he's very good thus far. Very good comment. Let me finish it before I keep on talking. If you could somehow hack this first year and ingratiate yourself, I tell you, construction has some of the best lads in the world. True. 100% real. Very good. But understand if you can't, because it also has some of the worst. The foul, the backstabbers, the lazy idiot that sits there while 6 men do his job, and the worst of the worst. That guy's only there because of connections, and you can't even rage at him because of the boss. Okay, well, I have never met a single person like that that's like immovable because they're like related to the boss. But everything else here, whenever you start out, yes, this is a true element, but it needs to change. That is the point of my construction site culture video, is that the culture is bad, and people like me, who have been in it for a while, need to fix it. I'm doing the best I can to make this reality go away. Teaching my helpers, being a good influence. But people will continue to have the complaints that they've had all throughout this comment section, as long as people like me, or people who have been in the industry for as long as I have, or longer, continue to think that it's okay to behave like the animals that I talked about in this video. I think it's an American problem more than a construction industry problem. Oh, no, it isn't. We've had several comments from other nations, from other nationalities, talking about how it's a problem there too. That's patently untrue, Officer Dante. Is Black Thrash 44 minutes ago says, hey, that's such a long comment. Okay, hey, I worked in renovation, not construction, for about 4 years in total, and most people I work with there were questionable for sure. One dude, besides obvious alcoholism and sex addiction, had serial killer vibes, okay? Another had LSD brains and was a pathological liar. A massive former heroin junkie turned alcoholic who liked to beat people up. Okay. Okay, you're hanging around with them, don't you? Every contractor, father, worker, son duo has a... Well, not my experience. In my experience, these are the best guys to work with because they gel so well. Weird. And no one uses PPE for sure. I always had hearing protection gloves, eyeglasses, respirator in hand. I even brought a gas mask for cutting stone and concrete. I'm glad. Very good. Bring the PPE that you need to do the job that you need to do safely. That being said, still a better job than sitting at the same desk with the same people every day, which I did as a structural engineer and Lowe's ass. Blame the ADHD, I guess. 100% agree with this. Yeah, I would never want to sit at a desk for, 8-10 hours a day for my job. My butt would get sore. My butt's already sore, and I've only been sitting here for 4.5 hours. Giant Hills said 12 days ago, sometimes you have generations of construction workers, they're born into it and apparently never consider anything else. Sure. We here in eastern parts of Europe, says we here in eastern parts of Europe say, if you have nowhere to go and nobody wants you, you go and work at a construction site. Huh. I mean the same shit here, but mostly alcoholics here. Last time we had an accident, one guy fell off of a roof 6 meters high, industrial site, was completely drunk and fell on his effing head. Later found out that he had ended up fine in the hospital. Really? This dude fell 6 meters on his head and was fine? Y'all build them different in Europe, don't you? Good grief. Oh my gosh. I would be laid up for months if I fell 1 meter onto my head, dude. That is insane. Now he has more stories to tell his coworkers. But yeah, it literally feels as if any type of construction work is despised and hated by the majority. So only the lowest of the low does this job. Not 100% true though. It's just that construction isn't a high-skilled job anymore. No art left in there. I disagree with that. Everything is made to be done at super fast speeds and cheap. Hey, but it is what it is. We ain't building no more Sistine Chapels, more glass and stone boxes, yeah. I disagree that there's no art left in it. You bring the art to it. You know, if you've got two electricians, two different people with two different panels. You set this electrician on this panel and this electrician on this panel. And they go and they have to put all of the ground wires onto the ground bars and put all of the neutrals onto the neutral bars and, you know, tie all the black, red, blue, or brown, orange, yellow, or whatever color it is that you might be working with the breakers, the actual hot wires. You have this dude on the left makes his panel up. This dude on the right makes his panel up. They make them up two totally different ways. This guy over here used zip ties and sticky backs to put his wire all arranged just perfectly inside the panel. This guy over here didn't even use sticky backs or zip ties. He just formed the wires perfectly so that they sit there naturally in the shape that you need them, going the path that you want them to go without needing any zip ties or sticky backs. Neither one of them is doing it like incorrectly, but they have their own style to it. And then, you know, this guy labels the neutrals. This guy doesn't label the neutrals. You don't technically have to label the neutrals, but that's something that, you know, this guy wants to do because it's an extra detail that might make things easier later. This guy labeled with a Sharpie marker on the inside of the panel can next to the conduit to show what circuit numbers are coming up out of these pipes coming out the slab or down out the ceiling. Art is the effort that you put into the job. You know, you're talking about the concrete and the glass and the stone boxes like the Sistine Chapel. You know, they asked for a church. They asked for a chapel. And yeah, you want to throw some art up on the ceiling, that's great. And then you get the Sistine Chapel because somebody decided to take pride in their work and put more effort into the job. You know, the Sistine Chapel could look like a refrigerator with a child's crayon drawing all over it. But somebody decided they're going to make history, and so everybody knows the Sistine Chapel because somebody took pride in their work. Somebody viewed their work as art. No art left in construction. I fundamentally disagree with that because at least I work in construction. I view myself as an artist. Money Magi says, just be yourself and work hard, stay humble, everything else will follow. Humility is a sin. Don't ever be humble. There's no reason, no excuse to be humble. Loud and proud, baby. But definitely be yourself. Definitely work hard. I agree with that. Warren Star Cat says one day ago, yes, it does. And the age where real craftsmanship existed has been in constant destruction for the last 40 years. By who? I mean, it's the same exact thing was just said by this guy with no art left in there. What part of the world are you living in where artistic construction does not exist anymore? Where people don't take pride in their work? I mean, yes, there are certain people that don't take pride in their work, but I feel like those are surrounded by people who are here to do the job and do it right and do it well and get paid for putting in a good job. Anyways, while all manufactured durable goods and machinery have been evaporating in quality and reliability for the same amount of time, people sit around boardroom tables and think up ways to make things thinner and cheaper every day and how to charge more for them. There will be a counterculture that makes a move to reestablish American manufacturing and quality across the board. This camp will be the real innovators moving forward, and they will stand up for one thing. Quality goods, especially machinery that lasts forever and require little maintenance or repair. Thank you for your prediction, Warden Starcat. Yep. Okay, buddy. Thank you. Baron Wire says, yes, that's correct about idiots working unsafe. I hated working with people like that. Also hated the people. Gotcha. Yep. Working unsafe is problematic. Oh my gosh, I don't want to read this 3-paragraph comment. Sydney Woodall, I love you to death, buddy, but like, Please don't make long comments like this whenever I have been sitting here. Like, if I hadn't been sitting here for 4.5 hours reading this stuff with my mouth instead of with my reading it silently, then maybe it wouldn't be a problem. But my mouth is so sore from reading. Gosh, I need to sit here and not talk. Best construction job I ever had was repairing old churches with a master mason. I can expect so, because it's like, you get to see the old craftsmanship from the olden days, because churches can be around for so long. There's a church like 30, 40 miles south of here that was built in the 1700s. Like, the first people that ever put foot on this continent put that thing there. That's cool. And you go and remodel a job like that, first of all, you have to have a phenomenal bond, a lot of insurance. But also, you get to see the work that the people back then put into building a building, and you kind of get to get in their headspace of exactly what they were thinking whenever they assembled a building like that. That's cool to me. And churches, I feel like, are better examples than most buildings of that. Anyways, good morning, kids, and I don't say that with any inclination of disrespect. Then why did you say it? Why would you risk something being taken as disrespect by saying it if you could have phrased it differently? Good morning, kids. You could have just said good morning. But you had to go and type all of this extra stuff. It could have been good morning, period. But no, you go here and you give us something that we have to read more than once to try and understand what the heck it means. Just say good morning, if that's what you want people to understand. Anyways, I've been in the trades for almost 30 years. I was this grown youth, but I had a knack for building and an innate ability to visualize blueprints in 3D in my own head. Okay, so you had an imagination. Huge. So it seemed logical that I follow in the construction trades. I won't say where I work or what I do. Neither will I. But I can tell you flat out that the gentleman in the above video is correct. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I've never said where I work either, because I want to help, I want them to remain anonymous. I'm obviously not anonymous, but, there's certain people that just don't want to be in videos and don't want to be on YouTube for whatever reason, and so, yeah, that's why I've never said where I work or what company I work for specifically. All held together with gravity and compression strength. And that's crazy too, how like they would cut rocks or boards specifically to fit together without any kind of screws or fittings and stuff. It's cool. The trades are hard. Construction is hard and dirty, and at times daunting and tedious and irritating, but it can be very rewarding. I've raised my family on my ways and provided them with a decent life, a better one than I had myself growing up. However, not everyone in the trades looks at it as an opportunity to further grow themselves. As stated, some come out of incarceration, and this is the only job that they can take due to a lot of companies' lax hiring processes. It's not an ideal situation, but it is what it is. If you could persevere past all the BS and all the sketchy people, you can make a really good living in this profession, and it is a dying profession. There are plenty of people nowadays who want the easy, cushy job in an office building, but as long as there's humans, there's going to be a need for buildings, and there's going to be the need for someone to build them. What worked for me was keeping my head down, ignoring the idiots, not falling into their drug use or alcohol traps as a way out of everyday life, dealing with issues head on, and just getting the job done. That's not to say it'll work for everyone, but it's how I've made it 30 plus years. You have to have thick skin in this profession, otherwise you will not survive, but it's a profession worth doing. It's a profession worth doing. Okay. Thank you, Sydney Woodall, for a gigantic comment. Michael Norris says, worked straight out of high school. 6 months later, went straight to community college. Great. The exclamation points indicate enthusiasm. I'm happy that you're doing something that you're enthusiastic about. Zombie Killer says, speaking of cut-resistant gloves, or speaking of cut-restraint gloves, actually, worked with guys that would make fun of me for wearing them when I was working in landscaping sharpening mower blades. I think he means sharpening. One of the chads, as you say, was sharpening the blades one day without and said gloves and sliced his hand and arm to the point you saw muscle and bone appearing. Everyone else wore gloves after, and I hearted this because the quickest way to make people actually use the PPE and do the safe stuff is for somebody to get hurt because they were being stupid. Because they were the Chad that was not protecting themselves. And it's unfortunate that it takes object lessons like that to get it through people's thick skulls that you need to be safe, but this is what'll do it. This is what'll do it. It's not real until it really happens in front of you, and it makes me mad that that is how some people learn. Tea in the morning. I hate the people who ignore safety precautions because they can get you killed too. You can boil the comment down to that, and it would still be a perfect comment. I've got a drink. I've got to. Oh my gosh. Plumb bobs and water levels and simple geometry are all the setting tools they had. Yeah, dude. It's crazy to like think that plumb bobs were ever useful for anything. Let's see. I want to see if I'm making any headway on getting through these comments because again, more stuff is being said the longer I read. Nope, more stuff is more comments are being made the longer I read. I may never finish. I may never finish what I set out to do. I wanted to read every comment that's ever been made on the channel. Doesn't look like that's going to be possible. Unfortunate. Alright, well, we'll keep going until my mouth falls off. How about that? One of my dad's friends burned to death in the oil field because another guy didn't sufficiently check to make sure the valve was closed to the pipe they were working on and remove the bolts. I'm sorry, dude. Holy crap. Plumb bobs are the most accurate vertical levels to this day still used. The only time I've ever used a plumb bob was whenever I was helping a dude set light poles for parking lot lighting, and I held the plumb bob up so that I could look at it with my eye and see, okay, the light pole needs to go this way a little bit. It needs to go that way just to get it leveled. Beyond that, I've never used a plumb bob. I just used a torpedo level or a laser level. Certain situations, sure, but I don't think I would ever use a plumb bob in lieu of an actual level for anything but maybe setting a pole, if I'm being totally honest. Okay. Nated O'Hurdy 1 month ago says, the first mistake was making a video about it. Huh? What? Making a video was not a mistake. This is the most viewed video on my channel. What are you talking about? Everybody watches this channel video. The like to dislike ratio is 94.1%. It was definitely not a mistake. Blue collar videos aren't common because we work too much. I can respectfully relate to your thoughts. I'm in construction. Here's the thing, it's difficult to explain, but life is hard. What I mean by that is no matter what, people are going to be around you in jobs. You're always going to have to finesse around people, i.e. curve and dodge, adapt and accept. It is what being adult is, dealing with people. I'm curious as to what you mean by adapt and accept. As long as you're not talking about behaving differently, like what I was just saying earlier, like changing to match what other people expect you to be. Don't conform. Don't become less than what you are. I think that the hardest part of construction is the people who are extremely angry. I don't like yelling or screaming. Babies do that. True. I personally yell, flipped out, got upset. Yeah, know what? I'm an idiot as well. I know I am already. Okay, well, change yourself if you see it's a problem. I don't yell at people, though, but it's my opinion. The getting ahead by any means is in all jobs. True. That's the capitalist system. Getting ahead by any means. Yep. I have been in blue-collar industries for my adult life. I'm thick-skinned, but I never enjoyed people freaking out like an angry jackass at people. That is honestly what I never liked about work. Hot summer days can't be controlled. Gotcha. Alrighty then. Will this ever end? If I just keep scrolling down, will it ever end? God. Dude, it just keeps going. Oh my gosh, did it stop? It actually stopped. I found the bottom of it. The keystone is latched in place by the thumb of God. Okay. What are you talking about? Okay. I'm going to read starting here and I'm going to go up because there's a lot more one-liner comments down here. Visual Fog K said, y'all just soft. What? Whatever. Parloso said, Bud, either read Edward Bernays or the Bible. I've read the Bible 7 or 8 times. I don't know who Edward Bernays is, but I guarantee you he is not on par with the Bible. You are angry at the system and taking that anger out on your coworkers is not safe. I don't take anger out on my coworkers. That's an incorrect statement. I mean, it is unsafe. It's not safe. You don't want to put your coworkers at risk, but I don't take anger out on anybody. I sense you want more for your burden. It's fair but not sensible. I sense I want more for my burden. Did you watch the same video that I did? What are you talking about? I don't want more for myself. I want the culture to change. And that is fair and that is sensible and the culture does need to change. You are a child in the eyes of those who have actually been built by the bite of society. Is this AI been built by the... Did you mean to say the bite of 87, but the AI like tried to make that frame into a more like philosophical sentence? What are you talking about? I'm a child in whose eyes? They had no white picket fence. They had no one that believed in them. All the credit was earned through blood and word of mouth. Would you accept a bloodied warrior at face value into your house? No, because this man can wash himself before he brings blood into my house. That's disgusting. That's a biohazard. What are you talking about? Nobody views me as a child. I don't know what the bite of 87 has to do with this. They didn't have a white picket fence? Well, I'm not going to feel guilty for the fact that I grew up with one. I'm angry at a culture, yes. Culture needs to change. I'm not taking it out on my coworkers. And wanting more for my burden? I don't know what burden you're talking about. I just want the culture to change. Quit trying to sound philosophical. Your name is not Socrates. You don't have to speak like this with, the blood and the word of mouth and a bloodied warrior at face value in your house. Try to become that warrior. It's not that deep, bro. All right. Secret gospel of the true Mason. It's passed on orally. You will not find it written down. The thumb of God is gravity. Oh, that's what that meant. Okay, it's a metaphor. I got you. Okay, that makes more sense now because I'd be confused. I didn't know what you meant by thumb of God. That makes sense. Yeah, the gravity. That's a goofy way of referring to it. I like that. Peter Gama says, you are too soft, TBH. As well, gloves don't make you safer in all situations. I have had 21 injuries caused by gloves. Okay, well, that sounds like you could learn something from that many injuries, buddy. And no, I'm not saying that they'll make you safer in all situations, but they will make you safer whenever you're dealing with like things that could cut you or abrade you or give you gangrene if you get something injected into you. Yeah, it's another one of these idiots that says you're too soft. Buddy, I'm not trying to front for anybody. Okay? I'm not one of those, big boys don't cry sons of guns. Real men don't cry guys. That's not me. No real man is. Okay? No such thing as a real man. There's no such thing as being too soft. Perfect Imperfection says you never know someone's situation, young man. That is true, but it doesn't excuse bad behavior. Ryan Conley says you're thankful for the safety culture. Wow. Yes, I am. My safety culture for my company is phenomenal. Homework. Do your homework. Work is work. Shut up and do your homework. Okay, you told me to shut up, which means you are getting hidden. Don't ever tell me to shut up. Don't ever tell me to shut up. Misty Girder says, "Are we here to work or talk about our feelings?" Both. Berta Lawrence says A and S. Okay, great. Ajax says, Okay, Gold Man in for sub says, you speak intelligently, but you lack emotion. Have you seen me? What do you mean I lack emotion? Unfortunately, you require both to be sufficient in your trade. You're never going to meet perfect people, and you must make the best of what you can of other people. You put yourself into the trades, and for some reason you find the worst of it in your job. Find the best of people, please. I'm not going to put rose-tinted glasses whenever I'm talking to people. You know, that's not a wise or safe way to look at people. I look at people objectively. I'm not gonna like ignore, 8 negative qualities and look at the one and let that one good quality define them. A person is a conglomeration of all of their qualities. That's what that is. You speak the truth and safety and protocol. You understand how things work, but unfortunately, society has produced a situation where that's just not what people are. And I appreciate you trying to speak the way things should be, but that's not the way things should be. Okay, what are you talking about, dude? What do you fucking mean? I appreciate you trying to speak the way things should be, but that's just not the way things should be. Which is it? What? Okay. All right, the machine, the AI. Somebody let ChatGPT loose in my comment section again. Okay, that's what this is. Unfortunately, they will never be that way. If you really want things to be so perfect, then you should move maybe to an office job or something like that. No, I will change things to be correct. There is no excuse for unsafe work performance. No, there's no excuse to not be safe. If people do not work safely, I will make them work safely, or I will make them disappear. I mean, come on. It's as simple as that, Mr. Machine. Daniel Valdez says soft hands. Sure, buddy. Yep. Yep. Anyways, you were definitely in the wrong profession. Move on. No. But you move on from this YouTube channel. Lamau, you are new to this. I could tell you by your beautiful clean shirt. No, I've been in the industry for 8 years and I have a beautiful clean shirt because I actually care about how I look to the customer. Are you union? No, unions are not as ubiquitous in my state as others. This is the response that I had. Maybe it's you're showing narcissistic tendencies therapy, maybe? No. Yes, I am a narcissist. No, I'm not going to change it. You in Ohio, says Squig. I'm in Georgia. Just quit? Absolutely not. Quality labor needs to start sticking it to these companies by refusing to work for them. I am quality labor, yes, but I'm not working for a bad company. That was not the point of the video. The point of the video was that the culture of construction needs to change. Ugh. Yikes, not for you, bud. The culture isn't for me. I don't like the culture of construction in general, but I'm going to stick with the bastion of construction that I found because it's good. Kevin Flanagan says, you're complaining a lot. I will continue to complain until things improve. Chill out. Looks like it's time for you to choose another path. Nope. Or move out of the South because where I live it's pretty good. No, the South is better than everywhere else I've been. You should try working in a kitchen. I've only spoken to a couple of food service people. My uncle is actually a chef at a restaurant in Savannah, like not a sous chef, an actual chef. And it seems like it would be cool, but it requires a lot of learning and a lot of training to work in like what he works in. And if I'm going to go into working in a kitchen, then I would want to work with my uncle. I would want to work with family that is already into it because I want to be able to work with family if family are available to work with. But I'm not going to work in a kitchen if I'm an electrician. I couldn't take the pay cut. Am I right? I mean, come on. Why am I going to do that? Toughen up and learn a trade. Brighten up and learn how to fucking listen whenever I'm talking to you in a video. You chose to click on my YouTube video, and then you're going to come out and say this? Learn a trade? What the fuck do you think the video was about? It's about an electrician. Shinzei pimp. Like, I can't imagine what your reading comprehension is like if your listening comprehension is that garbage. Justin Miller. Hey, man, maybe it's best that you find another career. No. You're obviously intelligent. Yes, I am, and I appreciate you acknowledging that. Take less money and go work somewhere else. No. Low-key, you seem to be losing your mind working with these dudes. Buddy, I lost my mind a long time ago. Okay? It has nothing to do with my company. Save your mental health and go work somewhere else. No. No, I'm good. Dude had a terrible day at work. This day that this was filmed was not a great day. I will say that. Sorry, bro. Better days are coming, and they have. Duct tape says to a T. Soft hands, brother. Soft, shut the fuck up and get out of here. How about that? How about some of those apples? LOL, in the UK, it's defo better. It is, though, unless you're on a big job somewhere in London, it's okay, but all the Romanian... Okay, well, I don't know what kind of relationship Londoners and Romanians have, so I'm going to stay well away from that. Yep, if it's better in the UK, okay. Construction site culture, bro, it's a job. Work, get paid, and go home. Who gives a shit? The people who are negatively influenced by toxicity on the job site give a shit. Go away. Sounds like you need to join a union, my friend. No. Jonas de Cross Officialator says, okay, thank you. Bazinga says, most construction workers are a-holes. You seem to be a great guy. Leave before you become like them. I appreciate the kind words, but I'm not going to leave. Mr. Cordy says, perhaps you should go back to stocking shelves. Perhaps you should go back to not making comments on my channel. Apex Grind says, I have a very bad background. I became a professional, got my ass in school. Don't glorify that life. Dog, got a degree. Don't glorify a bad background. If you have a bad background, it's something that you don't want to be proud of. It's not comely. I see you in comedy. I see trees of green, skies of blue. Smoky Vision said 6 months ago. Shut the fuck up, pussy. Just kidding, bro. You're right. But thank God we can still make money after going through hell in life. 100% true. Hilarious. Thank you. Appreciate it. Are you working with swamp trolls? No. Poor baby. Okay. I did not mean to report it. I meant to delete you because you were a baby if you are going to make those kinds of comments. I don't need you. Unmovable tanker must be non-union. Honestly, I don't see how that has a bearing on it. Oh man, looks like you and me are clones. I hope not. I feel bad for you, Brandon Gomez, if you're a clone of me. It's 2023. Should I do this shit? Yes. Yes, you should. You should get into construction. Pixel Trash. I have an ode feeling due to not main of a generation wanting to work these types of jobs. The world will be a difficult place in 20 years. Okay. Fly emoji versus bee emoji. What? Come work for Archer Western? No. Good looking guy? Well, thank you. What? Out of all the thousands of comments that I've gotten, nobody has ever complimented how I look. Thank you. My gosh. Try going into a trade. Brad Miller. Oh my God, Brad Miller. Oh my God. There's always one of these Brad Miller. There's always a Brad Miller, isn't there? You just watched an entire video by an electrician talking about working in trade jobs. Brad Miller, 6 months ago. How did I not see this comment? That's such a stupid comment. Pay attention to the videos that you're watching. Like, if you're in the video for more than 10 seconds, you'll know that I'm an electrician, that I work in a trade job. God, man. Anyways, Guy Incognito. I'm in construction the last 25 years, plumber. You say 50% have been to prison? I did not actually throw out a percentage. Not my experience at all. You must be bottom of the barrel remodeler, small town non-union hack. No, I actually work for one of the largest companies in the region. Anyways, no offense, lol. Everybody has got to work, so I don't get hung up on union versus non-union. But something is very different from people your niche is attracting compared to mine. It's not my company. It's not my company exclusively that has a culture issue. Honestly, my culture in my company is fine. It's the construction site The video is called Construction Site Culture. It's all of the trades, not just my company. I'm in IT, and it's so stupid. People try and belittle blue-collar construction. Someone has to do it. Like, what the fuck? How arrogant. I mean, we're the ones that build the buildings that you get to go and work in and sleep in and do things, right? Like, I mean, come on. Without the construction guys, without your electricians and your plumbers and your IT guys and your welders and your painters and your sheetrockers and your framers, good luck finding somewhere to work. You're not going to have a building to work in. Exactly right, Leif. Brad is probably a welder that inhaled one too many fumes. Don't mind Brad. I just imagine this dude just sitting in his truck. Just sitting in his truck watching my video, and he gets to the end of the video and he's like, dang, I should watch a video on YouTube. It's like he's Internet Explorer. He's the embodiment of Internet Explorer. He gets to things 5 minutes late every time. Emmanuel Garcia, Brad Miller, I'm sure you're a nice guy. You don't know how to listen is your problem. Emmanuel Garcia says, oh, okay, I needed to burp. That burp got stuck. You must be a green man that is not going to last long in this trade. I would imagine that 7 to 8 years is actually a fairly long time. And I'm not green. I'm actually kind of peachish. Oh no, not pot. Okay. Five Sauce Boy says, I'm also a small YouTuber, brother. I subscribe to you. A bunch of emojis. Just wrote it so you would see it a different way. Thanks. Link's Stamp says, Truly! Raymond J. Blaze said a year ago, I would like to do a video response to this video. Okay, let's see. Let me pull it over here just in case this dude has like pornography or something on his channel. Let's see. Did you make a video response to my video? This was a year ago. Let's see. Did you make a response to my video? You sure didn't. Right? Nope. And I mean, it would have popped up in the it would have popped up in my mentions, because whenever somebody mentions my channel, it actually sends me an email. So yeah, I would have known. I left plowing because of the culture. Fuck the trades. I wouldn't go that far with it, but I'm sorry that you had a bad experience. Worked construction for a year. Good riddance. I'm sorry that you had a bad experience with it. 4:30. Okay, well I don't know what happened, but I'm glad you found it funny. DJ Tex says 5 days ago, I just have no care for other people's stories. I'm at work to make money, not friends. I agree with that. But also, the culture doesn't have to suck. Eulogy says, you seem very focused on other people's deals and seem to think your idea of how things should work is greater than all around you. That's because it is. Like if someone is not using a lanyard or cutting wheel without face shield, if they've been instructed before, that's on them, not to do with your deal. No. Any safety director for any company worth his salt will tell you that you're the safety man. Every employee on the job site is the safety man. If you see that somebody that you work with is doing something improperly or unsafely, you fix the problem. Because whenever you allow your coworker to go up in the scissor lift or the boom lift rather, and they don't have a harness and they don't have a lanyard and they go stand on the handrails and they fall off and die, you're gonna wish that you had said something. You're going to wish that you had been a good coworker. You're going to wish that you had made it your deal whenever you witness a fatality that you could have stopped if you gave a fuck. So yes, I am focused on other people's deals because I don't want to lose friends. So don't come at me like this thinking, oh, you think your idea of work is just greater than everybody around you. I know what's most important. The worst thing about construction is it's boring. No, you're just wrong. It's extremely boring. I'm sorry that that's your opinion, but your opinion is just inherently wrong, buddy. 8 months ago, Angelo Cavar said, "Show us some tears. Show me you not existing anymore." Thank you. Cult of Danny has already made a couple comments on this channel, but this says also you should have gotten tons more views like mine. Check the tags I used. And then I asked him about tags, and he was talking about tags. Anyways, appreciate Cult of Danny's help with that. I get it, but you're overthinking it. There are shitty people everywhere. Sometimes you have to play the game. There are shitty people everywhere. That does not excuse it, and that does not mean that it's okay. But yes, it is a true statement. You just have to change the situation. Just don't go postal, bro. No, I won't. From King Films. Don't Google it. Don't Google angle grinder accidents. I did. Yeah, wear safety glasses, kids, and face shields. Don't forget face shields over the safety glasses. Glad you learned your lesson, Freedom King Films. Billy the Goat, go apply to Habitat for Humanity and work for them. What kind of AI generated answer is that? Whatever. Alan Martin, this guy's crying is what's wrong. Me crying or me complaining and me magnifying the issue that needs to be fixed is not what's wrong. You are what's wrong, so you are gone. This is what happens. You know, you fix the situation. So this problem is dealt with. I just fixed the problem. Look at that. I just improved the culture. They treat us good in Quebec. Congratulations, Flavor. Happy that you got a good situation. Don't even get me started with superintendents. What's wrong with superintendents? We call them stupid intendants. What? Okay, I guess this guy got a bad situation with the superintendent. That's unfortunate. Caesar Ravel Josquez said they left their tools and we have to pick them up. Those bosses are curled. Another AI generated response. Live and let live, baby boo? No. If people are not doing things correctly, I will make them do it correctly. All the hard times. Get forklift certified. Again, AI generated it. I am forklift certified, but what does that have to do? What does that have to do with the culture? That was the whole point of this video. Hey man, stop worrying about everybody else. No, I won't. Everybody else on the job site is my responsibility. Welding is right up there with sucks. What? That last comment, it pays the bills. Nothing screamed, I don't care what my work looks like more than that attitude. Huh? What are you talking about? No, the last comment, it pays the bills. Yes, the job does pay money. It does pay the bills. I spent the entire video saying that I do care what my work looks like and I want it to improve. What are you talking about? Have another Tide Pod and cool your jets? What are you fucking talking? Okay, let me just go ahead and head this off. Finish college or you get your diploma, learn a trade, get out there and start your own business. Another guy who didn't actually watch the video. Unless he's talking to like the comment section. He might not be talking to me. Maybe that's the situation. Things are pretty great on the PM estimating side. Stay in school, kids. Congratulations. Ellen says that sad blue-collar work still has a lot of respect in my country, and rightly so. Phenomenal. Lots of safety inspections and rules that are followed, because if you don't, you really risk your job. Not a don't do that again. Really sad. Sorry you're having such a bad experience. I'm happy that you're having a good experience. And my experience isn't bad. It was back then, but I got out of that situation. I got away from those different trades that were in that area. So everybody's working but this dude. When I was filming this video, I was on lunch break. You're just an idiot. Sauce Boy. Should I learn 8 different languages? Just loving and getting to know people here on TikTok. Huge. Utility Patriot says, down like a non-union shop. I seriously doubt that has much to do with it. Joe Carey says, I'm a felon for assault on a cop. I can't get a construction job. Good. Crank Photon says, I work for Kiewit and 2 of its competitors. Ask me anything. I don't know who that is, and it doesn't matter. Hector Garcia says, 15 hours ago, I started construction 3 months ago as a general laborer. That just means you do all the shit no one wants to do. It sucks, but also it's for an agency, so I ned to the extra money. I'll quit once as I make my money. Glad you got a plan. It's important to have a plan. Kept says it pays the bills. True and real. Did you ever get confronted at work for this video? No, most of my coworkers haven't seen it. Heck, a lot of other folks from the trades have seen it. Have not had a single person thus far who got their feelings hurt over it. IRL, like some of the folks in the comment section. This was 5 months ago. And so recently, like within the past probably 2 months, people with my company have seen this video and have found my YouTube channel, as my YouTube channel has been growing quite a bit. But nobody's had an issue with it, which is phenomenal. I'm very happy that everybody kind of has an understanding, because I've tried to keep my company I've tried to keep my company out of the videos, like company logos, job sites, specific details about specific people. I've tried to keep out of it, and as long as I maintain that, I think we'll be fine. But Joe Rogan told me that I could be a millionaire if I just became a tradesperson. I mean, if you pursue it and you like get into the upper echelon of the trades, then maybe. Whatever. I don't know. I mean, I know who Joe Rogan is, but I haven't listened to his podcast to know if he actually said that. Very articulate. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. I take it you're non-union. I seriously don't think that has anything to do with anything. Try the oil field workers. Okay. Good luck. It's not going to get any better. Yes, it has. So what's your solution? I make north of 150 a year. $150 a year. Wow. Man, you might want to get at a different job, buddy. Yeah. I'm sorry, Curtis. Yeah, if you're only making $150, I'm assuming that's dollars and not cents. Get with a better company. My company is fine. If you're not in the field of your calling, find something else. I am in the field of my calling. I am. Good Tim Pool impression. I don't know who that is. Agree and disagree as well. That's okay. Yes, safety comes first. Very important. Yes, it does. Skilled tradespeople, plumber, electrician. True. Brilliant. Subscribed. Thank you, buddy. I totally agree with you. Thanks for not sugarcoating it. Thank you, buddy. You'd make a good boss. I hope I will, buddy. Scott, who texted me just now? Okay, that was my mother. Give me a second. I'm going to respond to my mother. Okay. A comment that was just left on this video on my phone by Meeks D 22 minutes ago says, so not going into law enforcement or military, truck driver, hey, be a preacher. It's no like you actually have to believe what's coming out of your mouth. I mean, cops are allowed to lie. It just doesn't work in reverse, and it's indoors like you like it. What? Another AI comment. What sense does this make? Okay, whatever. This is starting to get out of hand. Good Lord, I thought working in cars was bad. I wouldn't screw with it. Construction will harden you up. If you don't accept that, then go back to the office. I've never worked in an office. I have no regrets for my time on construction. Good. Very good. Be able to live with no regrets and enjoy the job that you have. Worked for some real hard men 1 year who was in the SS. Huh? Whatever. Another one who was a Rhodesian Bush soldier. The quote-unquote real men. Huh. Okay, well, I'm glad that you had a good experience with it. Oh, the other thing I feel millennial don't understand how construction people are just cause we yell at you or mess with you. It's not personal. Gotta stop being so soft. I'm going to ban the word soft. I'm gonna rig my comment section because you can like hide specific keywords. I'm going to make it so that anybody that uses the word soft in a sentence gets banned. If I indicate to you that I don't want you messing with me, and if you do yell at me, I'm going to cause problems. But if I indicate that you don't need to mess with me and you continue to do it, then I'll report you for harassment. It's just that simple. If I say that this is a problem and you keep doing it, then you're getting reported. I'm telling a boss, telling HR, whatever I got to do. I'm going through the proper channels to make sure that harassment and discrimination is not something that's going to be dealt with. You got to make the job site the job that you want to work on. Okay. Construction site culture, bruh, you're literally performing physical labor to build something. The culture is you get your shit done and try not to die. Unfortunately, John, it's a lot more complex than that. I wish it was that simple, though. Unfortunately, he was right. Unfortunately, I am Gabe King, a meteorologist. Man, don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. I didn't see the laugh emoji when I responded. The meteorologist was cool. Son, I was born. Son, I was born with a cut-off wheel in my forehead. I feel you there, bro. You're right on, right on, brother. Karen Goodman says, "You are so right. I agree. I did not mean to click on that. I mean to click on this." Okay. Well, honestly, I'll keep the dislike there because don't speak in caps lock. Got to be a different breed to work in construction, no doubt. Got to have thick skin. No, you don't. Work in iron and steel or industrial maintenance? I refuse. Learn from them is the best. What are you talking about? Learn from who? Probably learn from your coworkers, and that's true. Just make sure you learn the right things from them and don't learn, bad habits and things from them. Got to smoke some bud with a job like that? Not in this area. You'll get arrested. The job's not for everyone. That is true. Sounds like union issues? I don't know. I don't know the difference between a union and a non-union, and I'm not interested in learning the differences. I recognize a fellow Sparky when I see one. This is the way. Appreciate you, buddy. No joke, people do take naps in the... Yes, they do. They do take naps in the Porta-Johns, and it's very strange. My main problem is the angy people on the job who make it hard to want to come back. It's something that you can influence. You got to influence what you can. Truth in it right now, bit of a yikes some days. Just do as all as possible. I appreciate you confirming that what I said was the truth. Good thing you did not go into the army. You would be surprised at what happens then there also. Yeah, I would never work in the armed forces. No blue collar job is amazing. We'll agree to disagree there. But we all do the real work, and paper pushers think they know everything, do nothing, and make more money. Okay, well that's classist, and you're getting into the whole class warfare mentality, which is problematic in my opinion. But hey, at least you're looking at yourself with an air of pride and taking pride in your work. You're so afraid to say something that will get you in trouble with the woke crowd, Lamau. This is too good. I called convicts idiots. I said that it's stupid to get arrested. What was I afraid to say? Whatever. If you ain't in a good union, you ain't doing it right. Not necessarily. Gosh, you people put unions on a pedestal, don't you? If you're just a laborer, it can suck. You have to find a better job, bruv. Go to Get Around the Right Crew if you don't like that one. I like the one that I'm around. Oh my god, you were so right. Yes, I am. Construction workers can take a joke. Carpet walkers, not so much. Whatever. Why I ditched my slave ship and work alone, decks and garages mostly. Congratulations on finding something that makes you happy. I really love you for talking real shit. I love me too, buddy. Appreciate it. You have bad eggs with any profession. Construction work amplifies the unspoken competition between men and will make or break you. It's not for everyone. I agree with that. You could go work a corporate job and feel like you're still in high school. That is a reason to avoid a corporate job, yes. Soft union college is basically over 80% of the comments. I mean, and dude, that's this video. You wait until we get to the Asmongold short, and then we'll see more words that are, not soft in union college, but crack and meth and Jim Carrey. The comment sections have a very distinct flavor to them. This particular video has this flavor. You ain't seen nothing yet. Believe me, we're nowhere near halfway done. We've been live for 5 hours and 10 minutes. We're just getting started. Body count in the dozens? I'm a virgin, but I assumed that was normal. It is normal to be a virgin. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Congratulations on keeping your virginity too. That's a strange thing to say in a YouTube comment, but hey, more power to you, buddy. Keep that virginity. You're good. Damn, sorry for your experience. Everybody has bad experiences from time to time, but I feel like in the course of my life, my good experiences are far more numerous than my bad ones. You need to be a safety guy or OSHA. If my company needs a safety guy, I mean, the safety guy that we've got is really good, and I would hate to see him not be there because he would kind of have to not be there for me to be the safety guy. But I mean, I am a safety guy in the sense that I am making sure that I am being safe and that my coworkers are safe. April, that's a long name. April says, Van, do something about it. I'm a woman sharing an outhouse at the construction with guys. I at least clean what I can with disinfectant wipes, mainly because a lot of guys got a bad cold, and I cannot afford to get sick. Keep yourself safe how you can. Definitely agree with that. Eric says, I'm a construction engineer with a 4-year degree. Congratulations. I'm an electrician. I huh? We just sitting we just name dropping like every what are you talking about? What? I am a construction engineer with a 4-year degree. Okay, imagine if I went into a video, a random video. Let's say I went into a video with a recipe to make a good fried egg sandwich, and I typed, "I have made fried egg sandwich before." Like, why did you even comment? If this is the extent of your comment, yay for you. Like, what? I am Caucasian male, American male, 28 years old, and weighing 135 pounds. That's my new comment. Wear PPE and save my quality of life in many instances. 100%. Yes, very true. Shitty people work at every company in the world. I've worked construction my whole life. I'm 35 now. Just don't worry about them people. Flaky people come and go. Just focus on you and yours. True. The majority of construction workers where I live are from Mexico. That means you've got a good construction site with a lot of productivity and a lot of good people. Would you take 30 grand less to be more happy? No, I make my own happiness. Not under the gun, not jumping back up once that 30-minute break is over. Lol, probably working 2 hours, getting paid for 8, same benefits, just less pay. What would you do? I don't understand. The way that you frame this is really weird, and I make my own happiness, so your comment is moot to begin with. I've decided not to go for the trades. Too many abusive alcoholics. That's unfortunate. I feel like abusive alcoholics can exist in any like industry, but I feel like you could probably just go ahead and work in it and maybe figure out a way to not have to deal with that. You are better than the other folks. That is correct. There's not been a truer statement made. I am better than the other folks. I'd find another field to work in. It's only going to get worse for you the longer you're in it. No, it's not. Do you ever feel nauseous after eating and working right after? I work in an office and I hate eating and feeling bloated. And I told the guy the key is to eat small amounts and use the full duration of your lunch period. If you have 30 minutes to slice pepperoni pizza, take a full half hour to nibble away at the pizza. So, anyways, happy to help with that. Back seats. Zach Zander, 17 hours ago. It sucks. I made it from digging ditches to superintendent running $1 million jobs. That is a phenomenal glow up. Very nicely done. Don't get any better the higher you go. I know that to be a fact. Yes, the pricks in the office are no better. I started my own business and work for myself by myself. Learn the skills and move on. I recommend working in a trade union. I never work for a non-union contractor. You'll have trash people, whatever line of work you're in. I'm not going to change. I like the company that I'm in, and that's true. Yeah, there will be trash people everywhere you go. David says, hey man, been there, just know you're still young and have time to make a career change if you want to. I appreciate the counsel. I will not be making a career change, but I thank you for the sentiment. Joe Fran says, if you get into a union construction, you'll work, but you'll have a future. I know some, they do 20 years and retire. I work in a non-union company, and I work and I do have a future. It's like Mormons. Union people are like Mormons. If you're not in their group, then you're not in as good of a situation as you could be. Anyways, I will say that there are professional construction companies out there. A diamond in the rough, sure, but they're out there. I work with one. All they care about is getting that workers' comp payment. Who? The best is when your tools get stolen. Yeah, that is annoying. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing IT cybersecurity even more now. It's a good idea. Good career path. Could be the low pay and no benefits. No, it's the culture. Government-funded construction sites are the worst. Lawless attitudes. I've worked on a military base, and it was actually one of the better job sites we worked on. But, I mean, maybe the construction site that you worked on that was government-funded was different. I was gaslighted in my last construction job for not using drugs. That's stupid. I'm sorry that's an issue. Yeah, that is alternate universe level stuff. That is really weird. Viral do weekly shorts on stuff like that. Hilarious. I've been doing weekly shorts for a lot longer than 1 month, buddy. I've been doing them for a year. Immediately going to Google anger grinder disc brakes. Unfortunate. That's your funeral. In Ireland, it's like this on every job. Unfortunate. Get into industrial construction, mills, and large plants. These people tend to be great. I have done large plants. You become the average of the 5 people you spend your most time with. Well, what if you work with 6 people? Then what do you become the average of? Do you become the divided by 2 and you carry the common denominator? Like, what is this comment? Imagine if your office was by the water cooler. It's like I'm watching Game of Thrones. I don't know what you're talking about. I passed my entry level 1 and 3 in construction. I'm doing my CSCS card, but got told I have to go somewhere else to do it. Why is it at other jobs you don't need a CV card, but in a building site you have to have a CSCS card? I don't know what you're saying. I wonder how different union sites are from non-union sites. As far as I'm aware, there's no difference. Can vouch for cybersecurity. Yeah, Brightleaf thinks it's a good idea. You ought to get into cybersecurity. Not excusing the disgusting behavior like pissing in the corner of a building, but these are rough people doing a rough job. It's not a rough job, and there's no excuse to be rough people. But yeah, don't excuse that behavior because it is disgusting. But yeah, no, there's no excuse for people to behave the way they do. Good luck for you. To be honest, life sucks at this point. Only if you let it suck. Quit crying and get back to work. Construction workers can't bring feelings with them when they leave the house. I absolutely can. Watch me. LOL, dude. If you're not cut out for the job, then you not do it. Don't go on a tantrum talking about how much you hate your job. Go work in an office or something. I refuse. I'm going to make the job good for me. I'm going to improve my situation. You got soft hands, brother. I'm gonna leave this comment here, even though I hate you like deeply. I'm gonna leave this comment here because you got soft hands, brother. It's kind of a meme around here at this point. The trades are dirty jobs worked by rough people. Go figure. Bottom line, the work ain't meant to be fun. Well, it's not like somebody created the work intending for it to be a bad thing. You know? But it's a simple and necessary line of work. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. It's foundational to society. I think, and I have found evident in my own experience, that the work itself can be incredibly fulfilling. Absolutely. And the rest can go to hell for all I care. Don't worry about the culture. I will worry about the culture because it is the situation in which we are working. And the situation that we are working needs to be improved if it is not good. So yes, I will worry about the culture. I will make sure that I am enriching the culture of the job site that I'm working on, and I will make sure that I'm a good influence on the people that we are bringing into the job. Don't tell me don't to worry about something. I will worry about the culture. It is my responsibility to make the culture good. It is also the responsibility of my coworkers and the people with other trades to make the culture positive. Don't tell me don't worry about it. Don't worry about the folks around you. I am responsible for the folks around me. Yes, I will worry about it. Work well, work hard. Okay. If you do that, you will find much more satisfaction and pleasure in your job. I do work hard and I do put a lot of effort into my work, yes. Hell, people respect you a whole lot more too. If what? If I don't worry about them? If people think I don't give a crap about them, that makes them respect me? I'm done with this comment. You're the kind of closet fairy that goes to drag shows on the weekends. You're the kind of guy who never speaks on a YouTube channel again. Bro, I'm a mechanic for a living. Something about these people that are in this field, they'll be damned and blind before they put safety glasses and fingerless before they wear gloves. And yes, they sound just like you made them with that voice. Appreciate it, buddy. Yes, people would rather risk losing their eyes than put on safety glasses and be not cool. Honestly, blue-collar work has always been rough, but it used to have a higher IQ in this country, more religious traditions, creating stability and more communal lifestyle. Okay, little history lesson there from that guy. So true, man. Greetings from Australia. I already liked it. Greetings from America. Thank you for watching. City might be. Damn, it's weird to hear somebody really disliking people sneaking a weed break at work. In Colorado, only cross straight transplant managers hate it. Yeah, in Colorado it's legal. Over here it's not. That's the difference. It's a bit of culture shock. I realize that. Yeah, from state to state. As a millennial, the only reason they hired you is because you're just barely strong enough to be able to pick up and hold a broom for 5 minutes at a time, and you have a license so you can go pick up a beer. What? I am a professional electrician with specialized ability to do a whole bunch of different tasks that the average person has never even heard of, let alone knows how to do. What are you talking about? You must be talking about just like millennials in general. Be careful, a cute dumb chick with 0 skills, no license is easily qualified to replace you on that crew. What are you talking about? Okay, I'm done with a stupid comment. I'm not even going to try and unpack with this. I think this is another AI comment. Uh, Roberts, construction is not a place for people with sensitive feelings with some class and for people who really care for their well-being. Stay away unless you have no other choice. No. No. Construction is a good way to get a career going. You just have to make sure that you're positively influencing the career and positively influencing the culture. Make sure that you're being a good example. I immediately Googled angle grinder accidents. I'm sorry, buddy. Unfortunate. Um, it's bragged about because they have been through it all. Okay, that's not excusing it. Thick and thin and hell and back, these people came from the worst possible circumstances and have made it. Okay, then why don't you brag about the fact that you have a job instead of bragging about the fact that you were in prison and all the things that you did in prison? That was the point that I was making. Yes, congratulations, you made it. You got a job now and you're able to provide for your family. But being having been to prison it means that you're stupid. Having been to prison means that you failed. So it's not something that you should be proud of. It's something that you should keep under wraps. You shouldn't have the stupid little teardrop tattoos on the edges of your eyes unless you're actually stupid enough to believe that being a convict is a point of pride. If you're actually proud of being white trash, then sure, whatever. Let everybody know that you're a failure. That's whatever. It makes me sick that some people can actually be proud of living a failed life, like a convict. And I realize this person is probably just talking about the fact that these people are generally proud of having made it and having an honest job, but that's really not what it is. That's not what I was talking about in this video. And it's okay. I understand. I will forgive this. It's people not being able to, listen to a video and comprehend what I'm saying. Maybe one day they will have their own white picket fences and be better parents than the ones they had. Teach their kids not to make the same mistakes they did. When you hear them talk about their history, there is a lesson in there for you to learn. Yeah, a lesson to not listen to them. They always put me with a guy that is allergic to work. Unfortunate, buddy. Sorry to hear that. Robots are going to take your job soon enough. Bullshit. That's another thing about construction. This is another thing about the industry that is a selling point is they're never going to automate us. There's always got to be electricians. There's always got to be plumbers. There's always got to be welders. They will never automate our jobs. It's just not possible. It's too complex. There's too many moving parts. You need something that's versatile, and there's not going to be a robot. What is that? There's not going to be a robot or a machine that is versatile enough to do everything that we have to do for a century. Long story short, I blew up on my cousin in a profanity-laden, beyond pissed Facebook rant back when I was still on Facebook in 2020 because he does excavation, drainage, base prep, and... I'm not reading this long thing. Gosh, man. It ends with there are 8 billion people on this planet. Someone else could be your real friend. This AI-generated mess. Rick the Dick until I started mouthing off. Don't test people for the love of F. Don't be a tester dirtbag. Paul, I love you to death. Stop talking. Hey, millennials, I'm 46. I didn't get into the trades because I took a grave wrong turn in life because I had an opiate addiction. Unfortunate, dude. Can't automate a job when the architect can't draw a decent set of plans. Hey, that's another thing that's preventing him from automating our jobs. Absolutely. The machine doesn't have the judgment to be able to look at the prints and say, "Wow, this engineer has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. Let me do the correct thing." Beep boop beep. And what's the deal with contractors having plans on printer paper? That has been popping up a little bit lately. Back whenever I first started, the plans were always on Tyvek drawings. But yeah, like I can understand wanting to put a wall detail or something that's super detailed and super small element of a job, like a countertop detail, on a piece of printer paper. But what happened to my big drawings that I could throw out onto the table with dramatic, I want to be able to set out the prints and say, here's the plan, and just sweep this big old piece of paper across the top of the table for everybody to gather around and listen to me. Who the fuck said robots are going to take construction? I'll scroll down to that comment. It says right here, Colt Glass. 7 months ago says, robots are going to take your job soon enough, so don't worry about construction culture continuing. They've already made quick work of the food delivery business in many cities. This guy said it, and it's ridiculous. They're never going to automate construction. Closest it's going to come is like robot dogs that grab your lunch from your car or locker. I would love a robot dog. I would love a robot to keep me company, confound it. Where was I? I think I was going up here. It sucks that there are more grown boys than there are men working. Whatever, dude. That's a hot take. You're in the wrong field. Try stand up. You had me cracking up. Well, I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much. I'm not in the wrong field, but I do appreciate it. He speaks the truth, and I don't dislike for construction workers. Non-city ones love to illegal park. Well, if that's the biggest problem you've got with construction workers, honey, okay, you're in a decent situation. Because neighborhood problem, cause neighborhood problems without warning and litter everywhere and take forever on projects, whether it be roofs or roads. They just IVO to get in a passerby's way quickly. If they're walking a baby carriage or a dog, they decided to do my road because of the height of the pandemic when everyone was stressed and wanted normal quiet. The wrong time to do it. Construction workers cause many parking violations and handicap violations. Okay. Sorry. Sorry that is the parking situation around you. It's unfortunate. Gosh, such a long comment. All right. JR 11 months ago says, I'm not sure if this guy is authentic and truly speaking based on his experience or a total fake. I mean, ultimately, I don't care if you believe me or not. I said what I said and I meant what I meant. Basing off of that fresh, clean, generic highlight shirt he has on, no outfit or company name, no signs of wear. I do have company shirts, but I don't wear them so that I can keep my company anonymous because I don't want to betray their trust in me. I keep a generic anti-class 2 reflective shirt or vest on with no company symbols so that I can make YouTube videos and streams without, doxing my company. And it is fresh and clean because I care about how I look for the customer. I'm not going to walk around looking like I just got dragged out of a dumpster like a lot of people on construction sites do because I have class. Perhaps in the Midwest or southern eastern parts of the country, it might be portrayed as it is in his narration, but here in California, trade workers, construction workers are a proportioned mixture of ethnicities, all educated, intelligent, professionals, and civilized. Congratulations. If you aren't, you're right out the door. City inspectors, superintendents, GCs, project managers, foremen, etc. are all skilled and highly educated men with degrees and numerous certifications. Here in California, I've lost track of where I was. Here in California, what's the next line? It's this line. Because he put a period after an abbreviation for a state. You don't put a period after state abbreviations, for goodness sake. Trade work holds the highest standards and quality in the entire nation with building codes that supersedes all other states. Training is endless. Come out to the Bay Area to any job site and see if you can keep up with the demand and expectations. Talking of such background like you are. All I've worked in my entire career is construction, and I live in Silicon Valley, Bay Area, able to sustain a decent life for me and my family. Must say I strongly disagree with everything mentioned in this corny video. Okay, whatever. I knew by the start of this you're an absolute moron anyways. I prefer not leaving comments, especially negative ones, but in this case I disagree with it all. I'm sorry your experience has been so poor. It hasn't been bad. It's just that the culture needs to change. All I can sum it up to is the region you live in. Try out a bigger commercial-driven market. I work in a big commercial-driven market, yes. Union heavy if possible. No, I'm not changing companies. I promise you'll be making wages plus pension plus additional tax fee fund accounts. I already do. 100K annual in California. So yeah, that's like monthly rent in California. What do you mean? I know what the cost of living is in California. Anyways, what was said over here? Yo, speaking of COVID, Rain, not sure if you mentioned this in another video, but were you still working in construction in 2020 to 2021? Yes, I was. Yes, I was. And honestly, it didn't affect much. Like, there was one job site where they would check our temperature when we were walking in, but because you're working in a construction site, you're working in a place that doesn't have any windows or doors, so you're kind of working in open air anyways. So we just kept to ourselves, maintaining 6 feet of space between everybody, and we had masks on. And nobody came into work if anybody felt sick. That was how we got through COVID, really with very few infections that I remember ever hearing about. I never got it, but I also got the vaccine as soon as the Pfizer vaccine was approved by the FDA. So, yeah, COVID, it was scary, but ultimately it did wind up impacting us too much. Concrete, building trades, etc. are bottom of the barrel, bro. You need to get into industrial work, electrical work. And I responded, but I am an electrician. I'm not even going to continue to dignify this with a response. It's just pay attention when you watch a YouTube video, please. Oh my goodness, I've been a carpenter for 15 years and I make 100K a year and own my house in Los Angeles. It all has to do with your mindset. Everything. Yes. It all has to do with your mindset. Yes, Timmy. Tim and shh. Yes. The entire job is in your mind. How you view your job is how your job is. Rick Stroma. I would never eat in there or clog up anything, referring to Porta Johns. I always wipe with sanitizer, good, but I do sometimes take a break, especially on Thursday for like 5 minutes or more. Hell yeah, dude. Absolutely. Take a break when you need to, dude. True and real. It improves your productivity and your mental health. Faulkner says, I think it kind of depends on what you're doing. I'm a millennial and a plumber, but I do think this is probably not the line of work for you. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. How long is this comment? Not very long. Maybe if you stay blue collar, think about electrician or... I am an electrician! Okay, if you can't listen to my video and actually pay attention when I say I'm an electrician, I'm not reading your comment. LOL, construction industry is highly competitive along with the tough guy stuff too. True. There are two types of people. Those who love construction and those who hate it. Yes, it's like a wise man once said to me, there are two types of people, those who were alive and those who were not. Yup. Anyways, sounds like you hate it. I don't hate it. I hated the culture that I was experiencing at the time, which is still present, but not to the same extent that it was because I moved to a different job site with a different group of trades and a different culture. Find a profession that you love and excel at it. Yes! Yes, do this. This is the key. As for your negative observations, it's all about the contractor company you work for. Yes, it's about the situation that you work in and how much work you've done to influence it being good. You get out of construction what you give. Yes, we all feel an immense sense of pride when we finish a job. Or let me upvote this, man. I mean, phenomenal. I don't hate it. Pay attention, but also the rest of the comment's good. So I'll give it a heart mercifully. As a roofer, don't be looking if you don't like seeing someone pee on the corner of a roof. Oh gosh. Don't have the time or energy to go downstairs ladder to go pee? That's disgusting. Dude, you're in the wrong business. Move on. No, I refuse. I'm right where I need to be. I agree. Yes, construction gets a bad rap for the people they hire, not professional at all. True. Sorry to tell you this, bro, but this is what happens when the younger generation becomes too soft. I am immediately scrolling away from your comment because there's no excuse to be talking about softness. I know every Republican and his grandpa loves to say this, but it cannot be overstated just how unmotivated the younger generation is. Politics? Really? What are the replies? Okay, alright. You brought politics into my comment section? Go away. Sorry, buddy. Not gonna deal with it. Oh boy, I was about to get really mad, but then you said and I wouldn't have it any other way. Okay, cool, whatever. Believe me, working in an office both crushes you physically and mentally. I believe you. I've spoken with office workers. I know what they're talking about. Yep, okay, all slaves at the end of the day. What? Okay, they started having an entire conversation about slavery, and I'm walking away from that. I don't hate it, but I hate when people say, but I hate the people who you sometimes have to deal with. And yeah, exactly. Exactly, Tier. That is true for every single career path that one gets in. The job itself isn't bad. I can't think of a job that actually sucks of its own accord, like without people being involved. I think welding would be scary because I don't want to burn myself, but plumbing doesn't suck. Excavation and trenching, it's fun. You get to dig. I like digging. Being an electrician obviously is phenomenal. Framing, you get to build stuff. Cool. I can't think of a job that sucks by itself. It's the people that make it a problem, and the people need to change. Hell yeah, brother. This is where the last real men thrive. Whatever, Epoch. You goofy ass. Sauce Boy came back with another comment. Though they shouldn't glorify it, that's a part of them, my brother. You maybe never been there, so you don't understand is all. Look, life happens, right? Okay, I'm assuming this guy's talking about prison. Yeah, he's talking about prison. Life doesn't happen. You don't wind up in prison because life happens. You wind up in prison because you did something stupid. Duh. It's all love. You feel me? Man, get out of here with that. Heavy equipment operator here. I hate my job. I hate my life as beneficial as it is. Too many money, benefits, pension. It sucks. Okay, I'm sorry. Fix it. Fix your situation. I'm sorry that you hate your job and your life. I can't think of a time in my entire 28 years when I've actually hated my life. My life's been golden. I do not hate it. I hate the people who you have to. Okay, garbage collectors could be boring to some. I mean, obviously, whenever somebody thinks of garbage collecting, they think of the smell, right? But honestly, like, you could shove 2 earplugs up your nose and do your job. The boring part, yeah, I guess. I guess it can get monotonous. That's one I can kind of agree with that example, Check. That seems like something that would be just straight up bad, yeah. We have a job now, and the homeowner is claiming to be allergic to electricity. What? How do you be allergic to electricity? What? That's insane. It's hard to get power on the job. She keeps shutting it off. Dude, I can't imagine working on a job site where there's somebody that's allergic to electricity, so they keep cutting off my power tools. I'd be like, motherfucker, get your ass out of my job site. Let me work. That is stupid. Claiming to be allergic to electricity. I've never even heard of that. I mean, I'm terrified of electricity, but that doesn't mean I'm allergic to it. Like, what do they start sneezing and swelling whenever they're around an electrical circuit? I couldn't live like that. I like collectors, garbage collectors do. They do a pretty important job. I mean, yeah, they absolutely do. Otherwise, our garbage would just pile up, right? But also, you know, is it a good job from the perspective of the person doing the job is the question that I was talking about. She's claiming it, and I'm pretty sure she's insane. I've never met her before, but I'm sure she's insane because of that singular detail. That's so weird. Good grief. Okay. Yeah, I cannot imagine living as a person who's allergic to electricity. Allergic to electricity is some shit from Breaking Bad where a person was allergic apparently to electricity and the lights like burned their skin or something. It was meant to mock it as a myth. Okay, so it's like some crap that was like on a cartoon. Well, Breaking Bad. It was some crap that they saw on TV and thought, "Oh, that's me now." It's not actually a real thing. Okay, well, hey, we got to the bottom of it. Investigation is completed. We know that it's garbage. All right, I got to get done with this video. We have so many other videos to do. And I wanted to play PUBG at some point. I wanted to eat at some point. This is taking up so much time. Well, Bud, sounds like you're going to have just as many complaints, especially as a young millennial spelled wrong, from a white picket fence background, whether you work in sales, food service, or any office job for that matter. I will complain about things that deserve a complaint. I will complain about things that weren't a complaint. You gotta have guys around you that you can trust. True and real. LOL, good rant. Appreciate it, buddy. Picture the steelworkers. Consider the steelworkers, the trucker, the iron workers, standing 300 feet off of the ground, the painters following up. Every inch of infrastructure you see was touched by a guy who spat, pissed, and swore his way through the near superhuman effort it takes to give us the lifestyle we so love. I love every a-hole I ever met doing these kinds of jobs. No bitching allowed. All right, well, you're a masochist, and as everybody knows, being a masochist is a mental disorder. So, whatever. I don't have to listen to you. You're too soft. Just do your job and go home. That's all that matters. You're too banned, so quit talking and go home. Spot on. Glad you said it. Appreciate it, buddy. LOL. Get out of non-union and either be a plumber or an electrician. Learn to listen. I said that I'm an electrician. Gosh. I came from Fortune 500 corporate world where they act cordial and smile with pleasantries and then stab you in the back. It's a different kind of nasty. I believe it, buddy. He's smoking MJ because he agrees with you 100%, but no one else does, and he needs a way to put up with all of it. MJ actually helps people work better in these environments. I've seen MJ users with loyalist injuries too, and it's probably legal in your area. It's probably legal where you are. Where I am, it's not. That's why I mentioned it. The problem is you're young. Oh my God, here we go with the age crap again. All right, Jackknife TV, what kind of garbage, what kind of belittling mess about age and the generational divide and back in my day do you have for me now? The problem is you're young and you're working with older men who are much thicker skinned and have buried their feelings years ago. In fact, most likely their fathers helped them by doing that by the time they were 13. Okay. The biggest reason why construction is full of criminals is because most young people want to become YouTube stars or head of marketing and sales, so construction companies grasp at straws and take whoever can hold a hammer and saw. As for the safety part of it, well, it usually just boils down to being uncomfortable, time consuming, and usually a nuisance and even impeding productivity. No, that's not what it comes down to. It comes down to, would you like to live to spend the money you're making or not? Eventually, though, you have that close call, and for at least the next year or so, maybe longer, depending on how close of a call it was, you begin to realize that safety is an intricate part of keeping your appendages and sensory organs. Okay. You turned it around. I thought you were going to be an idiot over here saying, back in my day, we threw rocks at each other to toughen each other up. But as it turns out, you turned it around. And I'm glad. You had me in the first half, not going to lie. I thought you were about to be an old fart or a young buck or whatever other type of stereotyping aging comment that you were going to make. Turns out you pulled it back. And then you also pulled back the safety by giving the excuses that some people use by saying it's uncomfortable, time consuming, and usually a nuisance and even impeding productivity. Those are excuses. They are illegitimate excuses and reasons that people will give for being lazy. And then you followed it up with saying, yeah, you actually stare into the void and the void stares back. You have a near miss, you're going to respect the safety a lot more. Very good. Thank you, Jackknife. Let's see. I'm starting to fall behind on chat. Let's see. It's like being allergic to sound. You aren't. She has gotten rid of 3 electricians so far. That's just psychotic. Why? Reminds me of the people deep in the EFM radio. Yeah, like people who were worried about 5G signals, like giving them cancer or something. That's so goofy. It's a conspiracy theory mess. Yeah, you keep kicking out electricians, you're not going to get the electrical work done. um, Jackknife TV drives trucks. What does he know about construction? I misjudged him at first. I thought that it was going to be a stupid comment like so many other ones that we've seen. He pulled it back. He surprised me. I lose my mind reading all this shit. I applaud you for sticking to it. I wanted to do this for a while. I've been in it for 5 hours and 45 minutes and 34 seconds at this point. We're going to stick with it. We're going to get it done. It's just going to take all night at this point. You got to do more of these. I'm losing my lungs right now. I bet you keep your notifications on silent now. Yeah, the sheer volume of comments that I'm getting. Like, if I pull up my phone and I see, yep, that little YouTube symbol, that means that I've gotten a comment recently, and I've got to go and look at it. And, oh, my mother texted me too. Gosh, I haven't done anything else all day. For 5 hours, I haven't done anything. I filmed part of a tool video that I'm going to be putting up tomorrow. I had some filming that I need to complete. I got that done this morning, and I've started on the editing process. So there's going to be a video coming up tomorrow morning about tools that you need if you're an electrical apprentice. So if you are an electrical apprentice or interested in getting into the electrical trade, look out for that video. If you're not interested in getting into the electrical trade, then it's not going to really help you though. So I will let you know that it's kind of a more niche video that's coming up tomorrow. Oh, my mother is actually looking for that tool guide. Oh, she thought that I put it up. Unfortunate. I have not finished editing it yet. That's what my mother just texted me about. She said, hope your stream is successful. I looked for your new electrical tool guide, but didn't find it. Unfortunate. Because I told her it was going to be up today, but I didn't anticipate the amount of filming that I would have to do, like the refilming, the reshooting. Alrighty then. So, where was I? People who brag about doing time are people to avoid like the plague. You are correct. Thank you. I swear, homie, I work in construction and people say we don't work hard for our money. Lamau, you keep speaking facts. Thank you, buddy. Also, I forgot to heart Jackknife's comment. Watching this while waiting for my concert to get here. I hear you, bro. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Get into an apprenticeship and work hard for a real trade if you want to avoid these types of people. I have. Yes, I've completed an electrical apprenticeship program. Yep. Yep. You're on point. Thank you, buddy. This reminds me of the famous scene in Bruce Almighty at the waterfall when Bruce loses his shit. What? Okay. Jim Carrey reference again. I'm in it my whole life. Love the work, but I don't like how the bosses get rich and workers live paycheck to paycheck. Construction bosses are always saying they're not making any money on jobs, yet live in a big ass house with a stay-at-home wife and nice cars and all kinds of other toys. Don't be jealous of people who have what you perceive as being a better situation than you two. Do not get into the proletariat bourgeoisie mentality. Because if you live a life of envy, resenting people who you perceive to have more than you will never be happy. This is not your concern. Haha, the talking about prison can be dumb in some eyes, but everyone has a story to tell, and the struggle is they all tell the struggle. I don't care about people's struggles in prison. They shouldn't have gone to prison. They shouldn't have done what landed them in prison. It's unacceptable. At one time, the trades were skilled. The people weren't gutter types, but respectful, thoughtful family men. Now you can see culture, society more clearly and how far it has fallen. My guess is you don't hear much talk about God on the job site. Weird. Not talk about God that I don't catalyze, because I do talk about God with a lot of my coworkers, but that's just, talking about my opinions and my beliefs of like how the universe was created and stuff like that. That's neither here nor there. It's weird. People are so smart and hardworking, but I must admit there is a lot of crap. True and real. That's how it is on every job that you get into. That is true. Oh my God. Do y'all mind if I just not read this comment? Can I just not read that, please? My tongue is so sore. I don't want to read that. Please, no. I'll read this one now. I've been in construction, civil, commercial, industrial, and residential for over 30 years. I've seen and experienced it all. I have watched the industry change in many ways, and it's never less funny watching the American dream come to terms with the American reality. Welcome to circus. It's not for everyone. I don't disagree with anything you were saying, but it sounds like you were missing out on all the good things about construction that appeals to so many of us. And that was I will say that I did make a mistake in the way that I framed this video by not also presenting you with the benefits of construction. I would not have to explain myself to as many comments as I do now if I had actually more adequately represented construction itself. I didn't have to because the video was about the culture, not about the benefits. I specifically said construction site culture sucks so much. I made a mistake in believing that people would have basic listening comprehension. I'm not missing out on all the good things that construction has that it appeals to so many of us. I'm getting paid really well. I'm building buildings that will be used by generations to come. I am contributing to society as a whole in a very positive and impactful way. I am not missing out on the good things. I am talking about one element of construction, the culture, the people, the human element that needs to change, and it can be changed by people acting like people and not animals. That's the point of this video that so many hundreds of comments have missed. What a wholesome mother. Whose mother? What mother? I feel like prison is glorified too often. It needs to be something that people are ashamed of. If you went to prison, it means you were dumb enough to get caught. It means you were dumb enough to do something that got you arrested. Being imprisoned is not something to be proud of. You should be ashamed of going to prison. It's always perceived as cool when it literally isn't, not even close. Exactly. It is glorified too much, and it's not cool. It means that you failed. You don't have to read that. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I just, dude, I'm hungry. I'm tired. I wanted to stream PUBG tonight too. Listen, Stello, I love you to death, buddy. You're trying to get me to read a book. You're actually. Oh, this is just a book report. Okay, I'm actually looking at it now. This entire comment from 3 days ago. I did not mean to click on the channel. This is just a book report. Is all this is. Nope. Anyways, your mom sounded nice is what I meant. Oh, okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, my mom is my favorite woman. This is true. She is a delightful gal. One perk of construction is free stuff, appliances, etc. Really? Well, I had been getting free appliances. Like you talking about like washing machines and dryers and microwaves and dishwashers, or what appliances? Because if you could get like free, you know, laundry appliances and cooking appliances, then that's huge. And I kind of feel left out. When it's that long, it looks like a Chat GPT script. And I mean, you've seen some of these comments thus far. Half of them seem like they were made by Chat GPT. Maybe for plumbers. Yeah, okay, that would explain it. Yeah, I'm not a plumber. I'm an electrician, so I wouldn't have seen free appliances. All right. Thomas Sullivan says, this old boy hit a home run with this observation. Welcome to the circus, my friend. It'll make a preacher want to cuss, my friend. Thank you for the welcome. I was 6 years deep into the industry whenever I said this, so I'm assuming that you're telling me welcome relative to how long you've been in it. Well, you've probably been in it maybe, what, 30, 40 years and can actually say welcome? I digress. Kyle says, I could tell that you run a non-union site. How? What is the difference? I don't think there is one. Quality of people increases exponentially. I think you're just, I think you've just got confirmation bias. I think because you think in your head that unions are better than non-unions, that you think that every person that has a difficult time on a construction site, I did not mean to click on that. Every person that's on a construction site that is having a less than optimal time must be a non-union site. I think it's just confirmation bias at this point because it's been mentioned so many times. But also, I'm not having a bad time. Bruce Wayne says you should do stand-up comedy. Well, it's an honor, Batman. I appreciate it. You'll find more colorful characters in that trade as well. Take your stories and leave the hard work to men from Gen X. No, I refuse. I'm not going to do stand-up comedy. I couldn't take the pay cut. Funniest impersonation of the day. That must be the one where I was talking about the jumping out the lift. I disagree with you. Okay, Peter, why do you disagree with me? I have 25 years in construction, but my experience isn't typical. My father is a... I shouldn't have hit read more. Oh, I'm going to get old sitting in this chair. It's like a jack-in-the-box. Unions are just a side bonus. They never really change much. Sometimes they're cool, but work environments often dictate everything. Then unions being an upgrade. Yeah, I can see where. I'm not saying that being in a union isn't a good thing, but you know, a union is secondary to the work environment that exists within the union, right? Like it's a type of labor structure, and so is non-union. They have their cons, they have their pros. Both of them, I'm sure, have their advantages and disadvantages. But I would never want to work in a union with people singing its praises this hard because it makes them sound religious. It makes them sound like a cult. People trying to push it so hard, so often, it makes me suspicious of it. You know what I mean? Great, another book. Yeah, this is this man's life story. A small family-owned company that cares. It's a small family-owned company that cares about as much about their workers as anyone can while operating a business. Boy, I tell you something, Sonny. If I had a hat, I'd take it off. Yeah, thanks. I hated construction until I joined the IBEW and I got my life. My life got so much better. What is IB? Is that a union again? Oh my God. Never believe anything anybody in construction says about anything ever. That's not only patently untrue, that's dangerous. If I walk up to you and I tell you, do not work on that circuit, it is live. If you touch those wires, you are going to get hurt. And you don't believe me. Don't. This is bad advice. I'm sorry for whatever happened that made you feel this way, but this is bad advice. Never trust anyone you meet ever. Buddy, I'm not going to hide you from the channel because I feel like this comes from a bad experience, but I'm going to remove the comment. And I'm sorry that the one dude's comment got taken in the crossfire. If it's just bad advice, like inherently incredibly bad advice to just never believe anyone ever, or never listen to what people say, or never learn from your coworkers, because that's how you learn. Anyways, I hated construction bosses are all bullies. The contractors are so greedy that they overbook projects that expect the concrete pump to just appear like magic when they want it. You cannot work fast enough. I am surprised there is not more injuries and deaths in construction. Working in crunch culture is really bad. Thankfully, I haven't been on too many jobs that were like that far behind. But yeah, I can see where that would be dangerous. Bosses are not all bullies. I have a lot of very good bosses. I have some bosses that I consider to be very dear friends of mine. It just depends. Yeah, I'm sad that guy got caught in the crossfire. He's responded to. I've seen that profile picture pop up on a lot of responses to people's comments, and I feel bad that he got deleted in the process of me deleting that bad advice. That makes me feel sad. The electrician said not to touch it. It must be off. Then let me touch it. Yeah, it's opposite day. The guy's just saying everything is opposite day. Just do the opposite of everything people tell you to do. Did somebody say copper? I smell a bonus. Seriously, there are some people who actually go onto the job site and are looking for things to steal. You got to be careful. Not just with tools and stuff, but with material as well. We've all been there. Work in factories, construction, and trash handling. It all sucks. The job doesn't suck. The people do. I missed this one. DJ says, dirty, risky short-term jobs will be the only option for people who have a history of dirty, risky short-term behavior, criminal, druggy idiots. But in the USA, that segment is on a social spectrum that tends towards hyper-clean, risk-averse long-term planning. What are you doing? Wait, what? In the USA, that segment is on a social spectrum that tends towards hyper-clean, risk-averse long-term planning. Okay, I don't understand that sentence. Just imagine what it's like in other national cultures where bribery, dumping, corner cutting, etc. isn't normal, it's encouraged, or even required. Bribery and corner cutting, I don't know what dumping is. Dumping is what I do in the toilet. But bribery and corner cutting being normal, encouraged, or even required? Yeah, that's horrible. There's a reason why... What? What? I'm sorry. Africa is broke. Is it really? Okay. Wow, I didn't know that the entire continent of Africa was broke. I mean, I knew it broke off of Pangea, in the cataclysm that made our planet no longer a single continent planet. And China's falling apart? What? Okay, listen. I don't know how you. I don't know. I can't speak for that. I've never been to Africa to see if it's broke. I've never been to China to see if it's falling apart. I've never been to Chinese or African construction sites. I'm gonna have to take your word for it because apparently you've seen things, Mr. DJ MK7KD, and you up, okay, you. Um, exactly. That's what I was saying earlier, Check. It feels like some of these comments were made on the wrong video. It feels like they were watching a totally different video and they like accidentally clicked on mine and didn't realize that they clicked on the wrong video and then made the comment that they intended to make. That's what it feels like half the time with
Ladies
these.
and here, boy, I know exactly where the fuck I clicked on with you and your soft ass. God damn it, I'll tell you young folk coming in with this damn industry and bitching.
You got soft hands, boy. Dude,
Back in my day, only personal protection we had was goddamn condom on our hand.
Back in my day, we stuck our dick in the back end of a goat to protect it from the cold, boy. I tell you what. Oh man, yeah, we've deleted quite a few of those comments over the course of the stream. We were 6 hours into this, and I'm still not off of construction site culture, man. This video, oh my lord!
Didn't you say there's one of the more comments? Which one has more comments after this?
Asmongold has been lying to you about his lifestyle.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah, buddy, that video is
the
gonna
hidden
take,
killer.
That video is gonna take forever. Hey, but at least with that video, the comments are not 10 miles long.
Yeah, Asmongold fans can't fucking form a sentence that long, dude.
Okay.
See, he didn't want to respond negatively to that because of the current state of the comments. But see, privately, he'll say something about it. And it'll be, okay.
It's all fun and games till you touch Bear 480. Yeah, you do the whole thing that, you just believe the exact opposite of what you're being told. And yeah, that's a great way to get hurt. That's why I deleted that comment. I didn't ban the user because I feel like he was speaking from a place of experience, like he had bad times and he's unfortunately just made it really paranoid, but yeah, it's really easy to get hurt if you just don't believe anybody. That's exactly right. Let's see, where was I? Mark Penzowski.
Of course, it's all good fun games.
We've all been there, work at factories. Okay, I've already read that one. You should try a couple months up at Bakken with the Roughnecks up there. You'd work 16-hour days. I have worked 16-hour days. I actually have. Yeah, that was some fantastic paychecks. But God, I was so tired. God, I was tired. It was fun though. We were working at the 16-hour days were at a school job that we worked at, and it was a government job. And we just decided, you know what? Let's slam it out. And yeah, 16-hour days, it could be rough. The paychecks were phenomenal. The work was fun. And honestly, despite the fact that we were working this big of days, and you'd think that, working this much and having that many fatigued people around would make it like a really bad company morale or a job site morale, we were in heaven because of insane money, yes, and because we were just snapping out production. We were learning just how good we were. Like, we felt like gods out here slamming this building up and doing a great job with it. The best morale that I've ever had on a job site, that I've ever experienced on a job site, was where we were working 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. And, 2 minutes from a hotel. So it's not like, we were having to make an hour drive home after it was over with. We'd go straight back to the hotel, go to sleep, 7 hours later, we get up and go do it again. It was phenomenal. That was a good job. And wouldn't have anyone to talk to but those guys for 2 weeks straight. Your coworkers suck, I'm sure. Most of them don't. Most of them are my friends, and I care about them a lot.
Only 2 weeks straight? That's small.
2 weeks?
That's a small site. That's a small fucking site.
Yeah, if you can get done with the project in 2 weeks, my goodness. That one project where we were working 16 hours a day, that was 5 months. Anyways, they seem like angels compared to oil guys. I don't know what oil guys are like. Brian, I tell you what, I'm giving you an assignment, Brian. Make a video about oil culture. There you go. Thrift Life says, just do the job until you can secure your own work and then you can dictate the environment. I like my environment and I dictate the environment that I'm in now, even though it's somebody else's company. I still dictate the morale of a job site by positively influencing it and making my coworkers have a good time. Simple. Before taxes. Dude, that was one nasty thing about it. Like sitting there and doing the taxes that we had, we were still making a massive amount of money doing 16-hour work weeks or 16-hour work days. But it was just frightening to see how much money got taken out in taxes. And our refunds that year were phenomenal too. Like that tax season, whenever we got our tax refunds in April, it's fantastic. Jeff Shackelford says, I live in the South. It was midsummer, about 100 degrees with 100% humidity. So 100% humidity, doesn't that mean it's raining? Isn't it impossible to have a dew point that's high enough where 100% humidity means it's...
Well, listen here, boy, the goddamn Floridian. What I say is that motherfucker that bullshit.
Okay.
Jason here, boy.
Those porta potties were in direct sunlight. Yeah, that's a stankin' son of a gun. And you go inside of a porta john, if it's a, I think he's hyperbolizing 100% humidity because 100% humidity just means the water is hypersaturated. But yeah, if it's quote unquote 100% humidity outside, that means it's 200% humidity inside the porta john. That means that you walk in the porta john and if you do this, you start swimming through the air. That's what that. Porta potties are horrible in sunlight. We had this guy that would sit in the porta potty for 2 to 3 hours a day. What kind of animal? Does he not have a nose? Does he not have a respiratory system to detect that he's sitting on top of a poop bucket? That's actually psychotic. Until the superintendent figured it out. Yeah, get that psychopath away from us before he hurts somebody. I told my boss I respect his commitment to not working. You got to be extremely committed to sit in one of those that long to get out of work. Dead ass, dude. That is insane. Okay. I felt that way for many years. What am I doing here? You're making money and you're influencing the culture positively, I hope. I have a right angle battery ratchet, but it will work as a manual ratchet or battery, unlike the right angle impact. Okay. All right, stop. This is a video about construction site culture. This is a video about morale and about behavior and about acting like professional adults. Let's read this comment by Vince8436 16 hours ago. I have a right angle battery ratchet, but it will work as a manual ratchet or battery, unlike the right angle impact. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Vince8436 with a comment that has... I tell you, it really could. It really. He's contributing to the conversation that we're.
What the fuck did you just say? No, pause with the voice.
Hold the music.
Stupid motherfucker just say your right angle. What the fuck? Man, shut the fuck up with your goofy ass.
It's like they watched. It's like the comment is on the wrong video.
Yeah, motherfucker. And my goddamn socket wrench can be used as a fucking hammer, but that don't mean it fucking should.
Refer to my older comments. Some people are wrong the video. Dude, I think this man is on the wrong website. It's like he's writing a review for something on Amazon.
Ratchet works very good as a ratchet, but also my ratchet can work good as a hammer. 2 out of 3 stars. It broke after 3 days.
This is an actual selfie. That's what this is. This profile picture is an actual selfie of the dude. Oh my gosh. Lincoln, everything you show up out there with a Miller, you may get laughed off the job. Lincoln. Is that a comment that we were talking about a minute ago? Did I miss the context of that comment? My bad.
Possibly.
Two timelines crossed in one comment section. Absolutely. This man is from an alternate reality where my video was actually about ratchets. Okay, time travel is real. Wilhelm says, I feel you, bro. Thanks, bro. Pay enough attention and you start to notice that it's not only is it certain people but also ethnicity. Okay, buddy.
Whoa!
I am removing this comment for obvious
Oh,
reasons.
no.
Ethnicity,
Oh,
no. It has nothing
hey,
to do with
buddy,
culture.
stupidity transcends ethnicity. Okay,
Yeah.
let me tell you something here.
Yeah. Listen to the man.
All right, let me tell you something here, boy.
Tell him about it. Tell him about it. All right. Edward Cash says pretty much nailed it. Thanks. Adam Sargerson says, yeah, banned. Might as well. I'm from Yorkshire, and I have been bricklayer builder for 20 years. My body is that fucked. At 42, I need to smoke to ease the pain.
Okay, good, sir. I will be back in here in a minute.
I can't sit down for too long, or I seize up. I can't walk for a long time, 'cause my steel-toe boots have slowly battered my feet, and my hands are fucked from grabbing bricks all day. Not to mention my elbow. I would love to get out before it cripples me. Your steel-toed boots have slowly battered your feet. Get a different pair of boots, dude. Your boots are supposed to protect your feet. They're not supposed to damage them. Get a different pair of boots. Your hands are fucked up from grabbing bricks all day. Wear gloves. I mean, I can't help your elbow. I mean, you can wear an elbow brace. I actually own an elbow brace for whenever I twisted my elbow. But yeah, if you can't walk because your steel-toed boots are damaging your feet, get different boots. Your hands, you can put gloves on your hands. Please. I mean, I feel like all of this was to make an excuse for this sentence. I need the smoke to ease the pain. If it's legal in Yorkshire, then sure. If it's not, then stop doing it and stop making excuses. Yeah, he definitely does need some new boots. Fajito Satan. Huh? Fat Joe Satan. Okay. 10 days ago. Years of labor work in most fields of labor has taught, parentheses, me, set boundaries, and if you're working for someone, etc., who is non-appreciative and taking advantage of their position, plan to quit and quit when it affects them most. It takes strategic skills, patience, which is spelled wrong, and wit. But hey, like to have fun. Okay. Can I zoom in? Can I zoom my webpage real quick? Okay, we need to look at the words that are coming out of this individual. Where was I? I'm going to start from the beginning. Okay? And we're going to read this. And I'm going to try to present it like a sentence would normally be read by, you know, if I knew what was going on here. Okay? Years of labor work in most fields of labor has taught me set boundaries, and if you are working for someone, etc., who is not appreciative and taking advantage of their position, plan to quit and quit when it affects them most. It takes strategic skills, patience, and wit. But hey, like to have fun working hard, get your done. Sick of pooch pumpers and their enablers. Sick of narcoboss's blame game insanity. Sick of the needlessness, unproductive competition. And then there is the drug alcohol fueled nastiness meh. Too old fear dat crap. Now in me body hurts larf. You know what? You get a heart, buddy. I don't know what the fuck you just said, but you know what? I appreciate you for saying whatever it was. Larf. Pooch pumpers needs to be in my vocabulary. Oh man, that is so good. Oh man. I'm getting new boots this weekend. Your steel toe is showing. Um, yeah. If it looks like it's gonna come out, you definitely want to get that changed before it comes completely out. Speaking of which, what is a boot brand you guys recommend, or does it generally not matter? You get what you pay for with boots, and the boot brand that I've got, let me Google it real quick and just show you. Yeah, here we go. This is the brand that I would suggest, Danner brand boots. This is what I've been wearing for 4 years. I've had 2 pairs of boots in the last 4 years. Both of them have been Danner. Danner brand is phenomenal. They have just very good quality boots. I'm not sponsored by them. I wouldn't mind being sponsored by them. I'm open, Danner, you know. Let me know. I love your boots. I wear your boots. Very good. Um, but yeah, this is the pair of boots that I would suggest. They've never failed me. They stay weatherproof for a very long period of time. They last so long. They're very comfortable. I suggest Danner brand boots. Wolverine. Have I worn Wolverines before? I know that name is so familiar. It seems like I've worn Wolverine before. There's a black pair of boots that I wore for a brief period, for like a year. And it might have been Wolverine, or it might have been like Red Bill or Red Duck or Redhead or whatever the other one is. However you say that. I don't remember if I've worn Wolverines before. Out of all the boots that I've worn, Danner's the only one that's really stuck out. That's the only one that's really like wowed me with how quality it is. Larf, yes. I pin that? No, 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 no. No, I don't want to pin this because I've already got a pinned comment for, people who come in assuming that I hate construction, because my pinned comment actually says, go back to these other videos that I've made and look and see the positives that I've said about construction. So as badly as I would love to do, the Levi Rosman thing and pin this ridiculous comment, I kind of can't. I wish I could, but I can't. It'll just old Fat Joe Satan will just have to be immortalized in this live stream with his larfing ass. What's larf tier? You don't know what larf is? Come on, man. Everybody knows what larf is. It's larf, right? I need to make a larf emote now. Oh my gosh. Fat Joe Satan, you have influenced this channel forever. Larf. Just like that one guy who said, "You got soft hands, boy." Okay, let's see. BJK Joseph 2 days ago. There used to be a saying, "The apprentice was lower than whale sperm." Wow, that's a colorful saying. So you got to go 5 years of getting pissed on and then it gets better. That was the olden days. Now if you yell at one, they probably call in crisis counselors. Okay. There used to be a saying, "The apprentice was lower than whale sperm," so you got to go 5 years of getting pissed on and then it gets better. That was the olden days. Now, if you yell at one, they probably call in crisis counselors. Okay, well, here's something. Do you typically piss on whale sperm? Is that something that you like? This is a listen. This is an independent clause. The apprentice was lower than whale sperm. This is a dependent clause that is modifying the previous independent clause, right? So so you got to go 5 years of getting pissed on and then it gets better is a dependent clause that is modifying or contextualizing this sentence. So what they're saying is people piss on whale sperm for 5 years. Okay. And now if you yell at one, they probably call in crisis counselors. Well, don't fucking yell at people, BJK Joseph. There's no excuse for that kind of behavior. Are you an adult or are you a 5-year-old who yells whenever something happens that you don't like? Grow up. Don't yell. Okay? And also, don't piss on whale sperm. I've never heard of apprentices being lower than whale sperm. Personally, I view apprentices as being humans who need my help, and I need to teach them what I know so that they can take over for me whenever I am dead and in the ground. The apprentices are people whom I want to be successful. Apprentices are people whose careers I would like to enrich and help them make more money. I would like to make them good craftsmen. This mentality that they are lesser people, like sure, they're lower on like a corporate ladder, they're lower on a corporate totem pole, but they're not whatever the fuck this is supposed to mean. Am I right or am I correct? Diesel Fiend says there's lots of guys who don't ever talk about their time in prison unless asked. Good. They need to not talk about it because it's not something that needs to be talked about. Got my master's license as an electrician. I love construction, but my body doesn't. I can feel that. I've had times when it feels like that for me as well. I'd say that's really the only downfall. I have no problems with people who swear or smoke or act crude or whatever. I think that's the interesting part of working with people. Uh, the interesting part of working with people is the people themselves. Certain attributes that they display, like language. If you're offended by language, unfortunate. Just make sure people around you know that. Smoking. I mean, I vape. I used to smoke. I smoked for 7 years, but I quit whenever I started vaping. And then acting crude. I mean, these are minor issues. It's whenever people start putting you at risk. That's a problem. Or, as he says in the next paragraph, I've worked with a handful of felons and they never bragged about prison. If they do, that's a problem. Because it lends it if somebody's bragging about prison, not only is it really trashy, but also it makes me think that they miss it and they probably like their heart is still there. And what put them in prison? Is that something that they're proud of? Is the thing that put them in prison still going to be an issue? I've heard of lower than a bow-legged caterpillar, but not whale sperm. Yeah, it's a weird. That's a weird phrase. I'm not a fan of that phrase. I've worked with a handful of felons, never bragged about prison. They all hated it, but that doesn't mean they don't have fond memories of times or even people while in it. Hell, it's more like 7 or more years of their lives. They're gonna have stories to tell. Love a good prison crime story at lunch break. Always wild to hear about. Okay, great. You like talking to people about the thing that they did that ruined their life and possibly the lives of other people. Congratulations, Jacob. You're weird. Um, Joshua Graham, a month ago, says, okay, I had to come back to you and make a comment because I couldn't just let it rest. Okay, well, this is starting out great. On one hand, it depends on what part of the country you're in. I've worked all over this country, and I can tell you, depending on what area you're in, it will depend on what type of work cruise. Cruise is spelled wrong. That's autocorrect, probably. Oh no, I clicked on it and it opened Read More. Okay, let me just I'll skim through. Own my own company. Okay, congratulations. Very good. Good job. I'm happy that you've improved your situation and you're developing your career the way you want it to. I'm not knocking you, but I'm sorry you need to stop getting in your feelings, bro. My feelings are all that I am. What are you talking about? A man is his mind, will, and emotions. That is all that composes a human and all that makes it unique from animals. Your mind, your will, and your emotions. So, no. You're a man and you're letting it emotionally affect you, like a few of your commenters have said. Okay, so the fact that I'm a man means I need to not have emotions? Are you one of those types of people, Joshua Graham? Is that the type of person you are? You think that because are you one of those men don't cry kind of idiots? Is that what this is? Because that's embarrassing. Um, change, open your own business and get to work. No, I like my company too much. I have respect for you. Okay, well, I appreciate that. I have difficulty reciprocating that sentiment. But you're coming down way too hard and you sound kind of like a woman with the okay, dude. Okay, dude. You could do better, tighten up, bro. Okay, dude. Really? We're putting women in a box like that? We're stereotyping? You're stereotyping men and women? You're saying that men have no emotions and that women get all up in their feelings, Joshua? Is that what you're saying here? Is that how you feel about it? Is that really your opinion about it? That's sad, dude. It's embarrassing. It's honestly it's honestly just sad, really. But yeah, I'm not reading this entire thing. I'm happy that you respect me. I hope I can teach you something. Archer, welcome to real life. Do your best to grow from the situation. Yep. Milton, in my school, we were taught that 80% of our perception comes from the eyes. This sounds insane, but this actually does apply to something in the video. Okay? In the video, I was talking about how, people don't want to wear their PPE and don't want to do things that are safe. And I talked about, just to give an example, people not wanting to wear their safety glasses. And I said that, your eyes account for 90% of your ability to perceive your surroundings. So if you didn't have eyes, you'd basically be blind. Right? I don't know what that big black void is back there, but anyways, yeah. Yeah, that comment, it sounds stupid, but no, that's actually referring to something in the video. And he's saying that his school taught him that it was 80%. I thought it was 90%. Okay, fine. I've been in construction for a long time, since the 1980s. I started out as an electrician back then, and I'm in construction management now. I can tell you haven't even scratched the surface of construction. Yeah, you have been working in it for about 10 years longer than I've been alive. Okay. Man, I gotta quit clicking on comments. I can tell you're a fairly intelligent guy. Thank you. And if you stayed in, you might move up and make more money. I have stayed in. I have moved up. I do make more money. And there's still upward mobility that I can make. If I stick with this company and do the job, huge. I'll make more money. Uh, I also think you talk too much. A lot of people have said that about me. That is true. Has that stopped me from talking? Absolutely not. Because I'm a talking fool. And I'm not going to change that. Nobody has time for a lot of BS around and complaining and yapping nonstop. So you're saying that I'm complaining and yapping nonstop. Is that what it is? Okay. Well, we agreed to disagree. You're incorrect. It's not my complaining and yapping is not BS. But suit yourself. If you were lucky, you might get 800 days to put up a 15-story building. Okay, I'll take your word for that. Could be 700 days. Oh, okay, we're getting more specific now. I got you. That is the reason why everyone is in a hurry. Okay. Labor is the most expensive thing on a construction site. That is true. It accounts for an average of about 30% of the expenses that a company incurs. That is true. Construction doesn't stay the same. He changes. Maybe he never learned that in all them years. Did he say that? You haven't scratched the surface of construction? Yeah, it does. It does evolve. I mean, just look at the tech industry. Holy crap. You want to talk about something changing a lot? You want to talk about uh, an industry evolving? Perfect example. A general contractor would go bankrupt paying hundreds of guys $20 to $50 an hour to stand around and run their mouths. Yes, that is true. That is a problem with culture of a construction site, is people not putting in enough effort to warrant the wages that they are demanding. Not taking pride in their work. That is a problem with the culture. The reason you were working with a bunch of riffraff is because you're new in construction and probably a laborer. No, at this point I had been an electrician, a verified journeyman for 2 years. Your clothes are not dirty though, so I can't tell. My clothes aren't dirty because I pay attention to how I look so that I can look good and look professional. If I have a dirty shirt, I either get the shout and get the stain removed, or I throw the shirt away so that I can look presentable and professional. Anyway, construction is great and you can make yourself a good living. You stay with it. Yes, that is true. 100%. No, it's not easy at all. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. It depends on the task. You know, I'm not going to get into semantics on that. You have to follow the jobs. That's why those guys are getting divorced. What? I didn't mention divorce in this video at all. Okay, now we're starting to get off the rails. The AI is starting to break the longer it has to type. They are gone from home a lot and living out of campers. Wives don't like that, and it doesn't make for a good family environment. Obviously, my advice to you is to try and get in one of those trades. So your advice to me is to get into the trades where people are living out of campers and their wives don't like them and they don't have a good family environment? I'm done with this comment. You had one stroke of brilliance by saying that construction is great and you can make yourself a good living if you stay with it. But beyond that, sorry, buddy. Bob H. Worked as a carpenter for several years and found it to be very fulfilling, especially when I see buildings I built that are still standing over 20 years later. The work is hard, exhausting, and not conducive to little wussy complainers who piss and moan when they're actually expected to work. Dude, it's work. It's not meant to be fun. Now be a man and do what men do. Shut the fuck up, suck it up, and get back to... Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. This is the type of guy, like what you're explaining here is if you walked up to me and grabbed me by the balls, or you walked up to me, even more accurate, you walked up to me and you took out your box blade and you shoved it between my fifth and sixth rib on my left side. And you're telling me that I should suck it up and get back to work. I'm not going to be content with mediocrity. I am not going to be content with things not being done correctly or safely. I am going to piss and moan if I see something that is improperly done. If I see somebody is doing something that is putting me at risk. If I see that people are behaving in a way that is not professional. In an industry where we have to be professionals. I'm not asking for it to be fun. You make your own fun with work. Do not tell me to be a man and do what men do. Your perception of gender norms and stereotypes is appalling, and you're not the first one. I will never STF you, and I will never suck it up and be content with mediocrity. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. And you've seen it, Check. This is not uncommon. We've seen multiple comments like this where it's be a man. You sound like a woman. Like this dude is going to shit a brick whenever he sees a woman working on a job site. Because he talks like somebody who's never seen that. He talks like somebody who's never met a woman working in construction. Ugh. I've owned my own construction business for 17 years. The culture is what you... I should pin this. I ought to. I love this. Bill Farmer, I love you, dude. I've owned my own construction business for 17 years. The culture is what you make it. That is the point of this video. Is to improve the culture. Bill Farmer, thank you, buddy. Very good. Very, very good. It's a rough environment, says Street Fighting. Not made for the people that have grown up in a middle or upper class environment. You gotta have thick skin and a lot of grit. You need an iron mind. I work outside in Texas, and Texan people know that it gets hot and humid AF out here. Unfortunate. sorry that you have a rough environment. Lotus Head Music. Gosh, brother, I'm a young guy myself, and I couldn't agree more. Trades seem to attract a lot of crappy guys, very tough, and it's fake and old. Okay, well, you didn't have to. You had to throw in the age thing. But yeah, the fake tough guy thing is a huge part of what contributes to a toxic work culture. Yes, the master intentionally make it bad, but if real architecture, it is a high. I'm gonna try read that in just a second. Some are just funny, some are dumb, and then some are just downright, yeah, wrong and backwards thinking. And frankly, I don't see how in 2023 people still manage to have that kind of worldview. It's like people still worshiping Greek gods or something. You know, it's like, what kind of a relic of a bygone era are you? Yeah, we actually got yes, that was a very very good comment down here. I scrolled too far and wound up with Larf again. No, the other comment. Where is it at? I just saw it. Culture is what you make it. Yes, I had to go back and acknowledge it. Culture is what you make it. This Bill Farmer 7984, as a good man, knows, or woman. I'm assuming that Bill is not a woman's name generally. That's a good man. Very good. Okay. I was looking at Eric Pham's comment, and it says, and I quote, "The master intentionally make it bad, but if real architecture, it is a highly valued profession." Okay, if you have a master who's doing something intentionally bad, like if you have master electrician, master plumber, what if somebody's a master at something and they're intentionally making something bad, like doing the job bad or making the culture bad, then I got to question whether or not that person's truly a master in practice or just in name only. Um, but if real architecture, it is a highly valued profession. Okay, what is the subject of this sentence? The subject is master. Make is the verb. Intentionally make. Okay, so this is an adverb. It's an adverb describing make. It is a demonstrative pronoun, which is make it. Bad is an adjective describing what it is being made. I have no idea what this guy is saying. The master intentionally make it bad, but if real architecture, it is a highly valued profession. I mean, I was thinking maybe he forgot a period or somewhere, but like... Okay, I'm done. I'm not reading that. Bido Chafi says, "No one in the site I work in uses safety when using power tools, and when I do, they laugh at me. Don't let them mock you for it. You know, laugh at them. Laugh at them for being stupid and for not doing the things that are proper and that keep them safe. Don't laugh at them whenever it actually comes up to hurt them, because that's just horrible. Don't laugh at people who've just recently injured themselves. But yeah, laugh at them for not working correctly, for being noobs, for not being safe." I think he's trying to say people make it terrible to work on, but if the building is good, building makes it worth it. Let's see. So you're saying it might be like a lost in translation thing? Like maybe this person isn't English as maybe this person's English is a second language and they use Google Translate, and so that's why it's messing it up. Because that would make sense. Yeah, Google Translate's really bad. That might be it actually. Yeah. It's like the people or the boss, probably the boss can make the culture bad, but it's worth it if that's yeah, I mean that makes the most sense. It seems like it's a lost in translation comment. Maybe this guy in his own language is saying exactly what that is. I'll just write it off as that, because otherwise I don't think AI messes up this bad. Ninja Tech Pro. LOL, I guess every job has its ups and downs. I worked as a nurse for 10 years, male nurse, and I can tell you working with a group of women in any kind of, oh God. All right, we're talking about genders right off the bat here. I can tell you working with a group of women in any kind of supervisory position or position of leadership is the, oh my God, man. Why? Women are if I ever have to listen through another woman's feelings over how some other women in retaliation should be taken. Buddy, I understand that you've had bad experiences and I understand that you have opinions. But saying that women as a whole are these different. Go have your opinions somewhere else. Let's just leave it at that. Okay? Let's just leave it at that. Just have you can have your opinions. You've had your experiences that have shaped your opinions. I respect that. Have your opinions somewhere else, please. I used to build harvesters on farms. There were 6 of us on the crew. 2 idiots on our crew made it miserable. Let me read. Oh, okay. Okay, so you're magnifying the fact that there were 2 idiots who were being racist towards a black worker that you had working with you. Okay. I thought you, buddy, Joe, I read a previous comment that was sexist. I thought I was coming up to find you being racist. Turns out you're okay, but you're just talking about racism that you had seen on a job and talking about how they were idiot. And what did I do is reported the 2 bozos to the owner of the company, reported the racism and making the whole crew miserable. I left and didn't look back. You did what was right. You did the right thing. You did the right thing, Joe. Very good. I'm sorry that this happened. It's very annoying whenever this kind of thing happens. Personally, I've never actually experienced this ever once. I have never, in 8 years, actually witnessed racism firsthand on a job site. I've seen stories about it on Reddit and on YouTube and in comments now like this. Thankfully, I've been insulated from that particular negative aspect of construction culture, but I'm glad you did something about it. Now, thank you for doing something about it. Thank you for positively impacting the culture of your workspace. Thank you. Very good. Okay. So looks like this is a comment train that happened a year ago, and I've got I've got a list of comments here. I'll just read the top. I'll just read the first one. I hate how all the trade people say there's money to be made. You hate that I'm telling the truth? Yeah, if you work 80 plus hours a week. No, you work 80 plus hours a week, honey. You making fat stacks with a capital PHAT. That's not even a joke. The thing about the trades is that it's bad for your health. Every trade is bad for your lungs. It's only bad if you allow it to be bad. It's only bad for your health if you put yourself at risk and do not, like wear PPE and follow proper safety protocols and procedures and install things in a safe manner and, leave with your legs, not with your back kind of a thing. Those kinds of advices. Every trade is bad for your lungs. Not on their own, not inherently. Ask Brightleaf if being working in IT is bad for his lungs. He's probably going to tell you no. It's only bad for you, and it's only bad for your health if you work harder, not smarter, I guess. You make it unsafe by the way you do it. By the way, those boots you were thinking of as Red Wing boots? You're talking about the black boots that I was talking about I had worn early in my career? A few years ago, we had a woman electrician who quit to be a cop. I don't know why, but to each their own. She's getting the career that she wants to have. Moving up in the world, moving up in the way that she wants to live life. That's huge. They're always using respirators and dust masks and stuff to protect the air around you for your lungs. Yeah, that's, I mean, if it's bad for your lungs, then wear lung protection. And not the stupid rag thing. I just made a joke about that, and the short concrete workers are annoying as part of that one series that I actually did not record one today. Oh my gosh, all of Friday passed me by and I did not record my next the trades are annoying short. Damn it. Unfortunate. All right, well, we got that out the way. All right. The trades are bad for your health only if you allow them to be so. Okay, I think we all learned a valuable lesson today. I worked construction for a year. I worked for a small contracting company owned by two fellas. Okay, one of my bosses was a great dude. The other was the most vile and hateful piece of shit human being I've ever seen. I don't know why you just spell it out, piece of shit. I don't hate people easily, but boy, I hated that man. You get back what you put in. You put out hate, you receive hate. Yep, laws of nature, cause and effect. Circle of circles and all that. Unfortunate. Okay, this is a comment with a lot of responses. You're working for the wrong boss or company? No, I'm not. My job, my coworkers, my pay, my boss, my life is awesome. That's phenomenal. Very good. Do what you have to do to maintain control of that and make sure that you can keep that. Put in the effort that you need to ensure that you'll have a very long-lasting career there. I literally love going to work and learning every day. I wish I was at work right now, but I just got off the clock. That's good. Literally love going to work. You sound like me whenever I first got going good, like 3 years into the industry, and I've already talked about what that did to me in mind, body, and soul. I just hope that you can manage it healthily and maintain a good work-life separation. This has been a year ago. I hope it's been a good year. And I hope that you have not become obsessed like I did. You know, I'm happy that you're happy with it. But no, I'm not working for the wrong boss or company. Sorry you have to deal with these people. Are all construction companies like this? No. The one that I work for isn't. This is a description of a conglomerate of all of the trades on a job site. Are there construction companies out there who carefully vet out their employees to make sure they are not deplorable people? Yes, my company. And I don't want to sound like I'm like the whole stream I have been talking about my company like they are just the best thing ever. And I don't want people to hear that and think, "Oh my goodness, is he like sponsored by his company? Is this a sponsored stream by this man's contractor?" It's not. I'm not out here advertising for them. But there's been a lot of people who have told me, you're working for the wrong boss and company. No, I'm not. Like, I have to respond that way because people are thinking that I'm miserable and people are thinking that I'm in a bad situation. I'm sure it's not the perfect company that I'm working for, but it's really damn close. It's got a lot of benefits to it. It's very good. It has its flaws, yes. I know I keep pointing that detail out, but we also keep reading the same comments over again. So you're going to hear me repeating myself. Just to go ahead and get that out the way. Because we're nowhere near done. Just pee on a rag. That's not proper PPE. Not literal PP. People who type POS, just keep in mind they're trying to bypass the YouTube filter. They sometimes get blurred or comment not post because of it. Oh, yeah, and that gets kicked to my held for review segment. Or held for review section. And actually, that would be something interesting to see now, because I don't know how far we are from actually being done with this. I want to look and see. Anyways, I want to look and see if my held for review inbox has any comments in it right now. It sure doesn't. I had to delete like 2 or 3 dozen comments over the past, I believe, week from this video because like what you've seen thus far with people talking about sexual stereotypes, race stereotypes, what you've seen thus far is so mild and so nice compared to some of the stuff I've seen. And I think I've got I think I've got a screenshot of one that didn't have anything like extreme, egregious, insane. Let's see if I can find it. Nope, that one was anti-Semitic. Where's it at? There was one that was okay-ish, like okay to read. Okay. Oh my gosh. I would have to censor this so much. Like I would have to leave out so many words just to be able to maintain monetization on YouTube and not have like my monetization of my entire channel taken away forever. But yeah, let's see. Here's one that I can kind of work through. Okay, comment on this video, which I deleted 2 days ago. No doubt raised by a single mother. All of these soft-armed mommy's boys make me sick. Real men don't have 100 masters, boy. We have one that we are accountable to. Not your mommy, not your insurance masters, not one mediocre 2 to 4 year soft desk-sitting, key-punching, paper-pushing, institutionalized, compartmentalized, lobotomized, and mentally conditioned kept slave of your safe-zone world. I've come behind your smarmy little sheet stains and fixed your mediocrity my whole life. I cannot read this person's other comment because the inane homophobic screaming actually carries out it's actually its own screenshot. Like the whole thing is that long. It takes up my entire phone screen. And I would get shut down if I read that. I had to curate a lot of the comments that I'm reading, like the held for review section, before I sat down to do this because I didn't want to get banned for like giving them time of day. Those got to be a circus if we aren't seeing the held for review ones. You have no idea. Like, dude, I've gotten literal death threats over this video. I'm not even shitting you. It's been rough. And I might have more screenshots of other comments. Let's see. Some that I can actually... Are there any that I can actually read that are not going to get me banned? Okay. Your rant defines the term snowflake and why so many millennials have been branded as such. You worked as a stock boy in a grocery store and have now been working around a bunch of grown men with diverse life experiences. For whatever reasons, many of them are stuck there. Are you? I've been in your shoes and paid my dues, but I simply saw it for what it was and made moves to go onward and upward. I hope you have, since venting this video, and no more crying about safety concerns. Karen Rainfall. Okay, and now I see why I deleted this comment. Okay, yeah, I can't keep reading. Never mind. Unfortunate. I was just getting to the good part. You're the kind of closet fairy that goes to drag shows on the weekends. I just saw that comment earlier. Huh. Okay. Yeah. None of the rest of these screenshots have held for review. Because I do screenshot held for review comments. I do. That is a common that is something I do because some of them are just so batshit that I want to treasure them forever.
Hey, everybody, by the way, in case you didn't see, somebody in live chat asked if you have a group Discord.
I do have a Discord, yes, and I will give me a second. I will link that for you real quick. Let's see, Stratosphere. Did you see where Goodits left this Discord?
Who?
Good Life.
Oh.
He left at 6:45. He probably didn't recognize it anymore because of the verification thing. Like,
Oh.
you know, last time he was in it, he didn't have to verify, so I imagine that was kind of confusing. I'll set this Discord link to expire 6 hours and 1 use. So there you go, check. There's your link to get into our Discord. What's up, Doug Boy? How you doing? You missed the circus and Larf. You missed Larf. Yes. We need to scroll back down because Frank, were you watching at all whenever we got to the Larf comment? Okay.
Whom is Larf?
Since you're back, I will read you the.
Very interested on Mr. Larf.
I will read you the Larf comment, and then we'll get back on track.
Should I be scared?
Fat Joe Satan said 10 days ago.
For fuck's sake, I read the first 3 words.
Discord, can I post my OSHA fail compilations? You can in the you can in our video chat, yeah. Larf! All right, here we go. Years of labor work in most.
Hold on. Is this the same dumb motherfucker that left that comment you showed me and you had to fucking delete? Is this that same fucking schizophrenic?
No,
Why do people keep doing that in parentheses then with the me shit?
That is weird. That is one of the comments that I've got that I had to delete because of the homophobia mess was it had this distinct stylization to it with the parentheses. That
it's
guy,
the same fucking dude.
It's not the same dude. It's actually not the same dude because that guy was banned from the channel.
It's secretly the same dude.
It might be. Maybe
he's
it
on a
is
different account.
Maybe it is a different account. Who knows? So, yeah. Years of labor work in most fields of labor has taught parentheses me set boundaries. And if you are working for someone else, etc., who is not appreciative of taking advantage of their position, plan to quit and quit when it affects them most. It takes strategic skills, patience, and wit. But hey, like to have fun, working hard, Getterdon, sick of pooch pumpers and their enablers, sick of narcobooses, blame game insanity, sick of needleless, unproductive competition, and then there is the drug, alcohol-fueled nastiness. Meh. Too old, fear that crap, now in me body hurts, Larf. Larf. I gotta wonder if this is like, did he mean to say LOL and his autocorrect changed it to LARF? Is that an abbreviation? Is that an acronym for something I'm not familiar with? Larf. Yeah, I gave that comment to heart because Larf. Maybe he's trying to be creative. Yeah, he's trying to come up with his own phrases like me and snossages. You know, that's got to be what it is. And I hereby steal Larf. You can borrow snossages if you want, but I still claim the rights to that saying. Okay. Where were we? God, we have to scroll up quite a ways. Okay. I already saw that. No, okay, I think this was where we were. We'd already read Mr. Matt Groover, and we were getting on to professional commentator. I think, right? Consider yourself blessed to come from a position of family and automotive. Those people you speak either had abusive fathers or no fathers at all and went off to find a tribe that would make them feel accepted and rejected. My fatherless sons grow up To always feeling like I think we already read that comment. That sounds familiar. But then again, so many of these are just the exact same, so it all sounds familiar. Um, by the way, Duck, if you wanted to, if you wanted a Discord link, that Discord link has one use attached to it because Czech was asking if we had a Discord, so I made one for him. If you would like to also get into the Discord, I can render another Discord link. Just let me know. Anyways, no offense, but your site sounds like an absolute shit show. I used to work as a security guard, fire guard at construction sites for about 2.5 years, mostly during evening and night hours when there were nobody at site, but also during morning hours. And man, let me tell you something. The workers there were not fucking around, and they made sure to get the job done. The site safety manager would be on their asses at all times, making good. Yes,
Shit.
that's a luxury. Having him nearby. That a lot of people don't have. Like, you got the pipe fitters up in the air. None of them have a harness on, lanyard, any of that in their boom lift. Where's their safety manager? Sure would be nice if he was around. Make sure they weren't doing anything stupid or playing any childlike games. The project managers were also keeping track on the workers to make sure they weren't fooling around or idling by. I mean, it was pretty freaking strict. Now, that's not to say that nothing was being messed up or that the workers were always doing their job, but I would say that the majority of the time it was smooth sailing, and nobody got taunted or bullied for wearing PPE equipment. It was just seen as normal routine. That's phenomenal. That's a very good situation. I'm happy to see that you had that kind of a situation. My job site that I'm currently on is exactly that same way. PPE required, and nobody sees it as being, a drudgery. PPE is just what we wear. We would like to be able to keep all 10 fingers in both of our eyes, so we wear it. And let me get that Discord link made for Duck. Let's see. Invite people. Edit invite link. Expire date. Okay, good. There we go. All right, there's your link. Okay. The trades are good, young man. Learning a trad is not easy. Okay. Learning a trad is not easy. I retired at a good age. It was the best move I ever made. I worked alongside a great union construction workers. They're messed up people all around, but they don't last. I was trying to see if you were like presenting that as a good thing. That's everywhere, buddy. Don't pay attention to negativity. You just got to go with a flow. Yeah, we cuss and fuss and stopped acting like a kid. Get out of your truck and go to work, young man. I will when I'm done with my lunch break. Old, I'm assuming, man. Since you're over here calling me young man, telling me to get out of my truck when you don't know what the fuck I was doing in the truck to begin with. I was eating my lunch break, and that's why I was making a video, because I'm not going to make a video on company time, because the company isn't making money from me making a video, so I'm doing it whenever it's my free time. I'm not acting like a kid. Yazy versus Larf. Where is it at? I just saw it. Easy. Easy. A trad is not easy. Man, I tell you, we coming up with a dialect today. Good grief. All right. I lost track of where. There it is. This guy's on my wavelength. Subscribe. Thank you, isolated but jacked. Kevin Eggs. When I was 18, 3 years ago, some guy gave angle grinder with a chipped blade and exploded on me and flew shrapnel everywhere except on my body. You got extremely lucky. congratulations on still being alive. Angle grinder chip blade explosions are horrible and can definitely be fatal. So, congrats on still being topside. Don't worry about offending or stereotyping. Just tell the truth. Love your vid. Appreciate it, buddy. Tyler says, hey man, I found a lot of catharsis in the video. I think you're overly judgmental of your ex-con coworkers, though. No, I'm not. I'm generous. A lot of these guys were completely broken down in prison, so the only identity they're left with is who they were on the inside. That's a sad way to live. They circle back because your other coworkers are ex-cons too. It's a way for them to find affiliation with those with similar experiences on the job site so they can survive. I think we lived in a fucked up society that kind of fails kids before they can realize an possible potential in themselves, and then send them off to those horrible institutions where they're made 1,000 times worse by men who are beyond saving. And that is a legitimate complaint about the prison system. But I'm not overly judgmental of somebody who committed a crime that got them landed in prison. You know, sure, the prison system might not be great, and the culture in there may not be great, but that doesn't excuse the fact that they got in there. And that doesn't excuse the fact that people are proud of their time in prison. You had any near misses? I have not. I have never had a near miss that I can, at least that I can remember. Angle grinder is hands down my favorite tool. Angle grinders are so cool. I'm gonna have to disagree just because my own personal preference. My favorite tool is a pair of side cutting pliers. Angle grinders are very useful, and yeah, as long as you have the proper PPE, sure, they can definitely get you out of some situations and get you some good products made. But a good pair of side cutting pliers, or lineman's pliers as they're often called, that and a pocket knife are all you'll ever need for anything. When you get out of prison, the point is to learn and be better. If you're better, you learned your lesson and everything explains itself. Exactly. And you'll realize that the reason that you were in prison is you did something stupid, and you were in prison because you were stupid, and you should not be proud of the fact that you were in prison. That's what it is. But I didn't finish reading the guy's comment. So yeah, there's no reason to be proud of this. Only identity they're left with is who they were on the inside. Identify as more, then. Don't be content with mediocrity. Aspire to identify as more. Your identity is something that you can shift so very easily. You know, I can identify with a family that I just met that I feel really close with. I can identify with a group of people that I just got into. I can also disown people. Identity is not something that you are locked in with and you can't change. You can't strip wire with a prison shank. Exactly. I love my ProPress tool. Okay, a ProPress tool. You're going to have to describe that tool because I'm not 100% sure of what a ProPress tool is. Since you're a plumber.
I gotta head to a different VC. I'll be back very soon.
Okay. I don't know what a ProPress tool is. Also remember you making a funny comment on how they were dumb enough to get caught for it. Yes. If you ended up in prison, it's not something for you to be proud of or to brag about, because if you wound up in prison, it means you're dumb enough to get caught for the crime you committed. Simple as that. One of my helpers Friday 5:35 machine at my site one time. Not good. Not good. What do they leave it? Like, what did they work on it whenever it was live and it didn't need to be worked on? Like, how do they fry a machine? Strange. Anyways, I get that you're venting, and construction culture does indeed suck and make people more miserable than they need to be. Awful depraved behavior and deplorable communication can make a job that could have been a lot of fun like hell on earth. I don't think acting better than anybody or judging people who didn't have the same luck to grow up as good as you will make a positive difference, though. Hope you land on a crew where people aren't total assholes. Well, acting like I'm better than other people and judging other people is a thing that I definitely do, but not to their faces. See, the assumption here is that, I'm doing this and making a negative, influencing people's mood negatively by acting holier than thou. And while I definitely do feel that way, that's not a sentiment that I reflect to my coworkers themselves. Because that's not uplifting, that's not beneficial, that doesn't help anything at all. So yeah, you don't have to worry about this. But yeah. Prison is something that no one should be proud of. Sad. I already hearted this comment. It deserves a heart. Daryl Stark is right. Doesn't deserve. You do not be proud of being a prisoner. I did construction for 2 weeks and they switched me to HVAC. Best decision. Congratulations. I hear construction is being avoided because it's hard work. People are the hardest part of construction. That is true. And it's unfortunate that construction is being avoided because it's a good industry to get into. 23-year-old gal in construction management, it can get wild. It sure can. Congratulations on being in management. And do well, Chloe. Midnight Elite says, if you're from a traditional family unit with a typical background, you were not the norm. You can learn from these people who have had to overcome things you haven't. Why would I want to learn to overcome garbage that I never had to experience and never will? That's like me learning how to be an astronaut, despite the fact that I will never ever leave like the ground. Why would I need to learn from them? And they can learn from you? Of course they can learn from me. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Stop thinking they're not normal. It's just that you're not normal. Well, from where I'm from, I am normal and they're not. So it's like, it's a matter of perspective, right? But, we can agree to disagree on that. 1 day ago. Oh, Lord. This is a lot of stuff. Okay. Now, channel that into Chestio and you can be a drill sergeant, lol. Another problem that I had as an electrical apprentice is how much speed is prioritized over quality. Okay, yeah, that's problematic. Yeah, quantity over quality is not a wise way to work. Not wise at all. I'm an apprentice, I'm new to this. I can work fast and break shit, or I can take the time to make sure I'm doing it right each time, and the job only has to be done once. Speed fixes all errors is by far the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I've never heard that before, and I agree with you that that is some dumb shit. I was doing trim out and light circuits were completely miswired to the point that the bathroom fan turns on the kitchen lights. Okay. That should be fairly easy to fix, depending on how close they are. Lights getting wired in series somehow. Lights getting wired in series. How do you wire lights in series? Like, I'm just thinking of a traditional light fixture. I don't know how you'd wire it in series. Like a normal old light fixture with a black wire and a white wire and hopefully a green wire. That doesn't make any sense. How do you feed across that device with those? That's confusing. Okay. I know you can wire receptacles in series, but receptacles are designed in a way that is conducive to wiring them in series. Lights, I don't know. Anyways, or a feeder blows up because somebody was rushing and catastrophically miswired something. I'm so happy to see that somebody else uses the word catastrophically. That warms my heart. So now we have to shove 400 feet of feeder wire up 7 stories all over again. 400 pounds of feeder wire up 7 stories all over again. Screw that. Did speed fix those errors? Something tells me probably not, because now after trim out, everything has to be torn out and redone because it got fucked up the first time. If you don't have time to do it right the first time, when will you? Is pissing off all the other trades just to redo everything again really worth being fast? Because it seems to me that working that way is overall a hell of a lot slower than doing it right the first time. Absolutely. You do it slow so you can learn how to do it right, and then you learn how to do it fast. It's a very simple procedure. Maybe the company I worked for during this was just dog shit. I wish I could have kept working for the original company I joined. Their focus was on quality. Gotcha. Well, I'm sorry that you had a bad situation. You're 100% correct whenever you say that speed fixes all errors is stupid advice. It is unfortunate that you working in a company that speed is prioritized over quality. I'm sorry to hear that. Quality always beats quantity. So, yeah. I'm sorry that's your situation. Unfortunate. What is an electrician's nightmare? Be more specific. Well, I mean, there's several terrifying things an electrician doesn't want to have to deal with, but like, what specifically are you looking for in that? This video is hilarious. Same in the UK. Thanks, buddy. Every job has cons like this, but I'm 14. What? Why are you watching my videos if you're no? I don't make videos for kids. What are you talking about? Every job has cons like this, but I'm 14 learning and want to get into this, but I may rethink decisions. Well, no, I mean if you want to be a construction worker when you grow up, that's totally fine. Yeah, but don't watch my videos if you're 14. Very interesting video. What do you think of the more specialized trades like electricians, HVAC mechanics, etc.? Do you feel like they're any better? Well, I am an electrician. Yeah, I mean the jobs are cool. It's the people that make them bad. That's all it is. Former carpenter, same problems. My eyes are starting to blur. Oh my god, I have been looking at this monitor for so long, my eyes are messing up. I got halfway through that comment and my eyes just borked. Okay. I gotta do the thing where I look at the wall for 20 seconds. You know, the whole stigmatism avoiding strat where you look at something 20 feet away for 20 seconds. Of course, you're supposed to do this every 20 minutes. But I have definitely not been doing that. Oh my gosh. It's a lot of reading we've been doing. And we're still on the same video we started on 5 hours ago. Alright, that should have been about 20 seconds. Something they really hope they never got to do, work on anything hot. A real electrician, a true electrician, who isn't just an electrician in name, is scared of electricity. Doesn't want to get zapped, will refuse to work on anything hot. The only time it is acceptable to work on a hot circuit is whenever the risks presented and posed by working on a circuit while it is dead outweigh the risks and health hazards presented by working on it while it's hot. So basically, with that being said, there's never an acceptable time to work on anything that's hot unless somebody might die if you turn off the circuit. Only example I can think of off the top of my head is life support system inside of a hospital or a nuclear submarine that is submerged. You don't want to turn off the breaker panel for either of those situations because somebody's going to drop. That's the only time it's actually acceptable to work on like hot circuits, realistically, if you'll follow the letter of the law. And a real electrician doesn't want to work on anything that's hot because he doesn't want to be turned into a bowl of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Like if you bust a hole in a wall and it's all knob and tube, at least that's manageable. At least you could tear that out, work on something different. Not practicing proper stream PP. You got me. Yep, I wasn't. I wasn't doing the 20-20-20 rule. But yeah, working on something hot as an electrician I as an electrician do not want to work on anything that's hot. If it is physically possible to de-energize the circuit before I work on it, I'm going to do that. That is going to happen. I'm not working on something while the valence electrons are freely being traded between the molecules, between the atoms that are comprising that wire. Not doing it. Absolutely not. Not working on anything hot. Not going to happen. I am paid to work safely, not paid to work whatever you think is the quickest way to do things with your, you know, whatever your perception of my work speed is. Yeah, if you're my boss in that situation. Okay, my mother just texted me again. Give me a second. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go refill my drink because we've still got so many to go through. Yeah, I need a drink. I'll be right back. Probably also get a slice of pizza too. I haven't had anything to eat in quite a while. But I'm I really, really, really want to get done with this video because there's so many other things to talk about. There's so many other uh, so many other videos that have comments on them that I wanted to get to. Heck, we haven't even started on live streams. Like, this is a video that was made a year ago. You have any idea how many videos are on this channel that have been made within the year? We got so much other stuff to talk about, and it's not even probably 2/3 of the way done with this video. My pizza's almost done in the microwave. Is there electric resistant gloves? I swear that's a thing. Yes. There are very heavy rubber gloves. And there's, the boots that you can have and like a Class E hard hat and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't mean I want to screw with it. Just because a seatbelt can prevent me from, you know, just because a seatbelt can prevent me from flying through the windshield of a car doesn't mean I want to go and crash. Is the best way I can put it. I probably need to let this cool off before I eat it. Okay. I mean, does that make sense? Just because there's something cataclysmic that can happen wrong to me doesn't mean that I want to, put a little thin strip of rubber in between me and that inevitable doom. Former carpenter, same problems doing IT training now. Great. I love what you said there. Keep preaching, bro. Appreciate it, buddy. So true. He's speaking real truth. Thank you, buddy. Yeah. Where did that comment go? Okay. This video is old, but fuck it. Painter here. I dropped out of business school when the world seemed to be ending in 2020. It wasn't for me, and I still think to this day, if you need to go to school to run a business, then you're not cut out to run a business. Yes, I'm aware there's far more to it for a business degree. Stepdad owns a painting company. That is not how you spell painting. So while the world was collapsing, I decided I would join because it wasn't sure if it could. I decided to join because it wasn't sure if I'd be able to find a solid job at the time. Fast forward 3 years and I hate my job. Works shit, pays shit, coworkers are shit. Ex-cons peaked in high school burnout types of people. Two of them always bitch to the boss that I'm slow. Meanwhile, their diet is Tim Hortons donuts, 6 packs of Red Bull, a pack of cigarettes, and T3s to ease the pain. I'm always getting thrown under the bus, which is hilarious because they can bitch all they want, but nothing is going to happen to me. I'm Teflon. I may be slower than them because I'm not wired 24/7, but I provide good work, so boss man doesn't complain. They do not like that lol. Painters really are the crumb at the bottom of the barrel. Okay, well, we can agree to disagree about painters, but what you said here about, providing good work so the boss doesn't complain, that's good. That's good. Absolutely. The best insulation against people talking shit about you behind your back is just being a good worker. Can't criticize you on that. Okay. Drop that base. Okay. Luckily, the company I worked for is great with safety and all, but I talked to some trades and it's like they grew up on a different planet than I did. I'm going to heart this comment because that is exactly the situation I find myself in. I believe the message shouldn't be to avoid construction. True. Maybe we need to encourage people to be more educated and less dumbasses in all industries. Good video, brother. You choose to talk with the true, but I still believe in construction like a school of life for real men. I'm going to ignore the fact that you call it, talk about real men, because I've hated on several people for already using that phrase. In this context, the way that you presented it, it's not bad. Okay. Sauce Boy, for the 4th time on this video, comes back and says, and no one's perfect, but even in the roughest places, there's good times, good memories, and dark memories, like my roommate in box in prison. We fought. We fought. Then we became cool. Wed talk about how we couldn't wait to be free. Then he got released from the box 3 weeks before me, and he was 22. He had 3 months to go home. Got stabbed to death, didn't make it home. Unfortunate. I don't care. Civility is a thin veneer ready to be stripped away at a moment's notice of inconvenience, so never trust easily, always be skeptical, and that should have you covered for most situations. Okay. Civility is a thin veneer ready to be stripped away at a moment's notice of inconvenience. So you're just talking about people with like a short fuse? I think. Alright. I'm not reading all of that. Let's see. Bingham Stevens says, I worked briefly in construction in the Army Corps of Engineers. I realized that I felt I fit in like a silk glove on a hog farm and decided to move on. It wasn't for me. The amount of dim-witted macho shit that went on, combined with a need to consume booze and drugs after work, added to an almost cult-like mentality that if you don't work 20 hours overtime, you're not trying, was too much for me. Okay. I'm going to read this because I see caps lock with very specific spelling and I want to see it. Okay. The turning point was when the lockmaster wanted me to climb onto a beam to repair a wicket in the dam with no harness and with a crane swinging a 300-pound steel beam at me to slide into this thing that blocked the flow of river water. No harness, no safety gear. Okay, I'm going to have to do the voice. So let me clear my mouth real quick. Bigum Stevens says, and I quote, "No harness, no safety gear, just get on out there and get her done if you won't keep this job, boy!" I told him to piss up a rope, and I would be in the back of the barge till the shift ended, and if I still had a job tomorrow, fine or not, I did not give a shit. I was a laborer making barely over $13 an hour due to lockman work. Unfortunate, buddy. Hope you got your situation fixed, though. Yes, I agree with most people in the comments. Most people on the job site have no class. They be literal clowns, and construction workers get such a bad rep because of their behavior. The pay isn't bad. You can live off the career you can make with people, but the people can be ignorant and immature, but not all places are like that. Okay, well, you agree with most of the people in comments, and I agree with you, OD Monkey. Have I come back? Are we done? Oh my gosh, are we actually done? Yes! Oh my, we're done! Oh! Oh! Oh, we've actually gotten back to where I was because I was scrolling down the weird ass good morning kids comment. The first mistake was making a video about it comment. Yes! After about 6.5 hours of this video and looking at comments for this video, we are finally done with construction site culture sucks so much. A millennial's perspective. I am so happy. I am so happy that we're done with this video. This has been, listen, it's not that I don't like reading the comments, because I do. I'm reading them aloud. Okay? And there's so many comments. This video has 907 comments. Let me refresh the page. And I gotta go to the next page. Well, no, it's page 3. Okay. This video has 926 comments. Since that's a lot of comments. That's a lot. That's a lot. Let me look at the newest. Let me look at newest first. To sort comments, clear your search filters. Okay. Newest first. 2 hours ago. Let's see what I missed. Okay, I've only missed, it looks like, a couple of them because I've seen them interspersed throughout it. So you're not going into law enforcement or military, truck driver. Nope, I've already seen that. Okay, so yeah, I already saw these. Huge. All right, we're done with construction site culture sucks. Okay. Next video in the list is I shot the family dog with 2 comments. A wonderful storyteller, says Jeff Bezos has no money. Thanks, man, I appreciate that. I feel like I've had a weight lifted off of me with this video, not being here. Okay, so mourning the death of my favorite porn subreddit and the time I looked up porn subreddit, porn videos on my boss's computer. Both of those videos were unlisted. Because I have a playlist of unlisted videos that are not available publicly. And these are 2 of them. These are 2 rant videos that I did. I will not be looking at the comments for this specific video because of it being unlisted. Eventually, it will be relisted. I will not say when, but eventually it will be made public again, and then we can look at the comments for it. 3 comments for I displayed parasocial behavior towards a famous streamer without realizing it. Those comments were, you def gonna end up on the news one day. That's extremely strange, but thanks. And then Veli, of course, coming in with first comment, referring to the thing I was saying about the different cultures that websites have. Just being goofy. Goodits comes up and say, bro, you just wanted to learn, that was it. If someone thought you were being parasocial, he could have easily just sent a message to you and said it politely to stop. Or the streamer, an amazing video, my dude. Can't wait for the next one. Keep it up. And I appreciate that. Okay. That is that one. Why I quit playing on AEOG. AEOG was an Arma 3 server, DayZ server. Wow, this video has absolutely thrashed like to dislike ratio. My gosh. With 10 comments. Okay. I quit playing in AEOG. A little bit of context, a little bit of background for this video is AEOG was a very good DayZ server, and it has now since been defunct. It got deleted, and it's very kind of a sad backstory behind that. But I explained in the video that I did not like how you had to no life the server in order to get anywhere. I did not like that I basically had to be in front of my computer 24/7 in order to get anywhere with it, in order to like keep my base safe, because yeah, your base is still online whenever you log out, so people can wait for you to log out or figure out that okay, you live in America, that means you are probably going to be asleep at, let's see, what this would be 2 a.m. Okay, so we'll raid you and destroy your base and steal all your stuff at 2 a.m. whenever you'd be asleep. You know, that kind of stuff is why I quit playing on it, because I did not want to dedicate myself to playing a single video game all of the time whenever I was an adult with a job. So I quit playing on it. And it's not because the server was bad. It was one of the best servers I've ever played on in Arma 3. In my opinion, it's a tragedy they lost it, because I thought it was the best Arma 3 server. AOG was phenomenal. It was very well run, very passionate admins and mods who kept the server alive and kicking and kept adding content to it, kept modding it. It was phenomenal. And it's a tragedy that it's no longer here. I used to play a lot of DayZ and Arma 3 over 1,000 hours. I also have over 1,000 hours in Arma 3, and 900 of those hours were spent on this AEOG server. It was a very good server. But, let's talk about it. Duct Tape. I pinned his comment because he said got the 15-year-old Arma sweats in the comments, which was true. First comment by Lekevien. Okay, so I kind of feel the need to straighten that out. I was one of the two guys that were on when you/we got raided the last time. Yes, I did leave the Discord, mostly because we had a 5-man group of which 2 or 3 were really playing. You weren't one of them, even though you were the group leader. Now, I'm not blaming you on that. As you mentioned in the video, you can't be online that much, and I completely understand and respect that, but at the same time, it discouraged me and also the other guy that left. We, as everyone else, had 2 weeks of Bambi base protection, which we should have used to really grind money and loot to build up the base. Instead, we mostly wasted our time on Spawn Town PvP, which you don't get anything out of. I also didn't block you anything. I don't know if the other guy did, but I definitely didn't. Okay? For context, he's talking about the fact that our playthrough of AEOG, the last season that we actually built a base and created a clan, we got raided at 2 in the morning. And while we were getting raided at 2 in the morning, my Discord was getting spammed with people telling me to get on the game because we were being raided. But I was asleep because it was 2 a.m. and I had to work. And our base got raided, and so the 3 people that were online at the time, they quit the Discord that I was in, and 2 of them, this guy did not, but 2 of them blocked me in Discord because I had the audacity to not drag myself out of bed at 2 in the morning and play a video game. So that's the context behind this. Velinard says, and Velinard, you're going to see his name pop up a good bit. Velinard is a good friend of mine. I have known him for, at this point, probably about 10 years. We used to play Siege together, and we played a lot of other games together. You've heard his voice in several different streams. The Star Citizen stream, he was the catalyst behind me playing Star Citizen. Yeah, I mean, being up at 2 a.m. to play a video game is ridiculous. I mean, that's the only other game I've done that really with is Warcraft, and Warcraft isn't worth that. I'm too old to be able to stay up until 2 a.m. in the morning playing video games. I mean, that's I might have been able to do that and get away with it a long time ago, but nowadays, nah. My circadian rhythm will be screwed up if I try that kind of mess. I agree, says Velly. If you don't know life, your favorite uh, early access games with wipes, you were left in the dust. It is disheartening for the casual gamer who wants to balance IRL with gaming as a hobby. I've not played many games for this reason as well. It's true. A perfect example of what he's talking about is Escape from Tarkov. Escape from Tarkov, if you are not present on day one of a wipe cycle, everybody else is going to complete the missions a lot sooner than you. Everybody is going to unlock all of the end game trading stuff before you. And before you know it, because you dared to not play for the first 2 days of a wipe cycle, you are going to be losing every gunfight that you have because everyone else has a Golnex unlocked and Gazelle armor unlocked, and you're going to be running around with a Mackie still, trying to complete quests on customs. That's an example of what he's talking about. Patrick Jr. and the same meta existed on AEOG is why he specifically mentioned that. You did when GoldenEye came out on the N64, and how old were you when GoldenEye came out? How old were you playing on the N64? Old enough where you could play up until 2 a.m. in the morning and not have any kind of a health issue from it. I guarantee it. Mac and cheese. Do not commit to AEOG without being ready to lose double the shit you earn. I mean, that's fair. It was a game of loss. Like DayZ, Arma 3 versions of DayZ, it's all a game of loss. And that's just the style of game. Tarkov, EVE Online, the now defunct The Cycle. Yeah, it's how the game works. Hey, you should check out Arma 3 Survival. It had some really good updates recently. Sadly, only the sweats are left in the Arma 3 community. You can really only have fun playing DayZ or Exile. Try out Arma 3 Survival. Okay, this dude's probably like the admin of Arma 3 Survival, whatever. Same thing with Rust. True. Yeah, nah, AEOG was poorly managed. The admin and mods frequently abused their power and struck people down who raided their bases or got too competitive. That is a lie. This was proven wrong repeatedly. The admins and mods were being accused of abusing their power by people who were cheating. And there's actually video evidence of that. So, yeah, unfortunately, the admins and mods were falsely accused repeatedly. But doesn't matter anymore, sadly. Let's see. Did you play Breaking Point mod on Arma 3? It was a DayZ copy. What mods did I actually get? Exile, obviously, because of course you've got to have Exile for Arma 3 DayZ. Played so the two. I would have to look up the mods list. The two main servers that I played Arma 3 DayZ were AEOG and Finders Keepers. Those are the two main servers that I played on. And as far as DayZ is concerned, I played on the Wall servers, Sunnyvale, and then most recently, one server I played on with Frank. I don't remember the name of it, but it wasn't called Breaking Point. So yeah, I don't remember a mod called Breaking Point. Do not remember one named that. Okay, so I just went on AnyWork for the first time. 7 comments. This is me talking about r/AnyWork and my disappointment that this subreddit was not talking about what I thought it was supposed to be. Alex says, man, thank you so much for this talk. Just today I was thinking that I must go back to construction and forgot about pursuing my goal to do something else. You gave me the strength to keep working on my goal no matter what. Got to do what makes you happy, or at least make what you do make you happy. Joseph says, I'm a warehouse worker. I work hard. Work in its current form is bad. Class warfare is a real thing because the rich do it against us every day. It seems we forgot about the Great Depression and hypercapitalism reaching its peak. Work is necessary, however, I don't think it's beneficial to have a small class of people receiving all the profits while we eat crumbs. Just, like, why be envious? Why be jealous? Why? Why let your perception of your country and your economy be dominated by envy? Class warfare is only a real thing because you're envious. The rich don't get out of bed thinking, man, I sure hope I can screw over the entire middle class today. I hate this mentality. The circus headquarters of Reddit, yeah. Yeah. r/anywork is one of the dumbest, most disappointing and disheartening subreddits I've ever been on. It could have been so much more. They could have done good things with it, beneficial things with it, things that uplift and improve the people who use it. But it's Reddit, and the only good subreddits are pornographic subreddits. Those are the most mature communities, 9 times out of 10. So yeah, expecting r/anywork to actually be a collection of intelligent people, let alone helpful people, was just a pipe dream. Fool that I was. Dr. Showman, work is very necessary, but we can't just stop working just because we don't like the system. We have to work our way up or get enough capital to be able to transition to other forms of work. 100% exactly right. And more wisdom than people from r/anywork are capable of mustering up. Very nice. Duct tape. These comments are actually upside down. He started with this one. This was his first comment where he said commies. His second comment is 1, show the sauce. 2, that subreddit confuses me sometimes. And then 3, also I wonder how many people in that sub would have a different say if they were just one rank higher at the job, making just a bit more money. And yeah, the trades pay plenty, and I think that is coming around to more and more people every day. So yeah, that's a good point. Like, how would the people in that subreddit feel if they were just one rung higher on the corporate ladder and had just one more raise under their belt? Would they feel the way that they do? Would they even know that r/anywork exists? Would they have been this malcontent that they would have gone and researched, I don't like my job, I don't want to ever work again, and come across that cesspool if they just made a bit more money? Just $2 more. How little of a push do they need back in the correct direction to get them out of that mentality? But they would feel completely different. I'm willing to bet so too. Have you seen the massive blow up that the interview was with a Reddit admin of that Reddit? Are you talking about the one on Fox News? Because yeah, that's what got me looking at r/anywork, was that interview between a member of the r/anywork subreddit and the Fox News guys, and how big of a joke that little interview was. But I opened up the video by talking about that. Yep, let me link this video for you. I get share of a link. Yep, it is that one, if you haven't watched it. I just don't care if aliens exist has 5 comments on it. And Duct Tape says, if they could travel light years, what good would humans do for them? Absolutely nothing. Starting to think you and me have the same brain. I think that there is other life out there, but we're the only ones that asked the question, and it's possible that us human are a paradox. We're animals that became aware of the universe and are smart in some ways, but stupid in most. You're right, Dumb Skulls 9554. And then Banging Zaza comes in 11 days ago. So the Roswell incident wasn't proof? Or the Dulce papers? Nope. No, they weren't. So next video is I bet my coworkers $1,000 that they couldn't find my zebra, one of my personal favorite videos. Frank Castle, of course, coming in yeeting on my design, saying, bro, it looks more like a tiger. And I responded very wittily and accurately, listen, I may not be Van Gogh, but at least you can kind of sort of tell what it's supposed to be, because my zebras do not deserve ridicule. My zebras are perfect. The next video is Stop Wasting Time Studying the Origin of the Universe, where I got aggravated about people investing a whole bunch of time and grant money into studying something that ultimately has no meaning and no value. And 1 year ago, Zycox says, I do agree people are focusing too much on the wrong things, but I can also say that exploring the universe would be huge for us. We need to know what's coming out there for us, whether it's an asteroid or knowing that our galaxy will combine with another galaxy in a few billion years. Why do we need to know that Milky Way and Andromeda are going to collide in 4 billion years? Why does that matter to us? Why does anything a few billion years down the road matter to us? You realize that in less than 150,000 years, Earth is projected to pass through a gas cloud that will turn our atmosphere into poison, right? We're not even going to make it to a few billion years. This planet will be uninhabitable in less than 200,000 years. So no, we don't need to know about our galaxy combining with another galaxy. If there's an asteroid coming for us, sure, I could see that being an issue, but that doesn't mean that you need to look back into the Big Bang. That doesn't mean that you need to come up with some sort of hypothesis to postulate how we snapped into being. It shows us our time race. You're racing against billions of years? That's basically infinite as far as any of us nowadays are concerned. Good grief. We need to leave the solar system in a few million years. Buddy, we're not going to make it to a few million years. Like I said, we've got to be going in a couple 100,000 if we want to survive. And a couple 100,000 is a really long fucking time. That's longer than humans have been here to start with. I wish they'd spend more of our money attempting Mars than philosophical stuff. Yes! Now we can agree on something. Very good. But you know why we need to go to Mars? It's not so that we can send people over there to live in boxes. Oh, yay, we're in a moon base. Bully for us. Yay, we're living on Mars. Now what? The reason you should attempt to do anything with the Mars or with the moon in terms of long-term habitation is specifically to use it as a launching pad to get to the asteroid belt, because there are so many asteroids in between Mars and Jupiter that are loaded with metals that we could use. Let's see. Psych 12. Where is NASA's article about Psych 12? Or maybe it's Psych 14. It's one of the Psych asteroids that has like 400 something quadrillion dollars worth of gold on it. I can't find the NASA article. I'll have to look that up later. There are asteroids that have so much material on them that if we were to strip mine them, if we were to grab them from Mars, take them to low lunar orbit, strip mine the materials, send it back to Earth, it would be an industrial revolution akin to the discovery of fusion. and the ability to make fusion reactors and power our planet with fusion power. Whenever I say that gold is plentiful on asteroids, like you're talking thousands upon thousands and thousands and thousands of tons of gold that could be imported to Earth. And our electrical industry would never be the same. Electricity is so much better conducted through gold than it is through copper. Buddy, if we had gold wiring in our houses, if gold was reduced to, 23 cents a pound, sure, it would make, the gold standard that technically our currency isn't backed by no longer work. We'd have to go to something like a platinum standard or iridium or strontium or what have you. But having gold wiring in your house, gold wiring be plentiful in your electronics, the leaps and bounds that would take electricity by itself is unthinkable. That's the only reason anybody should be bothering with Mars or the moon. I want to be a plumber on the moon. I'm going to be a construction worker on the moon. Okay. Make sure you wear your PPE, your lanyard that ties you to the ground. Oh my goodness. Your radiation shield, yeah, all that stuff. It would definitely make gold a lot less valuable. But we would actually be able to use it for what it's good for. It's an exponentially better conductor than copper is. It would revolutionize the electrical industry. It would revolutionize the tech industry. It would be phenomenal. If houses had gold wiring, methods would be able to buy their teeth back. Uh-huh. Yep, and it wouldn't even be valuable to have gold teeth anymore because, well, gold's everywhere. Your GDE gravity-defiant equipment. Your gravity-defiant equipment. Your equipment that stands there saying, I choose to not obey you, gravity. Yeah. So, yeah. Adding on about black holes, essentially all matter gets crumbled up so tight that its mass doesn't really increase. So the light that goes in, yes, adds to the size, but light is so small of mass that it doesn't have any real effect. I'd compare a planet getting squished down to about the size of a piece of rice. I think if I remember right, if Earth was compacted into a black hole, it would be the size of a basketball. Or maybe that's the sun. Am I? Because the moon, if it was compacted down, would be the size of a thimble. That I distinctly remember. So if the moon being compacted down would be the size of a thimble, it would make sense for Earth to be compacted into the size of a basketball. But what difference does that make? What's the point of this? I'd compare a planet getting squished down, so light would be like insanely small even for huge amounts. Well, that depends. If you're talking about something like a white dwarf or a pulsar, God forbid, that could really add to a black hole size. But yes, it appears that they keep falling forever, stretched out. Okay, well, what point does this make? Like, I'm not talking about black holes and stuff. If I wanted to learn about black holes, I would listen to the incomparable Neil deGrasse Tyson. God, I love listening to him and Chuck on Star Talk. If you want something to listen to while you're at work and you're tired of listening to the same 10 songs on your playlist, boot up Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's on YouTube. Him and Chuck are so much fun to listen to. But anyways, I think Cursa Scott, I don't know how to pronounce that silly channel name. I love the channel, but the name is stupid. Has a really good video over the formation and death of the universe. Yep, formation and death of the universe doesn't matter. Who cares how we got here? Who cares how the universe dies? It doesn't matter. It doesn't add to my paycheck. For now, we should spend time thinking about that since it's inevitable. Okay, well, if it's inevitable, then what difference does it make if you think about it or not? Because you can't change it. I'm done reading this comment. Pork Pick, I think you should ask your questions about space to YouTube. Intelligent design is just a comforting fairy tale. It's all a comforting fairy tale! Any proposition as to how we came into being is a comforting fairy tale. The comfort coming from the fact that you have the audacity to declare that you have any remote inkling of how we started, of how we came into being, rather than just admitting that you have no fucking clue how we exist and just facing the fact that we don't know why we're here. It doesn't matter why we're here. Intelligent design is just a comforting fairy tale? Okay, sure. I'm not arguing that point, but so is every other theory as to why we exist and how we came into being. Don't single out intelligent design as if this is better or worse than, you know, the actual, like the what people claim as a scientific theory, even though it does not have a true science that backs it up. The Big Bang is a theory? No, it's not. A theory has evidence that backs it up. Who the hell was there to see the Big Bang happen? Nobody. What benefit does knowing that a Big Bang or an intelligence of some sort designed the universe? What do we gain by knowing or studying these? Nothing. It doesn't help anything. It doesn't change anything. It's not really about the start of the universe. It's about what the universe is made of. The universe is made of stuff. It's just made of stuff. It's made of things. There's your answer. End of story. Dominique Skeldon one day ago says, Jesus is the answer to the creation of the universe. Believe in the gospel, my friend. Read Genesis. Okay. Oh, I'm glad that you can find comfort in this comforting fairy tale. I'm not saying that the gospel is wrong. I'm not saying that Genesis is wrong. I've read Genesis and Exodus and Leviticus and Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, Hosea, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Ezekiel, Daniel. I've read the entire Bible. At this point, 7 or 8 times in my life. What we believe about how the universe came to be is fine. To each their own. If you in your experience are of the persuasion that Jesus is the answer to the creation of the universe, God bless you. I guess. Phenomenal. Take comfort in feeling like you know what's going on. The point of this video is that we need to stop spending exorbitant amounts of money and sinking a lot of resources into studying things that make no difference. That was the point of the video. You get a theme that people miss the point of my videos. It happens a lot. Let's see, what's next? Mama turned into a jump-scaring eyeball, which was a video that I published about an indie game called Forgotten. And it was a cute game. It was a walking simulator where you played as a fox, but that was basically it. Okay. Acid Alpha says, I'm one of the devs for the game. First of all, your personality is amazing, and I love the video. Appreciate it, buddy. 337 was embarrassing, by the way. Let's look.
Well, then, I am. There's a place down there, too. Okay, there's a bedroom down there. Is that a bed? I don't know. I imagine we'll be seeing that later on. I love how they place assets below the ground.
Okay, so I clipped through the ground was what that was. And it's okay. Those things, whenever you make a big 3D game area, it's easy to have areas that are clipping through. I realize that, and it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Thank you for playing the game. We're currently working on the next update, and I'm hoping to fix some bugs as well. I don't think they ever actually released an update for this game, unfortunately. And this has been a year ago. It was a cute game. I liked it, and I appreciate them making it. But yeah, I asked them, please let me know when it's updated so I can take a look at it, and I never heard anything back because they never updated the game. which is unfortunate because I was looking forward to an update from them. And then the other dev of the game, Cossacks, said, "Man, your commentary is too funny. Thank you for playing our game." No problem, no problem. I was actually wondering, you seem lost towards the end. If it clings, if that clears up, the eye is not the mother. So that means the car died and turned into the mother. No, the mother dies in a car crash, but the eye is dementia itself taking her. So there was some kind of interpretive thing that I was supposed to get out of that game that I didn't get, and they were explaining it to me. Okay, next is listing every reason that I like streaming on Trovo more than Twitch. Trovo is now defunct, so this really doesn't matter anymore. Goodits, though, says, "Bro, you are amazing. You always have a way to explain things and make me laugh to death. Thank you for mentioning me, but wasn't necessary. Better days are coming for us, my old friend. Much love." Love you too, buddy. No such thing as a bad day. I actually haven't watched this video in a long time. I don't remember what all I said in this video. I mean, this is the this is my Discord profile banner. No such thing as a bad day. And it used to be my YouTube channel banner as well. But Dice Commander says us humans make a lot of mistakes. And he's right. Yep, we do be making mistakes though. Bored at work with 4 comments. I hate my job, but I will never ever 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 quit. Good for you. Thank you for this. No problem, buddy. We aren't all special, but humans are very boring. Not really. Don't think humans are boring. That's just because I'm emotionally dependent on the human species. YouTube shorts are absurdly fun to make. Has one comment by Mr. 8-Bit Gamer saying, "I agree." Huge. Glad we're in agreement. Okay, trying Melinda's Ghost Pepper Wing Sauce with its 5 comments. Let me insert my newest first because I think there's a comment that's not showing up. Nope, there's just straight up a comment that's not showing up. Okay. Thanks says, "My man sacrificing himself, hope it's all right now." And I responded, "Yeah, bro, I'm good. I'm serious. That sauce is actually damn good. This is one of the best sauces I've ever had. The Melinda's Ghost Pepper Wing Sauce and condiment was just, it was so good. It was so good. You could put it on everything but ice cream and it would be good. 132 is relatable. What happens at 132?
Because most of my diet is based on pizza and pizza derivatives. But it's...
Yeah, that was whenever I was still on the pizza kick where that was all I ever ate. And I responded to that with construction workers have to eat things quickly and get back to work, so pizza and tacos are basically all we ever eat. That was basically all I ever ate. Aaron Utley says, "That is a fabulous sauce for things just like pizza rolls." I 100% agree with that. Yes, dude, they're phenomenal on pizza rolls. You just dip them into it. Perfect. Love it on chicken wings, nugs, and tendies. I could see it being really, really, really good on chicken nuggets. I'm not a wing guy, but yeah, chicken nuggets, man. You're making me hungry, Aaron. It's also killer on a McChicken or a McDouble. Actually using it as a sandwich condiment, that's something I never tried. I always used it as a dipping sauce. A decent drop on the center of a McNugget makes them actually edible. Mood! Let's see. How a deal with the devil would actually go down. This is one of 3 videos that I have on my channel that was scripted. I've only ever written a script for 3 different things. This video in particular is scripted. So, Chase Anonymous says, "Tastefully impoverished, lol. Very funny video. Excellent impression of a Brit." Glad you enjoyed it. Only video I've ever shaved my head for, because I did actually indeedably change my hair specifically for making this video. MILF Lovers says, "You should be an actor," and I appreciate it, but I could not take the pay cut. Okay. Let's see. The benefits of working in construction with its 15 comments. Talking about the positives of working in the construction industry. Construction is awesome, says KM. I have fantastic coworkers and an incredibly generous boss. Not leaving this company until I'm old. I'm 22 and I could see myself doing this for the rest of my life. I have a great body and am healthy. Hey, buddy, self-esteem. Good on you. You will change later. I have a fantastic attitude and I'm hardworking, so I may change but won't be for a while. Hell yeah, man, I like the way you think. I'm 22, saying keep it up, God bless, yada yada. Okay, so this wasn't responded to me. So Daniel Martinez says, love the video, keep up the great work. As a line cook, I'm going to tell you it's the job, not the people, that suck for me. In fact, I love where I work with my coworkers and hate what I do. Ouch. That is unfortunate, my dude. That's something you might want to work on. Seriously. Dumb Skulls, it says, thank you for making these videos. They are very helpful. I'm thinking about going into construction because I don't get enough money working at Safeway. Well, larf to you too. Happy to help, buddy. That pastor joke was brutal and unexpected, referring to a saying that my pastor had said where you're supposed to chew the chicken and spit out the bones. Your life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Effectively, that same type of thing. You're the best, man. Roofer here could totally relate. Appreciate it. You've been through a lot. Change your career path might be a good idea, but progress you made just makes you feel you're not willing to do it. Sorry about my English. It isn't my first language. It's okay. No, I'm not going to change my career path. Construction sucks. It feels like work release for prison. No flexibility at all. No, construction itself does not suck. And then Eric Diesel 3 weeks ago says, you're sounding more and more like one of the chosen few of us that can cut it and get ahead, young man. Keep it up. It's not all shit. It's actually mostly good and gets much better as you get gray. Really? Okay. It's all about how you handle that authority and power once you're there that can add a few humane tweaks to the industry. Adding a few humane tweaks to the industry. I like that. If you haven't been slapped, kicked, spit on, or called every derogatory in the book, then you're learning in progressive post-2000s constructions and be thankful. It used to be far worse. That's what I hear. Just add to the benefits. How about still having abs and being fit in your 50s when most men have completely lost the battle of the bulge? Okay. What? And how about the money? It's not a CEO of a Fortune 500, but it's still triple to quadruple the average. Would you like fries with that? Oh, God. All right. Want some cream for that burn? And that's before you become a boss or owner if you're able to sick it out. Got you. What's odd is the hardest thing to do at work is the most fun for me, hand threading iron gas pipe. Because is it a challenge? Because the challenges are oftentimes the most fun, right? Okay, my mom texted me. Sorry about that. No, I'm not sorry. I'm not apologizing for my mother texting me. I'm so excited that she texted me. I can't stand it. The Bible only has 2 rules. A millennial's perspective, 2 comments. Dice Commander says, we are all one from him. Amen. Gotcha. I recommend watching Jay Dyer, brother. I don't know who that is. Okay, that video is done. What else we got? Fear of Silence with its 3 comments. Oh yeah, the bigger pipe, the harder to thread. It's the stimulation, right? It's the challenge. It's the mental game that it is. What's up, Tech? How you doing, buddy? All right, Fear of Silence. I pinned Frank's comment because he actually put a name to what my phobia is, sedatophobia, which isn't technically fear of sedatives. That was a joke. It's fear of silence. And Gaspar says, the same situation here. Sometimes I try to convince myself that being alone is the best, but the truth is that the sound of people talking, not at all like watching this video at 3 a.m., makes me feel accompanied. And I forgot to heart this comment. Either that or I didn't see this comment because of it getting buried, and I'm sorry. But yes, this is 100% what I experience as well. Whenever I go to bed, I've got to have a YouTube stream running. I've got to have some compilation of like Tim the Tatman or Markiplier and Bob and Wade compilation or something like that, because if I do not have people talking in the background, I cannot relax enough to sleep. It's just the way it is. Okay. Let's see what we got on the next page. YouTube's algorithm seems to hate repeated changes to a video's title. I love this thumbnail. Joseph says, growing up, Jim Carrey and Robin Williams were my favorite comedians, and you have a similar essence in some of your comedic efforts. I like it. I appreciate it, buddy. Your title changed every 2 hours, says TZ'd. It was certainly a bit more frequently than that. Pretty sure the title change I made 2 hours later was the final change. I made a bunch of changes to a video title because I didn't feel like the title was correct. And so rather than just sitting down and deciding what am I going to call this and changing it once, I changed the title repeatedly and it never got views. And I think it was because I was just changing the info too much. I don't do drugs, guys, I swear. Kiernan says, yes, caffeine. Rainfall, I only have it on a daily basis. Frank Castle responds, yes, you do. I said, you can't prove anything. T-Sid says, but I can. I asked him, wait, what? Frank Castle said, but I can. T-Sid said, you sure? Okay. Not really getting anywhere with that. Falling asleep instantly is a curse, not a blessing, because it is. Frosty the Snowman was a jolly happy soul, says Gnarly Dude. Frosty the Snowman was a jolly happy soul. True and real! True and real, Mr. Gnarly Dude. Viral Venom says, especially when driving. Yep, you definitely don't want to fall asleep on the wheel. Jeff Bezos has no money, says, then I am cursed along with ye. Reddit King says, I live in South Carolina. I don't hear many YouTubers say my state often. Yep. I think Bob Meiskens used to live there for a short time before he moved back to Ohio. Emote War is one of the unlisted videos, which may be released at some point in a big spiel. Let's see. My foot is the perfect size for playing RuneScape. One of my favorite videos, and is also the third and final scripted video on this channel. Besides the one that I'm going to be releasing tomorrow. Never played RuneScape, but this is pretty much what I'd expect. Monsidius says, you're pretty insane even in satire. I love it. Subscribed. Thank you so much. Love making goofy things. Faded Fool says, damn, Jim Carrey Jr. is built different. And that right there, Jim Carrey Jr. is what we're going to be seeing popping up quite a bit as we get into these later videos. People commenting about Jim Carrey. Straw says, wow. Clap emote. Appreciate it. Lunacy says, okay, YouTube, sure, whatever. Guess I'll sub. And Chizo says, me right now. You can't help it. Alright, discovering the wrong way to eat, which is the only video on my channel that I made with another person. IRL. Derek, which is Zendigo, says, love it. And I appreciate it. And I love you too, Zendigo. Finks says, next stream win. And that was, yeah, streaming back then. And then T-Sid says, I'm back. Okay, Finks also said, hey, yo, that ain't kinetic motion, it's projectile motion with... Okay. A bit sus too, WCast though. Yep, first time I actually had a friend of mine in a video. Colex, what's up, buddy? This guy definitely deserves more follower. I ain't even lying. I took a whole power nap and he's still live. What a king. I appreciate it, buddy. Yep, we have been live now for 8 hours and 20 minutes. And I'm not quite halfway done with all the videos on my channel because we still have to go into the shorts playlist and the live playlist. These two tabs right here are going to be a jungle to sort through, especially the shorts. Like that construction site culture video was gigantic in terms of the comments that I had to read. We did get through all of them. It took us about 6 hours, but we did get through it. The shorts, that's going to be a whole nother animal. I'm not looking forward to the amount of time we're going to have to spend on that. Longer than I work today. I lost my wallet has one comment. I remember you from Discord like a year ago. Good shit. Thank you, Zico. Trying the Reese's potato chip big cup has one comment. I've tried this. It's so weird. I liked it. It was quirky. Best I can say. Sour Patch Kids popcorn has 4 comments. What we got? Try just dumping a bag of SPK in a bag of regular or movie popcorn. Pretty good for watching movies. I can see that would be a decent combination. But I mean, if you want Sour Patch Kids, just eat them individually. Mixing them up together. I mean, maybe maybe it might be nice, but honestly, like I would prefer to have a bag by itself of Sour Patch Kids and a bag by itself of popcorn. That's how I would want to eat something. And then Goodits, of course, over here trying to steal all my food. It's mine. Brother's just what I promise. It's my popcorn. Let's see. Razageth is not a hard boss fight with its 6 comments. Frank Castle says, exactly. That comment doesn't make any sense, or the reason I pinned it doesn't make any sense if you have not watched this video. This video is goofy. You have to watch this video to understand. The Reaper says, this is the only man crazier than Asmongold. You ain't seen nothing yet. Statement still true today. Spooky Bees says, realest anything thing anyone has ever said ever? True and real. Question mark says, yeah. Razageth is not a hard boss fight. Took me 67 takes. I had to retake and take and retake that video a lot. Alright, so now looks like we're getting into the last big chungus of comments, all in one video. 3 mental strategies I use to get through a workday happily with its 37 likes, or 37 comments and 167 likes. This is the most likes that I have on a video without having a dislike. Is this video here. Nobody has disliked this video. And there are people who are subscribed to me. I know they are, just to dislike my videos. And they haven't even gotten to this one. 37 comments. Let's run it. Meadmon says that last tip is gold. I'm 25 and I left home to teach for a couple years during COVID. I didn't get out and I trapped myself at my apartment. I moved back home and teach elsewhere. I struggle with that last tip still. Thanks for sharing. The last tip that I was talking about is having a life outside of work. That was the context for that. Dismantled Brain says the first tip is actually what I used back in uni. Before every exam, I would look at all the people, including my friends, and say to myself, I'm smarter than the majority of these people, so if they think they're going to pass, what do I have to worry about? Whether this is true or not is irrelevant because it only serves to build up your confidence. It does make you sound like a narcissistic asshole when said out loud or written, such as in this comment, but it does get the job done when it's only between you and yourself, and that is 100% accurate. Very true. Very real. Sky Toss, 8 days ago. You bringing up the third point made me realize that's exactly what my problem is. I'm doing good at work, but I don't really have anything going on outside of it. Thanks for helping me realize this. Now to find something to do outside of work. I forgot to heart that comment. Okay. Xander Valtessa says, outstanding video, brother. Keep making these honest, real work videos. Appreciate it, buddy. Gidon, 7 months ago, says, you are correct. Most people's lives are work, eat, sleep, repeat. Weekend is barely enough time to unwind and relax, then get ready for Monday morning. With a U. Married guys have even more to do with honeydew lists from their wives. Must be nice. M. Harris says, your videos are underrated. I can really appreciate when you go on camera and talk about, also relate to. Appreciate it, buddy. Mod Fry Music says, I can tell you're very intelligent. You have so much value, man. I appreciate it, buddy. You have value too. Walter Gross says, starting out as a laborer at 39, so I appreciate this insight. Gotcha. Be safe. Work well. Good luck. Alf. 7:30. I don't like talking to my coworkers because they like to throw the I thought we were friends line when they screw up and blame it on me. Ew. Everything else I do as well because work and other things when working long hours have a huge toll. That's unfortunate. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I thought we were friends line. That's just toxic. Sorry that you had to deal with that. Schizo handlers. The worst part of construction for me is the feeling that I could be doing something better with myself that I am actually passionate about. Also, being surrounded by gaslighting boomers can be a nightmare. Sorry that's the situation, buddy. You can change it. You just got to put in the effort necessary to change the people around you, and it is doable. Polyel. You're a very smart guy. Don't waste your life away at these shitty jobs. There has to be something better out there for you. Keep looking and jump from job to job till you find it. Good luck. Absolutely not. Jumping from job to job is not good advice. Because let's say, you want to apply to a job, right? And you got your resume in hand. And you give it to the person to apply for a job. They look at your resume and they see you worked at one company for 15 years. That means you're a good investment because you're willing to stick with a company and invest your time and yourself and your mind into the company and do the best you can. Because 15 years is not a trivial amount of time, so you're going to get hired probably. Let's switch this up. Alternate universe you now. You got a resume and you hand it to the person that's going to be hiring you. They look at it and it says you stayed at this one job for 6 months. And then you went to this other job for 3 weeks. And then you went to this other job for about 7.5 months. This other job you were at for a week. Okay, this job you were at for 2 weeks. And then this one, you've got this entire list of all these different companies that you've worked for. For no significant period. Are they going to want to hire you? Probably not, because they feel like they're going to be the next company that you only stick with for a couple weeks. Why would they want to invest in something that is going to just run away from them? Jumping from job to job is the worst advice you can have. Don't jump from job to job. Don't be finicky. Don't ruin your resume. Being gaslight or hazing sucks. Absolutely does. And hazing is actually contributing to a toxic work environment and is a violation of federal labor law. And oftentimes it's a violation of different job site policies. Basically every job. Go get me that tube and stretcher out in the truck, Sonny. Boy, I tell you something, Sonny. Gonna need some of that there bubble water put in the level. I think that's real. Isn't that actually like one of those tubing stretcher type things? Or am I just completely manufacturing that? I thought bubble water level. What fluid is used in a bubble level? Bubble water? Nope. I guess that doesn't exist. I guess I completely made that up. Whatever. I fell for the board stretcher in high school workshop. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Realistically, if that kind of thing happens, you just kick him in the balls. That's all it takes. Just give somebody one good swift kick between the legs, and they won't fuck with you about that kind of thing anymore. I'm not condoning violence. It was a joke. It was a joke. Being facetious. For legal reasons, I am required to say that I'm not being serious with that. Cummins Cowboy says, I am a new pipe fitter apprentice and I work with a crew that doesn't want to teach. As a 33-year-old coming into the trades, I have a family to support, but I'd love to actually learn from a person willing to teach. Instead of keeping me with my foreman, they put me with an apprentice who has been doing the trade for 6 months longer than I have. Unfortunate. Is the apprentice willing to teach? I mean, he may not know as much as, your main pipe fitter boss or your foreman, but he might still have some stuff to pass on to you. And no, don't educate yourself off the internet. Or if you do, be careful about the sources that you look to, because that can be really dangerous. Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's unacceptable. The whole board stretcher thing. When they don't teach, they're afraid you're going to take their gerb. Well, if I did take their gerb, I'd lurf. Maybe I'm becoming cynical, but most people don't care about other person's problems. In my experience, we're all too busy trying to figure out the endless stressors and anxieties of life. I'm sorry to hear that your life consists of endless stressors and anxieties, buddy. I'm sorry that happens. That's an unfortunate situation. Schizo Handler says, very true, people do not care because they are dealing with their own problems. Now, that's an unfortunate reality. Human nature to view oneself as the main character and to view one's problems as more magnanimous and magnificent than everybody else's. That's just a reality. Mugu says, great advice, bro. Appreciate it, buddy. Vincente says, wow, man, let me just say that I really need to hear all of this because, dude, I was just about to quit, but you saved me, dude. Happy to help, man. Very happy to help. Appreciate this video, bro. 100. Thank you, be honest. Appreciate that. Is it stressful working in construction? It can be if you make it stressful. You are so wise, guy. Appreciate it, buddy. You're too damn smart for this job. I am extremely smart, but I wouldn't say I'm too smart for the job. It just makes the job easier to be as smart as I am. Real as hell. Appreciate it, buddy. Good insights. Where in the USA are you from, man? You should come join the team here. Who are you? I'm in South Georgia, but I appreciate the invite. I'm good with the company that I'm with. Thank you, though. Alright, so that was 3 mental strategies. And then everything else is just goofiness. Dragonflight Final Villain and X Expansion Theory with its 2 comments. Do you play Wrath of the Lich King Classic 2? I mainly play that and not retail. Yeah, I couldn't get into Classic. Classic was just, it was not my cup of tea. I did not like that game. Let's see. Why your company never buys new tools with its 7 comments. It's a bummer when the tools that you bought to a job for your employer because they are paying me for my labor, not my equipment, get stolen from a site because your employer was too lazy or cheap to provide a proper lockbox and told you to just put your stuff in a locker room on the site. Who compensates me for that? Nobody, I guess. Just got to go out and spend more money for my employer. One thing I miss about being in the union is having everything supplied. Okay. I would never leave my tools in somebody else's care. If I've got a tool bag, if I've got my investment, I'm not going to entrust it to someone else. I realize that, it might be heavy or it might be a whole lot of stuff. You don't want to have to drag it in and out of your truck every day or your car or whatever. Uh, but, I mean, it's better than having it stolen, right? Endless Battery Solutions says, growing from a grunt to a boss has taught me the most mind-expanding thought of my life. How in the hell have we come this far? The total expansion of our species is built with a labor force that destroys everything, and yet we still manage to construct the CERN and hold the rest of the world together with galvanized baling wire with a crew of 18-year-olds with a hangover. If anything, I'm even more impressed. I got you, boo. Papa Legba says, I've seen guys with 30 years experience lose their shit and smash a steel saw up because it didn't work when all they needed was the filter cleaning. Never underestimate the utter stupidity of construction workers. I got you, boo. You're right. Ron Black, 7 days ago, says, I work in a factory where we often design and build equipment for our own use. The first thing I ask my three engineers is what happens when a guy drives a forklift into it. Design in 10 times protection, then it may last a while. Every week something is damaged by someone on a forklift. Even speakers up at ceiling 25 feet in the air higher than our forklifts can go, yet they get broken and no one ever knows how anything got broken. One advantage we have over construction is having 12 maintenance people and being in the same building, so eventually we fix stuff like your bad cord. But it's still a challenge keeping everything running. I got an email today on Thanksgiving that a maintenance guy put up a vacuum cup on it upside down on a robot and it crashed and a huge amount of product didn't get finished. It happened at 6:30 last night and no one was left who could fix the crash. Now I have to try to get someone in on a Friday to fix it, but we will still be behind on Monday and the customer doesn't care why we couldn't ship him on Monday. Sorry, buddy. Crippus Dragon Scales says they don't buy new tools, they rent it and turn it back in after the job is done. Also, a tax deductible for the company at the end of the year anyway. Same thing with petrol and other expenses. So, there's some companies that might rent, like renting a scissor lift or renting a boom lift or something to that effect, but there's also a generous portion of tools that they'll just go ahead and buy. Like, yes, renting does happen, but also purchasing does. Hayden Lafton says, hey, it's Jeff Bezos has no money. Oh, what's up, buddy? Why'd you have a different... Why's your name changed? Why's your profile changed? It's weird. Okay. The worst task you can be given in construction. A video that I do not have monetized. Delta says, one of the worst things is having nothing to do, especially when you know all the other things that need to be done in the future. Yeah, that's anxiety inducing for sure. Absolutely agree with that. Skytoss says, this is so accurate. The slowest days are the ones when there's nothing to do. Even doing monotonous tasks or cleaning makes the day go by fast. The worst is when management wants you to look busy on site to look good for the GC but gives you nothing to do. 100% agree with that. It's very frustrating. Bleach says, most underrated channel ever. I appreciate it, buddy. God, my throat is really, really starting to hurt. It's hurting to swallow now. This is 8.5 hours, 8 hours and 40 minutes of just talking nonstop. God. What's the most expensive tool you've bought? I have a large 4-inch battery-powered bandsaw, which was about $300. The most I've ever spent on equipment of any kind would be on a $360 fall protection harness. It's not really a tool, but it's something that you have to have. It's like PVE. And so that was for the harness as well as the yo-yo. Because it was a pretty high-end yo-yo. But as far as tools, I would have to say it's that a battery powered bandsaw. As far as like individual tools, yeah, it would be that bandsaw. Ed Albert to Coronel 3 weeks ago says, I have been a senior project engineer for a GC here in California for almost 5 years. Any other trade I've worked with in the past would have just pulled off from the job to avoid paying people for doing nothing. It is pretty common as a GC to be threatened by subs pulling off the job because of this exact same reason, other trades being left behind, or other trades being behind. P.S. I find your construction videos very entertaining. Greetings from San Diego. Thank you, buddy. Greetings from Savannah. Landon Rush says, I'm 27 and I never like doing commercial construction. I work with a residential renovation company and it's honestly much better. Your videos are great. Standing around waiting is horrible. It sure is. It's very boring. Question marks says, I watched you since describing the environment of construction and how it is not going to be fun, and I've been applying on Indeed for construction work because you inspired me to do that ever since. I'm happy to hear that. And I'm hoping I can get lucky and be given that chance to do it. I hope you can too. To drive by houses, mansions, big buildings, stores, restaurants, and say, I am the reason that was made is quite a good feeling. Yes, it is. And construction is good, honest work that will surely work you to the bone. And I think it can be fun, not gonna lie. I already heard it, I'll like it as well. Thank you, buddy. Theodore Chin, 5 days ago, says, might I offer a suggestion? Keep some books and a notepad in your trunk and use the time to further your skills. You win twice because you still get paid to do what you enjoy, and your boss may notice and appreciate the dedication, putting in higher consideration for advancement. If nothing else, it's a paid study session. Just because there's nothing to do doesn't mean you have to do nothing. It's good advice. It's very good advice. Link to One, 3 weeks ago, says, if you have internet, you can learn pretty much anything. Pick up a hobby you like and learn about it. Make a vehicle your classroom. Also good advice. Hoobie Doobie. I love that name. Hoobie Doobie. Says, enjoy the wait. Okay, well, that's all right. Well, I'm enjoying it less now. It's not the waiting that's wrong, but impatient people who are not sated with themselves, thus wanting to bury their head and being busy. Learn to give thanks. No, that's okay. We had 2 good pieces of advice, and then we have somebody telling me to enjoy not having anything to do. Learn to give thanks for what? No. Just no. I like to bury my head in being busy because it's what I'm paid to do. I'm paid to be busy. I'm paid to do things. Your company doesn't care about you. You should be in it for yourself. All right, well, you came in with the good advice over here, Theodore, and then you come down here telling me my company doesn't care about me. Okay, well, that's just patently untrue. And you should be in it for yourself. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. Like, I mean, you should be making money for yourself, and whenever your situation is not serving you, then, change your situation. I can agree with that. But this is quite presumptuous. Company doesn't care about you. Are you my company? Do you know that they don't care about me? Conquest says start a family. Okay. This is one of the goofiest comments I've ever gotten. And I've gotten some humdingers. Believe me, I have gotten some crazy stuff. I mean, Larf, for example. You got soft hands, boy. But then you got Conquest 562 busting out here 3 weeks ago, telling me I need to start a family. Can you see that? Is that visible? Start a family. And I asked him why. And my response has more likes than his original comment. Oh, man. Alright, so that's the end of that one. Opening the new Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift Pokemon cards. As one comment. Never stop loving your... Oh, this is 7 hours ago. This has been an hour and 46 minutes into the stream. Earth Citizen says, never stop loving your childhood hobbies. You'll be infinitely better off than the old fella next door who didn't. Okay. How to cut pipe and conduit 100% straight every time. With its relatively tiny number of comments compared to the views and the likes. Very cool video. Learned something new. That's what I was hoping for, Stacy. Thank you so much. Juffa. This comment I've already responded to, and I'm not going to read through it again because this comment, it's like, I really couldn't help the guy with the question that he had. And then Papa saying Hacksaw and a Bastard File and Eyesight always work for me, and for some people that can work. It can work. A lot of people can't though. I've seen a lot of helpers that'll, a lot of electricians too. It's not just helpers. A lot of people have issues cutting conduit or cutting anything straight with a bandsaw. And then the most recent video on my channel, as far as uploads of long form content is concerned, and then we'll get into the dreaded shorts. Every piece of advice I can give to new construction workers with its 17 comments. We sort by newest first and scroll all the way to the bottom. Scarecrow, 8 days ago, says, thanks for the advice and love the tombstone poster in the back. Happy Thanksgiving, Rainfall. And I responded, Happy Thanksgiving to you too. Papa Legba says, 90% of the success in any job is just turning up. Look after your own safety, but don't get too hung up on others endangering themselves. You can get a bad rep for interfering, and if they can't look after themselves, that's their problem. You have to have a hard heart in construction. I agree with the first part of what you said, that, it's just turning up on the job as a way to be successful, but everything else after that, I can't agree with. Looking after my own safety is true, yes, I do, but, again, as I've said before, I view others as my responsibility as well. I view my coworkers as my responsibility. I want to make sure... Why are you reading all of this? because comments on YouTube are kind of why I make YouTube videos, and I've been wanting to do this for a while, where I go through and read all of the comments that have been made, and I've been putting it off because I've had other things that I've been working on, but I've gotten to the point where just in the past 2 weeks, I have seen a 1,671% increase in the amount of traffic on my channel. And so with the massive number of comments that I've gotten just in the past 2 weeks, I knew that I was running out of time to do this kind of stream. And it's actually bad that I've waited this long, because now I've got to unbury myself from the massive mountain of comments that I've gotten. So yeah, I've got to do this while I still have a chance. While it's still possible for me to respond to all the comments at once. Because now that I've done this, I never have to do this again, right? It sounds like torture. It's starting to destroy my throat. I've been talking non-stop for 8 hours and 50 minutes. And it's really messing up my throat. But we're about halfway done now. Pop up. You can get a bad rep for interfering. You can also have a scarred conscience for the rest of your life if you watch a coworker die. Because they were doing something that you knew was wrong, that you knew was unsafe, and you didn't interfere. I disagree fundamentally with the idea of needing to be hard-hearted in construction. Man. I'm gonna grab a water bottle. I'm gonna grab a water bottle real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Zomd, 7 days ago. Really enjoy the content you put out. Happy Thanksgiving. This video hits home. Been doing low voltage for a year and a half on construction sites. The comments on your work, taking over all your free time, I understand hard. It's difficult to not let it consume you. You want to do good and be proud of your work, but you just pour everything into it. I've been trying to work on my social life, going out with buddies, seeing family, or just go out and do more than work, grocery store, home cycle. Stay safe out there, and remember, we work to live, not live to work. And I responded, Happy Thanksgiving to you too. And I appreciate it. This is very important stuff to learn as early as you can. That, yes, you do want to get invested, and you do want to do the best you can with the job that you have. Because it's gonna, you work to live. You're making money upon which to build your lifestyle. But don't let the work overtake you to the point that you do not live outside of work. Very true. Thank you, Zombie. And good on you working on your social life and going out with buddies and seeing family. It's very good. Something that I need to work on better myself. Question marks again, 7 days ago. Watched your content ever since the beginning of your construction stuff at least, and really enjoyed your personality and videos you make with gaming or construction or anything really. And this video is going to prove very useful for me one day, and yes, OSHA is very important. Wearing a hard hat is cooler than losing your hard skull. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much, buddy. And I hope that, I can continue to publish videos that you do find useful. And this is a sentence that needs to be put on a t-shirt. Wearing a hard hat is cooler than losing your hard skull. Absolutely. Wise words. Thank you so much, buddy. At Albert Cornell, or at Albert to Cornell says, Happy Thanksgiving, Rainfall. Are you working your way up from assistant superintendent or superintendent one of these days? And I responded, Happy Thanksgiving to you too. When I graduated from my contractor's apprenticeship program and got my journeyman card, I told my boss he better not dare immediately turn around and make me a superintendent. Other graduates have become supers too soon, in my opinion. Depending on a lot of book knowledge to suffice in a role where that plus experience is needed. Now, 3 years after I've graduated, I've recently let my boss know that I'm more open to becoming an assistant superintendent as I feel a good bit more confident in the experience that I've gained, combined with knowing plenty of other superintendents that I could call for advice if I get in a bind. And he responded, could not agree with you more, my dude. Nothing more annoying than a 25-year-old superintendent or project manager that clearly lacks the very much needed field experience. That's very true. Derek Zendigo says, 7 days ago, not here for the advice, just here to support your vids, bro. Keep up the good work. Appreciate that, buddy. Volt Fairgrand 6 days ago says, put any thoughts into doing calls with subscribers. I think building community is always something worth investing in. It worked for me at least. Thanks for the content and happy belated Thanksgiving. And I said happy Thanksgiving to you too. Calls like on the phone? No. But I do have a Discord server. So yeah, there's that. I do have Discord, the Stratosphere Discord. Andres Astora says,
I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm Diamond 1. Andres Astora 4 days ago says, you sound depressed. Have you ever considered maybe this kind of work isn't something you want to keep doing forever?
So many people say that, I've noticed.
Have you ever thought about going into the service side of electrical? I think it would really suit you if you could be a friendly representative of the company and help out customers with the troubleshooting their equipment. My company does electrical service, and I have done service calls. I've done warranty work. I've done that kind of thing before, and I do try to be a friendly representative of my company and help out customers as best as I can. The bit that you started with, though, you sound depressed. What are you basing this diagnosis upon?
Jesus.
I appreciate your concern. I'm not depressed. I am entirely too happy to be depressed. I mean, right now I'm not too happy because I've been talking nonstop for 9 hours and my vocal cords are about to jump out of my throat. But yes, this is something that like this kind of work is what I'm going to continue to do until May 16th of 2061, the day that I retire. And I'm I'm happy with it. I'm not
No.
I'm not.
No.
Hey, what do you mean no? What do you mean no?
No.
Expound or explain.
No.
You can't just say no. Like, what are you saying no to?
No.
Are you saying no, I'm not depressed, or no, I'm not going to continue until 2061?
Oh god. No. Oh fucking Christ. To be honest, I was doing something in a game and I fucking like yeah. Anyways. Yeah.
Okay.
I've noticed though a lot of people say this that maybe you shouldn't continue in this industry. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
I think people have lost sight of the thing of you don't do your job because you like it. You do it because it gets you money and pays the bills and
Yeah.
provides food on the table.
And
The
you
things of
can-
why you naturally would
yeah.
get a fucking job because it's not meant to be enjoyable. It's meant to provide for.
It's
Yeah.
the reason
I
that
mean, if
you
you
get a job.
enjoy your job, that's definitely a fucking plus. But you shouldn't specifically only work a fucking job because you enjoy it.
True and real.
I'd work a job if I got, if say I'm making like 100K a year. I don't care how much I hate that fucking job. I'm making 100K a year, bitch. Like, what the fuck?
You can make your own fun with that
Shit.
kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You just love ranting?
Oh, yeah, he fucking does.
I mean,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
Oh, yeah.
But no, Andres, I'm not depressed. I appreciate it though. Nikolai makes 2 comments. First one being, thanks for making this video. Lots of wisdom. Cheers. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much. Rainfall, what state are you in? I'm in the state of Georgia. Most of all the residential remodeling jobs I've done in the warmer months have dried up. Where would you suggest I look to find construction jobs during the winter? My area. I'm working commercial. If you're talking about if you're talking about specifically working residential jobs, I don't know. I don't exactly have my thumb on the pulse of the residential industry because that's not something I deal with. I deal with higher money jobs. Moob Micah, 20 hours ago, says, that's some real stuff you just lay at the end. You're right when you say that your job does not define you. You need to find what it is that make you you, because one day you'll reach retirement age and ask yourself, what is it that I want to do? Lots of guys make work their identity. When they suddenly get out of it, a lot of them lose themselves. Don't let your work define you. That's good advice. It's definitely true. What makes me me? I'm a complex animal. There's a lot of things that make me me, and I kind of have a good grasp on a lot of them. A lot of the elements that make me who I am. And right now, yes, work is quite a dominant factor in that. But it's because there's really nothing else to like super invest my time in. I mean, I kind of grabbed at YouTube because it's something else to do and it's something nice that I enjoy doing. And then video games, that's a big element of it as well. Yeah, there's several things. And then last comment from 5 hours ago, so 4 hours into the stream, says losing interest in hobbies is minor depression. Okay. Gotcha. Alright. Just switch trade plumbing to electrical. I mean, yeah, that's legit, yeah. If you're a plumber, you can definitely switch to electrical. Alrighty, that was the end of the long form uploads of the videos section. Now we go to shorts. Oh my lord. Okay. Oh no. This is gonna take so long. Look at this. Just the Tom McDonald's biggest mistake short has 219 comments.
Damn, bro.
Oh. Where's the Asmongold short? Where's the Big Chungus? 310 comments. Okay, I thought it had more comments than that. Look at the like to dislike ratio on that thing. 63.3%. Oh my god. Wow. the single biggest problem with Warcraft's Dragonflight expansion, 51.2. Wow. Wow. All right. How many vids on my channel? Let's look. 562 videos on my channel. Videos, shorts, live streams, 562 videos. That's a lot. That is a lot. And how many of those are shorts? Because I've got all my shorts in a playlist. Short, I have 164 shorts. Yeah, look at there. I'm live. Alrighty. Might as well get started on this. Vanilla Fries. The second short I published, January 22nd of 2020, with 2 comments. What burger joint is that? Dairy Queen, where everything has a little vanilla. Every puppy. I just popped that up to cuteness factor. Jess says, so cute, 2 years ago. Fixing the index finger, with its 2 comments. This is the beginning of a legend, and we up here experience, says Ethan Baxter. Finks says people think he is crazy, only we know it's above that. Very true and real. Let's see, why hello? Good old electrician. Hey, my man, back with some blank video. Jeff Bezos, the mozzarella. Looks like Huntsville, Alabama. It was not in Huntsville, Alabama. Actual construction lunch break with its 6 comments. You missed the 4 beers and 2 smokes. Thank you, Big Pineapple. Okay. Audio bitrate is 0. Okay, whatever. I'm tired of that pop-up coming up on YouTube. Bro turned into Quicksilver. Eating really fast. Quick Eater, the newest Marvel hero. Kevin Feige
Right, is that all pilots
coming...
landed?
Kevin Feige is coming for you spoiling. Rich says they don't give you enough time, that's for sure. Take your 30 minutes starting now. By the time you get to your vehicle, your food, you like shit, it's already time to go back. Yeah. Very true. Walk to my car at 11:45 and come back at 12:35. If you make yourself valuable, they're not going to fire you. I mean, that's a strat. That's true. Now, Tom McDonald's biggest mistake. Tom McDonald is a rapper and one of my personal favorite musicians. I love Tom McDonald's music. I love his work. He's done a lot of good stuff. One of his videos. Let's watch the short. Let's watch the short.
You know, I've been a big fan of Tom McDonald for quite a while now, at least about 2 weeks, and I've been listening to all of his songs lately while I've been working at the job site, and I recently listened to Clown World, and whenever I got done listening to it, I actually took my phone out of my pocket and watched the video, and I was extremely upset with how he conveyed the song and how he conveyed himself during the video. I could not be more disappointed in Tom McDonald as a person right now, considering the fact that he was singing a song literally about clowns, and dressed up as clowns all throughout the video, but did not take the obvious opportunity to dress up in a costume which would make him look like Ronald McDonald of McDonald's fame, of the restaurant. I mean, his name is McDonald. Why would he not make that connection? I don't even know if I'm going to be able to listen to him anymore, man. I mean, just like, what is the deal with artists these days, man? It's fucking stupid. You know, I've been.
All right. So this was a joke. It was a pun about his name. I liked his music, and I thought that music video was quite goofy. What is the like to dislike ratio? This 82.6%. Okay, so a good number of people got the joke. 82% of people who watched the short got the joke. However, this is the video on which I first started having to hide users because, God, people were mad at me for this. There are some people who were so pissed off about the short because I dared to say something that was not kissing his ass. Also, I need to delete this comment because I no longer stream on Kick. Okay. Steven Ellenberger. Quite a while now, at least 2 weeks, had me cracking up. Yes, that was one of the jokes of this short. Besides just the pun about his name, saying that I was a fan of him for quite a while, at least 2 weeks, was supposed to be funny because being a fan for 2 weeks is not a very long time. But a lot of people missed that. I thought he was actually going to give us some good info, but this is funny as hell. Thank you. Appreciate it. Haha, well played and well acted. I thought you were about to go off on a tangent. I got you. Uh-huh. I tricked you there, Brandon. Appreciate it. JP Sealer says, haha, when you said 2 weeks, I was already dying. There's another person who got the joke. You missed it, LOL. At the end, he is dressed as a hamburger on a hamburger. In Clown World? Really? I missed that. Never give up, beautiful. You had us in the first half. That was a slap of humor that I had not expected, but then truly appreciated. Thank you, good sir. Thank you for noticing. Appreciate you. Iron Trooper, I was about to put at shush, but then I watched the rest and me lol. Okay, good. I was about to put at shush, but then I watched the rest and me lol. It's one of the best comments I've ever gotten. This is LARF level right here. Okay, Mr. Faith 2022. He was using it as an example, dude. Wake the hell up and pay attention to his music more. You must not be a Tom MacDonald supporter if you're going to go against any of his music. Okay, here's an example. And I responded, LOL. We got him, boys. Mission success. How am I supposed to know if my beer is cold if the mountains aren't blue? He was just kidding, Mr. Faith. Take a joke. All right. So this is an example of somebody who did not get the joke and who is also a rabid supporter of the dude. And that is one thing that Tom MacDonald has, unfortunately. Tom MacDonald is a fantastic musician, but he has some of the dumbest fans I've ever seen, who will white knight for him because it's one of those situations where he is a centrist. He is a populist, I guess. I guess that would be more accurate, maybe. He doesn't support any political party. He doesn't support either side. He actively goes against both. Republicans and Democrats are dumb, to put it bluntly, he said in one of his songs. But people think that he is championing their political views and therefore will blow up on you if you are going to say anything about him that is not kissing his ass. Every celebrity does. That is true. That is 100% real. But with Tom MacDonald, it's more so magnified for me because I actually spoke about him, so it's like, oh, this actually brought this to my attention. But it's the politics of it. It's the fact that they view him as their political champion, and so they'll white knight for him at every opportunity over the politic. Oliver Smith says that was what he was doing subtly in his own way because he can't outright look similar to Ronald McDonald due to copyright issues. They would go after him if there was even the slightest appearance of mockery directed towards McDonald's. They would bury him in court costs, dragging him under a pile of litigation for no reason other than the fact that they can. If anything, it just makes him look way more intelligent. Not only is he the best at articulating the current state of society, but he is clearly taking the right path and ensuring he doesn't get sued for it either. It's a read between the lines thing. Yada, yada, yada. Let's look at what Old King Crow says. The dude was just being funny. I don't think it's that hard to dress similarly to Ronald Mack, but avoid any potential character property rights being legally violated, lol. You went pretty deep with the headcanon, though. Respect for that, hee hee. Was just being funny. It's the key to basically all of my shorts. It's supposed to be humorous. Sorry, but Ronald McDonald is a king. Tom is just a clown. Okay. Swigs the giant nos, spot on. Thank you. Yes, that was a bit that I had to not drink all of my nos so that I like during lunch break because I wanted to make this short later and I wanted to make sure I had enough energy drink where I could still drink some of it and add that little bit of a joke in there. He didn't want to get sued by McPukes. Okay. First time I listened, it came off wrong. Second time's the charm, says Brett. Israel Country Cube responds, now that's what I call a real male named Brett, as it should be, goddamned #1. Okay, I mean, he's right oning this guy as hard as he can. Chris Hobaugh says, this is wonderful. Appreciate it, buddy. I was so confused, says Jim, till you brought up Ronald and I fucking died. I honestly thought this at first too, but copyright is a bitch sometimes, lol. Yep, that's true. The nerve. Tom has some splaining to do, says Sonny. He has some splaining to do. Rodney Beaver says, I'm personally glad he didn't do that. It would have been so cringe. Well, it would have been funny. What are you talking about? Actual Bacon says, this is hilarious. I don't have much else to say, but here's a comment and a like to help with the algorithm. Well, I appreciate it, buddy. Metro Duck says, McDonald's could sue Tom if he does that. That's why. Yep. Shane Murphy said, this would have been epic if you were drinking a Bud Light or had the logo on your water bottle. What? Because of like drinking alcohol would have made that funnier? Is alcohol funny? You actually like NOS? I thought it was for the skit. No, I've been addicted to caffeine since I was like 9, 10 years old, and NOS is my preferred energy drink. So yeah, I don't like it, but I have to drink it. Otherwise, I'll end up with a caffeine headache. And I can't drink Coke because that doesn't deliver enough caffeine. It has to be a pretty big amount. And like NOS has the least offensive flavor out of all the energy drinks that I've had. Like Monster, for example, it's okay, but I prefer NOS's flavor. It's at least passable. Also, it's funny because you could turn the can upside down and it says sun instead of NOS. Amanda says, Tom McDonald single-handedly put the hip crit in crap hip-hop. What? Put the hip crit in crap hip-hop. Okay, well, you're calling him a hypocrite, but there's some kind of pun that you're trying to make here that doesn't make any sense. Whatever. Okay, great. Whatever. Marie Humble ASMR. Huh. LOL, he probably thought he'd get sued, to be honest. Okay. Well, good luck with your ASMR business. Jacob Schaefer says, Lamau. Thank you. That's all I can hope for. Richard Shelby says, I'm reasonably sure he would have been sued for copyright infringement. Probably not worth it. That's true. It's not the point. Andrew Johnson says, haha, the reason why he didn't is because they would try to sue him. It's not the point. Skynet says, great idea. Somebody CGI the video and send it to him. It's a good idea. Denzel Miller says he could be sued by Tom McDonald's if he uses that clown's likeness. No shit. Carlos says, Lamau, this is peak comedy. Thank you. Appreciate that. Lewis Berry, he should have dressed up as Ronald McDonald's character with the Joker's face. That would have been cool as fuck. Possibility. Daniel says he had us in the first half, not gonna lie. Haha! 2 weeks, lol, what fuck? The true joke in this video that most people seem to have missed. True and real. Peanut says, damn, you really miss every shot you don't take. True and real. Mikado says, are we going to just ignore the fact that he did a what? Okay, I don't know anything about that. Main gate. Now you know damn good and well what copyright lawyers would do with that. Yes, that's not the point. Joseph says that's probably the best hate I've ever heard. Well, I'm not hating on him, but I appreciate it. Mr. Steely says 2 weeks, LOL at 4 months in. You're a joke. I'm upset too. Whatever. Kaylee says, it's not good to drink NOS energy drinks if you already smoke meth all day. So lawsuits are the theme of this comment section, right? There's other comment sections that we're going to see where this is going to be the theme. Thatcher's tough. Well, luckily he has merch matching that joke. I didn't know that. David, head forward when you're addressing the camera. What? Is that an AI comment? Head forward when you're addressing the camera. I think it's AI. Sleepy. Lamaui ain't wrong. No, I'm not. Philo Yappins, imagine that lawsuit. There it is again. Funny as hell, says White Fangs. Appreciate it. Queen of Hearts. He has a seriously good point, though. I sure do. Papa Zombie. He probably gets sued, my guy. Duh. LOL, sir. You need to do stand up, my land of humor. Appreciate it, buddy. Justin says, finally, I said this exact shit when it was released. Amazing says, good job dissing on Tom McDonald. I wasn't dissing him. I love the man to death. Aaron says, that was some funny shit. Appreciate it. Stevens says, Royce White needs to link up with you on his podcast, Call Me Crazy, War Room Posse Us. I don't know who Royce White is or his podcast, and what? Okay, this is an AI comment. Ted Rogers, haha, hilarious, the beer can with the lid in your car. That's not a beer can, that's an energy drink, but thank you for the hilarious. That's good, that's what I was going for. Debbie Dawson, you'll heal, it's hard, but we all have your back. Clowns, McDonald's, I'm weeping for your... What? Okay. You'll heal, it's hard, but we all have your backs. Clowns, McDonald's, I'm weeping for your pain! Okay, another AI comment. Well done, sir. Appreciate it. I get the joke, but Ronald is McDonald, Tom is McDonald. Yup. Jimmy says, dude, I thought he was gonna have like serious reason, what he said, and then he said what he said, and I'm shocked. That's the joke. I dislike him for his massive hypocrisy personally, but this is hilarious. I ain't calling that fool Ronald for a grip. Okay, I don't know what hypocrisy is being referred to here. Honestly, I don't care. He's just a musician. I mean, it's not that deep. ZZP says, I would guess copyright issues. There it is again. Absolutely Clown World, one of my favorites too. Also one of my favorites. Very snappy, well placed. Benjamin, damn, this is hilarious. Nice job. Appreciate it, buddy. Tom McDonald, McDonald's, see the difference. It doesn't matter. That's not the point, James. Because he's not a clown, those shoes don't fit. Well, I mean, he made an entire video about he was dressed up as a clown. Like, did you not watch the... Did you not listen to... Whatever. Whatever. Okay, average Tom McDonald's fan. Okay. Brian Johnson, probably because his name is McDonald, not McDonald. Duh. Yep, I see the difference. Yep. You right. Smokey, 6 months ago says, you're a funny man, my friend. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jennifer Watts, lost opportunity for sure. True and real. Baked Simmons says, free top G. AI comment, I guess. Dark Angle Project says, spot on. Appreciate it, buddy. Whatever says, haha, what is the deal with artists nowadays? Yep. That was humorous. I put that in there, and it was funny, and I enjoyed being funny. Andrew says, alright, that's a very valid point. Yes, it is. Shit, lol, Tom figured out he'd probably be like, damn it! True and real. Probably because Ronald is trademarked, but yeah, I agree with your point. Okay, well, we'll go with this half of this, and we don't have to worry about this half. How about that? This take is mid as fuck. Your face is mid as fuck. Your username is mid. Just get out of here. Tom is a clown. Whatever. Legal issues. Again, too funny. Appreciate it. But did you catch that he'd match the Hamburglar? Nope. LOL. Appreciate it. Tom McDonald with hearts around him. Okay. Spelled different, bud. Who cares? Don't listen to these folks, Tom. They're all clowns, says James. Buddy, you think Tom McDonald has ever seen this short before? What are you? Don't listen to these folks, Tom. They're all clowns. You know, I'm sure that Tom McDonald has probably seen this video and has seen your comment. You know, he was probably weeping with embarrassment because, oh my goodness, the short that I made making a joke about his name was just so cutting it probably moved him to tears of shame. But then he came down to your comment, James, and he said he saw that you said, don't listen to these folks, Tom, they're all clowns, and it gave him the encouragement that he needed to wipe his eyes and stand up tall and say, you're right, they are all clowns. I won't listen to them because James said it in the comment section of this short. Please. Lawsuit. You'll notice that nobody ever reads other people's comments. Like they just say stuff. Joke not found, must take it serious. Exactly. And they're fucking jealous big time. Oh man, old King Crow swooping in again. It's a joke. I can't believe how simple so many people are to not grasp someone being facetious. No disrespect though, I think it's just interesting and funny from my perspective where almost everything people say is funny when they're trying to be serious. Man, old King Crow, I love you, man. You're a good man. Yep, alright, James, yep, very, very good, buddy. You done good. You know, here's a little pat on the head. Look at her. A little pat on the head. Good job. What a savior indeed. You sound like Billy Bob Thornton. Okay. You'll get over it, Mary. Okay, I think the AI is like a direct quote from It's a Wonderful Life. Did James Stewart's character ever say, what was his name, George Bailey? Did George Bailey ever say you'll get over it, Mary? Maybe it's because whenever I hear the word Mary, I immediately think of, like Mary is such an uncommon name in my area. And so whenever I hear it, it kind of either jumps me to either the story of Mary and Joseph or Mary from It's a Wonderful Life. So maybe I'm just reading into that, and maybe he's like thinking that's some kind of an insult by calling me a female name, which is it's so weak, but yeah, whatever. Okay. Ronald McDonald? Wow, no. Okay, whatever. Bella is my baby says, I found this funny and realize you're messing around. Thank God somebody does. Though I actually thought the same thing, Lamau. Anyway, I used to listen to him until I realized that the man has straight up admitted to being possessed in like 6 dang songs. Which 6 dang songs? I've listened to a lot of his music and I don't ever remember him talking about being possessed. He's talked about his alcoholism, which he got over. Withdrawal was phenomenal. Beyond that, I don't remember him saying he's possessed. It's bad enough he's self-obsessed and makes himself look like a dang demon. Have you ever heard of a certain individual by the name of Tech9, buddy? You want to talk about looking like a dang demon? That man's face paint is out of this world and phenomenal too. I think like Eba, for example. I couldn't nerd out about Tech9. He's such a good artist. And it is demon tattoos everywhere. The song Don't Look Down. He lost me as a fan. I used to follow him since White Boy. I respect his talent, but he is not someone people should ever idolize. No one should ever idolize any human. Well, I agree with this statement. No one should ever idolize anyone. Especially not someone who hates people and only really cares about himself. Despite the masks he put on sometimes. I pray he gets right with God and fast. Oh, gosh. Okay, pulling out the God card here. Wow, okay. Buddy, I don't know what you're smoking. Cool. Nelly's Worlds. Yeah, that would have been funny as hell if he did, but no one can take sarcasm anymore. People, why so serious? I ask myself that a lot. I want to hear the Billy Bob Thornton. Billy Bob Thornton. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. What does his voice sound like?
Hey, thanks very much for coming.
Well, thank you.
As
for
I said,
having
I
me.
saw the movie a couple.
See if I could skip ahead to when he's talking. Here we go.
Asleep. There was one chair, and he was asleep. And just to show you how old-fashioned the barbershop.
Okay. So southern, typical southern dialect is what they're going for there. I think he's referring to the saying of a Mary Sue, a person who is perfect with zero flaws or cons. Well, he should have thrown in Sue afterward then, because otherwise it's too hard to say ain't got no gas in it. Know what's wrong with it? It ain't got no gas in it. Where was I? Okay, laugh emoji. Appreciate it. Love it. Appreciate it. Drink a Bud Light, you'll feel better. What is it? Okay, that's the second time somebody's referred to Bud Light. Why is Bud Light an issue? Where? Okay, this is gonna be some kind of inside joke, like he referenced in a video that I didn't see, because I don't remember him ever singing about a Bud Light or about drinking Bud Light. Maybe it was in that. There was a music video that he did a long time ago. It was like a party song. I got drunk and did stuff that was retarded. I don't remember what he said. It's got to be some kind of an inside joke that I'm not a big enough fan to understand. Laverna says, "Two funny Toms, a Mac Daddy, not a Mick Daddy, but that was very funny." I mean, listen, you call him what you want to call him. I'm not going to call him that. It's copyright dog, lol. Worst beer. In my opinion, beer in general is just not very good. Like the best beer I've ever had was Modelo with lime. Um, and like other than that, the only beer that I can really enjoy is Budweiser, like just standard straight Budweiser. I mean, Bud Ice is okay. Bud Light it's okay. Blue Moon tastes like a dish detergent. Like it takes some kind of beer to make me like it, because I'm a wine guy. And whiskey too. I do like certain whiskeys, but wine, that that right there, that'll put some hair on your head where it should be generally. Is this serious? Oh God, you're starting off with, "Is this serious?" I'm not even going to read the rest of this. It's not worth it. My response is correct. Every one of the shorts that I make is a joke, and all the people I talk about in them are folks I look up to. And that is true. And there's only 4 people that I've ever talked about in my shorts. I agree, Lamau. LOL, this rant is great. He had us in the first half, not gonna lie. Killer. You don't make a bit of sense. Ronald McDonald, really, dude? Yeah. Ronald McDonald. That doesn't make any sense. Modelo is delightful. The first time I ever had a Modelo was at Chubby's Wings in Jacksonville, which is probably my favorite bar I've ever been to. Chubby's Wings in Jacksonville is such a good bar. I love the place. Great atmosphere, great bartender, great conversation with great bar patrons. It was so good. I loved going to Chubby's Wings. And not sponsored, but could be. But that was the first time I ever had a Modelo. And it was Modelo with lime. It was flavored with lime. And it was so good it made me want to slap my abuela. I'm telling you, buddy, that was some good confounded cerveza. Just delightful. Nice. Lamau. Are you listen to the message or you like videos? Oh, don't try and get don't pull this card, dude. What? Listen. I like the music. Sure, the message might be fine. I don't know. I don't pay attention. Yeah, bud. Haha. Do you excuse what? Hang on. Kedron King.
All right, brother, I'm back, brother.
Kedron King asks 8 months ago, yeah, bud, haha, do you have a channel? Nope. Nope, I don't have a YouTube channel. Nope. Nope, I don't have a channel. Freddy Krueger, 7 months ago, says, so everyone is against Tom MacDonald? Cry emoji. But when an artist releases a music video featuring women half naked, you don't have any problem. Laugh emojis. What was my response? Many have missed the joke of this video. Besides the McDonald pun, the name of the video states that the best pun opportunity is his biggest mistake, and I presented it in a sarcastic tone, i.e., if that's his biggest mistake, he's doing pretty well. I feel like I was a little bit more merciful with this person than I should have been. 7 months ago, me was a little bit nicer. But I'll leave it at that. Valerie McKenzie says, bruh! RCC, hella funny. This is so good. Lol, appreciate it. Charlie Moss, copyright, you sarcastic individual. Keep throwing out videos, Captain Obvious. Okay, I will. Watch me. Sometimes people need to laugh. Where was that? Hang on. Let me scroll all the way back up. I'll remember where I was. Where is it at? Oh, yeah. Iron Trooper says, I was about to put at shush, but then I watched the rest and me lol. You know? Some people need to larf. They don't need to put me at shush. You know? You lol. Me lol. We all lol. Let's see. Okay. Everyone got opinion. Yes, and I did not express one. I was making a joke. I can't joke, take me seriously. It's what 90% of this comment section would be saying at this point. No, Tom is the best. I didn't say he wasn't. Jeanne Loreen. What 30% of this comment section seems to be missing is I like Tom MacDonald. This is a joke video about an artist I like. Get off the nos, bro. Get off your face, bro. A bunch of face palms and a laugh emoji. Okay. Brilliant. Thanks. Laugh emojis. Thanks. Lamau. Thanks. Damn, I too just realized this and I don't watching the video anymore. Well, I'm sorry I ruined it for you. Very funny, haha, not sarcasm. Okay. Would have been funny though. True. Okay, they started having a war. People liking Tom MacDonald. Let me not open those replies. Bro, thanks for not going political. This is hilarious. That is, how did you slaughter the spelling of hilarious that badly? Hilarious. Okay, preach. Copyrights. Dear Lord, why didn't I think of that? Copyrights. Thank you, Abraham Lincoln profile picture. Dazzle Faulty, of no relation to Basil Faulty. I would never thought of that without you saying that. Okay, laugh emojis year round. Not a fan, but this is just true. Missed opportunity. That would make the video so dumb. Yeah, whatever. I am a kid. I got you, Marlene. It's not easy. We shushing and larfing all over the place up here in the Yeezy. You got soft hands, boy. Oh, God. Change the title to copyright joke. Oh, man. But then we wouldn't be able to have people dropping in thinking, oh, I'm going to tell him. I'm going to tell him about the copyrights. I'm going to teach him something he probably didn't know about copyright laws. Because that's entertaining to me. Even though it's kind of sad that so many people missed the joke, at least it's funny that they did. My humble yet unquestionably correct opinion. And then, of course, you got Marlene jumping in here saying, I am a kid. Thanks for the warning. I know, right? And how are you going to make a good video, the clown subject? You ain't got no Bozo the Clown outfit. Bozo is the king of all clowns. I hear you, buddy. Colin says, lol. Patville says, lol. Joyce says, so what? What do you mean, so what? Whatever. Casey Robb says, funny, thank you. Nunya says, haha, thank you. Alex Johnson says, I feel the same. Great job, man. Appreciate that. Nathan says, hater. Whatever, man. Edits are cool. Shut up, Tom. Mike Donald is great. And I like Clown World. Why did I read that? I just lost like 7 or 8 brain cells. I'm not larfing, guys. I'm not larfing right now. This is getting less Yeezy by the minute. Mr. Faith. Oh, this dude pops up again. He's the guy that said that I must not be a Tom McDonald fan if I'm not going to like support all of his music. It says boo. I responded by disliking the comment and saying, yeah, it's a goofy joke, but I'm rather widely known for my dad jokes and forced puns. McDonald and McDonald was just too easy. Making the assumption that he was booing the fact that I used a pun because booing is a common response to puns and dad jokes. And ignoring the fact that he's booing because he's an absolute freaking moron. He wasn't larfing. He wasn't larfing one bit. That's his problem. Laugh emojis, laugh emojis, lol, laugh emojis, laugh emojis, laugh emojis, laugh emojis. Okay. That is the end of the Tom McDonald's biggest mistake short comment section. We still haven't gotten to the Asmongold short. Eating half the cheese cracker received 1 comment, and the comment says, laugh emojis from Finks. Appreciate it, buddy. Lunch break, but I've got an evil plan. 6 comments. Best NOS commercial I've ever seen. Let's take a look at this short real quick. One bite, that's all it takes. Yes, a villainous plan. Yeah, perfect. I shall take a sip of my Nergy drink. Yes. Yes, unfortunate you're locked in here with me. I'm not locked in here with you. And so that contextualizes why this is the best NOS commercial this individual has ever seen. Yes, gas station pizza on lunch is normally an evil. Man, whatever happened to duct tape? I miss this guy. I think his name used to be Hava before YouTube made us all change our usernames. That's unfortunate. Man, that was funny stuff. You act better than Amber Heard for real. You should be in Hollywood or something. Not sure if that's a compliment or an insult. It actually is a compliment. Well, I appreciate the compliment. What else we got? Where's the next? Mr. Steal Yo Pizza. You do have a creepy evil face. Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? For you. All right. Mr. Steal Your Pizza with its 6 comments. Shocked emoji. Someone's lonely. Yes, I am. Shocked emoji again. With my comment being a demon emoji, a grab emoji, and a pizza emoji. And then just more shocked. Like, nobody said anything but shocked emojis and someone's lonely. Okay. Serves me right for trying to learn a chess opening with its 3 comments. Laugh emoji, skull emoji, laugh emoji. Goodits says, amazing video, brother. I laughed the shit out of me when you kicked the door open. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it, Bruzin. Thank you so much. How to speak 2 languages apparently with its 1 comment. I bet he said it with a ain't. Okay, ain't doesn't have an X in it, but I'll take your word for it. R/place explained in 26 seconds with its 1 comment. Basically, you right. Good morning with its 1 comment. Why are you hovering over my bed like that? No reason. Did Markiplier sneakily leak In Space with Markiplier Part 2 with its 61 comments? I pinned this comment, Marcus E. Pluribus Marcus, because this was kind of the point of me making this short. And I won't watch the short. If you want to see that, I mean, it's in my short goofs playlist. But this right here, Marcus E. Pluribus Marcus, is something that I accidentally said one time while drunk and trying to say Markiplier's name. And I laughed for about 10 minutes afterwards because of accidentally saying that. And so I put in a short. Matt Pat's crazier brother. That's just a theory. A big overzealous about the usage of compound words in an indie film title theory. Sir, this is a Wendy's. So it's at Wendy's with Markiplier. I knew it. Insanity in a nutshell. He looks really happy with what he's smoking. I want some. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? Webster's Dictionary defines insanity as the act of attempting to ascertain the reason why this 59-second long short, which I made while eating breakfast, got 1,000 views in 20 minutes yesterday and has been viewed since 9 times since. Paraphrasing just a bit. And it's a common complaint that I have about a lot of shorts is once they get carried by the algorithm for a set period of time, they just die, and it's annoying. It's as opposed to long form videos, which will just stay as long as people are actually watching it and engaging with it. Poorly Made Purple Sock says, sir, have you ever heard of decaf? Decaf? Why, yes, I have heard of the muscles on the backs of one's legs. I have them myself, you know. Right here. Decaf. Right here. Is this man okay? I will be when I have all the answers. This man looks like if insanity was a person, true and real. Hey, yo, where can I get some of the stuff you be on? Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the only thing I'm on is a damn big can of energy drink. Well, shit, you were right, Iron Lung. You broke my brain, dude. And I broke through Mark's villainous ploy. Honestly, this is just me watching any of Mark's videos or FNAF. Very enthusiastic theory crafting. Why does this man looks like he drink a lot of Monster Energy? About 4 a day, my doom. Calms the shakes, as Jacksepticeye would say. And he subbed to me after that response. You give off a lot of Remus from Sanders Sides vibes, and I love it. I don't know what the heck you just said, but I appreciate it. Well, considering how many branch games or series was in part 2, this guy wasn't that far off. Thanks. Also got to a point in... I'm not reading all of that. That's a bunch of theory crafting mess, and I'm not reading that. Sus? Bro looks like the troll face. Not too far off. Damn, where the water at, bro? The fact that he's wrong makes it the icing on the cake. And I responded, was I wrong? Or was I correct crookedly? Yes, you was wrong. No, that's what he wants you to think. It was a genius trick, a dastardly plot to hoodwink his audience into believing that he won't release Into Ocean with Markiplier as his next big project. A villainous strategy, some might say. No. Alright, well, we agree to disagree there. Fine, whatever. Nah, that's just the next big project, and I'm all for it. Okay. When you have 5 seconds to talk. I do talk like an auctioneer in a lot of my early shorts, and even nowadays I talk really freaking fast because, you know, the 60-second limitation is kind of stifling, honestly. The ship is in space, not the ocean. That's what he wants you to think! Go touch some grass, my dude? Absolutely not. I'm going to eat it. My message to Mark, who do you think you are? You can't mess with this lucky star. Oh, who do you think you... What? Well, I'm glad you gave a message to Mark in a comment section for a channel that he's never heard of. I love your facial expressions. Heart emoji. Thank you. I like my face too. You look like Shaggy, but sound like Jim Carrey mixed with my friend's uncle. You see this right here? See this right here? You see this right here? Look like Shaggy, but sound like Jim Carrey. Each comment section has a theme. For the Tom McDonald short, it was lawsuits. For the construction video, it was people not knowing that I'm an electrician and telling me to get out of the industry. Now we start getting into the Shaggy and Jim Carrey stuff. Bro is looking way too into it. Yes. You also high on energy drinks. 60 seconds is all you need. Yeah, man. You just snort some of the NOS, dude. It's that simple. Go touch some grass, my dude. Which one are you referring to as being the wrong video? Because I mean, there's several of these that could go for that. Like go touch some grass, or my message to Mark, that sort of thing. Well, this didn't age well. Mayhaps I should rename it to Did Mark Leak in Space Part 3? Funny that you would say that. Average Markiplier fan. Yeah, okay. You are hilarious. What are you on? I need some of what you're having. Energy drinks. I don't know if it's because I'm staying awake all night, but I laughed at this video. Thank goodness. You're creepy. Okay. I wish the dislike button worked. Go fuck yourself. Lamau. Okay, that's the end of that one. Let's see. If the Earth is flat... Okay, this short was hilarious. Ice wall. Ice wall was 4 minutes ago. 4 minutes ago? Okay, alright, Chad Duck Boy. Alright. I see you. I did mention the ice wall in that short, right? I believe I did. The crazy thing is this actually got flagged. I don't know if it's going to show up in the description or in the comments section. Let me look. Is it in the description? No. It got flagged for including global warming in the title. Or not global warming, but the Earth being flat. Because, if you mention the Earth being flat even as a joke, YouTube thinks that you're trying to propagate the myth that the Earth is flat. Which is stupid. Since I've said it so much, it'll probably wind up in the closed captions, the automated generated closed captions for this video, and then flag the stream for, mentioning it. It's a nice dome.
Actually, it's an ice dome. Thank you.
Let's see. Actually, the crazy thing is, even though it got flagged, it still does have full monetization, which is crazy because it's got 87 views. So yay. All right. So now we're out of the now we're out of the fun stuff, and now we're getting into the heavy stuff. This is the first video on my channel that ever actually got views.
It's Saturday, ladies and gentlemen, and in the life of Rainfall, that's Asmongold Day. The day whenever I study this man, sitting here for hours and hours on end, studying him from head to toe, attempting to crack the secrets that I know he's hiding behind that luscious amount of hair he's got. So, as I've been sitting here, I have discovered damning evidence that Asmongold has been lying to us. And he's not actually a slobby neckbeard like the rest of us. As a matter of fact, I believe he's a very clean man. First of all, look at his complexion. I can prove to you by the fact that his face is clean and unblemished that he bathes regularly, plus the fact that his webcam takes up most of the frame, meaning he's tried to hide how clean his room is.
Yes, I'm sure of it now. I'll bet this man wears a suit and tie outside of stream. There's something fishy going on here, and I'm willing to bet you that that forest of straws of the drinking cup variety that he claims to have somewhere in his room, as well as all the dirt that's on his floor, supposedly, isn't actually there, because this is the face of a man who's clean as heck. You've been lied to. It's Saturday, ladies.
All right. So, I made this drunk. I've been watching a good bit of Asmongold, specifically his mount-off videos, because I thought they were absolutely hilarious, and because I also have a lot of mounts in Warcraft. So it was kind of something that I like played along with. But yep, I was intoxicated for the short. And it's gotten 90,000 views. Man, there are videos that I have spent so much. There's shorts that I have spent 2 hours making. A 60-second short that has taken me 2 hours to make the way I want it and make correctly. But if I just get drunk and fucking sit down and make a one-take video of me ranting about Asmongold's hair and his face, I mean, this is just proof that you don't have to put a lot of effort into it. You don't. I mean, look at the impressions. The Shonen feed is extremely wrong. It is nowhere near correct. But where's the impressions wheel? I guess it doesn't have an impressions wheel because it's a short. Okay, so this isn't going to be accurate. But 90,000 views for something that I just spat out. You need to make more drunk shorts? Apparently so, dude. Apparently I do. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's look at the comments section for it, because I clicked off of it. Where is it? I lost it. Where is it? I've seen the thumbnail so many times, it should be immediate. There it is. It'd be immediately recognizable. There we go. And look at the like to dislike ratio on it. I'm pretty sure that this short and then this short, single biggest problem with Warcraft's Dragonflight expansion, are the two reasons that my channel average for like to dislike ratio is less than 90%. I'm pretty sure it's these two shorts that have impacted it like this. All right, here we go. Top comment across this short. Shaggy's evil twin Shiggy. Okay, here's your theme. Starting out, Shaggy's evil twin Shiggy. Please take your meds, bro. This is what I imagine his typical viewer to be. I knew you were crazy the moment you referred to the luscious amount of hair he has. That was part of the joke for this short. If you don't know Asmongold or haven't watched him, then there's a running joke on his channel about him being bald. And so that's why I said that, luscious amount of hair he's got. The most sane Asmongold enjoyer. I'm one of them. I'm living in your walls. Me too. I live in you. Okay. I found a gold mine. Thank you, Meme Beam. Jim Carrey on crack. And I love it. Can you please tell me where your crack dealer is? I'll definitely share a beer with you, but you might call me a filthy casual.
Listen here, boy. I'll be back soon, boy.
All right, boy.
Better stop being a soft-handed sissy when I come back, boy.
Man,
Start some work. Nail through your damn eye, boy.
I need some nails.
Better accidentally chainsaw a fucking foot off, boy. Be a real man, boy.
You gotta. He doesn't larf much. That's his problem. He doesn't larf. This explains Asmongold chat so much. Shiggy cracking down on villains before Shaggy ever could. Or maybe I'm the villain. Methinks you're onto something. How far does this rabbit hole go? Mayhaps a deeper foray into the aforementioned Asmodeus Balderdash is in order? Asmon has had real fluffy hair lately, so his showering is improving. Okay. Can I just say that I loved you and Robert Pattinson in The Lighthouse, easily your best work outside of Spider-Man. Damn, bro, you had me right up until you said luscious amount of hair. That's not how you spell luscious, but it's okay. Bro, you look like you could be Asmongold's little brother. Oh, God. Me when I take Adderall in a week versus 4. Saturday, this day that I study, this man. I love this comment. I laughed my ass off at this because he put it in all caps. Because I said this man in all caps. Listen.
It's Saturday, ladies and gentlemen, and in the life of Rainfall, that's Asmongold Day. The day whenever I study this man.
The day whenever I study this man. This is giving me Church of Dave vibes. I don't know who that is. Your voice is fantastic. Keep it up, and your hard work will pay off. Appreciate it. Never been complimented on my annoying nasal voice before. Thank you so much. This is the average Asmongold viewer. Sure. Yo, props. This was progressively more entertaining as it went on. I appreciate it. I'm not even fucking lying. Please, God, make this man touch grass. Please, God. I don't like the flavor. Good to see Doug Ratman escape from Aperture Science. Okay. All right, great. Fun fact about Asmon, he has a degree in business and was on his way to law school. This was before his very upsetting loss, but in my heart I know this man probably is a lawyer and probably does wear a suit and tie. Okay. This didn't age well. Neither did you. 80-year-old man, 56. What is that? Is that a joke? Like, you go around with this username and you tell people things that age well? Or like, okay, whatever. Don't do drugs, kids. Typical Asmon viewer, basement dwelling who haven't gotten a haircut and decent shave shower in weeks, crying on Reddit on his comeback. Amazing. Whatever, dude. Dude, you look like when I didn't have a shower for 1 week camping. This comment is in the thumbnail for the stream. Your dealer would make a killing down here where I live. If life was an anime... Oh, there's the theme popping up again. If life was an anime, this guy would be the antagonist to the Asmongold saga. Okay. To be fair, the cooking ones should be the alarm. If you're cooking steak 5 times a week, that would be a ton of splash. Let me read it again. To be fair, the cooking ones should be the alarm. If you're cooking steak 5 times a week, thee would be a ton of splash. Listen, I love ChatGPT to death. I love all AI learning programs. They're just so fucking cute with some of the things that they say and make. But like, but why? Love how drunk you acts like he's high on drugs. Apparently that's what these people believe. This guy's gonna give me nightmares just from his facial contortions. Hopefully he doesn't leave his room. Okay. I couldn't tell if you was a tweaker or sub-worthy at first. That alone gained the sub. Please don't make me regret it. I hope I haven't. Your name? I just randomly found this clip. Asmongold lied to us. He is a very clean man. Well, I mean, someone have to tell him. Yep. When you're the final boss of the neckbeards. My final phase involves a thorough inspection to ensure the microwave oven hasn't been cleaned in several years. I spelled ensure wrong. Ensure is spelled with an E, not an I. If you're in this context of ensuring that something is done right. Not insure as in insuring money. Whatever. I've been watching this on repeat. This is from 2 weeks ago. I've been watching this on repeat. I don't know. The way he talks makes it sound like he's singing a song. Thanks, J-Lo. I don't... Does it? I said, it's Saturday, ladies and gentlemen, and in the life of Rainfall, that's Asmongold Day. The day whenever I study this man, sitting here for hours on end, attempting to crack the secrets that I know he's hiding behind that luscious amount of hair he's got. So, as I've been sitting here, I have discovered damning evidence that Asmongold has been lying to us, and that he's not actually a slobby neckbeard like the rest of us. As a matter of fact, I believe he's a very clean man. I don't think that sounds like I'm singing, though. Also, yes, I did just repeat that short verbatim because yeah, that's how ingrained in my YouTube channel I am. Love insurance. Yeah, insurance. I spelled it extremely wrong. This man is if Asmon, Shaggy, and Jim Carrey fused into one being, the ultimate being, the pinnacle of neckbeardliness. Okay. Where's my hug? I don't know, man. Where is your hug? His natural oils from not showering has made his face and neck beard silky smooth. That's fucking grotesque. I'm eating. I'm eating. Whatever. This dude is deaf on something. Large. You can tell by the lack of grease. Okay. Let me swallow so that I can not have food in my mouth while reading about people's grease. You can tell by the lack of grease in his hair that it's obviously a fake. He never showers, and even if he tried, he couldn't, because they probably cut off his water supply due to tax evasion. What do you mean? He never showers, and even if he tried, delightful spelling of the word try, he couldn't, because they probably cut off his water supply due to tax evasion. I don't think Asmongold has committed tax evasion. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I think he wouldn't be like streaming every single day. Because he would have been arrested. Self-aware by memorizing your own shorts. Is that cringe? What do you mean, yikes? What do you mean, yikes? It's not cringe, is it? Oh my god, have you notified the authorities? I dare say his villainy may not be thwarted by mere mortal men, though. Imagine if he watches this on his live stream. I responded in exactly the way that I would still respond. Really do not want that. Many people miss the joke in this and a lot of my other shorts. And I'm pretty sure his chat would miss it too. Asmongold does watch a lot of videos on his YouTube channel, or on his Twitch channel, and then it gets uploaded to YouTube, where he reacts to content. And that is something that I would not want my short to be viewed by him. There was somebody that posted my short to Reddit. The only time any of my content has ever been posted to Reddit by anyone, somebody posted a link to the short on Asmongold's subreddit. And thankfully, it died. It only got like 16 upvotes or something to that effect, maybe 2 comments. And the only way I even realized it had been posted to Reddit is because my analytics came up with a ping saying that somebody had posted it to Reddit and it had been viewed through Reddit. And that was a very scary period. I was considering turning the short private because I did not want Asmongold to do the whole Reddit review thing and see my short there and then watch it and his chat see it and then his chat come to my channel and flame my comment section. Because his chat is stupid. He's not, but his chat is. You know, the same way with Tom McDonald. He's a great artist. His fans are stupid. Same idea. So, yeah, whenever I saw that somebody had posted this short to Reddit, I freaked a little bit because I did not want that eventuality of having to sift through, thousands of horrible comments. It's a little cringe? Why is it cringe, bro? I don't remember half the shit that I say. Well, I mean, I remember things that aren't important, like the things that come out of my mouth. That's what I have no difficulty remembering. He said he was clean. You are not following. He never showers, and therefore he built a grease and earth shield all over his skin that prevent dirt and bacteria. Therefore, his skin is silky smooth and is protected by outside environment. Okay, buddy. I heard he even had running water. That's insane, Dan. I got a headache while watching this. I'm going to go sleep. This is also in my thumbnail. He is very rich. I bet that attic is just an office and he actually lives in a mansion. Okay. Dude, you're overdoing it and it's making it cringe. This person, Agent K, has made 3 comments on this channel. 2 of them were on construction site videos and then this on my short. And I'm rapidly detecting that this dude might be one of those guys that only follows me to make negative comments. Woobazorg, cocaine is one hell of a drug. Again, drugs. Stop trying to be Jim Carrey. Again, Jim Carrey. Man, imagine if he cared about something that mattered, he would probably be a force to be reckoned with. I'm assuming this is an insult against me and not Asmongold, in which case, whatever, who cares. Everything about this person is unsettling. Your username, Clown Baby, is unsettling. He does not lie to us. Okay. You don't snort the G-Fuel, bro. You drink it. Both is fine. Someone forgot the Ritalin. Okay. Stop doing drugs. Back to back. 2 for right there. Only drug I am on is the one that's suspecting that all is not seems drug. You're definitely on meth. M-E-F-F. Me easily finding for something sus. Perfect response. I love myself. Nice beard. Thanks. Shaved it to make. This link is to how a deal with the devil would actually go down. And if you'll notice, the URL for it has 666. I didn't. That's not intentional. The video for the link for a video that I made about Satan has 666 in it. Pretty cool, eh? Yeah. Yeah, all this drug usage would ruin my LARF. 100%. I can't LARF whenever I'm on drugs. Absolutely not. At first I was like, this man is crazy, but you know what? I don't want him to be any other way. I appreciate that. Maybe you're right. Maybe he used to be that guy, but people change. People grow up. Maybe he's not flawlessly clean, but I personally feel it hard to believe that you break 7 figures in your bank account and absolutely nothing changes in your life. The reality is almost everyone likes a clean environment, but few people are willing to do what is necessary to clean theirs and maintain it. Okay. Meth's a hell of a drug. Okay. Crackhead Shaggy. Oops, I meant Methhead Shaggy. Yeah, that's it. Why don't you throw something in about Jim Carrey, then we can have the triumvirate. LOL, I absolutely love you. Thanks, buddy. Well, thanks, bro. I love me too. Damn, that would be a legendary plot twist. Sure would. I know what type of kid you were in school. That's creepy. He has an all-caps jaw. Do I? Spitting facto. True. Mama call you for dinner. No, she didn't. Dude smoking Asmon meth. There it is again. When Shaggy cracks out his alter ego Norval Rogers. What the fuck did I just watch? Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey. I'm not going to tell you what you remind me of because I'll get in trouble on here. Okay. Furry. God. Parents. Okay. As on needs to answer to this. This is insane. I haven't bathed in weeks trying to get the secret sauce. That's okay. Alright. You do you. Whatever. Late to the party here, but I saw this and thought to myself, man, this guy is trying way too hard and can't possibly have over 5k subs. Check. Can't possibly continue to try this hard. Check. What? Huh? Okay. Wait a minute. What did that say? 14 subscribers, 158 video. Okay, I'm not playing this game. I'm not lowering myself to that level. Randy Bagley. Holy shit, why do I feel like this dude sometimes? Probably because you're awesome. Fairy godparents! Okay, that's two different people who said fairy godparents. Bro, life is good. Try getting one. Why don't you try getting a better username than user WM8WI4HG9E? Have you no creativity? Sandy Lee says, oh, he's just not on meth. What happened to Jim? What the fuck did you put any effort into this skit? Which skit? You talking about the Asmongold one? No, I told you I was drunk. I just kind of set it off the dome. Well, he's also been going out more, so that explains a lot of it. He's not nasty enough to go without showering. It's just when you have nothing to do and nowhere to go that there's no point in showering. Okay. Heroin epidemic is... I didn't mean to click on the channel. Heroin epidemic is real. A shave and a haircut and you wouldn't look like Asmon homeless either. Get it done? No. Bro, lay off the stems. Please keep doing this, Lamau. Play that character, boy. Lean into it. Yep, you lean into it, boy. I tell you, smack it around, boy. Spank it. Looks like his twin brother. Love it. Mr. Crocker, when the fanboy is praying for Asmon clout. This is hilarious. I love this. Keep up the amazing ADHD content, my guy. Appreciate it. Oh, I didn't mean to dislike that. I meant to like it. Thank you. Completely unrelated question. How many Jim Carrey movies have you watched? Do you stream? Yes, I do. I fucking knew it. Uh-huh. Actually makes sense. I'm doubting Asmon now. Third person screaming fairy godparents. Jim Carrey 2.0. There it is again. Isn't wearing a suit and tie outside the stream the most neckbeard thing he could do? Not by the traditional definition of neckbeard. Traditional neckbeard doesn't own a suit and tie. Really fun, mate. Keep it going. Appreciate it. Relax, Twiggy. Okay, I feel like I'm listening to a guy that just did meth. Damn, I like the character. Well done. Appreciate it. Reject Jim Carrey. Dollar store Jim Carrey. Did you take Ritalin as a kid? I grew up on energy drinks, Markiplier, and equipment auctions. This is the triumvirate. Jim Carrey, drug usage. Yep, in the same video, there's the face of a man who isn't as clean as heck, and it's not Asmongold. Screw you. Dude's like a based iDubbbz. Thank you. Cringe on so many levels. Gross. Screw you. Nobody wanted to see this. Dumb bro, just throw away the drawing board. Screw you. Rickety Cricket. I don't know who that is. I know who Jiminy Cricket is. It is elementary, Scooby, that Asmongold is nothing short of a liar. Reference to Scooby-Doo. There wasn't much blinking during that minute. That's because I had the phone turned away from me for a good portion of it. Chicken brain. Okay, that sounds delicious. What am I watching? You're watching the greatest shorts creator ever created. Bruh. I'm so tired I misread lifestyle as hairstyle, which would make sense because bald, bald, bald. And I linked him a short that I made about baldness. Oh, and he responded to it. Beautiful, my God, my thanks, good sir, and wonderful content. Appreciate it, buddy. Chill, Fairly Odd Parent. You know no lore. Fairly Odd Parents again. Bro, take a shower. No. What the fuck did I just watch? My genius! Neckbeard Detective on the case. 5 seconds in. Nope, I can't do it. Okay, but you left a comment. I'm on the dark side of YouTube again, and look, it's only 7 a.m. Take your meds and go to bed. Meth is a hell of a drug. Young cat weasel. Bruh, but he's got roaches in his house, Moon. Asmon's hair looks pretty oily. That's disgusting. Give me a puff. Drug reference. What are you doing? Having fun. Typical Asmon viewer. Go outside and touch some grass, please. This was entertaining. Thanks, buddy. This is fantastic. Appreciate it. Long time ago, the Cubs was taking away. What? Please go outside. No. Shaggy? Hopefully this dude doesn't have a basement. I don't. I live in an apartment. Meds and shave. Nope. Asmongold fan. Talk about crazy eyes. My eyes are the windows to my soul, and my soul is big and bright and wonderful. Shaggy. Oh yeah, definitely gonna trust this guy. Absolutely, I'm the most trustworthy person. I'm the most trustworthy person in this entire desk chair. Probably you are lying. Okay. Shiggy, go to sleep. Okay. It's cringe how he's trying to be funny and succeeding at it too. Jealous much of his neck beardliness? Not really. I love you, bud. I love you too, man. Thank you. Patchy beard, lol. Whatever. Nailed it. Absolutely. Mom, can we have Jim Carrey? We have Jim Carrey at home. Jim Carrey at home. Jim Carrey? Jim Carrey? Jim Carrey? Cringe. Not everyone pees orange, bro. Chill. That's disgusting. That means you're dehydrated. Average Asmongold viewer. I don't know. His hair is pretty clumpy and greasy. I don't know, man. Asmongold's acting kind of sus. He do be looking like a snack, though. This is meffed up. Dude, this is great. Reminds me of Jim Carrey. And Carrey is spelled hilariously wrong. Hello, bro. Why does this even exist? We've seen his room sometimes. It was awful, but he's older now, and hopefully he's more clean. Bro, you need to share whatever you're on, because it's strong enough to see hair on that bald man. I guess another average Asmongold viewer, including myself. You have amazing comments. I have like 5 comments, and there's 1,000 variations of them, if you'll notice. There's just 1,000 variations of the same 5 comments every time. Love it. Please, 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 please shave the beard, get a haircut, please. Nope. Fix your beard. Nope. You look a bit more like Dominic Monaghan, Mary from Lord of the Rings. I've also been told I look like Nicholas Holt. Take a fucking shower, my dude. Heart emoji. Nope. A weeb's life. Is Asmongold an anime character? I think I'm about 3 years. Most world building and lore is done. Plus, the graphics will probably not be amazing or anything, so it will be a little easier. Another misplaced comment intended for a different video. Jim Carrey. Crappy Jim Carrey knockoff. Ellipses. Drugs are bad, Mkai. Get healthy. Crack. No, it's there, we have seen it. This shit is so cringe. La Maui. Laugh emojis, the cringe, laugh emojis. Obviously not a fan. He showed us his room with soda cups, etc. Clickbait. No, it's not. Omegalol. Thank you. Crying emojis. Couldn't care any less from this uploader fluff puff. Go screw yourself. I actually feel sorry for this guy. I hope he cleans up and actually goes outside and enjoys life before it's too late. Bro is clearly joking. Thank you for that. Oh, I thought I upvoted it. That was weird. Instant sub. Big preach, buddy. Thank you. Can you just stop talking, please? Absolutely not. You quit talking. Who cares? Is it? Oh, actually, I forgot. I removed people who tell me to quit talking. Who cares? Is his lifestyle your business? I make things my business. Obvious is obvious. Also, get off drugs, dude. You see all the dislikes I have here? Report. What are you reporting me for? Shave your beard? Absolutely not. Stop. Nope. Ah, great. Another YouTuber with a quirky character that isn't funny or original at all. Just great. Nobody's funny or original. As King Solomon very wisely once said, there is nothing new under the sun. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity, saith the preacher, all is vanity, investigation of spirit. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be funny or original. There's nothing here that's worth watching. Not on my channel. Bro tweaking? Cringe? Lame? Meth is a hell of a drug. Need help.jpg. Facepalm eye roll emoji. Meth's a hell of a drug. Alright, we are done with the Asmongold short. So we are at this point over halfway done. Our last major short stop is going to be here for single biggest problem with work laughs dragonflight and then the more modern stuff, which I'll get back to in just a second because I need to go use the bathroom. Drugs, Jim Carrey, Shaggy, shower, cringe. That was the theme of that, and that's going to start to wane. We'll start to see other themes popping up, but I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. After I read this comment, which was just made recently on Construction Site Culture Sucks So Much by GalloX24. Fast forward the end of 23, they give you a safety orientation in Spanish, and everyone but you and a couple guys walk off. I don't know what that means. I don't know. What do you mean by that? Safety orientation in Spanish. Couple guys walk off. Whatever. I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. I haven't actually used the bathroom since I started the stream 10 hours and 21 minutes ago. Good lord. We're almost done. It's getting there. Alrighty then. This is nuts, you know? Nobody ever accused me of being smart. What specifically is nuts, though? Okay, so we just finished Asmongold. Levy could be a grandmaster if he plays the ceramic snowman gambit. I'm kind of sad that less people watched this. I wanted people to watch this because this was a funny one. I enjoyed making this one, but it only ever got 73 views and 2 comments. 10-hour stream. I was here. No, appreciate it, Duck Boy. Thank you, buddy. And ahaha, good one, brother. Thank you, Goods. Aloe. This one was stupid. This one was another one that I made while slightly not exactly upright. And Jeff Bezos comes in with the Vera. Alrighty then. Did Blizzard sneak an innuendo into the Sepulchre of the first one's boss fight? With 7 comments. Cannon McCall says, well delivered. And it was very well delivered. I feel like I could smell this video. Quit breathing on your phone then. One of my best responses ever. I'm so sorry, man. It will get better. Don't worry. There's homeless shelters and professional help out there. God bless. But there are professional tanks out there who can help me learn the ridiculous Zymox mechanics. Weird. Alright. Why Netflix won't release the rest of the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stone Ocean season. And this one actually proved to be wrong. They did release the rest of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But because I was talking about Rule 34 in this video, it got limited monetization, which is why it had that yellow thing pop up. Oh, man. I might not be able to talk at all tomorrow. Epic Bot says, bro, Rule 34 of Steel Ball Run would be wicked. Indeed. Yep, okay. This man, chill, not gonna lie, new sub. Appreciate it. This is so underrated. Lamau, I'd pay for more content like this. Appreciate it, buddy. Damn, imagine some Johnny X dinosaur stuff. That would be, I don't want to, no. This is why Jolene won't stop beating. What? Johnny Joestar spinning gyros. Okay, dude. Alright. I swear if that's true, I'm gonna beat the living Shimada out of them Jotaro style. Shaggy with a beard got a point. Okay. Well, it's bleeding over into other shorts now. Jolene in the beach. Now that you mentioned it, I can't stop thinking it. This guy is so smart. Yes, I am. Excuse me, go watch the ending that's out now. Stone Ocean is completed. Looks great. Well, actually, Stone Ocean last part got released. It was relevant for its time. That might just be you. No, it's probably just you. I just binged the rest of the new episodes. I'm incredibly disappointed with the ending. I love the show, but that ending completely ruined it for me. Okay. It's probably because it wasn't viewed. I don't know. Maybe. Lamau, I'm just waiting for Steel Ball Run. Everybody is. Shaggy. Too specific. For real, bruh, and cringe. Okay. So that was... okay, next is the evil reason Bitcoin was created. This one took me like 5 takes and it was funny. I enjoyed making that one. What's wrong with your face? Also, that's a wacko conspiracy. What's wrong with your everything? And then Swagger says, it's why I want to learn how to trade, make money faster, even though it's a risk. Life is a risk itself. Okay, that's a philosophy. That is a philosophy to have. And now we get into the single biggest problem with Warcraft's Dragonflight expansion. One of the worst like to dislike ratios on my channel, sitting at barely just above 50%. Kindred Labelle says, me, I want Asmongold. Parents, we have Asmongold at home. Frank chimed in at that point and said, Lamau, it's so true, though. And Caesar, very generously, very kindly, says, I prefer this fellow over Asmongold. And I appreciate that. I'm sorry I didn't heart that comment. Drac is Latin for dragon. Thur is Elvish for D's nuts. A brilliant comment. Very good. Prolapse Runner. Nice Sylvanish Banshee Scream impression. Thank you. We can all agree at least it isn't Shadowlands. And in hindsight, yeah, that's fair. It's definitely fair. You're exactly the type of person I expect to still play WoW. You're exactly the type of person I expect to come in and make ridiculous comments. How about that? This man loves to ski in the summer. I love doing anything that gets my buzz up. Wait till he finds out about the little people called gnomes and dwarves. We don't talk about the gnomes and dwarves. There is no problem people searching for problems. I was making a joke. It's a pun about the names of Drakthir. The laugh really got me. Thank you, buddy. The laugh at the end. Appreciate it. Dude, you have lost yourself? What kind of... What? Dude, you have lost yourself. What, are we having an intervention suddenly? I miss the old you. You're right, they should be called Pandathir. That was... That's not the point. I don't think Drakthir is a great name, but I got to admit that if that's the most we've got to complain about, the Dragonflight is going to be a fucking amazing expansion. You're the second person to miss the joke that the video was created to make. Maybe I should make the video backwards. Nah, I got the joke. It was good. Then why did you make this comment? I just wanted to express my optimism despite Drakthir being a goofy name. I didn't mean that you were complaining. Then why did you phrase it that way? Tauren, Pandar, and Worgen? Not to mention pretty much every other race is based off of a fantasy race. Drakthir might be the most original. No, dragon people have been done to death. Yeah, it's not new. I can't tell if he's kidding or not. All of my shorts have a joke in them. This one set up the Drakthir pun at the end. Dragon plus Venthyr equals Drakthir. Brilliant. Very good. Homie turned into the Joker. I sure did. This made me cringe so much harder than I ever could at Drakthir. Does being this negative bleed into other aspects of your life? This POV seems so depressing. Are you okay, sir? Oh, don't you worry. I could be so much cringier. I mean, come on, man. I'm making a joke and people say I act like I'm being depressed. Come on, man. And D&D has a playable Dragonborn since 4th. Okay. It's a race of humanoid dragons. What do you want them to be called? Zuckerbergs. Bro doesn't read books. You don't have good usernames. Manta Fish. Come up with something unique. Wow, this guy pees in a bucket and lists his armor stats to anyone who hasn't blocked him yet. Whatever, dude. Please shave. I think a spider is nesting there. Whatever, dude. Drakthir doesn't sound that off to me, to be honest. Yep. The joke, though. The name is the biggest problem. The joke! Dragonborn was already taken twice. I don't care. Draconians? We can discuss the semantics of the naming convention at a different time. Right now, I'm making a joke about the pun. I mean, let's just watch the short. Let's just watch the short.
You know, there's some people who are kind of upset about the dragon race that's coming to World of Warcraft and the Dragonflight expansion, and understandably so. All it is OC material for all these different people who write for Fur Affinity or whatever scaly equivalent of that is. But, you know, there's another reason it sucks. What kind of name is Drakthir anyways? That is such a uninspired, uncreative name. It's like somebody just took the prefix of the word dragon and slapped it onto something that would make it sound like a tribe of dragons. It's absolutely ridiculous. Drakthir should have never been the name of them. It's very basic. It's like the writing team makes these kinds of things up in their sleep. Like, are they not even trying? They literally must be napping whenever they're supposed to be writing. And if that's the case, somebody needs to Drakthir asses out of bed and get them to write better. You know, there's some people who are kind of...
So, there's the context. Drakthir asses out of bed and get them to write better. Like, Tauren? Betty plays undead. No, I play night elves. And human paladin. I have a night elf demon hunter, a human paladin, Draenei resto shaman, a blood elf shadow priest, a dwarf hunter, a blood elf demon hunter, a human mage, night elf druid, and that's all I can think of off the top of my head. I have a lot of little alts, but I don't pay attention to them. I don't actually have an undead character. If this is the only half-assed complaint about Dragonflight, then the writers and devs are doing a pretty amazing job. This is definitely a neck-bearded complaint if I've ever heard one. Lo, you're not wrong. All right, I'm going to bed. Take it easy. And thank you so much for stopping by, Duck Boy. Appreciate you hanging out, bud. Have a good sleep. Sorry I didn't get to get on PUBG, but I'll try and get on that tomorrow because I'm not going to get on it any later tonight. Papa, I am still definitely at it, buddy. We have been on this for 10.5 hours, and I'm pretty sure I'm over halfway done. I've worked all the way through all the videos. We finally finished with construction site culture, which took up 6 hours out of this 10.5 hours that we've been here thus far. So having passed that, we passed a number of the major shorts, and we're just trying to work our way through to the modern shorts to get that over with, and eventually we'll get into live streams. It's 10 o'clock at night. Where was I? Grizzly Adams did have a beard. Don't know what that has to do with this. I suppose if all we have to complain about is the name of the race, the expansion's pretty good. That's not the point. Yawn just hating. No, I'm not. Look at you watch the whole thing. Gosh, it's 56 seconds. You should be able to very quickly and easily see the joke that was being made about the Drakthir name. Typical retail player. God, man. Yeah, if this is the single biggest problem with Dragonflight, we're good. Lamau Drak Queens. That's good. Thank you. Argonians by any other... What? Ha, got him. Yep. I'm literally so scared. Okay. You good, bro? I'm fine. Complaining over a name? I was making a joke, you illiterate piece of garbage. Cringe as oh my god. Pandaren would like a word with you. This is nothing new. You missing the joke is also nothing new. It happens on every short I make. Dragon plus tier. Okay. Yeah, this should be more creative like in D&D. What were they called in that? I don't know. I've never played D&D. Legion was peak WoW. What does that have to do with anything? Get your teeth cleaned? Get your fucking mouth cleaned. You okay? Yep. Sleep in sunlight equals longevity. Okay. Get some help? No. Well, better something basic than something that makes sense, like complaining Demon Hunter is called Demon Hunter because they hunt demons because it's basic. Whatever. Who cares about a name? It looks pretty cool, but this was funny. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh, somebody got the joke. Yeah, I'm not surprised you're waking a WoW vid. I'm sure that's something derogatory, but whatever. Who cares? Blizzard employees are too busy eating grass in the courtyards to actually design and balance a game. They've only hired Deerkin Rainbow Clowns. What do you expect? I don't care. Haircut, bro. Better username, bro. Anton Vietnam. True and real. Thank you. It's meant to be a tribe of dragon. Literally, why are you... Oh my god, I'm not going to read this mush mess. Mao, thank you. The scaly version of Furies. That's not how you spell furries. I think those are called politicians. That's good. That's fine. I forgive your misspelling of the word furries. He looks like he lives in a basement for 18 hours a day. And what do I do with the other 6? Live in the attic? Gotta love haters hating for hopes of clout. God. No one cares about WoW. What clout? Lamau, Goofy, funny question mark? I completely agree. I completely agree as much as it pains me to say. That's all I'll read of that. As a furry, there isn't a scaly equivalent of fur affinity. Fur affinity accepts all. I didn't ask that. I don't care what fur affinity does. That's disgusting. Mirrors are an important part of our culture. It's gay, and wow, that engine is on its last fucking leg. What? Whatever. Alright, we're done with that one, thank goodness. Markiplier, r/Markiplier is wrong about In Space with Markiplier with its 31 comments. Evan says Marked addressed this in his latest stream. He said one of the themes of the project is that choice is an illusion. That's why there's so many fake choice cards, and in the rebooting scene you can actually see a computer generating lines say free will equals illusion. Everything either ends in a loop. That's the core of the story. That's why the paradox existed in the first place, continuously rebooting the universe until the problem is solved, which Mark is building the warp core. He also openly talk about the endings and lack of endings in the In Space with Markiplier series. I could have done that with Heist, but I didn't. Basically what he's saying is that the story only has one end. Basically conveyed his idea about choice as an illusion. Okay. Damn, he's going double time to win to Slim Shady grow a beard. Technically, it's got two. There's a secret ending. Yep. Me, who got the Celsi Think of the Colonists ending. Well, yeah, but it's a good kind of ending. 100 out of 10. Great video, man. I agree with you. Appreciate it, buddy. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Amen, brother. Couldn't agree more. Appreciate it. But I found a path where it sends back to In Space with Markiplier Part 1. Is there a loop path then? I don't remember. Actually, yes. It's one of the two choices in the ending. Wow, so many words very fast. Yep, it's the issue with the constraints of a short. Damn, I'm not gay, but you have some of the most gorgeous pearly eyes I've ever seen. Thank you very much. And I even said, well, thank you. My mommy made them for me. Okay, why is fans of big YouTubers psychopaths and don't treat them like humans? And this alone is one reason I highly agree with you. Edit, and if there is one ending, then we have a much clearer story. True and real. No, I had 2.5 endings. Okay, a bunch of emojis. Great. 10 out of 10 video, my man. Take this lollipop. Appreciate the lollipop. The generalized use of great scares me sometimes. Not sure if great, my point is great, or my hairstyle is great. I'm not going to read the rest of that. Okay. I know what Blizzard will do with the Sword of Silithus, with 5 comments. Well, I'm Spanish, and you maybe think, question mark, and what? I don't understand a single word of what you were saying, except you're talking about, wow, but I love your facial expressions. Keep living and doing this stuff, please. Love and beautiful things. I appreciate it, buddy. And then Frank came in and said, Lafmau. Okay. One comment on the simple edition that can make Escape from Tarkov better. This is the stupidest thing you've ever said. That is true. Okay. Elon Musk's ultimate weakness is right in front of us, with its 4 comments. Never seen a better plan in my life. Tony Stark, not Bruce Wayne. We can make requests to the sun by sacrificing virgins. I have a few if you'd like to borrow one. No, thank you. I do not need virgins. Tom McDonald's Absurd the System Stunt, with its 21,000 views and 79 comments. Jennifer says, because he's showing us the truth! Okay, let me watch the short.
Alright, so Tom McDonald's most recent song, The System, is quite a banger, and not just because the beat is absolutely choice, but also because, once again, Tom McDonald is flexing his control over the laws of physics. I mean, look at this crazy-ass man. Look at this. He's standing on the edge of a crib. Like, that thing should be flipped over. The baby should be flown up against the teddy bear here. Like, how in the world is he balancing on the edge of the crib? Why you gotta be so goofy, Tom?
So therein lies the joke of the video, in that I'm sitting on the edge of my roof, chiding Tom McDonald for being so goofy. Because this is more goofy than sitting on the edge of a crib, right? Right? Because he's showing us the truth! Alright. Tom McDonald was a pro wrestler and had to balance on top of the turnbuckle and rope like this. It's great imagery in the video, also like a demon drooling over the baby of knowing it'll have its soul. He speaks the truth, period. Okay. Duh, the crib is bolted against the floor, the wall. Okay. Tom McDonald learned extreme balance from wrestling and being a carpenter. Working construction, you really have to have balance. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I thought you were going to jump off the roof at the end. Oh my gosh, somebody actually watched the thing all the way through to see that I had myself on the roof. I'm not going to read this dialogue. How magic, shush magic. Tom McDonald is spot on. Okay, I imagine it was also secured to the wall. It's a set. After all, him and his wife and his sister and her husband are getting very good at building sets and design. And yes, Tom's an athlete and agile. Okay. He's effing majestic. Okay. Was thinking of the same. LOL. Wrestlers are built different. I didn't even realize that, Lamau. Holy mother of mashed potatoes. He's squatting on a rail. It's time to open the bunker. Adequate. Tom McDonald speaks facts. I was sitting on the roof at the end. Did you see that? That's the same thing I thought. Okay, well, at least we can agree on that. That was funny. Have another subscriber. Appreciate it, buddy. I would never dare sit on a roof like that. I'm scared of heights. Well, at least you watched that far into the short. When you're a god, all things are possible. You're calling Tom McDonald a god? Wow, you hold him in high esteem. Okay. It's not an IKEA crib, so it won't flip. I'm assuming this is some sort of burn against IKEA. Tiff Turner 9 days ago. I love him. F anyone who doesn't. Okay, buddy. It's also called nailing down the legs. Don't you feel special for pointing that out? How can we beat the system, bro? I don't know. And then, no, it's not Michael. Finally, halfway through the comment section says, why you gotta be so goofy, Tom, you say while sitting on your roof. Thank you for watching all the way in to see the joke. The best artist ever, Thomas McDonald. Okay. And you are, what's your name? You just popped up in my feed uninvited. Then hit do not suggest channel. Instead of making a comment, which will just make me get recommended more. You obviously have not been around some of the new cribs. They're actually pretty durable. I don't think they're that durable. Martial arts training will give you this ability after a while. Okay. I think he bolted or nailed it to the floor, and I responded, I think he was levitating through the power of friendship, and my comment received more uplikes than his did. Because I'm just that funny. Tom rocks, oops, raps. I mean, he rocks too. He's got some that have kind of a rock type beat to him. Now I think he's standing on the crib, but the crib is bolted to studs or maybe even white painted metal. Okay. Kerm. The crib is bolted down. Okay. Hate all you want, he is onto something. I'm assuming you're talking about me. People hating on me and that I'm onto something, right? Stop the cap, Goofy. No. Don't be envious. Okay. Boy, okay. Seriously, it's a video and Tom is telling the truth. You're literally sitting on the edge of your roof, dude. You're bad. Listen to the truth. You're a dumbass. Who cares? Listen to the lyrics. I care because I made a joke about it. Oh, the lyrics are like, come on, man. You think this is the gospel or something? It's a man singing, and the song is good, yes, and the man singing is good, yes. But for God's sake, if this is all you gleaned out of the video, I don't have to listen to you. Least white Tom McDonald fan? Okay, man. What is that supposed to mean, dude? Okay, meth and Kane, I'm not reading that. Out of everything in this video, this was your takeaway? Out of everything in my video, the first 5 seconds were the only takeaway you had before you actually made a comment. Lamau, what is it? Haha, love it. Appreciate it. LOL, listen to it again. Oh, that's not going to make the crib even less goofy. Laughing emojis from two different people. Green screen or real or fact. It can only be one of the three. Haha. Green screen. Balance is a construct that the physically capable wants you to believe. Okay, dude. WTF. Laughing emojis. Brick. Men said brick. I'm going to like that. Brick. Lamau, clickbait, what a dumb conversation, I feel stupid now. Well, it's not anything unique to now. I think it's serious, nothing is serious he is saying. One word, Nova, I like Tom. Okay. We got that one out the way, that was another big one. Next page. Lady from In Space with Markiplier is the Markiplier. Dude, I should have been in bed 2 hours ago. Oh my gosh. So many comments to go through. Alright. 5 comments. Agree, she really good on that character. Dude, without context, I agree that is very spooky. Oh my god, why that would kill me. Nearly killed me. The floor in my bedroom is wood, so those high heels she walked in wearing sounded a little too real. I'm not going to watch the short. You can watch it to get the context for it. Because there were only 4 comments for that. Oh, man. Ugh. The disturbing next step of the possible the prank and skull and camera. Okay, this man's facial expressions. Thank you, buddy. He really thought about this? Yes, I did. Appreciate it. He does have a point. Yes, I do. Underrated channel. Thank you, buddy. 263rd subscriber. Wow. A year ago, I had 263 subscribers. You're tweaking. Stop using MEF, says Frank. Making extreme examples out of fiends. Definitely meth addict or HFent. Both can see sores on the skin, pupils dilated or pinpoint. That's ridiculous. You're geeked. Nope. Who asked? I did. What's up, Dorza? How you doing, buddy? You're coming in at the 11-hour mark. We have been streaming now for 11 hours as I have been rolling through every video on my channel. 563 videos, counting the current stream, responding to every comment that has been made. And my throat is thrashed. I have been speaking for so long that my throat is sore and I'm starting to lose my voice, so I'm going to do the very best I can to get through these last shorts before I completely lose the ability to speak. Was that the Bob's Fridge of 87? And I'm going to play this short, not because like providing context, but because I just love this short, and I'm sad that nobody really watched this one.
Hey, bobbleheads, Maestrom here, and welcome back. Was that the Bob's Fridge of 87?
I love making that short. It was a lot of fun. Get some rest. I will in a bit. I'm gonna finish up. I'm gonna finish what I started. I said in the title, you know, reading and responding to every comment. So I'm gonna finish reading and responding to every comment, and I'm almost done. I have maybe an hour and 2 hours worst case scenario left. So we'll keep it going. The things people do for views, but I have to appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Lol. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. How many bowls of meth did you smoke before posting this? None. You're insane, says Teased. You noticed that. And they responded, well, that's scary. Okay, guys, I know why Asmongold is bald. The only other Asmongold short that I have 2 Asmongold shorts. This is one of them. I don't think he wears the hard hat often enough. This is the funniest thing I've read since I looked at my birth certificate, I responded. This dude is pretty messed up. Okay. What did I just watch? Me being a genius. This is simultaneously the funniest and least funny video ever. Simultaneously thank you and also crying emoji. This is the most effective anti-drug ad I've ever seen. Babysitter from The Incredibles. Okay. I've never watched The Incredibles. Did you escape from the Arkham Asylum? Nope. I love this. I hope he sees this and enjoys it. I hope he doesn't. I hope Asmongold never sees either of the 2 shorts that I made. Because I don't want his chat to come into my comment section and blow it up, where I have to remove a whole bunch of stuff. He's not bald, though? No, he's not. But it's a joke. I sometimes see you in my nightmares. I sometimes see you in my dreams. A Victorian peasant would have a heart attack if he saw this video. True and real. Let's hit the slopes. Okay. What, dude? Blink twice if you need help. I don't need help. How to instantly creep out a scam caller with its 6 comments. We value your call. Boop. Okay. That was kind of sus. I am sus. Bland emoji. And I am disappointed. Why are you disappointed? It was a brilliant short. World's smallest Oreo with recipe. This was one about Mr. Beast. I really love your content, says Cronel. Appreciate it, buddy. And then Teased comes, of course, and says, you better eat it. Yeah, I'm good. What does it mean to be an Aries? With 6 comments. You're so right about the Zodiac, it's crazy. Appreciate it. I'm Aries as well, April 2nd, 1982. It's huge. It got 1 fact right. Okay. Dr. Disrespect is lying to you about his Lambo with its 13 comments. You good, bro? I'm good, but I'm sus. Are you alright? I'm fabulous. Are you sure? He's bruh. Thank you, Figs. You good, bro? No, I'm magnificent. We need an intervention. Call A&E. Do it ASAP. Okay. Might be the hardest I've ever cringed in a video. Okay, Bulvadiz. Nice username. Bulvadiz. Yo, you right, bro? I'm always right. Bro, you hire something? Nope. iDubbbz Evil Twin? Maybe. I have a better picture of a black hole with 23 comments. Petition for NASA to hire rainfall. Yes. I can't really tell if this is real or not because I was just on something making fun of flat earthers. So is this a joke? It feels like it. Yes, the overwhelming majority of my shorts are about a joke. Shorts, not shorts. Shorts. XDDD. Thank you. Black holes are rings of energy. That's patently untrue. Black holes are not rings of energy. Black holes are ultra-dense objects. Anyways, it's a star that blew up and we're seeing the aftermath. That's not a black hole. How could you even picture or film a black hole? Space is black. I'm confused. I'm lost. Help, help. Okay. The people who can't take the joke, clowns. Thank you, buddy. You're jealous of astronomers? Astronomers are jealous of my brilliant, awe-inspiring artistry. Man says, ha! I'm a space nerd and I love this. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bro, please next time know what you're talking about. As you know, it's hard to get a picture because it's rare to see one reflect light. Bro, what? And then DM Johnson comes in and says it's a joke. And I appreciate that. My prediction on how Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard will end. 22 comments. Don't do drugs. I have been analyzing every single video that has come out of that trial. Me, yeah, I can tell by your face says it all. Look who we have here, a young Jim Carrey. Like it. Looking forward to seeing your next movie. Appreciate it. Now, all that's in it is a movie documentary about the case with commercial ads and the ingenious plan is complete. True. Are you good, bro? Yes. How long have you been awake? At this point, I'd been awake since 3:45 a.m. It was actually pretty funny. Appreciate it, buddy. I gotta admit I did laugh. Thank you. Guys, I think I know how this guy's DUI case is going to end. I will never drink and drive. Man is a walking whippet. Okay. What the fuck, bro? You good? You need a hug or something? I always could use a hug. Please, yes. Please. I love hugs. God. I like hugs nearly as much as I like ingenious deduction of the outcomes of active court cases. A bunch of laughing emojis, and of course the requisite crack. How the congressional hearing on UFOs is going to go down. I get 6 comments. Lamau, so true. Thank you. You remind me of a young Jim Carrey. Again. Grew up watching his movies. You have a very expressive face and a talent for comedy too. I appreciate it, buddy. I bet you would go on the spaceship. Positively. Yep, I would love to meet the alien. You work in construction, don't you? With its 3 comments. Let me go ahead and sort by new. Teased says I would have taken the ride. That's kind of strange considering the content of the video and the content of my truck. Rich says I would have just jumped in, sat in your shit, and kicked cans into the floorboards. Okay, that's one way of doing it. You should be on an episode of A&E's Hoarder's Truck Edition. I actually dumped a bunch of trash into the floorboard to make that video just to be able to prove a point. I had like a trash bag in the bed of my truck that I was going to take to the dump, and I just dumped it everywhere. It took forever to clean up, and it was kind of nasty. Squid Game Writer's huge missed opportunity with 8 comments. Petition for rainfall to place Hwang Dong-kyuk. And then the actual challenge would be essentially eat the cheese in a specific amount to trigger some sort of bloating gas buildup. Teased says, I got him. What's in your hand? Okay. You got me. V Rising huge missed opportunity with 3 comments. 1, 2, 3, Okay. The best way to add new mounts to V Rising with 6 comments. Let's do it. This could be a great event to limit the mount. Yep. I had a good idea. Teased says don't give them any ideas. And I responded, but I want to ride a Dreadwing. Okay. Did President Biden say high gas prices are a good thing with 6 comments? The problem is not gas prices. The issue is a lack of real alternatives. That's true. Nuclear power was, more common, more popular. It would be exponentially easier. Brandon is a moron. Okay, dude. Except blood isn't a fossil fuel. Hello? No, but I was using an analogy of blood. Fossil fuels are like a lifeblood for a nation, at least in the current economy and power structure that we have. What are you on? Crottle comes up and says YouTube, obviously. I love you, Crottle. Thank you so much. That is the fucking stupidest analogy I've ever heard. Your face is the fucking stupidest face I've ever heard. How about that? I didn't mean to click on it. We're not going to watch it. I just accidentally clicked on it. Karen insurance DNA transplant surgery. 5 comments. Why is this fucking with my head? Because I'm a genius. What is that white stuff? My vape? Totally. Okay. I'm the most powerful vamp. 11 comments. Bro, hi AF, LOL, keep doing you. Thank you, buddy. You need to be the villain for the next Sonic movie 100%. I agree with that. Okay. Nice skit. Appreciate it, buddy. I did not hear a single word you said. Oh, that's not good. Uncle David don't swear, Dad. Oh, God. With the 7 comments. Why did I understand him fully? Because I'm a genius. He will never cuss. Wait, what accent is that? The accent of a Southern boy, y'all. American, I guess. Perceived okay by trash can emoji. Whatever. Blizzard's real reason for opening cross-faction gameplay. With 8 comments. By golly, you cracked the code? Yes, I did. I think you're onto something. I've developed a knack for sniffing out such sorts of villainy. Yes, you have. Oh, this made me fucking howl. Appreciate it, buddy. Bro, it's funny because it's more likely that it's the exact case than not. Bro, you look like iDubbbz on your thumbnails. Okay. Curious if somebody told you were funny with this whole exaggerated face and everything else you do in your videos. Time to go back to the drawing board. You're one of a very small subsection of people who actually do not think it's funny. Stop calling it My Hero with its one comment. Not gonna lie, every anime community is the same. True. The only correct way to change a tire with 7 comments. Thank you. I will need to use this in the future. The same method can be used when changing clothes, by the way. Prolapse Runner says, when my wife went flat, we got her inflation surgery. Very good. Dimitri says, instructions not clear. Me and the tire have been going steady for 6 months, and now it wants me to show commitment. Please help. I asked, are you seeing any other tires right now? And he said, yes, 3 of them. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Oh, we're almost done with this page. News websites are silly for thinking fan art is newsworthy with the 16 comments. You ever heard about Philippine news? They are actually reporting Filipino celebrity every single photo. No, I have not. Bro, how much for that art? A lifetime supply of beef jerky and is yours. Nice NFT. Hey, what's up, man? Do you have Instagram? No, I do not. When a southern boy tries to get more creative with his sayings, with 7 comments. Bro, I'm loving these vids. Thank you so much for brightening up my day. I appreciate it, George. A week without rainfall is like a week without food. Keep it up, brother. I appreciate a good life. Thank you so much. I have returned, says Teased. I don't know who you are, but I like the videos, sir. Discovered you from one of your Asmongold clips. Kind of gives me some Jim Carrey vibes. Is a lot of this improv or scripted? Not like it takes away anything from the videos. I was just curious. Big Preach Man. The only 2 scripted videos on my channel are Deal with the Devil, and that I don't remember what I was referring to there. Everything else is improvised. Sometimes these short videos are done in one take. Others have needed 60 attempts to get right. Oh, man. Oh. How many more pages? Oh my god. Oh my god. Listen. 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 I've only read the comments for about 50 of these shorts, and I have a total of over 250 shorts. I have done all of the videos. I have done a generous portion of the shorts. I haven't even touched the live streams yet. I have been streaming now for 11 hours and 9 minutes going through all of these comments. And I'm tired. Alright, I wanted to read and respond to every comment on every video. But it's definitely gotten to the point that I'm no longer able to do that in one sitting. There's just too many comments. And I appreciate it. I will continue to do the very best that I can to read every comment. Because that is the part of this that I value. But if I don't respond to a comment, don't think it's because I'm ignoring you. I'm not. It's just a lot of comments. A lot of things that I have to read and look over. So, with that being said, we've been live for 11 hours and 10 minutes. And I need to go to bed. Dorzo, thank you so much for stopping by. Papa Legba, thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out for a bit. Duck Boy, thank you so much for hanging out for as long as you did. Appreciate you so much. Check, thank you for hanging out for so long. Appreciate that as well. Tier None, thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out for a good long while. Appreciate that so much. Colex Baby, thank you so much for stopping by as well and for calling me a king. I thank you. Tech Jess, thank you so much for stopping by. Jordan, 66K, thank you, buddy, for stopping by. Appreciate it. I'm having to scroll through a lot of messages here to check all the usernames. Brightleaf, thank you for stopping by at the beginning as well. And Frank Castle, who has dipped in periodically throughout the stream. Thank you. I'm going to go to bed. Tomorrow, I'll be back on, probably running PUBG. So, see you for that.